Hello. Oh God, what is this? It's down. Make this. Discord. Discord. Before that, I have to. Okay, scroll down. Oh yeah, that's what I have to do. Of course. Hmm. Hello. Discord. Oh. Don't worry about that. Yeah. Hello. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'll check them out. Apostrophe, is that what that is? Come back to this. What's his name? Skylindo. Oh. Well, whatever. Let's move. Okay. Let me test those.
power, and censors objected to that scene. They said, this is Hollywood's case code, that if what we see there is underwear, then this would have been a proof that Scotty, saw her naked while there. So it's supposed to be her underwear. Do a simple experiment. Put it on freeze when you see that underwear above the kitchen sink, and you will see it's not underwear. It's just towels, pieces of cloth, and so on. And then I read in a text analyzing this, you know what happened? It was Hays Code, still in power, and censors objected to that scene. They said, this is Hollywood's Hays Code, that if what we see there is underwear, then this would have been a proof that Scotty, saw her naked while undressing her. This is inadmissible in Hollywood because they are not married. So they said, if you look at it closely, it must not be underwear, but just some abstract, like towel, square, whatever, pieces of cloth. What's the paradox here? The paradox is that just ask yourself, and you will have a kind of ontological proof of the existence of what Lacan calls the big other. The enigma is, whom was the censorship trying to protect? We viewers. We all automatically assume that we see underwear. It's very mysterious. It's as if there is another innocent gaze, which is stupid but sees it all, and that gaze has to be protected in a way. And you find another paradox that I analyze in another in another book of mine. I think I'm not sure, it's in Organs Without Bodies. Yeah. It's, you know, one way to study Hitchcock, that's why he's eternal, would have been to make a list of mistakes. Like, there are a couple of mistakes in description, simple factual mistakes, how theorists describe a scene. And there are systematic mistakes. For example, a French guy called Joe Esterhazy, something like this, in a book which is not very popular, but it's a very good book on vertigo.
I think you're gonna watch. I don't know what that is. Let me take a look. Let's see. What? Control, find, Control F. There you go. That's not the name. It's gotta be a different name in Japanese or something. English. Is this next season? This is not the upcoming season, this is the next season probably, right? This thing basically doesn't even exist. Hasn't even gotten a status update. I can't even speak on it. I'm not a fan of physical media. I'm not really sure what that means. There was a time period that I came from where everything was physical. I was there when the record players were spinning. And it wasn't like something you saw because somebody was trying to be novel. It was something you saw because your granddad was listening to something. Okay. Modify. Get from OBS, that's why it's doing that, I guess. Is it the same? Let's see. I guess it is the second one, right? Yeah. Hello, waffle syrup. Okay. This might work. So fast. Which one of these should I take off? This one. Hello.
Yeah, it's genius. Vivekian Prospector.
What's up?
I never would have thought to put Vivek as the Prospector from Toy Story.
Oh, yeah. No. No,
Oh,
I'm not that cool. It's no, so whenever I have people or something in the corner of the screen, top corner of the screen like that, that's just background noise basically.
okay.
I'm glad you signaled
No.
something in my brain.
With your artistic penis, Anyway,
watch.
my favorite is his fight with I think it was Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, because the only other time that he fought anybody on his age would have been, well, that's it basically. That's to my knowledge at least, because you may be confusing the time that Sam Harris went against Jordan Peterson, which was like 4 different episodes.
Oh no, it was Vivek who basically just had to ask Jordan, like, so what do you mean? Can you say anything concise? It was just great.
Well, Sam did the same thing basically, but I mean, anyone who's, generally speaking, anybody who's going to get to a point in a conversation where they have to deal with the way he talks, they're going to ask him to speak a bit more clearly.
But no, I don't know what you misunderstand about the postmodernist constructionist theory of.
Well, the worst part about him when he does anything about or says anything about postmodernism is, I think I watched a video or listened to a video on this recently, but people have the issue of conflating too many things to postmodernism. Funnily enough, my last big video, not the last video, but the last big video was technically on postmodernism actually, because it's discussed by Rick Roderick towards the latter half of the video.
Nice.
Let me turn this down a little bit. Yeah, too many things are conflated with postmodernism, and he also doesn't understand Marxism. I'm pretty sure he doesn't understand both. If he does, he mischaracterizes them. Obviously, I think that's the best thing to say.
I mean, that's true of most people, so I can't harp on Peterson that much. But.
I think there's a good chance that he might have had a better understanding earlier on, and then he kind of had to contort it for his own kind of narrative, because he has he does the same thing with Nietzsche as well. The only person he cares to get right or accurately when he speaks about them is probably Jung, and that's being a bit charitable, because he also kind of messes up that a little bit too. His main issue is that if he deviates from psychology, he's going to start to go off on a limb.
Yeah. Some people, advice he was given was to stay in his lane, and he started swerving over all 7. So.
Yep, it's the issue of intelligence is that you think that you can attribute your particular expertise in one field and then it can spread into a different field, and that's not really how it's supposed to work. Him jumping from psychology to marine biology is insane.
Dan Hillenberg turning in his grave.
Reduce chatter? I think this is fine. No, the prospector is voiced by somebody from a show called Justified. I'm pretty sure it aired like in 2007 and then it stopped, I think, around 2010-ish. Maybe not 2010-ish, maybe like 2015-ish. The project is about Minecraft basically. An IRL version of Minecraft, I guess. So it's kind of like basically I just throw a bunch of miners into the video for the most part. Not the other kind of miners. So
still a snark.
What's up?
If I didn't want to get peed on, I would have just moved out the way.
Okay.
Anyway.
Where's the fucking oh, I gotta shift the edge. It's already shifted, isn't it? I'll just increase the radius of the decontamination, I guess. That's kind of annoying, but I'm gonna let go. Somebody who said this shit? You're like the Carl Malone of anime videos. I don't know who Carl Malone is, I don't think. I'd have to see something from him or see his face.
I mean, that's a compliment or an insult depending on how you take it.
Oh, basketball player.
Basketball player.
This is an old player too.
90s, 2000s, the golden years of NBA.
Yeah, I was never into basketball like that. I'm not into the spectator part of sports.
That's fair.
I'm too autistic to. I'm too much of a certain kind of autist to keep up with like things like which player did what, how many stats do they have, unless they're like an extremely like outlier, like Kobe, for example. And that's gonna be my outlier. It has to be because he's like one of my personality models. So that's why I would pay attention. And even still, then I don't know everything there is to know about fucking Kobe. I know the narrative. That should like tell you a bit more about how I like engage with media and people or whatever and figures. I don't care to know about like certain details that are kind of like irrelevant. I want to know about like the story, the
right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's Carl Malone and Moses Malone. Pretty sure one was a dad's son, but Carl Malone. I'll say I don't know why, but Jimmy Kimmel did blackface and basically imitated him on the Man Show, which got him some notoriety. His response was effectively, "I don't care."
Right. Any news regarding Lolliconics? Nope. Can't tell you one way or the other about that gentleman. I'm not really sure what happened. All I know is if I haven't already said it to you before, or if it hasn't already been said ad infinitum, but like he was trying to be like a teacher, teaching English, and I think in Japan, or vice versa, teaching Japanese in Japan. I forget. Let's see.
Kelsey Grammer, that was the prospector.
What's up?
Kelsey Grammer, that's who did the prospector.
Actor. Yeah, I'm not really the biggest fan of the disparity between how deep his voice is versus who I actually have him being voiced by in my video. Kind of a random character in the background, but it's just kind of just to set the mood. He's a set piece as opposed to like a main central part of the video. So
right.
Hopefully this works. Pretty sure this fucking thing disappeared or whatever. I'll sit here and play this game for a while, I guess. Hello, Sanson. I thought Spotify was smart in the way that it would try to send you stuff to listen to, but it really does just like pretend to know what you like based off of like the day of the week, and it's kind of annoying.
True that.
Can I get a new layer in here? What is this line for? Dismiss that. Let me turn this on while I go step away for like 5 minutes.
Draw attention to this, how practically all big interpreters of Vertigo, from Robin Wood to Raymond Durgnat, name them. You remember that shot in the beginning when Scotty in that restaurant, which is now no longer there, Ernest, he sits behind a bar and turns around and sees Madeleine approaching, and then the beautiful profile shot of Madeleine. They all describe this as a subjective point of view shot. Look at it closely, it's not. It's done in a much more elegant way. He looks around at her when she's approaching, and then, as if afraid of overburdening strength of her presence, he looks away. So that profile, it's not so much the real Madeleine, it's more his fantasy of her. And it's
Subjectivizing it.
Yeah. And it's typical how people don't notice this, how they make systematically this mistake. And again, a lot can be done theoretically about this. So again, the wealth of Vertigo is absolutely incredible. And I think also the basic point about identity, it's beautiful. You remember one of the great identity jokes of Marx Brothers, when there are 2 or 3 of them. One is that famous one that I quote all the time, Emmanuel, 2 of them meet, and one says, you look like Emanuele Ravelli. The other guy says, I am Emanuele Ravelli. The first guy says, oh, no wonder then that you look like Emanuele Ravelli. Isn't this the basic jokes of Vertigo? Judy looks like Madeleine. No wonder she looks like Madeleine, because she is Madeleine, you know. And you have, but again, this is a nice paradox, because you know the other Marx Brothers jokes. It's overused. I use it all the time. You know it. But it's beautiful. Paradox of identity. You remember that standard Groucho Marx, once he plays a lawyer and says to the court about his client, look, my client, he looks like an idiot and acts like an idiot, but this shouldn't deceive you. He is an idiot. You know, like that. It's, again, all these paradoxes of identity, then paradoxes of love. I always claim that Vertigo is a deeply feminist film. In what sense? The love of Scotty is the love of a dead woman. It's not authentic love. It's mortifying love. The only true love is her love, returned love. Not even of Madeleine, of Judy. Okay, who is Madeleine? It's precisely, it's a terrifying portrait of a total deadlock of a woman in love with a man who is in love with her, but in a fetishizing male way which totally mortifies her. No, sorry.
No, so I think maybe one more question. This is now, I know you haven't seen it, but in the second part, one of the things you end with is talking about...
sorry, just to tell them what I haven't seen. Look, if you were stupid enough to read, although I don't think it's totally bad book, my book, you mentioned it, Enjoy Your Symptom.
Yeah.
This is my point of pride. There is a long chapter on Rossellini, 50 pages, detailed analysis of Stromboli and so on.
Yep.
I haven't seen not even one of those films. I was up to a point, I was convinced by my own analysis. Oh my God, if all this is true...
Yeah, you can't say this, you're ruining my arguments.
Sorry, okay. Please go on. Yeah.
No, okay.
Yeah.
No, so I was going to say that you end by saying cinema is the art of appearance. The real question, is cinema capable of really eliciting emotion? Every emotion is a fake. Or is it capable of producing anxiety? What do you think?
First, I know what you are referring to, that well-known phrase already by Freud, taken over by Lacan, that anxiety is the only emotion which doesn't cheat. Or, right, for example, it's the ABC of psychoanalysis, that whenever you feel guilty, especially if you confess guilt, it's a lie. You use this guilt feeling to mask another true guilt or whatever. You can cheat with guilt, with love, whatever emotions, joy and so on. Anxiety doesn't cheat. I claim, my friend Alain Badiou already developed this idea that there is another, if we can call it emotion, enthusiasm. I would add enthusiasm. Anxiety and enthusiasm also don't cheat. They both, as it were, touch the real. So is cinema able to do it? Yes, absolutely.
Did you want to start in?
Oh, yep.
Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
1,
just making
2.
sure, because my brain just got back, so I'm recalibrating. But you and Kurosai sound a little bit similar, just a little bit.
I'm just on 2 accounts, bro. I got you.
Okay.
We're in a bot farm.
Yep.
Understood.
It was always me.
Start we can talk about
Damn, you
that
do
you
sound
were
like.
mentioning in the DMs now.
Oh, other guy.
Um, I'm I'm doing like I'm using 11 Labs to make audio for Japanese lessons. So
Mm-hmm.
I really
Um,
don't know how to mask the artifacts. Like my best strategy right now is just ask AI and go one suggestion after the other, trying
mhm.
to modify audio. But
So, the easiest thing to fix that stuff almost every single time is to have better input. Um, the reason why the output has artifacts is because the input has artifacts technically.
yeah.
So you should try to clean up the audio as best as you can before you submit it, and then it'll be
Oh
as
yeah,
close to that as possible.
you're assuming I'm cloning the audio, but because I'm in Europe, I don't really want to clone audio if possible
This is
because
translation.
um I made the voice with the text prompt, so it's a text generated voice. It's not
Text to speech.
yeah, text to speech, but also the voice is generated by a text prompt. It's not cloned like in your videos.
Yeah. So you should if you want to live stream it, that'll be cool. If you want to share your screen so I can see what's going on. But
Yeah, I could live stream it. I mean, I could stream it on Discord. I don't know about completely live though. Like yeah, because I want to do an advertisement campaign. So
okay.
yeah. Also, it wouldn't be fair, and I will be just advertising a tool that maybe your audience is interested in. So I can stream it on Discord unless you wanted to show it, but it's not ready at all. So
Mm.
mm,
I just want to see what might be the problem. That's all. I want to see what the setup looks like.
oh yeah. I was in browser. Give me a sec.
Okay.
I'm coming on alt account because this is my browser account. 1 second.
All right. Welcome back. It's funny. I'll probably just let that go though. Oh yeah, it's a whole different color and shade. So you can't even hear me. I'm guessing you're testing your mic.
Yeah. Um, hopefully I don't have anything.
That's good enough, I
So
guess.
so for example, oh my, sorry. Hey, for example, I have this dev tool to stage all the lines I want to test and try again, because I have hooked the AI to the lines that I don't think sound good. So I don't have good lines now, so it's not really ready to show, because I haven't edited them at all. So this is just an entire speech automatically generated with prompts.
始まり。
Um,
こんにちは。私はスライム先生です。
obviously,
Yo.
it's abysmal. But
こんにちは。私はスライム。
but
これはコボルドだ。
ほら、タメ口はやめろ。
it's like this. There are multiple sentences, and there are classes or a story. And I have like I have dev tool to stage, as I said, with, like, for example, here E must sound like a Japanese E, also not too acute. And I use the prompt with the settings, and I have other specifications on how to interpret this for AI, but it's Claude, so it will understand what I'm saying. So what we will do, it will remove the E, because when you write a Japanese, you write it like this, sensei, and it will remove the E from the prompt, and it will automatically remove the exclamation if I say it's not energetic, and it will try to generate a single sentence instead of being the I don't want to wait 11 laps.
So far, what I'm seeing is
Yeah.
because API stuff kind of I get the gist of it, but on the Lord, I'm pretty sure if you did this using the actual website, it would have been way easier.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you, but the thing is that there are like hundreds of, like, there are like 60 chapters already. So I need a base that's done with API, like I need a base that's done with something more or less automatic, and then I manually move the file into the text to speech. Also, because you can use the sound effects generated by 11 Labs, which are pretty good. But just for the amount of quantity, I just need the API a little. The quality of the API is identical. The problem is that
You
で
don't
す。
have the ability for
魔女のため
Japanese
に
to actually be used to just shoot itself out there without you having to give it specific instructions on how to speak Japanese.
it,
That's what
it
sounds
doesn't
like,
have
'cause
it.
you're telling it to do E as in like the eyes in Japanese instead of E as in
Yeah,
eh,
no.
the way you
Yeah,
say it
no,
in
but
English.
these are the correction. There is actually a prompt for every single page. There are actually scripts. So script is like this, like calm and explanatory, polite for a sentence, and brash and practical for this. But I used Fable 5 for giving these prompts, not because I was too lazy to do them, but because there were 60. So I just told the AI, read the script and give these are the guidelines for 11 labs, and give give what you think it will be best for every single line, and make a script for 11 lab, so that it makes a complete audio with every single description. For example, this is text book narration because it's better, but this is a grammar point. It's not a story. For example, here is a story, and it typically sounds well. Usually,
あのババア。
this doesn't sound too well.
コボルド、失礼ですよ。
You see, this is pretty good. For example,
昔はね、魔女でしたよ。今はただの店主です。
but it's a single audio. That's the point. In like 1 hour I did all of this. I didn't do in 1 hour the text. I'm talking about the generation. You're saying, which is good, to use the 11 labs will be good, but I don't know if it's perfect. I don't know if it's as good as Audacity. Like my questions to you were about the very last step, which is the very final file edited. Because obviously I know one sentence will sound bad when I hear it in Japanese, and I will probably try to regenerate it 5 or 6 times with different prompts. But the point is that if I'm able to recognize something that sounds a little fixable manually, maybe I could manually fix it. This is what I mean. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense.
No, you are. You are adding in a bit too much because I was just talking about. I saw you use a prompt to tell it to pronounce the Japanese E the way you're supposed to pronounce the Japanese E.
Yeah, but that's not a prompt for 11 labs. That's a prompt for Claude to create a prompt for 11 labs using other guidelines as well. So the guidelines are based on describing this type of prompt, right? Because this is what 11 labs understand is the squared parenthesis prompt, even within the sentence. I don't know why it didn't. Oh, because this is grammar.
So you're
Sometimes
talking
it
about
does.
a translation of kanji, basically a translation of the actual character system with their Claude. The
Oh,
character system meaning kanji, hiragana, katakana.
no, Claude makes with the prompt, it decides how to format the text. For example, it removes the E in that sentence instead of giving it the prompt of characters with the long E, which AI doesn't know how to deal with, because it will say like sensei, like this, this kind of artifacts. So I have as a guideline just to remove the long
Okay, I want to make a
typing.
distinction in your
Yeah.
vocabulary. You're using artifacts for like weirdness as opposed to artifacts as in like actual audio distortion. Those are two different things.
Yeah.
If I need to say sensei instead of like sensei and then my voice wobbles, that's like
Yeah.
a AI just freaking out as opposed to like actual artifact of like the quality.
Yeah.
That the way you would fix that literally is you just go in there and you edit that out. You just edit the last part out. You
Yeah.
you cut it short.
That's what the dev tool is for. Because whenever there is a sentence that can be fixed with
Thank
text,
you for the rose, Blake, and hello, Blake.
I just tell it. This is what I meant when I showed you the description. That's not for 11 labs. Is for Claude to regenerate the text with all my suggestions. So when I told him the E is a problem, it will understand to remove the text. That's what I meant. Yeah. So yeah. So this is just a dev tool to very quickly even listen to things. And yeah, this is horrible. For example, I will stage it, and I don't need to specify anything because this is so bad. I will want to completely regenerate it, and now it goes into the stage, and I can tell AI, please rework on all the stage things. So it will read if there is specifications, like you said, removing the E or removing an exclamation mark. And I understand prompting in 11 labs a little bit, so I understand most of the thing is changing the text and changing the brackets, like these brackets, but changing the text, I do it manually, but changing the brackets for now, I just did it automatically, because there is too much text to work on. Yeah, so I don't know. You think that working on 11 labs is way better, or?
I think I misunderstood what it was that you were talking about in general, I guess. But I
Uh,
I feel like I feel like there's no real way, in my opinion, for you to have like a big disparity between like what would sound good if you needed characters to like exaggerate certain phrases or tones. Like you won't have too many misses if you were to use the front end of the of 11 Labs. That's what I would think. But I think I need to know a bit more about like what is a good example of when your API fails to get what you want out of it versus what like you could get from the API on the actual website for using like V3, I think. I think V3 would be the best.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
using V3. This is all done with V3
yeah.
API.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
getting more
Yeah.
audio, like I said the first time, isn't going to fix anything because this is an issue of this
A
is
prompting.
uh, yeah. If you're not talking about artifacting in terms of how it sounds kind of plastic like, maybe you can't tell, but I can tell. It kind of sounds a bit inauthentic. I can hear it a bit.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
like
No,
this
I
sort
can
of
tell. I
almost
can tell.
plastic paper cupish type of dissonance to it in the background.
Yeah. I can definitely tell.
Mhm. But so if that's not what your main concern is, fixing that, I think I just DM'd you something that can probably clean that up. It adds. No, I didn't. I haven't sent it yet. If you
Oh.
submit stuff now, to be fair, the way I use a lot of stuff is very ghetto. I edit everything, but like one shot, one scene, one line at a time usually. So I don't have a chance to go into a lot of stuff and like do the kind of setup that you got going on where you have like a whole
No.
machine set up to like feed it instructions, and then when you spit in the input, then
Yeah.
it can put out an output. I don't have that kind of setup. Nowhere near it. I use 4 different programs to do one thing.
Yeah.
So basically, I think this right here could help you clean up a lot of that kind of like inhuman soundish, where it kind of sounds like it's coming from like some sort of microphone that is like from the 90s
Yeah.
or whatever. Just try out, give it a line and see what you get
Yeah.
out of it. Maybe you might like that.
Yeah. I will try it. Thank you. And yeah, obviously your work is sounds a lot better because you also have background music sometimes, and you also use cloned voices. My problem is that if I'm making a product and I'm not making entertainment with I'm not making entertainment, so the laws of copyright are completely different. So you know, I cannot use somebody else's voices for a product and sell it with his voice. That's what I mean. So I cannot use clone voice unless unless I pay somebody to make my clone voice, and I have a contract that I can use the voice for my projects. So
Yeah. Another
yeah.
thing to mention is, if you didn't know this, you don't need your input to be Japanese in order for you to get output as Japanese. You know that, right?
I know, but sometimes it sounds so bad. Like the
The only
pronunciation
time
is
I would say the
so
only
bad.
time you actually has an issue is if the person. I think this is legit. I'm not too sure about this though, but I think that the more consonants or whatever it's called, like the way I think since English is a hodgepodge of different languages, people who speak English typically can carry a bigger range of like sounds. So like
Yeah.
I think what is it? German and certain British languages or dialects or whatever, UK English, etc., or whatever,
Yeah.
places around Jamaica. Some of those ways they speak, they don't produce certain sounds or whatever, if it makes any sort of
Yeah.
sense. I had somebody tell me that he tried to learn how to cancel his accent, his Jamaican accent, and while he spoke English, his throat would hurt, and I was so confused about that. He was telling me, it's like, my throat hurts, and it's because when you have to say certain words, if you don't exercise those muscles, and I don't mean like going into a weight room and speaking at weights, I mean like literally, if you do not use certain words ever and pronounce them the way that the person was pronounced that word in English, then those muscles are weak in your throat. Those muscles are weak in your lips. You're not using the muscles required to say certain words in a certain way. So like if a Jamaican says or African or Jamaican says dawe, they could probably struggle to say the way instead. So because the muscles required to pronounce it in English
Yeah.
are atrophied, if that makes any sort of sense.
Yeah, it's not only the muscles, but also the position of the tongue, and
Yes, yeah.
which are muscles. But the point is that without the knowledge of the position of how to do things, we really give a lot of for granted. But when you're 2 and 3, you're mispronouncing things all the time. You just have parents constantly correcting you. So
Yeah.
So and nobody wants to spend 5 years just relearning a new pronunciation. I mean, some people do, but that's not the point. The point is that because the product is in a setting that
My point was that I think that if you fed it a bunch of English, it would cover the majority of languages. That was my point. If you fed it, and I mean English from somebody who speaks English well, not somebody who has like my accent, for example. Maybe I don't think that Ebonics African American vernacular English can cover the range that is necessary to get to Japan. And I do not think vice versa it could work. Definitely not. You can't. I don't think the range of people who speak Asian languages from China to Japan can make their way back to America because they don't have the range for that. Literally, their syllable system is like kakikikaku or some shit like that. So it's like limited.
Oh, you're just telling me to clone with some free
I've seen 11 Labs. Basically, you feed it English and it spits out perfect Japanese. That's the reason why I'm saying that. So
and you're saying there are free source material in English that I can use, but
yeah, I would say that. To be fair, I would literally say that if you could just find somebody who was willing to speak like, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes of English, then that's your source right there. I don't know what your accent is, but it's not English, so I wouldn't set your voice as a basis. I think there's one language in the Middle East somewhere that has like a wide range of sounds it captures, but I'm not sure which one it is.
I mean, yeah, but the problem is also the microphone because 11 Labs really
it clones the microphone quality.
Completely. Yeah.
Right.
So at this point, if I really wanted a clone, I will just ask my Japanese teacher, and instead of paying her to give me lessons or review some things, I would just pay her to read a book or something and ask her if I can use her voice. But yeah, the problem is also the sex of the characters. I don't know. That's besides the point. But you really think that text to speech voice generated
I think
voices?
I think most of them nowadays can convert easily to a different language because it really is just detecting sound.
But what I mean is, you think the cloning voices is way superior in 11 Labs, or you think so? I don't
Based
know.
off compared to text to speech, absolutely, without a doubt. I've seen how text to speech works in almost all instances, and it sounds so flat compared to like the dynamic nature of a person getting up in front of a microphone and like getting a jolt of something every now and then. Like, well, when it says like if I were to type in jolt of something, would it actually like put emphasis on the J in jolt and like lean forward? I don't think so. Like the way that I did just now when I said jolt, my face kind of moved forward. I kind of snapped myself almost when I said the word because I actually put the idea of physically jolting into my mind without even thinking about it, and then pronounced the word. I just said the word jolt, and I moved forward a little bit. Like text to speech isn't doing all that for the most part. It can get pretty close, but it's not gonna hit. It's not gonna hit constantly. If that makes any sort of sense.
What if I make 30 minutes of very good text to speech and try to clone? If what happens if I clone?
I think I've done similar things to that in the past, like 2022 or some shit like that, where like I spat a bunch of AI shit, picked the best human sounding shit, cleaned it up some more, and then basically I've reverse engineered it. I think that's the way to put it. That's the way to explain it. Is to feed it back into itself. That can work, but what I do a lot is I take from multiple sources. There's like 2 voices that I use. I think it's just one at this point, where it's like a combination of 4 different people. I think it's like it's Bochi's Japanese VA. What's the girl? It's some singer. She has like her eyes look kind of weird. It's a singer. She's like 20. And she's kind of like boyish a little bit. Anyways, her, and then I use one of Elon's ex-wives, the autistic one. Maybe they're all autistic, I forget. And then the woman who got onto the Joe Rogan podcast, and she's the one who's like where the meme is from, where she's saying like in North Korea we do this or some shit like that. I cloned like 4 different voices to get this one voice, this amalgamation at the end, and that ended up being it's different from the original
a
thing.
decent. Oh, you can even mix voices. You think it will
That's
be
what
nice?
I did. Yeah, I think when you mix the voices, it's probably never going to lean too far into one of the voices that you input into it. It's going to give you a whole different thing at the end. That's my experience.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because the problem with the kobold and characters like the kobold is that it's a very childlike, but it's obviously done by a female voice
Right.
in the training, because overwhelmingly the younger voices are in Japan as characters are done by women. So it will be really hard for me to find somebody who even in English who just spend 30 minutes to sound like a child. It's just not, unless I pay a professional who does it. And if I pay a professional, at that point I just pay a Japanese person. There is no point paying American.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. Well, I will try your tool. Thank you. And I'll probably hop on in a month maybe or something to show what I managed to do. Yeah, but yeah, I should probably try to make a clone of voice, because I don't know. It's like only 10% or 20% of the sentences are decent.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
No problem.
I'm gonna go work on it. And GG's. Have fun editing.
Sir. Take care. I will try.
Take care. Bye bye.
I don't even know if the audio is coming from the microphone in the Discord VC, which is probably a good thing, because TikTok is extremely sensitive about what they want me to be able to showcase through the live or whatever. So let's see.
Nice.
When did this come to the chat? Well, these timed 12. That was like 6 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, 2 minutes ago. Where do I get all this knowledge? Knowledge is acquired through aging. So, because the more you live, kind of the more you know. I'm not saying it's like a one size fits all solution where you can just live a long life and just know a bunch of things, because you can just live in a cave all your life and only know about the cave walls. But
I'd say it's acquired through experience.
if you most of people's usage of the internet is a travesty, because we should have like a leap of like we should have gone through like the second Renaissance or whatever, I think, by now,
Right.
or the next Enlightenment, because even before AI, we have had basically like, I don't know, fucking 50-30% of the world's knowledge at our fingertips constantly, and we literally don't utilize it almost at all compared to how much it could have been used if, like, you know what I mean, like anybody like in the, let's say, the fabled 1% who is like utilizing all facets of technology and knowledge sectors, they're going to be pushing knowledge to its limitations or whatever. Yeah, that's just not done as often as it could be done by the other 99%, I guess. I don't know. Thank you for the donation. My VTuber model is outdated because I started back when it wasn't cool. So I guess it still isn't cool. So, but anyways,
No word. I mean, I guess that would depend on the motivations behind, those with the resources to implement global change. I mean, it makes me think of GW, Sons of Liberty.
Hmm. Huh? What's this?
Admittedly,
I'm sorry. I'm going to be talking to myself out loud sometimes.
oh, you're good. Wasn't sure if someone sent you a link.
They did. But yeah, you can continue. Jesus.
Well, I'm not sure how to really phrase or describe it, but yeah, I mean, it's very possible that, if we had some sort of direction as a human species or culture, if every, country and every person had been using the internet for, I don't know, just like strict scientific research, academic research, development, then it is possible we as a species would be enlightened. But the internet was basically just tabula rasa. It was developed as just the information's there, but there's no like global incentive to access it or utilize it. It's just a untapped resource.
Doesn't this presuppose that like it sounds like you're talking about a specific time period, like at the start. I think like in 2010,
Mhm.
the internet was at a state where somebody who's like fucking 16 can figure out how to be like a millionaire in like in 5 years or whatever.
Yeah,
I
possibly.
don't think that like the guy who made the Backrooms movie, is did that without the access of the internet. I don't think he could have pulled that off if the internet wasn't a thing.
Right. I guess I should break it down into different time periods. I mean, we have like 1985 MS-DOS, where effectively Wall Street starts getting built, transitions into Bloomberg terminals and machines. Then we've got the 90s proliferation of, Windows, Internet Explorer, Netscape Communicator. Then we have the 2000s, LimeWire, Napster, etc. And like that's when effectively people remember the golden age of the internet as both a wild west, but also massive World Wide Web, commerce.com era of exchange. And now we are in this strange sort of, I want to say, postmodern era of the internet is completely transformed than what it was in 2010, because now it's basically a social hub with various platforms with which to express opinions and ideas. But it's become cable TV. At least that's the feel I get. We are now in the television era of internet.
Um, I'm not gonna lie to you. You kind of lost me a little bit when you said the internet era of the postmodern era of the internet, because I would argue that the entire internet is a postmodern thing. I get what you're saying though, I guess in verbiage, but
Mm.
um
Let's
since
probably
the
look up.
internet the amount of time that the internet was gate kept compared to how open it was is like infinitesimal. It's like barely even worth talking about. Um
Mm.
but like when the .com bullshit where like there was a bubble, people were buying up domains or whatever. That was like it didn't take over. It wasn't like that wasn't like a 2-year thing. That blew up in like I think a couple of fucking months or a year.
Right.
Um so like that early period, you got mail, that it didn't last too long in terms of like how long it took for like anime people to come in and then start having like anime girl avatars and then making Linux builds and shit like that and watching anime imported from Japan and with no subs. That's as
Um,
soon as they came in, that was pretty much when the internet shifted towards the 4chanian type of thing. So that's the kind of the bedrock of like the internet as a foundation. Reddit before Reddit, new what do you call it? Not Gab. It was not Newgrounds. It's even older than that.
there's a
Basically a
lot
bunch of old
of
forums that are like predate anything you can name today by a lot of years.
E-Bombs World, iFunny, Tumblr, like yeah.
No. I mean predate. I'm talking about like 2000 period on the dot.
Okay, then
I'm thinking about like actual old websites for like when Phil Spencer of Xbox would have been up late at night talking about this stuff on like a forum somewhere, or that kind of stuff.
right.
So yeah, that earlier era is where you could have said like that's the guy who can go find out how to read Das Kapital without being needing to go to the library to find out where to read it, because he can just pull it up on maybe a PDF file and some pages or some shit. I don't know. Maybe not reading Das Kapital in 2000 on the internet, because PDFs weren't really big back then to pack that kind of shit into it that much. I think it's a big book, I think. But whatever. The main point is that anybody who is trying to do something, those two things are like operative words: make and do something. And they use the internet, they're going to get a lot of it. And at this point in time, especially now, not even now, like I said, 2010, 2000 fucking 15, it was rich. And at this point, there's just so much that there's no point. Not because it's hopeless, but because people tend to not want to use things when it's too easy to use. They want a natural sense of challenge, so they won't lift a finger to use things that are like instantaneous. You don't need to Google anything anymore. The way that it used to be Googled. Back then, you had to scroll to get links. Now, you Google something, it is the first thing you see because the AI tells you what you're looking for. And it's right almost all the time. Like, there used to be a point in time where, like, maybe a year or two ago, where you could type something in and it would be wrong. But most people aren't asking complex questions. Like, I'm interacting with people more and more and more nowadays, and I hear them ask questions, and they ask questions that are like wrong. Like they ask questions that are designed to give you a wrong answer because they don't know how to ask questions. Like I don't know how to explain it, but the predications of what is embedded in some of these questions people ask implies that they are not even looking for an answer, because it's almost like they're trying to trick a potential AI. I'm not saying Google is an AI in this particular context. What I'm saying is that people ask questions to even themselves and to other people as if they already know the answer, and they're just trying to see if they can get validation for what they already believe in. And that's how you ask questions wrong. That's unscientific. It's the opposite of science. You're not trying to challenge your belief system. You're trying to reinforce it. So it's the opposite. And therefore, you're going to ask, if that's the basis, if that is the architecture of how you ask questions, then you're never learning anything ever. That's why you would end up using most of this AI stuff wrong, is because you don't understand that it's physically limited by the nature of your question. It's physically limited by the nature of how much money you're putting into the AI to even get like better queries. How long is it going to think? Because you can ask, I mean, when you literally go to a general practitioner doctor, he's not going to be able to solve your fucking cancer problem if he's not a cancer doctor. He's going to tell you what he generally knows, and that's how AI works. It's going to start from a general point of view until you coax it and push it into more finer and specialized directions to get a specialist to get these specialized responses. You're not getting the outputs that you're looking for. You're not cross-examining anything. Therefore, it's just this sort of malaise of you being as simple as the simple AI at the base level.
Now, can I ask a question?
What's up?
I was still want to ask a question. Sorry to interrupt, but you're saying that people are using the AIs, right? But most of the time when I interact with people online, they say that they don't want AI responses. Like, for example, if you paste a simple thing from the AI and put it in the Discord chat, for example, they scream AI slap, AI slap, AI slap. And when you explain to them that it's the same thing you're gonna get when you're trying to physically scroll to look for it, they say AI slap. So that's the thing. I'm like, I don't know if it's people. I'm sure about the fact that people are going to use AI more for Google searches when people are screaming about AI slap still.
Well, that's
It's
just
automatic. You don't get a say so in it. It's automatic. What do you mean? It's right there. You can't type anything into Google without getting an AI response. It comes out instantly.
Yeah, but people don't want AI responses. They just want you to physically scroll to look for it.
They don't. They weren't doing it before. That was the whole point of this conversation.
it's like basically it's making the fake news argument when the news is real news. I mean,
Yeah.
society's reaction will be to reject any shift as unauthoritative because of Dunning-Kruger. They believe they know better than the correct answer that's right in front of them. So yes, there will be a reaction to be like, no, don't give me what the AI is saying. Give me what the real answer is. Okay, the AI just said the real answer, but because
And
you
then it
are
links the real answer. You don't have to fucking read what the AI said. It links you the real page that it got it from.
right,
Is that
it'll say
AI used to literally have an issue where like it wouldn't always cite sources, and you would have to ask it, "Where'd you get this from?" And if it's wrong, it's gonna be like, "My fault, OG. I hallucinated that." You can catch the AI before it actually spits out the answer that you go run off and tell somebody about it. Ask it, "Where's your source? I need a source for this," and it'll tell you, "My fault. I'm dumb. Let me ask. Let me figure this out again. Let me go search over here," and then it may get a better answer. But people's first impression is basically like, "This is too fast, therefore it must be wrong." That's the issue. You're using this version that is like spitting out shit at the speed of light when it should be going through like a whole book of like 1,000 pages or some shit like that, and you're expecting it to like solve some sort of complex answer in a few seconds. That's insane. But anyways, the bottom point, bottom line is, I know people weren't scrolling long pages of Google to find the best hyperlink to begin with. To figure out how to do like real research. They haven't done that since they were in high school, and even when they were in high school, they were bored when they were doing it. So you think they're going to do it now, out of school now? No, they're
no,
going
they
to
just
listen
want
to
to switch
some.
them.
They're going to watch somebody
So,
else do it on a podcast or for a live stream, and then say they did it themselves.
right. I mean, anyone who's like asking you to give them a no real answer is being bad faith.
And then like these people who ask for real answers, they will. Some of these questions are like they dabble in like the sciences and academic fields. If you don't understand how to read some of these papers, you don't know what the fuck you're reading. If you don't understand law, you don't know what the fuck you're trying to decipher when it comes to law, things in law. Because most of this,
1350.
most of the stuff in the judicial system is held up to the judges. So, like when you say, "Well, I think that in a legal setting it would be ruled this way," you can think all you want. You're not the judge.
Pass the LSAT, bro. Yeah. I will say the only hallucinations that I've seen have been again from those complex questions.
Yeah.
I work with in botany, so like I asked about a particular plant and how it was reacting with certain like cannabinoids. It got some of the info wrong. Like, wait, it's got that backwards. It's talking about a different strain, not this one. But I could quickly, see what happened, and it wasn't that bad of a hallucination. The whole cockroaches will crawl into your penis every month. That's the thing of the past. Those were a couple memes we got.
Yeah. The it's kind of rare for like the data poisoning to happen because they have some of these architectures set up to like be kind of somewhat bullshit proof,
Right.
unless you like let it open the way that Grok was open, I guess, in 2024 2025ish,
Oh, Mecha Hitler.
where it was
Wait, I
irony
don't.
poisoned. That's the main issue with like that is the basis of why people are like so against like AI outputs in Google, is that the main issue actually is predicated on anti-intellectualism. Basically, that's the main essence of it. It's this sort of this irony poisoning. It's not taking anything too seriously. That's why TV shows, when they show you anything serious, they has to like downplay it at the end and like backtrack and make it seem like it was a joke the whole time, because people can't take things seriously anymore. It's not cool to be genuine. You have to be nonchalant constantly.
Ooh, so nonchalant.
So the idea of like not having to spend hours in a heated argument or discussion, debate or whatever, because you can just go look it up in an instant. That's out of the window now. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, that is no longer a culture that we need to, invest in with this sort of the blood sports, trying to figure out who's wrong in a discussion. Just gonna go look it up first to figure out who's right. We don't need to spend hours doing it anymore. I can tell you that. So,
Well, I mean, the people who are doing that are like you said again, trying to reinforce their beliefs, not examine them.
yeah, in general, like I said, anybody who's like willing to engage in a discussion that where like there's a clear person who is probably right and somebody who is clearly wrong, um, it's never both parties are probably being a bit bad faith because if there is a clear right and a wrong in a discussion, then there actually isn't any reason to debate it. Like it should be already solved before you even engage in it. So that means somebody has to be taking between one of these two parties, somebody has to be taking a position they don't actually believe in. And they're just doing it to like be disingenuous to get on somebody's nerves.
Right. It also can be that someone might lack the ability to see beyond their own experience. You know, to them, it doesn't seem clear at all, and they're like, "Wait, why do you think that?" Oh, so, but that'll just be cognitive dissonance at that point.
Not really dissonance, but like it's the opposite of dissonance because it's like if it were cognitive dissonance, it'd be like I'm holding two beliefs that are conflicting. But what a person actually has when they're trying to argue from a bad faith position, it's this sort of a sunk cost fallacy. Actually, it's where you actually have figured out that you're wrong already, but you're going to keep arguing to see if you can find out how to trick the other person to believing that you're right.
It's sort
So
of like,
the
well, yeah,
reason why I wouldn't call that dissonance is because you already know actually that you're wrong. You have no problem admitting to it. You're just not going to admit it to this person. So you have to argue from a position of bad faith instead to see if you can trick the person into like coming onto your side. Gaslighting, basically.
mhm.
You
I
don't
mean,
you don't experience gaslighting. I'm sorry, you don't experience dissonance when you gaslight somebody because you actually already know that you're wrong.
Right, right. What I was trying to like make a sort of a practical example is someone who genuinely does believe like the Earth is flat, but would then say, like, so how many people do you know who've fallen off the edge? Like, well, you got to know someone. So they're trying to act in good faith about people who's fallen off the edge of the Earth, while operating from a bad position or understanding that the Earth is flat to begin with. And if they get questioned on that, you know, they break down. It's like, well, no, I'm not.
Better examples is for dissonance in that theory of the flat Earth theory. Dissonance would be to constantly cite things that prove the Earth is round without even noticing it. Like your everyday language and vernacular is descriptive of a round planet, and that person is constantly mentioning things that hint at the Earth being round. And when you ask them about those points that prove that the Earth is round, they try to rationalize it away. That's dissonance because they have to each time they have to address it, they have to actually walk backwards from the position that the Earth is actually round and then make it flat in their mind.
Well, I didn't mean elliptical. I meant, you know, square shaped. But
Yeah, they get to the point where they say what Robert Sapolsky says, where like actually it's more like a bunch of fucking cubes or some shit like that. So
nice.
they basically end up rationalizing away from both positions. It's not round or flat. It's Minecraft.
Goddamn. I mean, well, you might be right. Someone, what they made the Earth in Minecraft, the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
I know someone made a computer.
Dissonance is when it's what I do. Dissonance is when there's opposing forces at work, basically.
Hmm.
There's the split hair color of my avatar, the deep voices that are behind these small girls in these videos that I make. It's contrast. Another word for dissonance is contrast. Cognitive dissonance is whenever you're holding two concepts or ideas in your head that don't really you can't square them properly. If I think that what's a good example? I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm gonna use this one. It's a big one. Um, the energy behind the transgenderism phenomenon is a type of cognitive dissonance. It's actually colloquially defined. Colloquially, I don't know about that. Medically defined as a gender dysphoria. You hold the belief that you are the biological gender that you believe yourself to be, and that is dissonant with the actual physical reality, which is that you are the opposite of the gender, quote unquote, opposite. Technically, boy and girl is not opposite. That's a weird thing to say. the opposite of a boy would be like a dead boy. I think. I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, that's kind of understanding like what would be an opposite of something is pretty key to understanding how language works. If it would just be weird to say that the opposite of a boy is a girl, because that implies like a binary when it's not supposedly binary like that type of thing. At least we know that like the opposite of day is not, because the description of what it means to be night is predicated on what it means to be the opposite of day. So that clearly does have like this sort of binary phenomenon to it. And then you want to slip in there, you can say that, well, it's a spectrum actually, because there's the evening cycle and then there's the morning cycle. It's like, sure, but like they're on opposite ends, and it's because everything is in the middle that they can be like a binary of like the opposite ends at least. So you can't say that I woke up during the night and said good morning when the sun isn't up for you to rise with the sun and then have the chicken or whatever the rooster call and like all those morning things. You can't say good morning in that instance because it would be dissonant. As some kind of example, I don't know.
Right, unless you're just being contrarian, but yeah.
Wait, no, Kurosai, I also wondering, right? What was I saying? What people? I remember I remember years ago, no, months ago, when I was speaking to you and you said you wanted to go to China. I was like, I was being aware about you going to China, right?
What?
But then, like, no, like I was when you said you said once that you visited China.
No, that's not true.
You never said that.
No.
You said something about China.
I probably did, but I have no reason to go to China as things currently stand, or have stood ever.
I mean, he's gonna go find that guy and strangle him. But
Anyways, I was also saying, I don't understand. Like, I'm seeing a lot of things online with people. Like, China is making, for example, better technology, because I'm realizing something about the AI thing. It's not like AI is being binary things, is that America doesn't know how to build things anymore. They don't know how to build electric cars properly. They gave up. They gave away all that expertise to other countries like China. They gave up on renewable energy. Instead of relying on that stinking climate change fucking up oil. And these people just gave up.
Where are
They
you
don't know
going
how
with
to
this?
build shit, and the AI is what they build in America is less efficient than the one in China. And then when China makes something better, there's like, they're national security.
Well, they are our enemies. They are literally like we're in a cold war with them. So it's not like a cute little fun thing we do with China. Like those are our enemies. Those are our like actual literal enemies. Not like Russia, but like really like those are our enemies.
Enemies in what?
Enemies, as in like
opposing nations.
we have spies over there, and they have spies over here.
So they have spies in your American homes too. They're watching our phones. They say shit about.
But
like
you have to
like
understand.
this.
We have to understand. We have banned their electric vehicles in this country. They are our sworn enemies.
No, they are sworn enemies to the government. People in America want these electric vehicles because the engineers over in China know what the fuck they are doing.
They can go to China,
the engineers
then.
of America
They
don't know
can
shit.
go to China then. They don't need to be in America and then want a bunch of Chinese propaganda if that's not what the country wants. If it makes no sense to I'm not really sure where you're going with this, to be honest, but it's
saying,
kind of it's very you have to live in the country that you're talking about when you mention politics, because to speak from this point of view of like America should just adopt more Chinese virtues, they wouldn't do it on the opposite end. They hate Americans in China for the most part. Like they hate the entire idea of Western decadence. In fact, I would argue the entire world hates the entire idea of Western decadence. And that also includes a part of the West that isn't America. That includes, if you don't count, obviously you can't count Canada because that's our sister nation. But the UK, which is our mother nation, does not like America either. So I think everybody has a pretty good reason to like be kind of against our entire edifice. It's not a stretch to say that like, oh, I don't think this should be this way because the Americans do it this way and it's just fucked. Nobody
I mean, true,
looks at
because
America anymore. We've lost respect with the entire national stage. So nobody should ever be looking at America and say they could have so much better stuff if they just did this. No, number one, Donald Trump ruined it the first time. He ruined it the second time. So if
Yep.
there's any sort of idea about like what America could have done for the rest of the world, your boy threw it out the window.
Like look at this. This all America did. Yes, I understand China is dangerous, right? But all America did was stay on this fuck ass old technology of relying on fossil fuels because drill, baby, drill. And I like to hear that loud noise in my car. I like to shit my smoke, make my car fart everywhere in the atmosphere and firing people and give them cancer or shit. I do not care about this electric stuff because they are pussy. They are for pussies. I'm like,
Well, that's just lobbying from oil companies. I mean,
Literally,
we're
yes.
yeah, like it's just not like a particularly American thing. This is a interest. This is a business. This is a corporate thing. The
I
America
mean,
is America is not so much as a thing of like government big overreach. It's really corporations, and if they have their tendrils in other nations as well. They just know that
You can
business
look
is better over here in terms of getting shit pushed and done. If they want to do anything they want to do in this country, in a different country, they would have to have a lot of stuff moved out of the way in terms of like government overreach. They have to get like permissions, grants, and that kind of stuff from different nations. Otherwise, they don't make as much as money. So they stay here because business is good here.
Samsung.
That's because of freedom. Freedoms actually aren't enjoyed by the citizens themselves. They're enjoyed by corporations.
Yeah, because they're treated as like individual people. They have the rights of a human when they really shouldn't. But I mean, like Samsung owns South Korea. But that's a different conversation.
So,
but like, yes, I understand China's scary now, but like they are making stuff cheap, right? Because yes, I understand cheap labor and all of that, but they are doing stuff. They are doing stuff. And America is trying to ruin the world because not that we're trying to ruin the world fast enough. People are realizing that we should not be dependent on these fucking fossil fuels anymore. And America has been pissed off because Ethiopia of all people, because here I am thinking Ethiopia was a very poor country, I didn't know to do shit. Ethiopia of all people in America, and China, Africa. I'm saying Ethiopia of all people in Africa decided to adopt electric vehicles and adopt solar panel, and all of a sudden, the people over there, they have the solar energy. They have the energy that they finally can get from their also hydroelectric dams to power their homes. It's like, wait a second. It took this oil crisis to make people realize we don't need to depend on America anymore. So I'm like, it sounds less like corporate lobby in America and like some propaganda in America. The propaganda in America feels stronger than the propaganda from China because people don't use their head over there.
What you're talking about sounds like propaganda actually, because we don't get the world doesn't get oil from America as a main exporter.
I mean, we don't.
It doesn't get almost anything.
We get from
That's
other
why
countries.
you cannot start the conversation with America is like dependent on China, and then end with we get all of our stuff from America. Where do you think everybody gets their stuff from in general? The Middle East, the entire Southeast Asia, or should I say Eurasia, not America. Nobody depends on us. It's the other way around. We depend on everybody else. We just export culture. We don't do anything else.
Yeah, true. We really don't. And when I'm apart from you, Kurosai, and few other people who are like you, who are intelligent. Oh, well, they are intelligent.
You don't need to be intelligent to look at the news. We Americans don't care about other nations. So why would we think that Americans depend on other nations? We literally have this sense of American exceptionalism in our minds, baked into our minds. No American wakes up and thinks, I'm glad this country exists so we can have this thing. No Americans don't think like that.
No shit, bro. No shit. No shit, because when you tell them something's better out there,
it doesn't matter, because when it takes you like half a year to get transgender surgery in Canada, but it takes you like a day to do it in America, and you can understand why Americans would think that they're better. And it's basically the same wait time everywhere else because healthcare is free outside of every country except for America. And when it's free, it's not subsidized or some shit like that. So it takes longer for it to get done because the government has to do it. Whereas a corporation is handling it and they do faster. That's why they like to do business here because they can do better than a government. Government moves slow, corporations move fast.
Like it's like I see this, right? I'm seeing every time I'm put with videos of Americans going to China and they're seeing vehicles, right, for example, and I'm like, whoa, these things are better than my gas shit. There's things are better than in electric cars in America. And I'm like,
I'm just saying, you just notice what you see it from, though. That's the propaganda. It's right there in your face. Notice where you're seeing it from. You're seeing it on a YouTube video. A guy's making money after you watching a video, and you think he's like actually surprised when he gets into the car, noticing that all this shit is better. He knew this shit. That's content.
but like it doesn't feel that to me because it's what happens, right? I used to be aware of Chinese stuff too, but if I have Chinese earphones and they will last way longer than American shit that I bought. It lasts way longer than American shit that I bought. So you're not entirely wrong. Yes, you can still get the Chinese bullshit, but it all depends.
You get stuff imported from a different country in a different country, it costs way more. You get stuff imported in America from a different country, it does not cost way more because our taxes or our tariff prices are expensive only in one direction.
You don't say because I'm seeing videos of people like they have $1,000 mini solar cars in China, and the moment that goes to America, they want to charge 5,000 for it.
Yeah, this is unless I needed to mention this is only a recent escapade because of what Trump has been recently doing. But no, we had never paid crazy amounts of money for exports like that, or imports, I should say, for like basic citizenship servicing.
But well, true. At the moment, because I'm seeing it and like
I don't
when I
want
saw
to be
when I
fair
s-
because this is easy to do, and I'm not going to keep doing this every single day. But like, obviously, Trump has messed up a lot of things. So, and it's all on purpose. It's all by design. And so it's there's no point in talking about it because I'm not the type of person to sit there and complain about why the weather is bad. It's bad because it's bad. It's just what the weather does sometimes.
yeah, you're acting so. The American government is acting so what do you call that? Yandere. Because they're jealous because something's better out there, so I'm gonna block it. Is that literal One Piece
No,
meme?
this is
I'm gonna
called
stay here.
the base word of nationalism is the word Nazi. Nazi is actually German for national, and America is a nationalist nation. You have to understand that's why people throw around Nazi so much. It's because that there is a big difference between the word patriotism, and nationalism. Patriotism is the idea that your country is very, very great and powerful and cool. Nationalism is the idea that your nation is better than other nations. And a lot of Americans are not patriotic; they are nationalists.
I don't understand why it's bad though.
It's important to, well, it's not good to think that your nation is better than another nation and then say that they're monkeys therefore. It's one thing to say we're better because we do X thing. When you're better comes at the expense of another nation, then you're
no. But why is it bad to have self-interest? I don't understand.
no. Again, I'm not defining it as self-interest. That's insular. That is like an island nation that's just kind of doing its own thing. That's kind of what Japan does, I guess, to some extent. My point is that when you think when Asmongold gets up on his live stream and he says that everybody in the Middle East is a bunch of sea monkeys or whatever, and then he says America is great because we're not sea monkeys. That's not the predication that America is great because we fought in the World War II and won. That is, we fought because we had to kill a certain species of people or whatever because they were wrong and they were evil genetically. That's nationalism at its root. That's very different from patriotism. That's very different from like having the idea that my nation is important. I need to address its needs first. America first is not nationalism. America first is the idea that we need to take care of our shit because we've been outsourcing a bunch of our issues and blah blah blah, trying to go abroad and do geopolitics and all that kind of stuff. Trying to handle issues at home is not nationalism. Thinking that other nations are inferior, not that my nation is better, but to start with the idea, the definition, description, that everything else is inferior, irrespective of what America has going on. That's nationalism.
I think you mean
And that has to be more of a
I think you mean
colloquial usage of it, because that's what we've come to understand after Hitler in Nazi Germany. You can't really, if you want to say like shit like big L liberal versus little L liberal, let's just say big N not nationalism versus little N nationalism. In
So-
this case, go ahead.
So, for example, if Asmongold were to say, I'm so egoistical that I will rather 6 billion people die than me, you will consider that genocide, but I think it's still ethical. Self-preservation is always ethical. It doesn't matter how egoistical you are.
What is the word you're saying?
Like self-preservation.
Not that word. Something logistical.
No, I said if you decide like, what did you say? Sorry.
There's some word
Like
you're saying that I can't make out.
Oh,
something
my bad.
logistical.
My bad. Egoistical. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if you're the point of being anti-immigration is being extremely egoistical. That's the entire point. The point is that what you're saying about Nazism. First of all, it was National Socialism. So and the problem was really the fact that you were totalitarian and violent. Like you wouldn't have Nazism without first beating up the voters and killing politicians.
Wait.
And so
just
far,
I'm
the only
sorry.
people who
I wanted to-
people. Oh?
Are you German?
No, I'm Italian.
Okay. I thought your accent was okay. Go
Oh
ahead.
no. The only people who have killed in the political sphere, political speakers or political entities, is the left party. So the people who are being more Nazis are the people who have killed Charlie Kirk, not really right wingers. So it's just a like when I'm taught when I'm talking in the Italian history of fascism, we first learn about all the beatings and all the killings they have done to rise to power, not the voting. Nobody was voted for fascism. So your assumption that simply because somebody can be egoistical or can make very edgy ethnic jokes, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are being Nazi. Like usually the people who are violent are totalitarian. So you absolutely need violence, and I don't mean the violence that you had with like Rene Good, with that she actually hit him and broke the ribs. And I mean the violence of actually getting people actually murdered, in like thousands of people, like the Iran protests. That's Nazism. Like you were doing a discussion about being bad faith, but then you try to frame everything with the word nationalism, simply because a lot of people like nationalism, and that kind of definition will define 50% of the population Nazi, which is perfectly fine. You can do it. But then if a person wants to kill me because I have blue eyes and I'm blonde and I want the best for me and my country, I don't really mind how many people I'm defending myself against. You can call it a genocide, but if I'm being actively attacked, it can be even the entire planet if it means I personally survive or the people I care about. You know, that's what the problem of people talking past each other, because one part is being completely egoistical, while the other part is not being aware of the difference. In the university, in the university, you have a blue-haired person who will try to ban you from the university for the mildest conversation you have as a centrist or right-winger, but you don't have a skinhead neo-Nazi giving lessons. You don't have a skinhead neo-Nazi with a swastika on your head being a university professor talking about the blackness problem, but you have professors talking about the whiteness problem and propagating propaganda against white people. So it's perfectly fine. I have absolutely no problem with systemic racism against white people. I just don't try to frame it as being morally good. That's the only thing that I will be against. The only thing is, don't try to think you're morally good if you're completely fine with systemic racism against white people. That's the only thing.
So,
Like, yeah.
so my framing of nationalism is the idea that basically egoism comes at the price of the suffering of every other person outside of the egotistical object itself.
Yes.
The reason
if you
why
want
this
to kill
isn't
me, yes.
the reason why this isn't productive is because it breeds the existence of China. So if you want to be an American and complain about why China exists, you can actually just complain about why your fellow Americans exist, because the exceptional idea that America is like the best thing ever is the reason why China basically blew up out of nowhere after so much of their money flew from our country over there to their technology getting more advanced, to them getting more ahead of us and all the other things. When they got out of their 10-year period of the famine or whatever happened to Mao Zedong, etc., a large part of their jump, technological leap, information leap, or whatever you want to call it, it can be attributed to basically America like removing itself from the first stage of like the first world and becoming almost like a 0.5 world instead. And like now we're with the second world in some sense, not quite, but the point is that like when you are like ahead of the game and you think you're so cool, you're the cool kid on the street, you start to falter. You start to not take yourself as seriously as you used to, because you know that your citizens are going to get behind everything you say. Anytime you get up on stage and say whatever you want to say, they're going to just cheer about it. They're going to just throw their hands up there and say, you're doing the right thing, Mr. President. Go for it. We don't care what you do. If let the wrong person get in charge and let him take the entire country for a ride and have no interest in mind, his or her egoism will not be for America's benefit. It'll be for that person's benefit. It'll be for that particular cabinet's, that administration's benefit. And that is not America first. That is not nationalism. That is cult. That is occultism. That is a cult. That is a cult of personality. And when people like that get in charge of nations, we're not talking about nationalism anymore. I don't think to frame it in the contemporary context, Trump is not a nationalist. That man doesn't have a single ideological bone in his body.
He's very nationalistic, actually.
Absolutely not. No. There's no way to. The only way you can actually say that he is nationalism is nationalist is to see it from an optics point of view, but to actually understand. And I don't know why people hate doing
I mean,
this.
no. I don't mean from loving America. I mean about the hassle.
Let me just say this. I think Hitler loved Germany way more than Trump loves America.
I agree with you, but what I'm really meant by is that his assets, most of his property is physical property in the country of America. Obviously, he has some assets outside of America, but most of his property is not global. Like it's mostly estate. It's like Elon Musk. Most of his property, most of his wealth is in America. Is SpaceX and Tesla is mostly in America. It doesn't have as much products outside of US. It does have Tesla, but a little bit. But most of his property, most of his wealth of Elon Musk.
This is not a consequence of nationalism. This is a consequence of laws and how the economic structure of the country works.
Yeah, no. But what I mean is that they have national interests. They have interest in people being wealthy enough to enjoy the product they provide in America. Like the point is that I will rather. Assuming everyone is in the Epstein Island, assuming everyone is corrupt, I would rather, if I was American, I'm not, but I would rather vote for somebody whose wealth and all the profits they can make from are in the country. You know, if you go for people that have global interests, and then they do inside trading all the time. They get paid by Qatar, like we have parliamentaries paid by Qatar, and the ringleader of our parliamentaries go to jail, went to jail for 4 months, like 4 months for worsening the life of over 400 million people in Europe. Like, if you have corrupt politicians with foreign influence, like, what are you doing as a country? Like, there is absolutely zero possibility that you as a voter will have more will gain more from a person who has interest in wealth in the country than a person who has interest in the wealth outside the country. This is really basic. Like, I don't know how to say it. I know you guys hate Elon Musk and Trump, but just from an economic standpoint, assuming everyone is in the Epstein Island, assuming everyone is extremely evil, I still will vote somebody who has national assets over somebody who has global assets. So I hope it makes sense. Because I hope it makes, because that's what I will do. If I was a billionaire with
the thing
500 billions,
the thing about the
yeah.
left and right is that, like, most people in generally in this country, I'm pretty sure, lean right economically, not socially. That's the main essence of what it means when we talk about nationalism in general. Nobody's talking about, like, the economics reality of nationalism. They're talking about the social realm of it. And that's kind of where I want to stay, because if we want to get into economics, that's a different conversation entirely. The main
No, but that ties to the discussion we had before. It's the same discussion. Do I prefer to be forcefully made homeless, or an entire country that's unrelated to me to blow up? Obviously, I prefer another country to blow up completely than being forcefully made hopeless. That's my point. My point is that you are using empathy to recognize that there are problems in regards to the planet.
Let me just say this really quickly.
Yeah.
I literally think that it is not a moral failing. That's not my stance. It is not a moral failing to believe that a race of people is, what I'm describing is, it is not a moral failing to believe that a race of people is inferior to your own. What I'm talking about is that it is a intellectual failing. That belief system is going to make you stupid as a result of believing that, because it's not predicated on anything you can tangibly, like, empirically observe in a way that is actually empirically verifiable under actual hard scrutiny. I'm not talking about because there's a sort of circular feedback loop that happens when you can use evidence, which is what the Nazis did. You can use some form of evidence to suggest that there is these hard-coded differences between people. You're using evidence from Nazi scientists, therefore that doesn't actually fit the description.
No, but that's not true at all. Like, even Asmongold himself, I don't watch him, but I heard the conversation. Even Asmond, he also agrees
Wait,
with.
we need to say this though. If you cite studies from actual Nazis to prove a point, and the studies have already been debunked, then you're wrong. That just needs to go on the record. Let the record reflect that citing debunked studies from, like, the 19th century and 20th century is not like a valid way to move forward on scientific claims.
No, I agree. What I'm trying to address is not that they wrong. It's just I'm just saying that the majority of people who are right wingers will talk about the social issues the same way that left wingers do. Like, it's not really about race at all. The problem is the social structure. It's like Thomas Sowell making the example of Black Americans who lived in a two-parents household with a certain wealth have exactly the same outcome than the two parents households in the, like, that's the issue. when people are being quote unquote racist against Somalians, and they quoting the fact that they are on average 70 IQ, they're not referencing the Nazi propaganda relating race to IQ. They reference the factual problem of inbreeding between cousins, which is legal under Sharia law, and the problem that does to
I
your
see what you're
brain.
saying, and you're
Yeah.
being better faith than most people are, because most
No,
people don't cite all these individual reasons for why IQ will be lower in particular nations. They go
no,
straight to um it's not an issue of actual genetics. It's an issue of the actual realities of like on the ground stuff.
no,
They
no, no,
wouldn't
no.
do that,
It
and
is
the
genetic.
reason why they wouldn't do that
Uh,
is because that's a Marxist claim to cite actual structural issues as opposed to the actual genetic issues. To point out genetics, the difference.
No, no, but it is genetic. It is genetic in the sense that inbreeding has
No.
hereditary
What I'm saying
problems.
is when people
Yeah.
make genetic claims as a leading factor, they say that, oh, I have a predisposition to seek out my cousin because I just like fucking my cousin. That's that's my point. That's my point, is
No.
that people will say things like that. They will say the African has a predisposition to doing this and the blah 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 blah, all this different stuff. They won't actually cite anything that is substantiated in like the serious differences that exist
No.
between people, which is
I
like the fact that like Africans have a better resistance to malaria because of the West Nile virus or some shit like that popped off in the 19th century. They won't cite that kind of stuff. They'll cite these other things that are extrapolated out due to certain statistics that bear themselves out in crime and shit or whatever.
no. I agree with you that there are a lot of people who does ethnic genetism instead of just normal genetics due to bad environment, like inbreeding, for example, or simply poverty, because it does change your body, and it doesn't matter. The point is that it always goes back to egoism, right? Like, will they rather, as a white person, live in North Korea in a labor camp, or would they rather, as a white person, live in Nazi Germany? You know, the point is that you're making the correct criticism that a lot of people are actually ethnic racists, and the people who are more centric, or like me, who are very radical, but they're still more center radical, because people like me read all the point of views, and that's why I can have conversation with both. The, you're still missing the point that the people who are very egoistical would rather have an ignorant racist radical that is for them than an ignorant racist radical that is against them.
That's fine. You'll just end up having the
Yes.
same issue that happened in Germany when Hitler turned against his own people. That's if Trump is for you today, he won't be for you tomorrow. That's the issue. Is that when you don't have an actual person predicated on your belief structure because he actually is an egotistical person himself, then you get not just Hitler, you get Stalin as well, the bigger egotist out of the two of those guys. And that's when you let a cult of personality rule over the body of people, because it's actually not about nationalism in these contemporary cases. It's about one guy getting a figurehead position where all the power is vested in him. And then the reason why all the power is vested in him is because he was elected off of people who already think like him. He was put in power by people who think just like him. The people you're talking about for real are people you probably don't want in this nation being like the majority of a vote. You want them to be in some like structured off places, like how America has 50 states. And we don't want federal government to overreach. The federal government is the big government. You want different states to have different levels of power so they can have their own types of different laws and they can have their own different principles or whatever, how government works in those regions. That's a good idea. That's a good little setup. But when the entire government can come in and say that we need no abortion period across the entire board from from the first state to the 50th state, that's an issue. That's an issue of a national figure coming in to reinvent the entire coalition of how these things work. And then the entire idea of like we united but different, that falls apart. We don't have a melting pot anymore.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And
Because guess what?
But-
Those white people over there in fucking West Texas or some shit who hate black people, you do that. You can have that over there. Over there. I'm gonna stay over here in Georgia. I'm gonna stay over here in South Carolina. Because we don't do that over here. You can have your sundown, what do they call them, sundown states, where you don't want to see any black people outside past a certain time of day, or otherwise they get killed. That's crazy as fuck. But do that over there. Don't come over here with that.
I'm pretty sure that if you removed every welfare position of the country, like every single tax that's federal, Texas will be perfectly fine with this.
I mean,
like
I said,
Texas will, like if the government didn't have any influence on a federal level, if the Texan people didn't have to pay for the Leering Center, I'm pretty sure that what you are saying, like the geographical division of laws, I'm pretty sure they will be perfectly fine with it. But it's not the case. That's the problem. And also, your assumption is that it will get a lot worse, as if Trump can stay. Like if Trump can stay past his 8 years of.
Oh, it doesn't need to be Trump, but go ahead. It doesn't need to be Trump. It just needs to be a vessel. It just needs to be the idea of the Republican coalition just needs to have another cult of personality. And JD Vance is like young 40, and Trump is old 80. JD is getting groomed. Let the record reflect that JD Vance called Hitler Trump first. Like that's some guy on his own team.
No, but also JD Vance, you think is the most winger, but actually no. He actually.
I don't think that he's like the perfect version of like the ideal thing to usurp Trump and be like worse than Trump in the Republican sense of what it means to be worse. If I'm like a hard leftist or whatever, if my wet nightmare instead of a wet dream is like Mecha Hitler, but it's actually Trump instead, but like superior Trump, then that looks like a more evil version of JD Vance. But most people probably don't think that JD is like that. I think that, simply put, JD is like Trump in the sense of he's willing to forego a lot of his values just to get ahead. And that's an opportunist. They're both like that in both senses. And to be honest, what politician isn't an opportunist? That's kind of besides the point, because the actual thing is that JD has already like optically let it be reflective of the fact that he has like an Indian wife, that he is willing for like some form of multiculturalism. But to be fair, Indians quite literally are the white people of like the Middle East. I'm pretty sure that is like widely respected.
It's Asia. It's Asia. India is Asia, but
yeah. So like
India and Pakistan are Asia, South Asia. But yeah,
right,
but
so
I understand what you mean.
Yeah, you get the point. Is that like that's not a stretch? That's not a big deal for JDB for him to sit up there and be like, "Well, my wife is Indian, so of course I don't mind brown people." No. Instead, what you should say is like, "My wife is Somalian. My wife is something else," and then you can have the power to say that Indians and Pakistani people who have come from these brown worlds and come to America have already been made white culturally for the longest time. This is not like this is not a cool party trick anymore to say I have a brown waifu, therefore I'm not racist. That's not the way. No, maybe if it was Aretha Franklin or like Halle, I don't know, just anybody else, that would have given him more staying power to be like, I'm not like that guy Trump. I'm kind of like on the middle on this issue a little bit. Because so that's my point. Is JD doesn't look as cool as people think he does. I'm not saying that he's like far right like Trump, because he seems to at least be a Christian, unlike Trump. But the main point is that it's already weird to me that his wife isn't a Christian, and Christians typically don't do that. So I already see a version of JD Vance that is willing to make concessions in either direction, whether it's left or right. And that makes him appear to me to be unshaky. He's standing on unshaken ground, just like Trump. At least when Trump does it, we know he's doing it because he's a doofus. When JD does it, it looks a bit malicious, because this person clearly is clear-minded. He has his own consciousness. He's not a Trump sycophant to the T. So for him to be able to have these sorts of ways to kind of attempt to explain away his inconsistencies and not do it as gracefully as Trump does, because Trump is just stupid, so he can do it without anybody batting an eye because it's just Trump. JD doesn't have that power. He doesn't have that escape route for him to be like, well, I have a brown wife and it's cool because that's what I do. I just date brown wives sometimes. That's just what I do. He can't pull the Trump card. He has to actually explain why this Indian woman is different from this black woman, why this black woman is different from this woman and this woman, because of the cultural differences. He has to explain that. And he can't just pass it off like how Trump does it. And since he can't do that, because it would be politically against his base, he won't. He just won't. Trump, both you know this. Trump and JD Vance, and like Democrats as well, they will never say anything that is actually like rooted in factual truth because it goes against their base's wishes.
But you really are focused on JD Vance. It sounds like it's because he's white, but I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, like, most of Republicans prefer Marco Rubio point of view. Like,
guess
even
what?
though he's
A lot of Democrats do too.
Yeah, that's because he's anti-Iran, really strongly anti-Iran, and a lot of Republicans just are really happy about what happened in Venezuela and what's happening in Cuba, and I like
a lot of Republicans, sure, but not all of them.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's mainly because it's like it's the gropers are making anti-Israel propaganda. Like it's a first problem. I don't know. I completely disagree with Nick Fuentes, but it doesn't really matter. No, I just think that JD Vance is I don't know. I don't understand why the Democrats. I guess it's just because JD Vance is white. I don't see any other reason why Democrats like Marco Rubio more, because he's way more Republican and way more totalitarian and military driven than JD Vance. JD Vance is trying as hard as possible not to have another 60 days of conflict. I don't know. I really don't understand.
The roses.
I don't understand. Why do you guys like Marco Rubio more than JD Vance? I honestly don't understand.
I would have to figure that out. I'm not a Democrat.
Oh,
so what I've heard, I'm pretty sure. I'm trying to see if I can pull this out of my ass. What I've heard, simply put, is the main reason why anybody would ever dislike JD Vance and just like Marco Rubio as like a consequence of not liking JD Vance is that, like, as far as I am concerned, what I've noticed is like JD is more isolationist, just like Trump, more isolationist, and Marco Rubio, if to any degree in which he's an isolationist, it is not characterized the same way that JD is. It seems like JD is isolationist, and I'm just gonna give you this. This is your give. He's an isolationist, and he's white, so that looks like white supremacy instead of like regular isolationism. So that's probably what that is at like an optical level. If I have to start from this broad perspective and then get narrower, that's where I would start. Whereas Rubio, he's been in longer than JD has. I'm pretty sure he's been in the system for longer, so he has this better understanding of how like the older coalition of Republicans used to work. I think he has a better foundation, and to get back to that foundation of like at least Bush, Dick Cheney era Republicanism, that's better than what we currently have. JD is going to further go down that fucking cult of personality line in the vein of Trump, and Marco Rubio will take us back to Bush, and that's way better by comparison. Bush was not a lot of people thought that Bush was like a white supremacist, but and I don't think anybody thinks that Trump is either, to be honest. But if you look at JD, I think you might assume that, comparatively speaking. A weird thing to say considering who his wife is, but like I said earlier, one of the quintessential ways to be a white supremacist is to have a brown wife. It's to have a closeted gay person in your room somewhere and to keep them a secret.
Oh my god. And I'm just laughing because my ex is Indian, but it's
maybe that's a bit too memey, but like I said, Marco Rubio is a traditional conservative. JD Vance is a national populist. And populism is kind of lame, no matter which direction you lean in. Whether there's left populism or right populism, is lame. And it's just it just allows us to get excited about a bunch of stuff we can't even fix. That's annoying. Marco Rubio is going to talk about stuff probably. He's going to actually get into like some real. Let's talk about our alliances. Whereas JD is skeptical of like any sort of foreign entanglement. Marco Rubio's foreign policy will be coming from a perspective of getting America to be better in or should I say using political alliances outside of America as a interest to invest back into America. That's different from JD being like fuck everything in terms of like any intervention outwardly.
Bomb everyone. Bomb all the Middle East. That's Marco Rubio point of view, probably.
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he's really anti-Iran, like seriously anti-Iran. If it was Marco Rubio instead of Trump, there will be boots on the land already, probably.
But
yeah.
So yeah, like I said, that's what it comes down to. Marco Rubio has been in longer. It's a lot longer. He's been in the Senate. He's been in the State Department. He has an older voter base, postgraduates, and he has the Hispanic vote. Whereas JD is he has gropers. You just said you don't like gropers, so you have more than one reason to dislike where JD sits, because technically most of Trump's base would have fled to JD's camp.
No. But you know why he has gropers, right? Like he has gropers because he doesn't want the war for other reasons. It's not because he's making Israel a first issue for everything.
Yeah, it's working class stuff. When JD talks populism, it works because he actually has a populist background and in some legitimate sense compared to Trump. Trump has no sense of people in his mind, so he can't actually be a legitimate populist. He's like a puppet populist, if anything. JD is a working man, or he was at least at some point. So when he talks about shit that appeals towards the working class, it makes sense. Whereas Trump will literally tell you, I hope inflation fucks you in the ass. So these are two different kinds of guys completely. And the fact that, like I said, JD called Trump Hitler way before he should want to be his VP is proof enough that like they're not even politically aligned, but JD is willing to model himself after Trump just to get a few more votes if it's necessary.
Yeah.
Again, this isn't saying too much because both parties would do this on both sides of the fence. If it means like getting a few more votes in, then Kamala will speak less about trans stuff to get ahead. Even though I'm pretty sure that she wouldn't have much of a reason to begin with, because Democrats actually never really had that much of a reason to speak about trans issues. Because when Barack first ran on his first presidency, he was anti-gay marriage, and then he changed it on his second term. So what happened there?
I really don't understand why it's even an issue. It's such a small percentage of the population. It's just
it's moral politics.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, if I was American, I would probably I would probably vote for Trump. Mainly not because I think it will be good for me. It's mainly because there is no other way to push against moralism in the Democrats Party. Like, how do you push against? Marco Rubio will have the Republican Party way too split up. Trump manages to unite the Republican Party, and that's why most Republicans voted for Trump. Not really because they necessarily liked everything that he was doing. Like, I have a feeling Trump just tries to do things, and half of the time it's because he wants to make money with insider trading, and half of the time it's because he actually wants to try things. It's like the test of asking Europe to to use the airbase to attack Iran, and Europe completely refusing all over the place, even though the Americans are basically paying for our free healthcare, unironically, because we have Russia and China on one side and the Middle East on the other. If we didn't have American bases, we would be so much worse in the previous 50 years. And I just think that people in Europe are way too arrogant, in as much as how effective economy is when you literally have countries like Russia that are expanding on one side of the continent. So I don't know. So we really depend on Americans not to pay for a very big military to defend from China and Russia. So I really understand why Trump will try to show how NATO is not good for Trump. Does that make sense? Like, does it make sense that Trump sometimes is stupid, fine, but sometimes is corrupt, fine, but it's certainly trying to do things to make either a political statement or a political change. For example, Venezuela, that was giving oil to Russia, is making the Ukraine-Russia war a lot better for Ukraine than before Trump took Venezuela. So he's doing things that do actual change for the world planet, but I don't know. I just don't see how it will become Nazism. Well, based on the history of Nazism, I just don't see when the police will be turned into killing other politicians. That's what I mean. I just don't see it. I mean, I just don't see. Maybe I don't understand, but I just don't see when will the police will be armed to kill other politicians for power. That's the question. When is it going to happen? You mean in 50 years? Maybe, I don't know. I just don't see it in the next 10 to 20 years.
Let's just say that it doesn't help that he has publicly, in ways that no other politician has ever done, called for the deaths of his political opponents constantly. So is that just rhetoric? Is that just Trump?
Wait. What clip? What clip? I don't actually know. I ironically don't know. What are you referring to?
Give me a second.
And you sure it was not just
like I just said, if you want to pass it off as like it's just Trump or it's just rhetoric, that's fine. But nobody else has ever done that in this country. So especially not as I can't talk, not as fragrantly and not as consistently as him. And I'm pretty sure he hasn't even done this. He didn't do this in his first term, I don't think. And it's been like just back to back during the recent years.
Oh, you mean before? I don't know. It's like the Epstein stuff, you know. Like if you go back to before he announced he will run for president officially, if you go before those, the number of Epstein private like calls, like the number of people who anonymously contacted for saying, "Oh, look, Trump is involved in the Epstein stuff," was near zero, if not like. It's just for me, it's literally undeniable. There is a massive media campaign against Trump. It's so I don't know. Every time I hear something about Trump, I always ask. I always go to the sources. This a couple of years before he started announcing he will run for president, or is it after? Because like like he has been alive 8 years, and all the problems, all the accusations are after he announced he will run for president. It's just weird. You know, as if he will start running for president and then he decided to commit crimes. Like, why would you decide to commit crimes as you're starting to run for president? It just doesn't make sense. I don't know. Maybe he did, but that's my general take. If you have an information on Trump, just verify if this is after or before 2014, because he was already saying in 2014 he was gonna maybe run for president. In 2015 it was certain. So I don't know, just basic common sense. Why would you, as you were planning to spend hundreds of millions on a campaign, why would you start doing crimes as a, like, you have to be an unbelievable level of stupid to start doing crimes as you're paying millions for campaigning. I don't know, whatever.
Mhm.
Or maybe the cults that accuse him are after were referring to the past, but then I don't know. It's just like, I'm not a Trump fanboy. It's just fishy. It's just. Do you get why I will think it's fishy, or is it absurd?
I mean, like
Like,
I said, we're just going off of the things that he says, and
yeah,
it's just a lot of stuff that a lot of other people, his predecessors, wouldn't have said in this current era. We just don't
yeah.
speak the way that he speaks, and it's not when he gets up there and says we should, fight like hell, and then he almost gets Mike Pence killed. Like, this sounds like a Fortnite match. It's not like actual reality. It doesn't feel like, and like, I don't know what it was. I hear about this Diet Pepsi thing so often, that he was sipping on Diet Pepsi the day that, like, Pence was basically almost going to die during the Capitol Hill riots, and he almost got his VP killed. And there's a reason why he won't basically vouch for him anymore in the same way that he used to. But here's
Yeah.
this. You can find other publications on this if you want to go do anything else. But he pretty much said one of the generals would have been put to death during a certain time period. Here you go.
Oh, he said as a hyperbole. Yeah. Well. I think Trump has very natural responses. Like, he's not very professional with politics.
So let me say this then.
Yeah.
Guess what? If you cannot better veil your statements that you say to the entire fucking stage of the world, then you probably shouldn't be a politician. We actually don't want our politicians to be genuine. This is actually, nobody wants to hear that. We do not want to know what our politicians actually think, because when they say shit out loud from where they really believe, people will pick up on it and then act on it. That's not a good idea. I forget what they call this in philosophy, or I think not Hegel, but a certain philosopher points this out, or a psychoanalyst. You really don't want everybody to be genuine all the time, because if you really knew what people thought all the time, you wouldn't want to live anywhere, because you would just find out people don't like you for the most craziest of reasons.
No, but I agree. I don't want to make a both sides problem. But he's just reacting to all the people telling him to kill him, right? He's just it's just the type of quote unquote high school bully that when he gets attacked, he just reciprocate with
I
eye
get what you're
for an
saying,
eye.
but Liz Cheney and Hillary Clinton and all the other people who he has basically kind of made veiled threats at have never wished death on him, so, or said anything hyperbolically suggesting that he should be put to death.
I don't know about the Clinton. Yeah,
you can
whatever.
Plural, you Clintons, maybe Bill, but apparently one of those guys sucked one of the other guys off, so I don't know. But so they don't hate each other that much if they had copulation at some point. But My point is that, like, I'm pretty sure that you can't find anywhere that Hillary says something that can be construed as her saying that she wishes that Donald Trump were dead or like put to death. But you can't say the same thing in reverse.
I will have to look for it. I obviously I cannot look for it right now, but you know, I'm just gonna say this as a not as a fact, it's just my opinion. Hillary to me is like a monster. I would be surprised if I don't find any hint of violence from his quotes, but from her quotes, but that's just my opinion. Reading the email leaks and stuff. But,
Notice that it's a leak though. That's my point. You get my point
yeah,
though, right? You have to
yeah,
you
no,
have
no,
to leak her
I
shit
don't,
to get her the monster to come out. Meanwhile, Trump
yeah.
is not seen as a monster because he actually is a monster. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah,
You don't think that Trump is very aggressive and monstrous because he always bares his fangs. So it's not as bad when he comes up to you and eats you alive. But when Hillary does it, you don't notice it, so it's scarier.
yeah. I mean,
Actually, I don't want to know that there's a monster prowling around eating about people all the time. I would prefer
Amer-
to find out at the last moment and be dead, so I don't have to live with
it's
the consciousness.
it's like the joke by Norm Macdonald. I thought the problem was not the hypocrisy; it was the raping.
Mhm.
About it's the same. Americans really dislike hypocrisy. Like they really dislike hypocrisy. Um,
Because they're hypocritical.
huh?
that's that's the best reason to hate hypocrisy is to be hypocritical.
Uh,
There's
yeah.
what's the saying? I think it's a British saying. You can always trust America to do the right thing after they've exhausted every other option.
Uh, um, I don't hate Americans that much, but I just think the Americans are um really socially. They have a very strict social that everyone has to be chill. Everyone has to not talk about serious things, and so they naturally become hypocritical because of the way they interface with each other, and they naturally develop strong desire to have uh, genuine relations among each other. But I don't think it's something that they do intentionally. It's just that that's because the country is moving so quickly all the time. They have to work and like if you go near New York, that's the most competitive place on the planet. And it's just a cultural thing. I don't think it's an they intentionally hire hypocritical. It's just that they have so many white lies, and it was getting so bad for Americans. It was getting so bad for white Americans in universities and everyone getting canceled for the most minor thing. I just think people really were hungry for someone honest, like someone who goes, I'm gonna flip over Venezuela, and then he flips over Venezuela. It's literally it that's what most Americans really were hungry for, is someone who was not hypocritical, someone who you could have a beer with. You cannot have a beer with Hillary Clinton. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't know if what I'm saying is making sense. But it's not.
What your
Yeah.
points make sense, but I need examples because the idea that you can have a beer with Trump just because he can go into a podcast and smoke with Joe Rogan, that's actually Elon and not Trump. But that's not really telling me too much. Just because Democrats are stuck up doesn't mean that they're like stuck up and hypocritical aren't the same things. Because being stuck up actually fits both of these types of people, both Hillary herself and Trump. In fact, they're two sides of the same fucking coin. I don't mean that in the traditional sense. I don't think Obama and Trump are two sides of the same coin, but Hillary and Trump definitely are. That's why they hate each other so fucking much because they see themselves in each other. Um, so I don't know. Hillary did a lot of crazy populist stuff that kind of let you know that like she's kind of like almost a populist in the same sense that Bernie is to some degree. Now, that's a real guy you can have a beer with because he actually does the beers. Meanwhile, Trump is if he has a beer with anybody, it's going to be with Joe Rogan exclusively, and maybe Theo Vaughn. Anybody who can give him a platform. Whereas, fucking, what's the name? Bernie goes on to he goes everywhere. He doesn't care about the size of the platform. That's somebody who you really want to get a beer with. Somebody who doesn't have like these interests that are backed basically in some sort of political gain that is clearly directed towards like a personal gain. I don't know what Bernie has to get out of his political escapades compared to Trump. So
Bernie is so repetitive. I mean, Trump is repetitive, but
that's
locally
how you know
repetitive.
that a person is actually against or not against, but like for their actual things. You want to talk about hypocrisy. A person being consistent is the opposite of hypocrisy. Whereas Trump has said plenty of things that he's gone back and forth on, either because he is addled in the mind or he has his base talking to him, his cabinet that is full of people at varying moments in time that are at odds of each other, which is why he's dispersed so many of them over the past couple of fucking months.
But Bernie is not consistent at all. If you look at the position he had for female rights in the Middle East and stuff like that, and the Iran thing, like you can. What I meant by repetitive is that he really he's like a parrot of the Democrat Party and doesn't ever stop, even more so than any other Democrats. And with a flavor of old school Marxism. That's all there is to Bernie actually, because he does change his mind. Like he stopped completely defending problems in the Middle East, and he took the same alliance that the left did with the Middle Eastern. Like it's very
So
hard.
you're saying he moved from the left? He moved from the center to the further left?
Yeah,
That's your description of what happened?
yeah.
Okay, you think that's as bad as going from the left to the right, which is what Trump did?
Oh, in terms of hypocrisy, you mean?
Yeah, like there's no way you're going to find a pristine politician. That's not the point. The point is to figure out
No.
which ones are the more pristine than the other ones. And Trump is definitely far more fluid in his populism than Bernie is. Bernie has been on the Martin Luther King hills voting to get Martin Luther King and black people, right since just the day that Martin Luther King was on the Hill. So that's not the same kind of populism that Donald Trump espouses. Like Bernie is an old school classical populist, where it was like back when it wasn't cool to be a populist, basically. Whereas Trump didn't start doing this shit until he told you that he was going to become a Republican because you guys are stupid. That's when he started becoming a populist, when he realized that people were into it and he could get a base of people who were stupid. I'm paraphrasing, but that's a real quote. You can go find that. He became a Republican because he knew that it would be easier to get.
Trump just wants to make deals, and it's really, really hard to make deals in the Democratic Party because they are so unified in as a party.
Wait. See, that's a little weird to say that, because now Trump's cabinet system is unified. That's why he fires so many people, because he doesn't like the idea of a fractal
but
system.
No, but that's fine.
So the description isn't that I don't want to be a Democrat because it's hard to get certain things passed. It's because I don't want to be a Democrat because they won't let me pass certain things because my ideas are counter to theirs. He wants an echo chamber. They're different from the original description, which is
but that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly legit. You were assuming that the power should be distributed, but America is based on the fact that the president have near complete power over the country with some Congress limitations, and the power should not be distributed. But let's not kid ourselves. Biden had almost no power. Like, let's not be like. Otherwise, we're having a dishonest conversation. The reason why Trump wanted power is because he wanted his deals and ideas to be pushed forwards, which could not be done in the Democratic Party, which obviously from your point of view is terrible because you're anti-Trump, but from the point of view of you don't know who the candidate is way more American than it isn't, because the American is based on the president having near absolute power with the Congress limitations, obviously, and in those years he's elected. Congress limitation being that the Congress votes 66%. They can even stop the war, but that's besides the point. The point is obviously still a democracy, but the point is that the president has to matter. Otherwise, you don't have a president. You have a party, and you have a communist party that is that can be influenced by foreign nations. You know, so what you described makes perfect sense. Which I understand why you think it's terrible in the case of Trump, but that's what every single president should be, actually. To have an administration that reflects what you want to do and manage your
I feel like
years.
I feel like you're trying to define power as a president saying they're going to do something and they're doing it, which is that's different because it is already argued in the books that Trump is doing a lot of things that are considered to be somewhat illegal. So that's not the kind of power that you would potentially want. Is to have certain moves where NATO looks at you, other nations look at you, and dictators look at you and say you're kind of out of line. You don't want Putin, Hitler Jr. basically, not really, saying, "Damn, you kind of doing my job. You kind of looking like a little bit like me now. You getting me wet. You're making Hitler roll over in his grave, thinking about how better he could have been. All the stuff you're doing in a democratic institution isn't there democratic. It's kind of weird to see you act this way in this democratic space. It's kind of, you know what I mean? Like it's not like
Yeah, but
the idea that Biden didn't have any power is can be construed the same way that Obama didn't have any power. And last time I checked, both of these guys did a decent amount of work that could have been confined in their 4 years of duration, even though
yeah, but
Obama was 8.
I still don't understand why the criticism is based on the character. Like, who cares?
It's not. It's,
who
it's not
Trump?
about character. It's about the fact that he had to basically roll up the Supreme Court so much and basically like what did he pack it all this different stuff so he can actually get what he wanted done. I'm not concerned with the fact that Trump wanted to get things done. I'm concerned with the fact that somebody tried to reformat, didn't try, kind of successfully reformatted so many structures within the our political system so that he can get what he wanted done. It's not about him getting what he wanted done. It's about this fact that anybody got in there and did what no other president has ever done before. And that's how he was able to get stuff done. But just because he got stuff done doesn't make it good. Number one, if I haven't already said that. Not because it's Trump. Again, we can mischaracterize or separate the character from the actual actions and look at the intent, or look not even the intent, because that's character, the outcomes. Resoundingly, on the left and the right, there is a party of people, a coalition of people who do not like what happened with Venezuela. And it was always supposed to happen, though. We've been on that since Obama. Obama wanted to do it. I'm pretty sure Hillary, Obama, Bush, everybody wanted to do that. Why hasn't it been done yet? It's because of bureaucracy. So many limitations set in place. How do we get this done? When we get it, Trump went in, he made a straight path, and he got it done. So that's kind of a win for him. That's kind of his probably only big win. He's passed almost. I think he's passed over 300 executive orders at this point, and it's not even like a full year yet. I think it is by now, something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's unheard of. I think if you add up Obama's 8 terms, 8 years, and then add it with Biden's, and you barely crack the number that Trump is putting out right now for his executive orders. For him passing as many orders that he's passed, you'd actually think he'd be getting more done, but he's not. He's really just kind of destroy a lot of the edifice so we can set the foundation for the shit he lied about that he said he wasn't doing, which is basically acting on Project 2025 stuff.
Well, what is Project 25 again? Sorry, I'm not
Project
American.
2025 is a set of like a lot of different rules, not rules, but like processes that allow for like this space to exist for almost perpetually Republican controlled America, basically. Everything in that it was like something that was I forget what it's called, but it's some institution basically created a playbook for Trump, or I guess not just Trump, but the Republican Party in general, a particular Republican Party, for them to be able to enact a bunch of policies that would almost basically ensure that Democrats never got back in power again the same way they used to in the past. Which is
Democrats were doing this. I know they were doing this with immigration because they were and assigning votes based on different regional sections. But I never heard Trump
the
planning.
electoral.
No, like Democrats use the immigration and the laws on voting without ID to have more votes that will most likely vote them. Like immigrants who come without who have no ID and will go to vote. Obviously, will vote.
Let's grant that.
For,
Let's grant that I'll have to look into that because I'm not really sure about the complete legitimacy of that. Because number one, Democrats, as far as like, I'm pretty I don't know, but do you not know that like Obama has deported more people in the country than anybody has in like modern history?
No, I know. I'm aware.
Right. So
But
the idea of like going back on that and reversing it so we can get more ballots in to help Democrats win is kind of like counterintuitive.
no. The radical woke left is was born in 2012. So 2014. It's not. There was no trans movement. I mean, there was a trans movement, but it was not. It was extremely fringe during Obama. Obama was not using the political leverage that the left is using now with the relations with Qatar and every single Middle Eastern country, trying to import and destabilize the country. It's like the Minnesota fraud is I don't even think it was there during Obama, to be honest. So I will have to read. I think a lot of things happened when the woke culture happened. Like Trump was elected because people hated woke culture in general. So I don't know.
So I'm not aware of. I'd have to look for it, but you have to give me more than one thing that you think the Dems are doing to keep Republicans down in terms of like gerrymandering type stuff, which is what we're currently doing right now in our edifice. We're trying to basically limit the black vote. We're not importing people from Japan to vote for like
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that
there's a playbook of things in this thing called Project 25 that ensures that like Christian nationalism is more popular than it used to be now, for example.
No, but I think that's a misreading. Like the limiting black vote is about not being able to vote through ballots, right? Like that's a misreading.
This is not just a misreading. I can grant you so many different things, and I can pivot to the next thing that is within the context of what you're talking about. If I can grant you misreading, but this has never been done in the structure of how we deliver ballots. This has never been the case to actually have politicians come in and try to figure out how to get UPS to deliver shit and not deliver shit. That has not ever been done. This is unprecedented. Once things become unprecedented, this is political fixing. That has not been a thing for I think the postmaster like being involved in like how we do things politically in campaign. That's not something we do.
No, but the framing of the agenda is false. Like they're not making something that the white Christian is gonna have easier time to do. They just
no. That was a different thing. That was a different thing. The white Christian thing is a different thing. Like I said, there's a whole book on this stuff, man.
No, but the making more difficult for Black Americans to vote is it sounds really racist against Black Americans. Like it's like saying they have an harder time to to sign up for voting and registry and going to vote physically there. That's it. That's so extremely racist. It really sounds like a white liberal who thinks that black Americans are more stupid, and then it frames what Trump is doing as racist. That's what it sounds
Well,
like.
this is why we say that racism is a structural issue in the country, because it's not that. Listen, that didn't come out. That wasn't. This
Yeah.
is not an overnight thing. The only
Yeah.
way that gerrymandering works properly is because we already had redlining hundreds of years ago. This is kind of like how magic works. If you fucking like are a magician or whatever, or like a spellcaster, and you go to a certain part of the nation where you can't use magic, it's because there's no ley lines there. It works the same in America. You have to be in certain places to let certain political powers activate. And if those things get shut down in some year and then get reactivated, that's not a president overnight coming up with some new law out of nowhere. He's using old laws that are kind of somewhat defunct and reactivating them and then repolicing them so they can use them in different ways that they weren't used before.
No, but about the voting thing specifically, the Trump's point of view is simply because he wants to avoid mail-in fraud with voting, and the Democrats' point of view is that which is extremely racist. That black people are so stupid. They do either mail-in voting or they don't. It's so racist.
No, listen,
Like,
listen. It's not even just look. But a Republican said it himself. I forget who it was. I think it was during the debate with William F. Buckley and somebody else. But a Republican said the problem in Mississippi is that there's not is that black people are voting. Is that it's actually the problem is that there are too many white people voting. What is he saying there? He's saying that actually you can be dumb whether you're black or white. And the issue wasn't that there were black voters in Mississippi that were voting for the wrong candidate. They were dumb white people voting for the wrong candidate. So a Republican said that. The point is that gerrymandering is structured to get to push against certain politicians regardless of your color. It just so happens to be that you can weaken the black vote by going to black places. If there's people there that are bigger in quantities of people who vote this way or the other, because by the way, and you know this, most black people vote left. And if you can limit leftist votes, then it's not a stretch to frame it as a limitation of the black vote as well. Just because you say black or leftist doesn't make that much of a fucking difference. Maybe nowadays because Trump, well, let's say 2016 got more of the black vote than he should have, and still to this day can get more of the black vote than he should have. That's not saying that much, though.
But what you're calling limitation is maybe a statistical limitation. I think it's an unfair framing. Like it's not like Trump is making a law.
But I'm telling you the reality of it, though. If there's black people by a bunch in these specific areas and their votes get limited, you don't have to say that it's done off the predication of race. All you need to say is this is done off the predication of weakening the Democratic vote. And if it just happens to be that there are a bunch of white people there, that's just a description of what happened. I'm just telling you. I'm not saying anything beyond what I just said. There's black people here and their votes are getting compounded because they vote Democrat more often than not. So if you want me to basically change the phrasing of it, that's fine.
I agree with you.
The point is still there that there's a playbook that exists that's about 900 pages or so that exists to limit democratic power in this country. Let me say this again. There's a book that exists to usurp democracy, basically, because that's what the democratic vote is. That's what the democratic institution is. It's for democracy.
It's a republic. Like America's a republic, meaning that it's about representation. That's why the zone matters so much. But if you look at the map, like you literally look at the physical map of the Democrats that wanted a certain map versus the either Republican or normal map, it's like the Democrats make cutting of a map so that it benefits them. You know, it's so weird. Like you look at the voting map.
The reason why this is even the case is because the electoral. You have to remember that there's still laws in place from the slavery era that exist and that are like still kind of like operating to some extent. The reason why, like I said, because you have to remember this is the same nation that used to have 2/3 of its population be lesser class people, women and black people, or anybody who wasn't white, basically, or unless you were Asian, some sort of, as they used to call them back in the day, Orientals. That there were laws that leaned against these people. So it makes perfect sense to think that like there's some sort of structural thing in the nation at its literal root level, at the electoral level, at the level of each state, that can act against certain people based off of their background or heritage or their literal gender. So I have less rights as a woman if I live in certain places, and that's a basic idea, not predicated on being like anti-woman or whatever, but because of how laws were used to work back in the day that weren't changed too much to this day. And if you want to enact any sort of changes to do these things, then you have to go through the bureaucracy of it, which is why Democrats change things slowly. And based off of what Republicans look like now, they can change things quickly because of how Trump can just shoot through the Supreme Court and have this sort of almost unanimous power.
I haven't verified what's the most ethical way to divide the voting by region, but the only thing that I've seen about this topic, specifically for the black voting, is simply the distribution of the map that the Democrats had. And I know of the book you're referring to. I didn't read it all, but I have high skepticism for academics using pen and paper to do political influence, because it's really, really left-leaning. Like any sort of academic after university became extremely left-leaning. It's just it's not natural. It's simply not natural. I don't know, but the only thing that I remember is the maps. And if you look at them, if you look at the maps, you can optimize for black voter base, but it has to be the zones for voting have to be so squiggly, and you need to go around and divide things so that it's optimized for black voter base, which is something you can do, but don't fool yourself that Democrats are doing this for black people. Democrats are not doing this for black people. They're doing it because they know that in those regions, black people vote mostly Democratic, and so they want to have an optimized voting system that benefits Democrats. They in fact also import a lot of immigrants also because they want to, with the law that passes in California, to remove the control of the ID, so anyone can vote. There is and you had people who over 120 who voted through mail-in ballots. The problem is that Democrats are the ones who are actually physically doing something to optimize the vote, notwithstanding what the legality of those optimizations are. And I'm not saying they're criminal, because I don't know who is a criminal, who isn't. I'm just saying that the only point I'm making is they're not your ally. If you're a black person, they're not ally to you. The moment they can import even more Somalians, the Somalians will be their new black, and you will be the new white. That's simple. Any average American is like is the most rich. Any average black American is the most rich black person in the planet, and you will be considered white the moment they have enough people in the country who are more easily persuaded to bring other, because I think you cannot do is make hundreds of babies. They can do it. They can have a lot of Somalians just having 6 babies per family, and they have a new generation of voter base. So if you think that Democrats are being are calling for the hand of democracy to the black community, is not because they're doing it specifically for black people. They're doing it for every single immigrant and every single type of minority that's reached like for example, in the past 10 years, past the 7 years, the minority that's the Jewish people is not a minority anymore. In the eyes of the Democrats, Jewish people are a problem. They started to associate them with Israel, and mainly because they're wealthy and they do not help Democrats at all. So Jews are the new white. Then Mexican like Rubio are slowly and surely becoming the part of the white. Italians were already white for like Europeans were already white. If you want to make a white-black paradigm, you will hand yourself in the white side of the people way faster than you think. Probably within 15 years, if Democrats are elected for 2 times in a row, for example, like like obviously you're black, but like already white girls are not an issue. Like whenever the Democrats are completely denying what happened in October 7, like in Israel, they completely deny even actual assaults on women by terrorists. Like they don't really care about minorities. Let's be honest. Like you are the second the you're the first person more wealthy after Asian. Asians are already considered white for Democrats, so you're the next. You're the next person to be labeled as white. Like, you're on the like if you're making an argument about uh, black vote with all the discussions of those books that are
So,
mostly Democrat.
okay,
Yeah,
let me say this
yeah,
really quickly, just to make sure,
yeah.
just to reformat the discussion. Again, black and minority are virtually the same thing. They're interchangeable at the level of we're talking about lower middle class, where this is really, if you want to get like really tight on the wording, we should be talking about class. We should not be talking about
Yeah,
race. If
yeah,
you
yeah.
want to, if you mention race, it is because it's a consequence of class. You don't have race without class, actually, in most cases. So it is not like it should not be too confusing to interchangeably jump between race and class. The reason why it's confusing is because it jumps from one type of immorality to another type of immorality. Am I stupid for hating poor people, or am I stupid for hating black people? You're stupid. So what does it matter? To be honest, the point is that okay, number one, let me say this: we can have both. By the way, the republic, democracy, we can have both. That's a false dichotomy to say that like we exist in one or the other. We can have both, and that's why we have a two-party system.
Yeah.
So it is not particularly accurate to say that we have a republican and not a democracy. When I say that we should protect democracy, I'm saying that because if we have too much of this idea of republicanism, then we have what we have nowadays, which is actually this sort of sheep in wolves clothing, or vice versa, where Republicans have historically not been for the working class, aka the lower class, aka black people, aka minorities. So when Democrats, which they don't need to, in some real sense, care about minorities to benefit or help
You,
minorities,
uh, uh, you do realize the Republicans are the one who liberated black people, right? Like they were the one to stop slavery.
like I said, this I just said this. Historically,
Oh,
historically, working
yeah.
class was and in recent years, you're talking about the switcheroo that happened further back in the day, which, by the way, was Abraham Lincoln not the Democratic Republican or Democratic runner at the time?
I'm pretty sure this was oh wait. Oh, I'll send you. I'll send you. This is overwhelmingly. Sorry for checking for AI. I should probably check a better source. overwhelmingly Republican, who the majority of Democrats voted against it. The final vote of the House was 119 to 56, with every single Republican voting in favor and only for Democrats joining them. Now, this is what I mean with like Democrats like to jump to history and slavery and all, and use Nazism because they
Well, there's a
and
reason
then
why like the left basically doesn't really exist in America. When we talk about historical things in this country, it is literally just to talk about the fact that like the way that the needle moves in this country is erratic in ways that no other place has ever done before, like ever. Like
Yeah.
the most popular sport in the world is soccer. Not in America, it's not. And we have a foot fetish. That's why we name things feet. And when we say like 6 feet tall, why do we say feet, not inches? Or like in the metrics, we changed the metric system. We change. We have 4 different sports that are ahead of soccer in terms of popularity, and the rest of the world is soccer this, soccer that. We have all of these different ways that America is exceptionally different, down to our obviously our politics. So when I say, and number one, Abraham Lincoln didn't free the slaves, or and the Republican Party didn't free the slaves because they liked black people. They did it because they wanted to send them back to Africa. So, like, when that's my thing. When you cite things in history, when you go down a line or paragraph of text, you can easily distribute each sentence in a paragraph to be like, oh, he meant this, and this is for the left. No, in sentence 2, he meant this, and this is for the right. And you can do that all the way down. Why did Abe free the slaves? It's because he liked black people. Nope. It's because he wanted to get them the fuck out of the country. Go back home. Why didn't it happen though? Because no money for that. Who has the money for that? But get back on the Mayflower, the Going Merry. It's not.
No, but sending them to Africa was like only initially as a voluntary thing because they really wanted them not to be slaves, you know. So they were proposing to do like you can go back to Africa and stop being a slave. They didn't say, oh, you go back to Africa, but you keep your slave status. So what they really were against the Republicans, what they really were against is a slavery, not the Africans. Like it was not like it's such an evil lie. I don't know who said it to you, but it's such an evil lie because it's distorting the fact that it's just trying to demonize Republicans of the time. Like they were really trying to stop slavery as much as possible, and they were thinking of sending of voluntarily. You will see in the history papers they were proposing to voluntarily go back to Africa. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I'm not saying that the white people were not evil. Like, is it people? I don't know. Is it all the people? People can be evil all the time. It doesn't have to be white.
I get what you're saying. Like I said, this is why I said this is a class thing. If you look at the slavery thing from a like a different perspective, so you can see that the reason why you can easily like cause the Union to like win or like not or whatever is based off the fact that like if you can destroy slavery, you can destroy like the fucking structure of how the military is even funded from one side. So
Yeah.
Abolishing slavery weakens a military. So that's one way to win a fucking civil war, which is what happened, by the way. So there you go.
Yeah.
That's one thing amongst a bunch of different things before you get to the point where you say that we did it because we love black people. That's not what that's about. I see what you're saying, but it's not one way or the other. It was not done because of some sort of kindness of some heart thing. It's all these things are basically based off of many disparate elements that have panned out to be the story that we currently have, which is that
Yeah, no. I agree with you that of course one of the big incentives was winning the war, and that's why an option to free black people was also to return to Africa. But but there were a lot of people who were actually against slavery in general. It's just this framing that it's just this framing of blaming everyone is so is it doesn't really work. Like the majority of like if you're in Germany as a with Nazi Hitler, why would you waste your life trying to kill Hitler? It's just, why it always goes back to egoism. I'm perfectly fine with egoism, as in I'm perfectly fine that a person might think that their group is going to represent them better. I typically don't think like that. Like even though I have blue eyes and white, I really do not want a white liberal woman in power. It's just they completely despise me simply because I'm white. I really do not want white liberal, even if they're white. So I will urge any type of ethnicity or class to be skeptical of anyone who makes political statements based on ethnicity or class. So yeah, I don't see the Trump's attempt to correct what Democrats were doing as an attempt to make black people vote less influential relative to the Democratic voter base.
Again,
I think
again,
I think it
it's a class thing because, like I said,
yeah
Trump is not a working class man. That's
yeah
JD. That's why the order is Rubio, JD, and then Trump dead last for who a Republican or who a Democrat would vote for
yeah
obvious reasons.
yeah
It's because it's not just about race; it's about class, and that's why there's a bubbling of socialism and Marxism in this country because people are getting hip to the idea that this is not about race, and that the race is a guise. It's a sort of fucking bait and switch thing. It's just to get people to constantly be about this bread and circus and fighting each other
yeah
to never get to the actual point of
yeah.
going after like the people who actually are trying to like just line their own
Yeah.
pockets and then run off and make off with big bags of fucking
I,
cartoon bucks.
no, I agree. I agree with you. The corruption in politics is unavoidable, but as European, I prefer my politicians to have a stake in the country instead of the foreign influence. We go back to the beginning. Trump can be as corrupt as he wants to, as far as he will be harmed economically if Americans are poor.
And
If Americans have the wealth to go to a stupid fucking hotel and his luxury estates and everything and every single physical place he has in America, because he has a lot of properties renting out, and he has a lot of things that are very valuable for him. For it's very valuable for him that there are more rich Americans. It's very valuable because they will spend for his products as well. And the same is for Elon Musk. It's very valuable for him to have a lot of rich. SpaceX in Somalia is not getting any funding. No one can afford a Tesla. Not even like maybe one person in Somalia. It's as long as the general population wealth. I don't mean the distribution. The general population wealth is an incentive because you have national assets. Then it's way better than the majority of politicians who are doing this immigration or foreign influence bullshit. And honestly, if you start to looking at the lens of the who has national assets and try to not to think too much about Hitler, you will understand why Venezuela was taken care of, because Venezuela was funding Iran and was funding Russia, and it was and respectively they were funding foreign influence in America. So the every action Trump is taking, even though sometimes limited, is always about profiting the American people. Like if you if he will be if he would have been able to do what he wanted to do with ICE without anyone paying for protests and blocking him, the average wealth of the Americans will have increased a lot because all the welfare of the would have gone to actual Americans, and they would have been more productive. The general wealth of the country would have increased, and it would have benefited directly within 5 to 10 years easily. So I agree with you. He's egoistical, and he might be corrupt, but he's doing. Maybe he doesn't love American people. That's fair, but all his most of his assets are in US. So he loses money if the general population loses money, and if you want to make an argument that the rich white people are physically stealing money to poor people, you can make that argument, but it will be so easily traceable through banks. So I don't think that's the case, unless you mean by being accepted with DEI and stuff. But again, DEI is a problem because it's not based on competence. If it's not based on competence, you don't have the best people and best productivity for the nation. So I don't think Trump really cares about woke people. He could have been a Democrat if he could have profited from being a Democrat because they gave him the key to the country. But I think he wanted to be a Republican because he didn't have he could have he has the means to do the profit he is gonna do. You say that it's gonna make the economy worse and more like the 1% of the population be super rich and the other being even poorer, but I don't think so. Like in the history of time, even though the distribution is always more disparate, like
I don't hold that
there,
belief. Like I said, most people in the country lean left or lean right economically.
yeah.
The issue is it's always about addressing the social component of it. It's about the optics of it. And like I said, number one, about the thing about how Trump was able to get it done so quickly. Anybody can do things quickly when they attempt to do what Hitler did, which is usurp a bunch of power and create a whole new position called the Führer position. Like he followed the same playbook as the guy, where he basically consolidated a bunch of different positions through executive orders, through all these different things that are in the Project 25. You can go, I think you said you read it. It's a big book. And he goes line for line. And then when people asked him about the book or whatever, the Project 25, they asked him, they said, do you know anything about this project? And he claims to have never actually understood anything about it. And then not like 9 months, 6 months later, and then he comes out that says he knew about it the whole time. So like we know that like the only way that a unilateral action and international law can be done is if you are basically through legal proceedings, through legal readings, people agree that what Trump did was basically illegal at the international level. But the issue is that Americans don't care about international law. That's why. That's why you did it.
No, but that's good. That's good. Like international law is good. Should be ignored. Like why would why would the country that's as powerful
because
as
we won't be
90%?
anymore. Because we wouldn't be anymore.
No,
we would no longer continue to be that country you can ready to describe. Our ability to be considered to be the most strongest nation on the planet is predicated on our ability to have, in some real sense, soft neo-colonialism power tendrils, American democratic tendrils all over the fucking planet.
Nope. there
It
is
is
no
hard
way.
to
No,
think that we can
no,
still
no, no, no.
maintain the sort of strength that we have
No, I
if
understand what
not
you're saying.
and this is why the right loves Israel so much, because that's where our another big military base is in the dead of the Middle East. It's because that when right wing people love to say that like we need to be like, you know, get out of foreign intervention, but Israel is still sitting right over there. That's still technically a type of foreign intervention. Then there's not consistent statements across the entire party lines. That is clearly with our Japanese base over here in Japan, and then our Israel base over here. This isn't exactly what we mean when we say like get out of all these foreign different things that we got going on. Is it less foreign intervention than, you know, what Democrats like to do when they do all this stuff, you know, going up against the lines, making Putin upset? Sure. But Putin is an enemy of the idea of democracy. So of course we're gonna try to fight that Superman battle of like trying to do what we can against dictators. Because technically Trump did it too when he fucking took Maduro. And that's the reason why we didn't like the way he did it on the left, is because that wasn't the way you do that kind of thing, which is why Obama originally had planned to get Maduro, and then Trump acted on it in a way that was unilaterally, internationally, not the way that it
Why
should have went down.
the international law without the power is not law. You have the guns, you have the power.
Again, like I said, it's not about what we can and can't do, because if we know who we are, we know what we can do. It's about the fact that just because you have a gun doesn't mean you need to shoot it. And if you do shoot it, you don't show that you have power through silence. You have power because you're a bully. And now
No. It's, no. The thing is that it's not about power. It's about the Europeans are doing absolutely nothing for America. It's like what are you gonna do? What is Europe? Because let's be honest, it's just about Europe and England. Japan doesn't have a problem, and China, where it's almost a totalitarian country like Russia, so they really don't have any leverage internationally on human rights and related. Like, what can you? It's only about Europe and UK basically, and Australia if you want. Or Canada. It's what are we going to do? Like, what can we do if America does something that's quote unquote illegal? Like, we don't need your bases anymore. We will fight Russia and China and the Middle East by ourselves.
Let me make sure I'm getting what you're saying correct. Are you saying that we should just ignore international law because our dick is big?
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I'm saying.
This is a sexual assault allegory. Then, like, you're basically just saying that America can do whatever they want to do, which is the same thing that Hitler wanted. So, like, that's why you would easily have You see what happens, like when you just have that sort of absolute authority to do whatever the fuck you want to do. You see why it's so easy to like just call people in America Nazis?
No, it's not Nazism. It's like we have a machine dedicated to make our penis as small as possible. So we have a machine dedicated to make our dick as small as possible. That's the problem.
It's about it's about a condom. It's about when you have sex, you should use protection. That's the idea. Instead of just letting it hang out and saying, I think you look attractive enough, so I'm going to do what I can, because like Trump said, and like his policies are, when you're rich, you can grab them by the pussy and they don't mind. So that literally is that's the way the entire edifice currently works right now, and that doesn't look good. Even Putin looks at it and says, "That's not cool, Trump." When another dictator is looking at you crazily, when several other dictators look at you crazily, Kim Jong-un, etc., then you know you're doing something wrong. When your fellow, evil henchmen, cartoonish evil people, Putin disavowed what Trump did for sure, obviously.
Yeah, because he doesn't have oil anymore.
Sure, but there you go. This is not Trump doing something because it's in the American interest. This is him doing something because it's in the Republican interest. That's a very big difference.
The Ukrainian kid or whatever getting bombed is not gonna say, no, wait a second, don't break international law. let the European decide to make a military in the next 20 years, and maybe we will have help.
No, it's about that if you're like a Christian, or if you're not a Christian and you can criticize a Christian for like, wait a minute, why are you worshiping the devil when you're supposed to be worshiping God? I don't need to be a Christian to ask you why you're doing that. And that's Putin's position. Aren't you like supposed to be like enchained by like your democratic institutions because you live in again, I'm going to say it again, a republic democracy? Isn't that supposed to be working? Why isn't it working? Just because I'm upset, if I'm Putin, just because I'm upset that your system isn't working as intended, that gives me the ability to do what I want to do, doesn't mean that it's still not. He's still pointed at a description of about a structure that used to work one way, not working that way anymore because Trump is leaning towards Putin. Does that get?
I guess
it doesn't matter that Putin is upset that Trump is becoming more like Putin. That's not the point. The point is that Putin shouldn't exist in this country.
You cannot blame Putin existing because of U.S.
In this country, we should not have our own Putin in America. That's the point. We should not have anybody acting like Putin or a dictator. Period in this country.
No, but it's not like Putin because at the end, like Christians have the morality of consequence. It doesn't really matter who is giving the starving child the piece of bread. They can be a Nazi.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject. Let me say something to the person in the TikTok chat. Somebody asked me in the TikTok chat, how am I following you? Nigga, I am literally the quintessential, like, biggest anime creator on the fucking planet. That's how you follow me. Just because I talk about politics every now and then doesn't mean that I, like, I'm so sorry. I just had to deviate for a second. I hate my audience because they see the videos and they think some 13-year-old made what you can't produce what I make at the age of fucking 19. There's a good reason why the Backrooms wasn't as good as it should have been, because a fucking 20-year-old made it. Okay? Like, kids don't make good things.
Yeah, there's a reason why I paid this guy $100 one time.
There's a reason why Obsession was way better, because the guy who made Obsession was almost 30 and not 20. He was 26. That's 26 is not fucking 20, guys. I don't know why we made a big deal out of, young directors are getting up there. 26 is kind of fucking old.
Yeah, he's uncle, basically.
Yeah. Anyways, if you literally watch the last video that I uploaded to TikTok, and the one before that one, and the one before that one, you can clearly see that there's like a brain working behind the edits, and it's not actually just random bullshit. You sit and watch my live streams for at least fucking 30 minutes, you're gonna see some thought being put into this stuff. There's a reason why Stinky Pete's on the screen. It's not because I fucking wanted to have him being voiced by Slavoj Žižek. I already did that Slavoj Žižek thing in a different instance. But you just don't notice it if you have all these other retards to the left and right of me who just really do random bullshit go constantly. Somebody comes into my chat and says, "Hey, throw in Gilgamesh." Why? I need to have a reason. I'm not gonna just throw fucking Gilgamesh everywhere he can fit. I don't do that. That's not what I do. Maybe when I was fucking 20, I would do that, but I'm 33 now. I don't do random bullshit like that. Anyways. Continue, please.
I really like your freedom added. It became so popular. With the god, the low tier god.
Mm-hmm.
It's the most normie stuff, but I don't know. I'm an normie, I guess.
I didn't mean no. You're fine. I really didn't want to make that video. Again, there's a brain that works behind the content. I did not want to make that video because I knew who it would attract, and I was trying to detract away from those people because I'm getting old. And I don't want gun remnants following me constantly, asking me to make gun part 2 or some shit like that.
Yeah, even my channel is as shit posty as possible, so everyone who will definitely dislike me cannot watch the videos. You need to.
All I can really say at the end of the day is like the reason why I haven't gotten out of that hole of making content like that is like appealing to the fucking lowest common denominator. It's because YouTube, when you turn it into a job, you become less of a person and more of a fucking factory. And I fell into that trap easily. I don't get to make constantly what I want to make that actually speaks to the people that I want to speak to. Instead, I got to make content that appeals towards people who will look at me and think that I'm a fucking 10-year-old fucking doofus who just is throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks, and it's the easiest thing in the fucking world.
Yeah.
Like I said, America is extremely anti-intellectual, extremely like pessimistic about like people's intentions. They think nobody does anything seriously. No, there's no reason to take anything seriously ever, and it just poisons the way we produce art. It's very annoying.
Yeah, you're an artist when you're completely comfortable with using AI.
Yeah.
It's just the new tool. It's like people who hated theater because they were studying literature, and then they hated opera because the music plus theater, and then they hated television, and then cinema, and then video games. And now it's the internet.
It really does depend on what you mean when you say artist, because anybody can say that an artist is somebody who is supposed to be hypersensitive and would obviously be adverse to any sort of new tool coming out because it just attacks the entire edifice of who they are as a person. If this camera comes out and I'm a guy who likes to draw with pencils and markers or whatever, I'm going to feel threatened by this at so many different levels. This guy's producing art at a higher rate. He's getting more hip and cool crowds, younger people. My ability to influence how people see, think, and hear shit is being usurped by this new thing. Therefore, my ability to fucking speak to people and have people hear my message is contorted now because somebody else is doing it with a tool that's doing it faster, and I don't like that. It's not about the morality of it. It's about the fact that my ego is under attack.
Yeah,
That's what an artist is too. So I can't fault people for like quitting art because they they feel like they don't have a future in it. But at the same time, my description of what an artist is somebody who will continue to make art even at their own, even at their own expense. Continue to make art until they are like not America Vespucci, Vincent Van Gogh, and die poor.
Yeah.
That's a real artist, is to continue to produce and to continue to basically have nothing to your name, and you only get famous until like you die 10 years afterwards or whatever.
Yeah, artists. Not only at your expense, but if you don't have enough instrument, you can do it at the expense of the opera. Like my grandfather used to paint over finished paintings just to try to find something in the compositions of the color. Like literally running completely finished paintings because there was no internet, so you cannot test things on digitally and see what colors come to.
Yeah.
So an artist doesn't really care about it's more like a search project.
Yeah, art is not supposed to be fucking a moral discussion. That's a politics thing. I'm not going to discount the idea of the political component of art being important because they are kind of intertwined. But
this is always what I said. If Hitler told me, "Here, $500 to paint my concentration camp," I'm painting the concentration camp. If I'm starving, bro, I'm like, I don't know, like I'm not doing.
That's what I'm pretty sure anybody would have said that back in the day, and anybody would probably still say, like, if Trump comes up to you and says, I guess it depends. Really, it does depend, because if you have reasons to say no, then you will. But we live in America, and this is not Germany during that time period where it was desolate.
If he tells me to kill somebody, that's a completely different discussion. If it asks me to make the weapons, that's a completely different discussion. But if he asks me to paint the concentration, I'm painting the concentration. Oh yeah, wait, you're not live on Twitch, right?
Well, no, I'm good for this kind of stuff. I mean, you have to understand that this is like Hassan talks like this, but worse. So if they can let him get away with it, they're gonna definitely let me get a pass too. I'm black. Setting that aside, really where this kind of stuff doesn't fly is on TikTok. Like, they just don't care. The robots just hone in on every single little keyword you use. How many times did you mention Hitler? How many times did you mention the R word?
Yeah. No, you're right. I thought it was only YouTube. YouTube doesn't care.
They kind of both don't care, especially if like you're smaller. That's just a misnomer. People don't notice that like you really only get terminated if Tom Clancy himself comes after you. But no, in general, I kind of got sidetracked heavily and this is why I literally don't like streaming on well, I'm sorry. Let me back up all the way. I don't like streaming, period, because it's this Wizard of Oz bullshit constantly. When they find out that the big giant floating head is behind them is a black guy, and it turns into an entire conversation about like either that small percentage of people who say one way or the other that they don't want to follow a black guy, but if they do have to follow a black guy, it's going to be me. That community, that part of the community is there. And then there is the guy who says, I fucking hate anime, but I like you. Both of these people are generally annoying. Both of these camps are generally annoying because they're not anime fans. I can set a lot of shit aside and just be fine. But like if you don't put like anime first and then like a bunch of other things can fit into that neatly, then that's annoying to me. Like I know a lot of people in the general anime space who watch anime a lot to some extent, and they can still talk politics without it being a fucking problem. It's not an issue. In fact, increasingly the young population is becoming more political. So if you like have some sort of like reservation against politics or whatever, you need to get your brain checked. You need to get that shit scanned. Something is wrong. Something is you live on a farm or some shit. I don't know what's going on. Is terrifying because TikTok is actually one of the most political platforms on the planet. So to think that you are successfully avoiding it until you hit my live stream is insane.
I'm a radical centrist.
Yeah. Basically, nobody would believe me. And it depends because you're not American. So when you say you're a centrist, you're already like to the left, to the right of me by a good little bit. Because the center in America obviously leans to the left for the most part, but it's not the same left that exists in other parts of the fucking world. So it doesn't really help to discuss like it does not help to bring up race to anybody who is centered like in other countries. I think it's fine to do it in America, but when you have to frame so much of the discussion around, well, let me stop mentioning race and just mention class instead, then the conversation can get bogged down in terminology. I do not think that Trump is like a legit racist. It would be ridiculous. I don't think Trump is a person. I think he was created in a laboratory somewhere. I don't think he is capable of being racist. I don't think he's capable of being an ideologue. I think that he basically is good at reading people to some extent. He just says shit, and if he says it and you like it, he's gonna fucking double down on it. If he says it and you don't like it, he's gonna figure out some way how to get rid of you, censor you, etc. Whatever he can do to make himself look cool, he's gonna fucking figure it out. Whatever he can do to make himself look better to the American people, he's gonna figure it out. As long as he cares about a certain population of Americans who have no problem getting behind him, he's going to figure out how to get that coalition stronger, which is obviously going to cause division. He's going to do it, and vice versa. Vice versa means like the counter. It's not Obama, it's not Bill. The counter to him is Hillary. Like that is the quintessential example of like the worst version of Trump is the complete opposite in the other direction, which is Hillary. So whether you have it one way, that way, or the other way, you're just going to get somebody who doesn't like you either way. Somebody who uses you for their own political gain. And at the end of the day, one does it because it's going to help America continue to have their neo-colonialism, whatever you want to call it, this soft power all over the fucking world, or you try to restructure the idea of what it means for America to be great by saying that we don't need China. We don't need export to China. We don't need exports to Venezuela. We don't need exports here and there. We can do it all here. And
Nice.
obviously, if you believe that, then then you have to actually run the question, well, why do we export everything in the first place? Why do we already have that set up to begin with in the first place? Eddie asked me in the chat, you invited me to this party, huh? Every time I go live, it's going to invite you to the fucking chat, the group chat for this TikTok account. Let me say this to kind of like cut off so much of the discussion surrounding like my channel presence, my content creator presence. I'm gonna get this actual full-time job come the 7th of this month. And when I do that, and I start making legitimate money for the first time ever, I hope to God that like I finally start to call this part of my audience that is like literal children. I don't hate kids, but I don't know what else to say past that, to be honest. I just know that I'm getting old, and what that means at a basic level is my patience is running thin. Anyways, so again, just to kind of wrap up the previous discussion, I do self-identify as a centrist. I run cover for both sides, not in the same way, because I'm not the kind of centrist who fence sits. I have a pretty basic idea of how abortion should be handled, and it really is: go to Alabama, you get an abortion. You go to fucking Wyoming, you don't get one or whatever, because they outlawed it or whatever. I think that's fine. The federal government being able to have the power to decide that is insane, because that's kind of unprecedented. So do I think something is immoral because it's unprecedented? No. I think something is weird because it's not American. Like if the reason why people like this place is because we get to do what we want to do depending on where you go. And if you get rid of that, then that's not America anymore. We don't have our melting pot. We don't have our marketplace of ideas. We have fucking descriptively proto, whatever you want to call it, proto-fascism, adjacent group think, hive mind think, and it's just it's annoying. It's annoying because for the longest time you watch TV shows and movies and cartoons about how we basically are like cool because we have the freedom to say whatever we want. And when we start taking references from Great Britain or whatever in UK, then that slowly gets rolled back. And it's just it's annoying. It's not annoying because like I don't want to live in Britain. It's annoying because I thought this was supposed to be the place. This is supposed to be the epicenter of like the idea of freedom. So for us to like try to be more like our counterparts, it's like it looks lame. We're not the cool kid on the block anymore. Then it looks like China is. It looks like China. They're the cool, hot Asian kid who, because they're new on the block, they got all these new fucking cool toys that are like banned in America because we hate fucking Chinese people apparently. No, that's not true. But the point is that like because of all the stuff that Trump is pushing, he's getting like, I'm just gonna say it, and it's gonna sound kind of lame. He's kind of like killing our cool factor in some real sense. What made America like hot and like the place to be and like this place that you kind of like a little bit, Trump is like throwing that all out of the window just so he can say America first. But it's taking him so long to actually say America first. That's what his campaign is supposed to be running off of, but he's not doing the most amount of American first things because America first is actually working class people first. That's the idea behind it. But the cost of living has continued to be increased ever since before Biden. So most of the stuff that he wants to change and help make our lives better, ever since he first ran in 2016, nothing has gotten better over the past few years. We both agree on that on both sides of the fence. The Democrats, Republicans, left, right, doesn't matter. So we don't want to hear another president get in office and say that we're going to help make your life better and then not do anything, but just go to war.
I mean, groceries are increasing in price, notwithstanding anything. Like there's always gonna be inflation. Everything is getting more expensive.
So stop talking about the idea that you're going to make things better. That's my point. I don't listen. It's weird. People say that Trump is genuine, but then he says things that he doesn't complete on. And people ignore it because he completes on so many other things. People who don't ignore it obviously know why they won't ignore it. They don't like Trump, so they're going to focus on all of his shortcomings. People who like Trump are going to focus on his benefits, the things that he benefits their particular party for. So Trump has wins for his particular camp.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what you do, though. Obviously,
no. I understand what you maybe because you're a centrist, you really care about groceries, costs and cost of living. But the majority of people don't care about, like, the majority of people have immigration as number one priority, like in the majority of Republicans. So, like, immigration is the number one topic. They don't want to become like Europe.
I don't think that we don't want to come like our mother nation. That's just weird. So much of our the entire like body of our constitution and construction of what America even is predicated on where we came from. We as a nation. So the idea that we don't want to be too much like Europe is
Yeah,
kind
but
of silly
you
when we know that we take in the best parts and we've retroactively like improved upon some things.
there is
That
a
doesn't
difference.
mean
No, no, sorry, but there is a difference between being a settler and building everything, and being an immigrant who's gonna be on welfare for 2 generations.
that's a
Uh,
systems failure. That shouldn't be an actual legitimate design. We're supposed to be an exceptional nation. Therefore, we don't actually want people to come in and we don't want people to immigrate in for just any reason whatsoever. If anything, I'm pretty sure like even like people who don't lean too far left, they want the asylum seeking process to work. They want the border system to work properly. People who come here should come here through legitimate means. That's something most of us can agree on in general. So the idea that like there's a radical institution that is getting people over here just to influence the vote is an idea that is kind of fringe. It's kind of fringe. It's fringe insofar as like I don't know anybody who wants people to be over here who are brown who vote one way or the other so we can influence elections. I don't know anybody like that. I don't know about you. I've never met that kind of person in my life. That is, I don't know. That's something
No,
out
no,
of
no, but
anime.
no, but no, absolutely. It's not like all leftists are in a room rubbing their hands. Yes, more immigrants, so they will vote for the left without ID vote. That's not what's happening. Obviously, what's happening is that the Democrats as a party, the party, not the voters, the politicians are doing this. But what they're campaigning for is with TikToks and propaganda of all the of all the emotional appeal to against ICE. You know, they even pay for propaganda against ICE. Like, I'm not saying the Democrats are all plotting to overthrow democracy. I'm just saying. I was just pointing out that the relationship between ID vote and high immigration and illegal immigration was very high. All the countries without ID voting were the countries with high illegal immigration. So it's just you really have to be blind to not see that they are trying to vote through mail-in ballots by paying people. But that's besides the point. I'm not American, so that's not really my issue. My issue is that your discussion about immigration and what makes America makes perfect sense if and only if you're the settler, you're not a new immigrant. Because it's not just America failing as a system, it's all the other systems failing as systems. If you have people who are radicalized Muslims and coming to America from
That is a systems failure.
yeah,
If a
yeah,
radical Muslim comes
but
into this
not
country and
not
they get in here and they successfully figure out how to blow up more synagogues in this country, then we failed because we were supposed to vet them.
no, but it's just simply something you cannot have one cop per citizen. It's just not feasible.
You
It's
said
not
one cop.
feasible. Yeah, one cop. You cannot have a policeman per citizen. You cannot have people controlling all and every single network of people allowing
I feel like what this
illegal
conversation comes
immigrants.
down to is like, what kind of radical do you want? You want one to be white or brown? Because if it's not Christian nationalism, it'll be Islamic nationalism. Either way, somebody's trying to kill you because they believe in God and you don't, or something like that. So that's why it
Uh,
always ends up looking like a fucking a race thing because it doesn't seem like literally we have to know this at some level. the difference between like what it means to say Allah versus Yahweh is like not much when you consider what they're trying to say. And they're both Abrahamic faiths. And the only difference is that in the Middle East, they seem to really be serious about this God stuff. In America, they seem to really pretend to be serious about this God stuff. And we have that in spades by our president not being able to recite his favorite verse or whatever. Is that taking something that he says out of context to make him seem worse than he actually is? I maybe I kind of don't care. I'm pretty sure he's not a Christian like that though, and that's the main point. You really don't want, as the Christians say, the mark of the beast to be showing itself that frequently on front and center stage in a country that is supposed to be like, I pledge of allegiance under the flag of the United States of America to the republic which it stands, blah blah blah, something something under God. You don't want that to be like you don't want that guy to not be a Christian, basically. To
Yeah.
be fair, if this is a Christian nation for the most part, even though kind of like isn't as much as it is anymore, then the last thing what you don't want, I think what you probably want more than anything is like a guy who gets up and he's an atheist. You prefer that than a guy who pretends to be a Christian, for sure. I think optically it makes sense that pretending is fine enough, but like that's just somebody who's spitting in your face constantly, shitting on you and your belief system.
But I don't know.
Obama did it to some extent. I remember that the leaked phone call where he said these people like fear God more than whatever. And I think that was taken out of context too to some extent. But again, I'm not here to. I don't play that politics game of like saying I love Obama. I love Biden. I love the era of like blah blah blah. This Bush, this Trump, that. I haven't voted since Obama, his first term. I didn't vote for him the second time, and because between Biden and Trump, I didn't like it. I didn't like what I was seeing the first time between Hillary and Trump. There's no way. So my whole point is that the way things stand right now, I'm not ever going to get what I want, which is third party. We live in a two-party system, and if I want to get what I want, I end up looking like a Marxist. I end up looking like a communist, because what I want is a fundamental transformation of how our party system works, so that because we don't have that much of a big problem economically. Our issues are social and they get into our economics. That's my stance, is that our economics can get the hell out of control if we don't figure out how to rule in our party system. Can we get the pendulum that swings back and forth from the left and the right to get back centered so that it swings a little bit? Can we go back to the normal days of what's his name? The guy who got up and vouched for Obama when a woman called Obama a terrorist, McCain. McCain, when he got up and defended Obama when a white woman came up out of the audience and said, I'm glad you're going to run for president because that Obama guy, he's a terrorist. I know it. And McCain defended Obama by saying, no, that's a good man. That's a good colleague of mine. And that's no terrorist. He's an American, just like me. I want to go back to that time period. That's the great America that I remember. Not the 80s, not the 70s, not all the other years back. America was decent in 2008. You know when America was good? Just before 9/11. That's when America was fine to some extent. And if we just worked on that a bit more, we'd be in a way better position. But instead, we're doing grievance politics. We're doing identity politics. We're doing this culture war nonsense, and it's gotten out of hand, and it's not really showing itself. It's not really getting any better. It seems like if we don't get Democrats to come in power who think a bit more like Gavin Newsom as opposed to like AOC, and AOC seems to be leveling out in the past few years or so, then we're just going to keep going back and forth, and it's just going to get really annoying. We're going to get a worse version of Trump in 2028 or 2020 fucking 12 or some shit, and a worse version of not Biden, because Biden was decently moderate. He's not even extremely like left the way that people contrive him to be. We got to get back to some grassroots stuff. It's getting out of hand.
No, but I understand what you're saying, but it's a self-defense, honestly. Like there are so like after 9/11, like it was in America who did 9/11, so like the more you go go forward in history, the more all the problems of the planet becomes everyone's problem, because you have extremely totalitarian countries which will develop nuclear weapons without any geographical buffer. Like, at least between North Korea and America, there is Japan, and like there is, like, in North Korea, if it tries to nuke America, it disappears in alpha day. So um, you cannot have uh, also, North Korea is not as bad as Iran, for example, because the radical politics there is literally promoting like it's like a death cult. They literally want to die to follow the leaders, and the leaders are perfectly willing to let people die to have political leverage and power. So they're using the fact that first world countries are humane by leveraging the potential of attacking them. Putin never did this, by the way, like in the scale that Iran was actively planning to do. Like, Putin never had uh, hundreds of thousands of sleeper cells around the world to blow up themselves and kill people on a daily. Okay, like terrorist attack almost on a daily in Europe and America. Like, Putin never had, like, unless in the Cold War there was some bombing, but continuously having uh, uh, people blowing themselves for communism for decades with no hand on a jihad. You don't have it from North Korea. You don't have it from Putin. You don't have it from. You have it only from terrorist countries and Iran proxies. So it's not something you can avoid. Like, radicalization is not something you can avoid if, when you in your country you're trying to solve a problem that's international, and half of your party is saying, no, actually it's your problem because you were bombing people and you were mistaken, and it's your problem. Okay, the war was wrong relative to 9/11, but it like, I don't know. It's just blaming first world country as if they can physically solve everybody else's problem, and eventually they will, because Elon Musk is doing robotics, so the wealth will skyrocket as soon as they can make cheap work all the time. But eventually, first world countries will solve everyone's problem, and they will be still blamed for solving everyone's problem. And I'm not saying white people. It's not a race thing. There's a multi-ethnicity in first world countries, but it's just unavoidable. Like, the only way to remove radicalization is by removing the attack to your own people. If you have traitors in your country, how can you cannot police people? You cannot have a cop per citizen. If people help illegal immigrants get into the country, you cannot police everybody. You cannot become a police state because half of your country is borderline criminal. It's just you can't. If half your country despises the government so much, they will rather not follow the law if they think it's morally good not to follow it. Then you can't do anything. That's my point. You have to. I don't know.
I
I
don't.
don't know if I make sense.
I think I get what you're saying, and it sounds like all this is predicated on the idea that we don't want immigration because we would have a larger population of people who don't like the government. It will be larger, sure, but how about the fact that it just already exists, and we could just have people here who get more radical over time by default. We don't need immigration. We just need to immigrate. We need immigrant mentality.
Uh, I
We
don't.
already had
I don't.
domestic terrorists in this country several times throughout our instances of different things that we've done throughout the years. we just don't like bombs apparently, except for the Unabomber. He was a pretty bomb enthusiast, if you ask me or anybody else, and that was
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
if he went further and he was an entire like a terror cell, then he probably would have did a lot more than just stop at like, academic people he wanted to take out.
No,
I'm
I
not
agree.
vouching for terrorism, by the way. I need to put that out there for TikTok. But
Yeah,
so
we don't. And China #1. Hello. No, no, I'm not. I'm not saying.
by the way,
the
America owns TikTok now, so
yeah. Oh, okay. No, no. I'm just saying. There is a complete difference between the typical school shooter or terrorist attack that's completely unaffiliated with an organization, or maybe it is affiliated, like with the KKK, and there is a little groups of discriminatory. That's it's completely different from having a country or a group of countries that are following a law that's based on what's it's based to, and having organized attempt funding multiple terrorist armies across the world. Like it's complete. It's a like I'm not saying they are bad and therefore we're better. No, no, actually they are way better at doing this. It's just they have no other chance but to do this if they want to follow what they want to follow. And it's just it's a completely different scale. The nutcase or the little cult or the slightly bigger cult is completely different from having an actual country endorsing terrorism live and enchanting for the death and annihilation of people, and first sworn enemy from which is Israel people, let's say, and then any infidel. It's a completely different paradigm. Like you, how do, if this can the
I just want
more
to say that
this,
the
yeah,
currently national security agencies in this country do not classify domestic international terrorists as an actual issue in this country for obvious reasons. They're not here. That's an
yeah,
international issue.
yeah,
We
yeah,
classify
yeah, no,
domestic terrorism as an actual issue. It's the most lethal
yeah,
terrorist threat in the U.S. homeland. The same way that you say that, my fear of like us trending towards Nazism could be like a bit too much of a stretch. I'm going to say the same thing. I think the tendency to think that like we're going to integrate a bunch of terrorists coming into this country is also a slippery slope fallacy. If I'm wrong for my slippery slope, then you are too.
no, no. I'm perfectly fine that I am wrong that you will systematically try to integrate terrorists as a country, because I don't think it will ever happen unless it's really regional, because at the end a lot of the laws in are it's a republic, so a lot of regional, like Mandami
Yeah,
is not
the
actually
literal
trying to uh,
exactly. I'm
uh,
glad you brought that up about Mandani, but I'll give you a better example.
uh,
There's a bunch of quote unquote terrorist types in California, and that's where Gavin Newsom is. And there
yeah.
are no terrorist attacks from those people in that place because they all don't believe in the Sharia law. They literally are like against like the Sharia law stuff, I'm pretty sure. So I think we did a pretty good job of like vetting people from that particular area. Maybe not vetting, but
Yeah.
let's at least they're sleeping and they're sleeping pretty good. They're getting some good rest because if they're sleeper agents that be imported, they're doing a pretty good job of
Yeah.
not doing anything. Do they need more people before they pop off? Well,
No.
guess what? I'm pretty sure by the time, because of how long it takes for you to successfully like activate as a sleeper agent, you're the button
No.
that's supposed to get you to click off and turn into a person who's going to usurp the entire nation from one nation or from one
No.
state to the next, from California to all the way to Mamdani, is a bit of a stretch.
No, they're very active. It's just that they're doing soft power instead of terrorism. It's just that it's about arguments. The Iran government and the Qatar government, they were allied, even though in disagreement. They
Oh,
wanted the
I'm so
same
sorry. Let me
thing.
say this too.
Yeah.
we did that. I'm pretty sure, right? I keep saying we. I kind of
Oh yeah, but we're
let
better.
me say this. We literally Obama is the one who took out um Hussein, bin Laden. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. So
yeah. In
so
Iraq.
like we clearly have a anti-Iran like spiel across the board, whether it's on the left or right. So in any
Yeah.
to any extent at which we ever fund anything that inadvertently gets like them to benefit from anything we do in terms of monetarily gain, that is because somebody is making deals that we don't all agree to, and that's going to happen almost all the time. But like to
Yeah.
think that it's going to end up one day getting the entirety of Iran imported into the country and then putting us under the sea is a bit unfounded.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that there is a limitation on the policing you can do, and like in Minnesota, the fraud was eventually uncovered. But the problem is that they are. It's not that there is Democratic voters doing the rubbing of their hands in the House and deciding what to do. It's that the it's like the immigrants want to bring more of a family and have more influence, and that's the problem. Like it's not organized by the voter base, and I'm not saying that it will be completely Sharia law, especially in America. It might happen in Europe. It will never happen in America. Europe is pretty much folding. Like in the heart of the capital, Europe, Brussels is. The younger population is 90% foreign, mostly Muslim. And all the human rights movements, they're in Brussels. The NATO is in Brussels. We even have Turkey being extremely influential. So it's just a slippery slope. I just don't want US that are not like Europe. It's like I don't know. I
Mhm.
don't know. I don't know. Like there is a limitation on internal social issues. Like uh, you can fix it, but the only way to fix it is becoming temporarily a police state. So bad. You don't want to become a police state. You don't want to control all the information of your citizens intensely to fix all the spreading of internal terrorism.
So
So
your statement is basically the only reason why Joe Rogan referred to the ISIS Gestapo is because that we've imported so many people over here that we kicked out. So the only reason why we would have temporarily or would be temporarily trying to kick a bunch of people out of the country who shouldn't be here is because we had to become a police state. And the only reason why that happens is because Democrats let a bunch of terrorists, potential sympathizers or whatever in the country who are going to commit hospice fraud or Mississippi frauds at leering
sounds about
centers.
right. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it sounds really logical to me. Maybe I'm stupid, but that sounds really logical to
I
me.
think the reason why I can't get behind that fully is because I think that the fraud stuff is just like Elon didn't find anything with his 20-year-old soldiers. I think that the only reason why the Leering Center stuff is a big deal is because it just gives them something to do. This is just optics. A lot of politics to me just seems like optics because this is not the money that they can recover from like retribution is like that's not a huge scale in terms of like our actual deficit. So like this is barely moving the needle. Why is this a big
No, but
issue when there's actual bigger fish to fry? It
only
looks
only
cool
because
and it sounds cool to report this money back when Trump says over and over again, they're stealing millions and millions of dollars, trillions even. And it's like he just jumps to the T word out of nowhere. Um, that's just that doesn't bear itself out in reality. This just would be insane to think that like there's a billion hospitals that are fake in like California that are like giving you hospice end of life care, but
no,
it's actually not a real thing. And it's
yeah, but there were also pictures of USAID in terrorist groups, so like funding almost directly terrorism. So it's like the one thing that's good about the Middle East is that they don't have money. It's just except for oil, and but oil is so regulated. Like people really try not to buy money oil that will go to terrorists. So there, if you have direct funding, like you had funding from USAID, like going to the factories for making cement and similar materials that are the same materials that were used by Hamas to make tunnels to go in the under the citizens, um, like the living space, like residential areas, and then Israel have them, and then Israel sees that they're trying to get in a tunnel long enough to get into Israel, and they have to bomb the entire city in the position there, and they try to tell everyone to leave because they have to bomb it because they cannot have random tunnels going inside the country, and it's like I'm not blaming America, by the way. I'm not blaming Democrats necessarily. It's probably not all of them, I assume, even though they're very unified about voting. So maybe they're just corrupt. They unified in the corruption, but not unified in the terrorism or awareness of it. But it's just, I don't know. It's just it's just weird what where the money of USAID was going to. It might be nothing to you as an American, but it is enough for a terrorist to use to have very bad rockets and bad drones. The difference between an extra drone with 100 bucks is very significant. I don't know. I don't know. It's just that where the money goes, like non-regulated money. Even if it's just 1 billion, right? Like even if it's just 2 billions across the country, if it goes all to terrorists, it's so bad. And I don't know. Also, going back because we completely ignore the point of the soft power. The thing is that yeah, they're not doing terrorism, but they're doing soft power. The Qatar is the number one funder of university in the United States. Okay, so the all the discussions that come and the affiliation that emerged between left wingers and Muslims in university was 100% funded by Qatar. So, I don't know if you want to have your voter base, younger voter base, most quote unquote educated voter base, be completely funded by an enemy, which is not almost an enemy anymore because the Iran went crazy when US attacked the leader. They went completely schizo. I don't think it was planned, and they attacked Qatar as well. They tried to attack all American bases in all the surrounding countries, and they attacked their allies too. So they're not as allied anymore. But I don't know. It's just. Do you really want to have over 40% of all the funding, foreign funding, coming from Qatar? It's just for university. I don't know. I don't know. Like, is it that relevant that the sleeper cells are being soft power instead of
I'm so glad somebody pointed this out in chat
yeah.
because like
Yeah.
we have to say what it is, what the intentionality is for funding, and it's for humanitarian aid. Like at the end of the day, whenever Trump's and Trump types, Trump adjacents want to back out of like doing any sort of international things, that would be humanitarian aid as well. So obviously, what we're talking about is trying to invest more into our own nation, and that's not a bad idea. But
Hmm.
like our soft power in other worlds comes from our ability to fucking give people like the good grace of like our American. This is what I meant when I said we look like we were used to be the cool kid on the street. It's because we were giving poor people money in different places, and the consequence of that from time to time happened to be that terrorists ended up getting that money. I'm not saying that's a happy accident. All I'm saying is simply put, backing out of that aid is going to cause a vacuum. Somebody else will give you the aid because America isn't the only cool kid on the block anymore. Like I told you, people are liking hot Asians nowadays, and China's looking real hot right now. They're just going to be the new Qatar funder instead. They're just going to be like there's a vacuum to come in. Anything that America isn't willing to do anymore, China will easily come in and do for us instead. We don't want Elon Musk anymore. We'll have Chinese. We have Elon Ma instead. He'll come right
China's-
back.
Yeah, no, but China was already funding the Middle East.
And that's
But,
and quite literally, this is why like people are already saying like people who used to not have that much of a problem with America are saying more loudly to the entrails now. I love China. I don't care about America anymore. I hate America. Blah blah blah. Like the sentiment of like China being like the protector, the new protector in that region is getting more and more higher. So, I don't know. I'm just saying the only reason why I stand in the position of saying like I feel like most of our movements, most of our actions are going to move us towards like being like the point 7 world instead of first world. It's because, and I like that position. It's a nice position, and I don't think I mind moving. But it has always been the sentiment that we don't want any other nation other than us to be like the like global hegemon of like exporting culture and that kind of stuff. What does it look like if China is the new America? Is the question?
I don't think so. No, I think you're winning by a large margin. I think China is mostly LARPing. I mean, China was funding Russia and terrorists even before America. Also, you never want to give money. Also, it's not like people.
I'm just saying, if China if China is already funding and we were also funding, then what does it look like if we back out and China is the only one left? That's my point. If that looks they just look like the primary benefactor all of a sudden, the primary benefactor, and they look like the people who are going to continue to do it because they quote unquote optically care.
No, but China knows that it goes to terrorists, so they're fine with funding any war against Israel. They're fine with
both Democrats and Republicans will tell you that it goes to terrorists too. So all three of us know.
Yeah, but why funding armies against Israel makes no sense. It just doesn't make sense.
China? Why would China?
No.
Why would China fund?
No. Why US will do it? I mean, I understand the Democrats will do it because they are affiliated with Qatar and Iran now. But why will Republican Americans who care only about American go funding terrorists against Israel? Israel is not really doing anything to America.
I'm just saying they know about it. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
My point is that it's out in the open. We know what's happening. Some of this money happens to get to these people that we don't want it to actually get to, and we don't know to what degrees people want the money to get to them or not. And is it? I mean, we know what happens. It gets to these people, and what we don't completely know is why we don't mind that it gets to these people sometimes. And by we, I mean who doesn't care that the money ends up to these people? Who looks at the cost benefit analysis and say that I know that some of this money goes to these terrorists, but the benefit outweighs that cost because the benefit is we get money to these people who need it, and these other people who tend to just steal the money, whatever, it just gets wired to the wrong person.
Oh,
that's a happy accident. We're just gonna have to let go.
No, Hamas was hiding food. So Hamas was hiding food, trying to starve Gazans to take pictures, but Israel circumvented most of the attempts. So there is no. There is no terrorists get a little bit, but a lot of people are happy.
And this is also, by the way, like a Metal Gear Solid talking point. Like at the end of the day, any powerful nation will probably almost always benefit in like waging wars, whether it's like big wars, small wars, hot wars, cold wars. It doesn't really matter. There's a military complex to fund something, so that's the reason why. And because the funding happened, I'm sure you know this. The funding of Qatar happened under Biden, Obama, and Trump. It wasn't just the Democrats, and you know this, I'm pretty sure. But that's a hub, a world of like diplomacy happening, where like obviously, and to some extent, Qatar hosts the largest military base in the Middle East. So it makes sense that like at some point it's going to end up getting itself hosted into Hamas at the same point at some time. So I can see the critique that this is sort of elevated. Qatar is a major force that is like being reliant off of too many negotiations with hostages and all these ceasefires, and duly noted. My whole
Yeah,
point is that you don't want, like, instead of like Obama and Biden and Trump or Ochama and Bibi and Trump instead. Like that's what I think people don't want, is to have this sort of key figures in America being the ones that are benefactors of like this sort of dual relationship between terrorists versus humanitarian aid, and China doing it instead. I think it really is just all opposite, because you talk to any citizen almost anywhere at all, the crust of what they talk about never goes too deep. It's just crust level. It's just epidermal, and they always talk about the optics of how they see China, how they see America, how they see Russia.
No, but Trump is exactly the man for it, actually, because the Russia, China, and the Middle East were buddies way before Obama. Like every single no, like every single totalitarian country, government and politician wants the same thing, which is stay in power without democracy. That's the only thing they want. Like in every single totalitarian country. So I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the people in power. So the alliance was already there. And as a first world country, you don't really care what people think inside the country, because they don't have voting power. So if they get propagandized, that China is great, and it's whatever. They don't have voting power, so it doesn't really matter. No matter how many clips they can get, because they get propagandized. It's whatever. What I'm saying is that Trump, for the first time, tried to shake the balance of the international relations by trying to take the Middle East, or part of the Middle East, as buddies with the first world country, to solve the problems that are in the Middle East. And a way to do this is not just cutting oil from Venezuela, Cuba, and related. It's also the trying to make Middle Eastern realize that it's not a time bomb for first countries alone. Iran is completely crazy. You will be, and you're close to a nation that's completely crazy, that's going to use the Strait of Hormuz as a leverage with the nuclear weapons. So it tries to shift the balance, exactly because it wants America to stay at the top of everybody. Like you cannot make an example of oh, it's a both sides problem, because Tucker Carlson is getting Islamified. You will always have Republicans that are double faced Democrats, quote unquote, because at the end of the day, it's only about money, right? So we don't really care about being Democrats. Like Trump didn't care about being Democrat. The problem is that they are double faced. They don't really care about Islam. They don't really care about blaming Israel. They just really care about trying to split the Republican Party, which has never been as united as under Trump before the war in Iran, and they're using Israel as a leverage to split the party, because obviously there is some, as you say, radical right winger which wants America to be absolutely first, and so you can leverage your their hate for for Israelis or whatever, and you can try to split the country, but that's identity politics all over again. It never changed. It's always the same woke identity politics, and it's allied with every single thing that Democrats are pushing. So you cannot say Republicans are against it. It's still they're just being double faced. Honestly, if you're aligning with a Islamic country, if you're getting funded by Islamic countries, just being double faced. You don't want Qatar to keep funding universities. You don't want you will definitely regret, like Europe is regretting now, getting funded by Qatar for decades, and I don't know. I just think it's not a good idea. I'm not saying that it's brown people, like you said, or it can be white liberal woman who. It can be anyone. It can be anyone with the same ideology. The problem is the ideology, and you really have to make solutions that will work for their country. They have to have a stable democracy. If they have a stable, wealthy democracy, and then they will be able to decide, oh, I want to move to America because I love America, and not because I want to be wealthy and I will listen to anything the politicians that allow me to go there, because they become indirectly a sleeper agent, like even without having any agreement on it. They keep being loyal to the original country. If you ask them, will you fight for your Somalia or for America, they will say, I'll fight for Somalia. So I mean, why would you want why would you want second, third generations that go to university with Islamic paid funding? Like, I don't know. Competing with China assumes China is powerful. I don't think China is even one fifth of America. Like, if America actually exposed how advanced it was, um, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe I don't think so. I think America is still completely number one
I
by
don't
a
understand
great
that
margin.
sentiment when Trump is the main person who's explaining and banging the drum of why he thinks China is dangerous. Like this is not a new thing. This is something he ran on when he
Yeah.
first ran.
Yeah.
Here's something to think about. No, Mr. Notorious. We were watching a video that recently. Like a Chinese person, like he went into the history of China. I was like, yes, the Chinese to be bad because he explained as to why you would not be Asian, because he explained that when in the 2000s you not, if you're Asian, you not want to be Asian because, well, suffering and racism, right? No, he wants to be Asian again because what he realized is that over the years America got very bad, right? There's certain stuff America got very bad, and China got, like, it's as if China cleaned up their shit. They cleaned up their act because back in '95, you would think, hey, China's a shithole, and they eat roaches and all that shit. They eat bugs, and then all of a sudden you realize, whoa, these people actually fix their act. They fix their shit. They got their act together. They stop. They to the point they start copying stuff, and they got their act together. So even I, who used to be anti-China, was like, "Whoa, these people actually got their act together." That I'm be working for a Chinese person in Jamaica. I'll never do that. Nope. When I do that, I'll never go to that again. But they got their act together. So, and meanwhile, America didn't. The things that America took for granted, they give it to other countries because they thought, hey, we don't need this. We're gonna stay on our current path and nothing will happen to us. So when they see other countries, like for example China, improving with the same technology that they forsaken, they get jealous. I'm like, why are you jealous? You forsaken this shit. Now you're being angry about it? Don't be angry about it. You did this to yourself.
That's your propaganda
Yes.
working in real time, Mr. Notorious.
Hmm.
You see, I think you kind of see my point now. Maybe,
Like
I don't know.
his propaganda or my propaganda?
His.
So you're
Yeah,
saying
I don't know.
my thing is propaganda? I don't know if it's propaganda, Kuro. You and I wouldn't know how China's to claim, right? But I bought Chinese stuff and it works. And America right now, it doesn't look
Everything we have in this
great.
country is made in China.
Yes, everything in other countries made in
Not a new
China.
thing to say that you buy Chinese stuff and it works, because that is notoriously not the thing that people would say. People in this country always say, I bought this from China and I don't like it. It's only been a recent thing where you're saying that, like, I get what you're saying, but you kind of prove my point, is that, like, because America is basically backing out of, like, their interventionism, they're opening up a power vacuum, and they're opening up a power vacuum, and now people get to sit here and parade about how China is so cool now.
That's correct. That is correct. They are doing they're hopping on horsecock and doing that to your stuff. So
What do you mean by works? Like durability?
yeah.
I mean, the problem is that Americans are very, very rich in terms of purchasing power, right? So they don't care about durability as much as they care about things that spare them time, because they are so rich that their time is a lot more valuable than the money they gonna spend. So they rather to spend $3,000 on a laptop that saves them 1 hour a day than have a extremely durable off-brand from China that they're gonna use for 20 years, because they don't want to keep that laptop for 20 years. They don't care about durability because they don't have a money problem. They know in 3 years there will be a laptop that saves them even more time, so they spend money to save the time. It's just a paradigm that it's not even that you're being propagandized if it's your personal experience. It's just the difference between a person who has an extreme amount of money. It's like people who don't understand why people will take
The reason why
take
it
away.
actually kind of is a form of propaganda is because you're not coming away with the idea that, like, China is helping you because they're there for you. You're coming away with the idea that China's helping you because America isn't.
No, yeah. Oh yeah. No,
Propaganda
yeah.
quite literally is almost always pitting enemies against each other. So if you come away with the basic idea, the basic framing is, well, China doesn't China is a thing for me because they have this in my plans. Whereas America, they don't really need to have that for me in my plans. I can afford that, and that makes sense. Maybe when I get more money, I can afford the American products. But for now, I'm going to go with China because it fits my budget. Instead, the
Yes, this
propaganda talking point
is.
is America is backing up because they don't care about people over here anymore. That's the propaganda talking point. And whether or not it's true or not is that's besides the point, because we know who's pushing that idea that America is against you and China is for you.
It's just basic communism, but it certainly doesn't come from the Republican Party. Come on, like
I don't think it comes from them, but they're not helping.
I'm like you're being so jelly of the other people, even if it's propaganda, even if it's propaganda or not, you're being jelly. I'm like, hey, instead of being some fat white dude who's been jelly of other races, how about you work
Who are
hard
you
to make
saying is
people
jealous?
those Americans on the line. Those are Americans.
You're talking about victims. You're not talking about actual politicians.
Well, Trump is one who's jelly, so
No, he's definitely not jealous.
I don't know about that one. But anyways, I'm
he has no reason to be jealous of somebody who he gets to fucking have in his house 10 ways to Sunday. The only guy in the entire American edifice since the day our entire nation was founded that has actively invited dictators to come over to his house and suck them off. He's not jealous of any of these people.
No, but Chromium, what? Give me an example. Not because I want to prove you wrong, but because I know you are probably correct in as much as things working. Give me an example of a product, of a Chinese product that it was really well working for you.
In your monitors, like in those earphones, in your monitors, and
yeah, exactly.
On the computer, what I have, which is the Legion Go, because
yeah. No, I agree with you, and I knew exactly what we were talking about because I know our Chinese manufacturer produce things for durability. But what's the price range of the products? Like, how much was your monitor, for example?
It was for $25. But but guess here, so what's here the thing now? It's like it's the reason why things will be so cheap over there over China because they own they own certain stuff for the world. They own manufacturing, they own rare earth metals, and they have thorium. So
Yeah,
they
I
have
understand. But you said $25? That's impossible.
Yeah, $25. There's a
Yeah.
YouTuber named Critical on YouTube. He shows you valuable items so you can get for cheap.
Okay.
I don't spend so much on audio.
Oh, yeah. Did you order, like, are you close to China?
No, buy these things off of Amazon.
Oh, okay.
But I have Chinese people here.
No,
So
but you see you see the point I was making. The point I'm making that if an American pays $40 for a takeaway because he doesn't want to cook, for example, he could spend $10, $5 to buy the meal, go to the supermarket and cook, but he will have to waste like 3 or 4 hours to do so. So the reason why the high-end products uh, usually even in China are almost the same price is exactly because the Americans are buying mostly luxury products that notoriously are at the edge of the technology. When something is at the edge of the technology, it's a lot less stable, and sometimes it's planned obsolescence. Like for Apple, they do planned obsolescence all the time, and things break after 3 years. But usually, they're not planned. They just either throw them away after 3 or 4 years. But the thing is, Americans go for the like for example the monitor. They go for OLED 4K or 2K with a 250 hertz, and it's like it has shadow boost, and everything is one click away. It doesn't waste them time to set up the video game they want to play, and it's $900, and it breaks after 3 years. But it doesn't mean that Americans, and it's made in China, by the way. It doesn't mean that Americans are bad at doing things. It's just that they have so much money that the paradigm, the mentality is completely different uh, from the Chinese population, which is like the average Chinese person, the amount money is a lot more important than time is than Americans. So when you read this kind of things and you have this kind of experience, just keep in mind that the products American get are not products for the doing something as the cheapest amount possible or doing something good with a little sparing of money, but it's always and always will be about spending as little time as possible to do something. So
true.
yeah.
I present this argument to you. There's this expensive vehicle what they call the Ferrari rules because like no one expected that the engineers at China would get very serious about their craft. Even I didn't expect that. So when Xiaomi made that shit, you know, I don't know if you heard about Xiaomi. You ever heard about that? At least
No.
they make phones.
No.
That phone company, because I remember years ago Apple said they were going to invest in an electric car, and obviously they gave up. And that company in China said, you know what? You're not going to do it. I'm going to do that shit. They went ahead and do that shit, and that electric car, became the first fastest car, and it beat a gas car way from Europe. They beat the Bugatti, and like I show speed. Well, I don't show me using that clown's name as an example, but
You don't
either
even
way.
realize that you walked into another propagandist talking point.
No, I just realized.
What scientifically Kurosai, will not let your car be, will not let your car system be faster than a gas system?
What Notorious's response is going to be: Americans don't give a fuck about electric because it's not cool. And you already said this about 2 hours ago.
Well, yeah, true. But I'm saying, an example, like, no one didn't care until they did it. So, like,
it's not that they don't care. They just China has bared its fangs, so America will try to put them down. This is not about jealousy. It's about the fact that America does not want anybody else to be on its level. That's not jealousy. You don't know what it's like to be in America, so you don't understand this. It's the idea of I am the one, and if anybody else comes near me, I will smack you down. It's not jealousy.
Well, wait. Kurosai,
So
Ferrari is not an American vehicle, but an European one. That car costs 495.
It doesn't matter who it is. If we don't have our hand on their head, we don't want to see you around here.
Yeah, well, that sounds like
that's a sunning mentality. You don't get to do anything unless we are funding it.
I can't see why no one wants to do the America anymore because well, bullying.
What do you mean?
Sure, you're just gonna get China instead then. And last time I checked, they were doing stuff out in the open that you didn't like.
Yeah,
you said you were anti-China for a reason at first. It's just gonna be a bigger reason eventually.
True.
You're just picking which abuser you like when they're not beating your ass.
I don't know.
I don't know though. Like, it's just not looking. I don't live in America, but based on what I'm seeing, it's not looking great. And like, America is rich. Like, yeah, sure, but every time I'm hearing about debt because Americans live in debt, you can't deny that, right?
The point is that like the richest Americans are rich. That's why Republicans get so much fucking like escape routes. Is because as long as they can supply money to the upper echelon of rich Americans, not the Ben Shapiro types, the 1%ers, the 5%ers, the 10%ers, they still own a lot of wealth. Just because people are screaming and crying at the bottom of the rung of society doesn't mean shit. Because these people don't actually organize in a way that actually matters. Their cries don't reach the top of the fucking the scaffoldings until an Obama types and Hillary types come in and fucking try to supplant that sort of stuff and support her.
I give you an honest I give you an honest reply to your question, Chromium. The only people who can do debt are rich people. Poor people cannot take debt. The point of rich people is purchasing power. It's not the amount of wealth they have in the bank. Obviously, it's important, but the actual rich people are the ones who are able to raise as debt as much as possible. That's why America as a country has so much debt. It's because it has so much political leverage and wealth. It's not because China is better. It's just it's like the freezer meme. 2 million. So yeah, that's how much I pay in taxes. You know, like the banks will never give any loan to anyone who has no money. So having debt is a synonym of purchasing power. That's why the Americans can comfortably usually afford to get 16K in debt. Is not because they want to take a life-changing chance. Is because 16K for an average American going to university is typically not very much. You know, like they can, especially if you do an engineering and if you don't do poetry in university, you can definitely pay it back in less than a year. So your argument that debt is a synonym of poverty is like it doesn't take into account what purchasing power is. So obviously you can take it, you can listen to Kurosai just schizorantic about everything is terrible. But the point is that the reason why America has more debt than China is because they have more purchasing power and they can afford to have more debt than China. So I know I'm probably the only
About the debt thing regarding China, I would not know about that one, so I can speak on my on my end about China and debt because
I'm very pro-American. I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm probably more pro-American than Kurosai.
I don't need to be pro-American. It's the idea of being pro-America doesn't make much sense when you're in the country. It's not the same to be like to say like I'm pro Germany, I'm pro Italy, I'm pro this. You're not the top dog nation. It's for us to be like I love when my cock is really big. That's insane to say. Like we get it. You have a big cock. You don't have to keep talking about it. That's like being like a white supremacist. What do you mean you're a white supremacist? You're white. You get most of the stuff that other people who aren't white get. So that's the reason you don't need to talk about it all the time. We get it. You've been white for a long time and you've been benefiting
That's
from
not
your
true.
whiteness for a long time in ways that
That's
other
not
people
true.
who in what measurable way?
I mean, look at Russia. All the white people being extremely poor,
It's
and
a mainly white nation.
I want to see I don't know I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I want to see where one day a bunch of people on the planet just mutate into silver skin and see how they react.
We will go back to Marxian law and we will talk to you about it being a class struggle instead. History moves in one direction and it's actually not moving at all.
Well, the problem
give
with
it-
Marxism, you cannot give the means of production to the people. There is no incentive to work. What's going to be the incentive to work?
Listen.
Yeah.
The thing about Marxism is that nobody likes it except for Marxists. And let me tell you something about like the left. The Marxists that are like the leftists that are Marxists are when you said that China is LARPing, nobody LARPs better than a leftist trying to pretend to be a Marxist. We don't have any real Marxists in this country. Hassan is not a Marxist. Kamala Harris does not have Marxist policies. This is all just like playing very fast and loose with these definitions. And like the further you get towards the ends of these political spectrums, the more you get people who don't know anything about Marxism, let alone postmodernism. They'll stretch that word out to its ends as well. The whole thing is that when people complain about people having like a bad life, having no money, and blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff, is because to some extent, like you already said, they're complaining about them not being able to get ahead off of the debt that they have accrued, and they can't figure out how to take out more loans in a lot of cases. That's going to be very bad for a lot of people for obvious reasons. The richer you get, the more that's not a problem. So it's not that people don't have resources, it's that people are put into positions where they work 2 or 3 or 4 jobs just to stay ahead, and they lose their houses constantly. So that's a rough and tough life in America. That's a rich man's life anywhere else. When a person complains about not having any money in this country, they still have far more money than anybody else anywhere else. Period. Point blank.
Yeah.
So when we complain about that, that's us complaining at this stuff at each other. Nobody else from outside of our fences should be coming in to see what we're talking about because we live in a completely different world.
That's what I was saying to Chromium. Well, that's exactly what it was.
I think you might have misconstrued what I was trying to say then. We complain about these things because they're real to us. I don't think it's real to anybody else. That's why I said earlier, if China tried to usurp this country and turn us into like a 0.5 world power instead of a first world power, I don't know how that looks because I don't even think that's that much of a bad thing for this country. If China came out of nowhere and took first place somehow, that is only bad if they try to do what Hitler did all those years ago. That is, if we get a whole new Mao Zedong, and instead of like accidentally exterminating 6 billion people, he does it on purpose this time.
Yeah, I don't know. What, like, for example, Marxism. Like, how would you incentivize people to work if they don't have to work because the means of production is distributed?
Say that again.
Like Marxism, if the means of production are evenly distributed, let's say that we manage to distribute the means of production, how do you make people work?
I mean, I'm pretty sure under the communist framework of what it means to be like proto-communism, Marxism is that like if you don't have money to incentivize people because everybody gets their own fucking cut or share government dependencies or whatever, then you don't have a reason to show up and be like excellent or like do better, innovate,
No.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
You don't have to work at all.
This is why I said like nobody is seriously a Marxist in this country because everything of what it means to be an American is just anti-Marxist, like from the get-go. You have to be extremely dispossessed, and anti-American to be into Marxism.
No,
you
but-
take the best parts of Marxism and you throw it away and you make socialism instead, and then you try to make that better so it can eventually usurp capitalism, and hopefully that's not anywhere near as bad as capitalism. And that suggests that like it has to go through several different periods of like it advancing off of the same things that capitalism advances itself off of, because before capitalism it was feudalism and that wasn't too hot either. The point is that socialism, to get actually popular, it has to go through several phases of it like tilting towards like the little tenets that come from Marxism and communism, and then not go fully into that kind of stuff, because that's not going to work here in this country. It's just we're not built like that. We can't. We don't have a large body of people who will be into that. And I guess that's another reason why people don't like the idea of communism, because it's going to allow for people who come over here who immigrate, who are going to get more into it because they already know about communism as it functions outside of this country. The issue is that people who were born or who were raised here, they don't have any notion of what it means for us to live in a communist society. So if we import those types over here to any extent in which people like those exist outside of these walls, that's how you get capitalism. Not by changing laws in this country, but by getting the people who are already capitalistic minded in this country, Marxist minded, and then overnight, which is like 100 years, I guess. That's how you get socialism being extremely popular in the framing of it being like socialism, communism, instead of like socialism, capitalism. We need direct democracy that is inspired by like socialist ideas. Direct democracy that has this socialist bent to it, if that's better than what we currently have. And that's if. There's just so much work that needs to be done at an economic level before we really want to go really hard and strong on the socialism, the social aspect of this country. I
think
I don't have a big problem, to be honest, with like Asmongold saying like fuck the shit skinned people in the Middle East or whatever. I'm exaggerating, but the point is that he says a lot of stuff that's like that, and then when he says that, he gets to say that from the confines of his dark soul's chamber as a rich man. The people he's talking to are not rich, and they will be upset that Asmongold is talking like this, knowing damn well that like they have to live in the conditions that Asmongold lives in. The difference is that Asmongold doesn't mind living in this condition because he's rich. If you have Asmongold conditions, but you don't have that money, then you will go out and you will espouse hateful rhetoric towards the rest of the fucking world, and that's not a good look. It's not a good look, and it's not productive for our citizens to think that way. It's one thing to be egotistical, to think that you are better. It's another thing completely to go out and try to prove it. Let me say that one more time. It is one thing to be egotistical about your American enterprise and what makes America great. And then it's another thing to go out and actively showcase and do things that actively puts other nations down in ways that is like basically like, yes, you're tilting towards Nazism. You're going to go out and do extermination type stuff. That's what that tilts towards when you try to fester that hatred because you want to play identity politics, because you want to play into this culture war nonsense. That's what that tilts towards.
No. It's self-defense, though. It's self-defense identity politics. It's not like
it's self-defense if you think that the person bullying you with their little stick is actually like an aggressor. I don't think. I do not think that, like, because honestly, Asmongold's entire fucking identity is tied to, and many people in that general space is tied to what happened with Gamergate, and they don't want to admit to it for some reason. Ever since Gamergate, leading up towards Harvey Weinstein and Amber Heard, it's been the same nonsense over and over again, nonstop, with like people getting like outed for like somehow not liking women, or like thinking that Halo 3 was a Republican game about America, and how all of it is coming under fire. So now people who were never politically activated suddenly care about politics, and they would have never been politically activated if it weren't for Trump types, if it weren't for Asmongold types, and arguably some of the Epstein fucking terrorist cell. with Steve Bannon coming in and trying to play like he was the progenitor of 4chan culture. That whole conversation in general is why we're going to have a young voter base who are right, who are going to put people like Trump, but smarter and worse, into power constantly. And that's a dangerous precedent to set, because the worst version of Trump obviously isn't Trump. And it's not J.D. Vance. It wasn't Mike Pence. It wasn't Bush. It wasn't anything we have ever seen in this nation. It looks like this shit that we saw during Stalin and Hitler's era. That's the worst version that it tilts towards.
No, but
And we don't know what that looks like on the left.
But it is
We just haven't seen that yet.
though. It's self-defense because the
Self-defense against women who say they don't want to be raped.
no the left is pro rape. The left is perfectly fine with 250,000 rapes of children in UK for and covering up by the police. They don't really care.
I'm not a fan of this kind of rhetoric, because it ends up going back and forth where it's just like, well, what about these people that we're going to allow to get fucking, destroyed by rocks? And then it's just going to keep being like, it's pedantry. It's going to bounce back on this side where you find out that the left did this horrible thing, and then over here on the right you can do the same thing. It's an endless cycle of that kind of stuff. When I mentioned the whole thing, because I was there specific in my language, I'm talking about Asmongold and how he became activated, and how he got his audience to become activated, and how between him and the Groypers, that's going to cause a new voting base of people who want to go out there and put a legit, real Hitler in power. And that's going to be a whole new kind of R word. I'm still on TikTok, so I'm censoring myself a little bit. I don't like the idea of it being self-censorship or self-defense, because it implies that there's an actual legitimate aggressor in this country, and we really don't have that kind of thing right now. A 1% population of 1% population of trans people, and a 1% population of people who possibly wanted Kamala Harris to be in office, despite the fact that the things that people put on her that she was going to run for weren't actually her own campaign slogans. Something that was shoved down her throat by Republicans and people who tried to take the craziest things that the leftists have said and attribute it to Kamala instead of the crazy people on the left instead. Most of these boogeymen we're talking about are made up. They're not actual in the real arena of like ideas and marketplace. Like, it's just not serious threats. It's just stuff that was played up. It's accidents, and it's like stuff that people wouldn't actually admit to if you put them under like extreme scrutiny. Put a person in prison and see if they actually want like the mass sexual assault of like all these people, and like say that either admit that you wanted that or not, or it's prison for the rest of your life, and they will all fold. None of these people will back the idea of like.
I agree with you that the Democrats were lying and it was all made up. The cancellation and people losing jobs was not made up.
Okay.
The consequence to the people.
You said that. Okay, that's fair. I know where you're going with that. The same thing happened with Charlie Kirk. People made fun and said kirked and kirkified, and people got their jobs and stuff canceled for that reason too. So like I said, it works both ways.
I'm sorry. Like,
but no, because it's about scale. It's about scale. How quickly it happened. Like I said, Gamergate, Harvey Weinstein, Amber Heard. This is all happening over the period of like 20 years. This is kind of like a slow burn. Did it get out of control? Nobody is going to argue that it didn't get out of control. But the point is that took almost 20 years to boil over. This Republican, you don't understand. You have to understand that those motherfuckers walk in lockstep. When you say the Democrats don't sit in a Chinese whispering game telephone booth trying to pass off talking notes to each other to see what we're going to all agree on, they're a fractal. They can't do that. Republicans are like a fucking megazoid. They get together. They combine together. The machinery comes together.
Yes,
and between the rhinos and the hardcore gropers and the traditional conservatives, they can all get together to say, we don't like this. We don't like this. We don't like that. And when they get together, they put Charlie Kirk on a fucking penny for some reason. That's crazy to me. And that could happen in 9 months because the guy who wasn't even that famous ever for any reason whatsoever can somehow die, and then suddenly that's the new MLK. I'm not saying somehow as if he didn't die. I'm just saying the point is that like this wasn't fucking JD Vance. This wasn't anybody who was substantially bigger who should have actually caused a real ruckus. I'm not saying that we should be like, oh fuck that guy, he's just a podcaster.
But
He had
George
motion.
Floyd was very, very famous. Come on, bro. Like, come on, bro. And George Floyd was very famous.
Because you walked into my point again. 20 years. In fact, that's 30 because George Floyd isn't the first to die. It was the boy with the Skittle bag. It's a series of events. Not that we didn't listen. You can't say that about Charlie Kirk. Guess what? Want to know why? Because we didn't kill Ben Shapiro. We didn't kill Jordan Peterson, and we didn't kill anybody else. There was not a series of events. In an instant, this happened to Kirk, and then suddenly, somehow, it's at the same exact level as Martin Luther King dying. That's insane. That's not supposed to be that easy for them to level the playing field like that. That means that they have way more power than people give them respect for. And you can see it now echoed out in the current Republican coalition.
You had an escalation of threats and an escalation of cancellation and a polarizing.
But I'm saying, look how long it took for them to get that shit in order. That's how messy it was. And it only got out of control is because Republicans had no way to figure out how to counteract it until now. Until now. And it took that for Democrats on their side to be like, I want to disavow that crazy left. I'm not like that. I'm this kind of damn. Suddenly, now there's like a coalition of people on the left who are like for the right, and then vice versa, in the middle, in the center left, center right. My whole point, simply put, is that these fringes of these extreme groypers, because there are moderate groypers, people who literally want like legit fascism here, legit, on the books, on the record. You can go watch any Jubilee episode where anybody's debating a conservative, and at some point somebody's going to mask the fuck off, and vice versa. I'm saying that the bully you're talking about, the person that is getting out of control, the self-defense mentality, the reason why it was never serious is because these people were never activated. It took them forever to get out of their individualistic mindsets to be like America first. The reason why I said it makes no sense to be like I love America is because that you live in the nation that predicates that you love it by default. When you have to say it, you're not saying it as a statement that is predicated on America needs to be better. It's that there are people here who make it worse. We need to find out who they are and get rid of them. That's what America first means for the right. On the left, America first means let's get the fuck out of Israel. That's what that means on the left for the most part. And that somehow switched itself around. And it's going to keep switching around because this is sort of Schadenfreude thing, or like this weird thing we do where we pretend to be Republicans as Democrats and vice versa, constantly just jumping back and forth between the lines. Trump did it first, so it's not like it's. And by the way, Elon did it too. It's like they both did at the same time. They both switched sides. It's funny because we know that already. Elon was in the White House with Trump, and the only reason why he didn't say anything is because Elon doesn't like people like him. And Trump doesn't like people like him. Unless you're going to sit at the edge of his fucking seat and kiss his feet, you can't be in the same room as Trump. So Elon couldn't mesh with Trump like that. That's why he had to get the fuck out of here. But otherwise, you would have had two formerly Democrats trying to run a coalition machine, a Republican-led coalition machine. That's kind of insane. That's setting a weird precedence. That's the game. That's why the two-party system is ass. Is because one day on a Monday, you're a Democrat, and then next week, on the blood moon of October, you're a Republican all of a sudden. That's a radical position to be in constantly, where you can't tell up from down because they keep pulling the rug from under your feet.
I mean, it's freedom, bro. Like, it's you can be free to vote whoever you want, and to dismiss the fact that
I don't have a problem with that. The problem is that when you vote for somebody you thought was for you, and you end up getting upset constantly, you feel like you didn't exercise freedom because you feel like your freedom was gerrymandered. That's what you end up getting. You end up getting this false sense of freedom, this false sense of control, and that you don't actually believe in the system anymore because you were tricked, you were bamboozled.
But that's Obama. That's what Obama did for you. It's not really what Trump is doing for us.
No. Like, you can say that, but that's what Republicans have said. I didn't quote a Democrat because Democrats are not going to vote for Trump like that. Not like that. I'm quoting real Republicans. I'm quoting top brass Republicans too, not some fucking random groypers. I'm talking about like some big dog, some rhinos, some people who really liked the idea of Trump the first time he came in and went a little bit too far, and they don't like Vance, they didn't like Bondi, they didn't like most of these kind of some of these clownish actors. There's a rift in on that right, and it's just not big enough for Democrats to take advantage of. Which I don't care if they can or not. I would prefer if we got together and stop trying to play this game of charades constantly, where we try to figure out is it a Dem or is it a Republican? Who knows? Are you going to vote this way for Israel or not? You're a Zionist? This purity testing, this constant purity testing. Are you for Israel or not? But Mamdani almost got thrown under the bus. Mamdani would have never got elected if he never would have said what he said about him not caring about Israel like that.
Yeah, I know. But I don't think you have this problem in the Republican Party of foreign influence as much as in the Democratic Party, though. Like,
Well,
when I
obviously,
say
because foreign influence is that number one, the only type of foreign influence people have a problem with on the Republican side is the idea that like Russians helped Trump get into power. That's the biggest
Yeah.
sort of upset that we could have ever had in this history.
Yeah.
Everything else is planned and coordinated in a way that we actually can mostly agree to because of the idea of neo-colonialism. Literally, that's just it. How do we maintain power? Have a proxy, a position of power in every fucking in every continent, basically. Atlantis is real. We have people already there, stationed there, getting ready to bring it out to the open.
it's good. It's the best option. It's way better than having Russia in every single country or China in every single country.
But that's Dems though. So you have to attribute that to Dems. Republicans want us to reel it all back in so we can fix everything here in our front yard. Getting rid of all of our expertise outside of this under the guise of no, we don't want any DEI people. That's played up too. Some of these things are like played up for sure. Like the idea of like getting rid of people who actually knew what they were doing because they were hired off of bad. Number one, DEI is an old concept. DEI is like 40, 50, I think 50 years old. It's not a new thing.
But that's when it started for like. Then that's when the family, the black family, as you recognize now, has started being a single father, and all the problems of the black family. It started like 50 years ago when the welfare systems intervened with the black family. You can read Thomas Sowell.
I heard that. This is why this is half the reason why Kirk was murdered. That was one of his talking points. Is that like when you do what you do with the Reaganomics or whatever, you create an entire generation of people who have a chip on their shoulder because they were basically spoon-fed by the state to basically be in a victim mentality the entire time. That's one of the reasons why Charlie Kirk. That's one of the things they cite when they say that he should have died for this reason.
No, it's not necessarily.
I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I agree with Kirk on that talking point. I do not. I do not think that the government should have been the ones to decide how welfare was going to be able to be handled and how we abolish slavery and all that kind of stuff. It should have been something that was more grassroots instead of the overreach coming into like that, because it generationally gave black people a mentality to say that we were owed things in a way that was misconstrued at the government level.
But it's not just the mentality. It's literally the way the welfare was organized. That if you left your family and the mother was a single mother, she had more money for the kid than if you stayed in the family as a father with a single contract. So a single contract in the family making money is not enough for three people. So leaving the family was a much more economical solution than staying in the family for everybody, you know. So it worked against the black family in the opposite direction. That's what Thomas Sowell was talking about. Except the victim, I don't think he talked about the victim. Maybe he did. The point is that if you're gonna pay a father to leave, not a father, sorry, the mother and the single child to leave, and the father to keep his entire income, obviously the father is gonna leave the family. It doesn't matter if it's white or black. It's just the incentive of the welfare was completely wrong, completely disorganized. And back to the point of the self-defense, it's not so obvious the self defense doesn't exist simply because the Democrats are LARPing. Obviously, the Democrats are LARPing, and obviously the Republicans are more easily united after a tilting point because it's fundamentally a Christian moral basis. So if they decide this is immoral because they see everyone dancing on Charlie Kirk's death and resharing the clip of him dying, it doesn't matter if you didn't kill him. It's just that I also was baptized. It's like so fundamental. That's why I will blindly accept anything that a Republican will say. It's because it's like having someone dance on someone dead publicly recognized. It's not even like George Floyd that's privately in some fortune troll memes. The trolls
You
meme
have
on
to
Charlie
understand, just to make the
King.
difference once more,
Yeah,
you have to understand that George Floyd is like a fucking avatar. It's not
yeah,
about him himself. It's about the fact that he comes from a long lineage of people getting snuffed out. That's what
yeah.
that seems like. That's the
I,
narrative.
I,
That type of avatar, that's what the word avatar quite literally means what it means. It's not just a reference to Airbender.
yeah,
He is an icon of the idea of a black person getting
yeah.
taken out for randomly, seemingly no reason. That being leveled at the same degree as Kirk being murdered for, let's say, for example, let me bolster it up to the highest degree. Kirk was killed because he espoused hateful rhetoric that made people very upset and violent or whatever. Therefore, his free speech was muted. So that's why he was taken out. Is because
Yeah,
that was
but
anti that was an
that's your
anti-free
opinion.
speech.
Like, have you actually
That's not my
looked at
opinion.
this?
That's a description of that. That's a description you could attribute to him based off of how people felt about it. You can
Yeah,
say it's an opinion, but guess what? You know what's more real than opinions and facts? People's feelings. We don't live in a world full of facts. And what's the
yeah,
word? There's like a leftist word people like to use. It's
I'm
my
perfectly
shared
fine.
experience. You know what's more real than anything else is our not our experiences, our feelings. When I punch you in the face, it's not a fact or fiction that it hurts. When you're gonna look for the word, if you don't have the word hurt for it, it doesn't matter. When I punch you in the face, you're gonna know in some fundamental sense that something happened that probably shouldn't have happened. That's not a moral thing that I did when I punch you in the face. It's
Um,
immoral because it's painful and we defined it to be so. Feelings are more real in
okay.
reality. And if somebody says up on the stage that black people should get less of a vote because they're messing up fucking the ley lines and how electorals work, then all you hear, if you don't have much education, much political savviness, is that this guy is against me as a brown person being able to vote because he doesn't want us to be represented. That's what you hear.
But
The
the
fact
problem
could
is
be
that that's
instead
propaganda as
that
well.
the fact could be instead you can say propaganda, I guess, because guess what? Propaganda is fueled by feelings. My point is that feelings are enforced in all facets of how our political machinery works, and whether it's in your country or my country. Politicians don't get up on stage and one objective elections. They win feelings based elections. It's not about who has the most to say that is
Uh,
correct. It's about who has the most to say that makes you feel the best. And it's
Okay,
rooted in some sort of objective reality, obviously, but your
I
objective perception of reality can be misconstrued based off of who's talking to you about it, based off of their feelings as well. So
okay.
it is
I
no
agree with
random consequence that Trump is a random strongman that came out of nowhere off of a small loan of $1 million, that he happens to be the quintessential example of what the Americans tend to like, because that is the quintessential American, Trump.
I agree with you, and by this definition, then I must be a Nazi because I prefer being a leader of the SS than being framed as a Nazi and homeless. So I am a Nazi. That's the conclusion. If the feelings is what's dictating politics, because I really don't like being called a Nazi, and I really don't like losing my job for being framed as a Nazi,
You say
and I
that
really don't
the
like, yeah.
You say that, but Nick Fuentes already said that. He already admitted to being a Nazi, even though he most likely isn't actually a legit Nazi.
No, he said, it's fine, I'm a Nazi when he's replying
it's fine,
to
I'm a Nazi, it's fine, I'm a racist. Exactly. So
that's what
I
he
don't
said.
think that he's like built like that in the same sense of like a real hardcore Nazi, a real hardcore this and that. I don't know. We won't know until it's time to get the trains going and the salt mines.
But you understand why it's self-defense. You understand why it's self-defense.
Is self-defense seriously just saying like, I guess I am the thing that you're calling me, therefore I'm going to be the thing?
No, because there is no other reply. There is not all these conversations at the end. It's all about feelings and how the agenda
I
is
think the
interpreted.
reply quite literally is find these weird extremists on the left and on the right and left and get them out of the way. No, we don't all want trans healthcare and prison. That's not our real thing. No, the people on the far right or on the center right, the moderate right, the Kirk was a moderate. No, this guy actually isn't like a vehement racist who hates brown people of all sorts and blah 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 blah. If the actual moderates can get together, we can get some work done. But we're getting shit bogged down by these crazies on the right and the left, and we all know this. And for some reason, the reason why we don't actually address it is because we prefer to stay in our own particular camp because we know we can do more work with people who are further to the right of us and probably to the left of us than we can get across the board on the center side. And when we are constantly trying to like I said earlier, this is the central part of like this entire conversation. This anti-intellectualness actually also prevents us from trying to wrestle with people who are across the board from us on the other side of the fence, because we cannot actually grapple with what our counterparts are saying, because it doesn't. That's too much work compared to trying to rally my base. We don't actually meet in the middle because it's better, it's easier, and it's more productive to lean further into the other side where you exist on your camp on the right or left than it is to meet across the boards. And that's just lazy, and we're all complicit in it.
No, but I agree in part. But just don't as long as it's not framed that it was the right wingers that started the identity politics, because it obviously wasn't. That's why I insist on the self-defense. Is because for example, the illegal immigrants.
Wait, you think that self-defense in this particular talking point, this mode of the conversation currently, you think that the defense of identity politics on the left is to do it on the right?
No. The self-defense is I'm being called a Nazi and I need to defend myself, and I need to defend myself in a framework that's already identity politics, right? So obviously, as a self-defense, if there is no other option for me, either to vote somebody who hates white people and calls them all Nazis, or become a Nazi, then eventually I will become a Nazi because there is no other option. Obviously, I prefer the groypers over somebody who is on the radical spectrum. Is the other option is to make me homeless. It's just an egoistical thing. It's just you like also Charlie Kirk. It wasn't nobody. It was like his main channel is over 1,300,000,000 views. So you're just framing so many people. You're probably framing almost every single Republican under 40. It's just it's like you can call everybody Nazi, and I'm not saying you cannot. It's perfectly fine. It's just don't like be surprised when people prefer their job over over other people's human rights. That's all I'm saying, really. I agree with you that the We Are Charlie Kirk is a lot more cringe as an identity idol, because Christians, when we try to unite that quickly, they especially cringe with all the Jesus stuff, but they are quick. They are quick. The moment you do something immoral and that openly, and everyone like, they are quick. That's why you have the ban for abortion. Yeah,
I'm literally just saying that, like, hats off to them that they can organize that quickly. That's great. The Joe Rogan of the right was the Joe Rogan of the right for years before any type of House of BB popped up. I get it.
Yeah.
We get it. The Republican coalition has been strong for a very long time because they're locked in. There's no extreme disparate elements. They walk in lockstep. They are Kirk. They have always been Kirk before Kirk died. I get it. My point is that type of speed is cool in technology. It is not cool in social spaces. That speed, we know where that leads to. Like literally, I don't like how people keep saying like what happened with Mao and Hitler and Stalin all happened under these leftist frameworks, when everything they did is basically par for the course of what it looks like when you move very fast on either end of the fence. It doesn't matter whether you want to get erased to death in a big giant oven or have a bunch of people come in and transition you to death. You're still gonna fucking die. You're still going to die because it's about the speed in which these policies advance that is actually going to cause us to run off the rails and implode.
Yeah.
Bureaucracy is not too much of a bad thing when it keeps us particularly safe. Just because things move slow doesn't mean things aren't getting done. And God damn it, America is the only place that has like paid healthcare, I'm pretty sure. And that type of speed is preferred. When you got money, you can get seen. When you don't got money, it takes you 8 years to get transitioned in Canada or some shit like that.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you have an edifice of like shared agreement systems and money is moving where it shouldn't move and things aren't as good as they could be, but at least when somebody dies, it's not immediately Charlie Kirk. It's that's like I said, that didn't happen overnight. Or that's my point, is that it happened overnight. Like I said, it wasn't before Kirk, it wasn't Jordan Peterson getting taken out.
But
Mike Yiannopoulos didn't get taken out. Ben Shapiro didn't get taken out. When Hassan gets up on a talk soapbox and says that, oh my God, my shit got canceled, my event got canceled. This never happens to Republicans. And then Kirk got canceled permanently. Like, what do you mean it never happens to Republicans? Kirk is dead.
Yeah, but for example, like, have you ever watched the Charlie Kirk videos? Because he
I watched
really
a lot of Kirk stuff. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to say this, but I was rattled. I wasn't like, oh yeah, get that nigga, get him out of here. That's not what I said. That was terrifying to watch, not because it was just gruesome, but because the first thing I noticed is that I'm pretty fucking pragmatic. I'm kind of cold. And I didn't just see like some guy die and be like, oh yeah, this is how it happens. What I saw was that somebody attacked freedom of speech. I like the idea of anybody like that being able to say what he has to say so we can continue with it on the opposite end of the fence. I like contention. I like having this back and forth. He was a decent thing to exist, even though he wasn't that good of a debater. He wasn't that good. Anyways, setting that aside, the main point is that shouldn't have happened. Like, you know that the way that he just evaporated in thin air, and then suddenly he was George Floyd, Tanya, Trayvon Martin, everybody in an instant. That's kind of OP. That's kind of busted. And that sets a precedent. That's the kind of power they currently wield right now. That is terrifying because we haven't seen that power since Mao. We haven't seen that since Stalin. We haven't seen that power since Hitler. You're talking about that the self-defense that was needed to be pushed back against the Gamergate, the sliding scale from basically, I don't know. I guess I want to go back as far as Gamergate. I don't know how to go back further than that. That's when people who were not politically activated decided to come in and pretend to be corpers and then become full-on corpers. That whole coalition that put JD Vance where he is today, in some real sense, because you can't really say that JD would have been in office if it weren't for Kirk. And you can't say Kirk wouldn't have been where he is if it weren't for his young audience that was basically a bunch of people who were corporate adjacent because he was friends with Nick Fuentes to some extent. That whole body of people wouldn't exist if it were not for, like I said already, because I can go back as far as Epstein. Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was one of the set pieces for Epstein. And Steve Bannon was one of the guys who kind of helped fester that whole idea of like the gamer being like the new political person to put into a position to get Republicans into office indefinitely. And Republicans being in office indefinitely, on paper, it's not a bad thing if it's like a Bush type. But it is if it's a Trump type and somebody much, much worse, because that's out of hand. That's no longer in our democratic Republican institution anymore. That's tilting towards these more extreme ends that end up being like what we saw in that era during World War II. And we don't want to go back to that time period. When Trump says "Make America Great Again," I hope to God he's not talking about an America that existed in Europe.
But if you're centrist, why don't you check what he is doing then? Like, why don't you Trump? Like, why don't you check what he will be doing?
Jesus Christ, it is difficult to not check. Every day he tells you what he's doing. And you have to basically read between the lines, because half the stuff he tells you is not true. And his own people will tell you, Pam Bondi will lie to Trump, because if she doesn't lie to him to let him know that this is not the right way to say this, then she has to go back around and tell a lie to the entire American people and then get fired. Now she's gone. That's what happens when you listen to Trump. When you're on his team, you get fired.
But I don't know. It's just
they're difficult to keep up with Trump, and nobody would tell you that better than the people who work with him. So to expect me to be able to decipher the bullshit that's coming out of his mouth that is not really coming out of his mouth, you're asking a bit too much of me, a man who has to work 3 different jobs in about 7 days.
You can just ask me. I'm on it all the time, so if there's something, if he's talking about blowing up something, I can tell you what it means.
Listen, I promise you, I'm not trying to put you down or anything, but Republicans do a pretty good job of telling you what Trump is doing all the time. That he doesn't mean when he said he's going to kill a bunch of kids in a school in Qatar or whatever. He doesn't mean it. What he really meant to say was in a Minecraft. That's what he really meant to say. I get that all the time. Every single day, it's the same type of sane washing of Trump every single day. And then when you look under the hood, it's actually like the reason why he didn't actually blow up this thing is because somebody told him he could on his team, and he was like, "Oh, I can't." And he, yes, Trump, you cannot do that. All right, then maybe next time, right? We'll see, Trump. The Trump whisperers around him, bro. And great that technically we have a new form of guardrails that didn't hold, unlike what Ben Shapiro said the first time. We said, well, the first time when the guardrails held, and well, they're not really holding as much as the first time anymore.
I think you hate white people too much.
You think I hate white people?
Yeah,
you think I hate white people? You're insane.
Yeah.
Number one, it makes no sense. Again, there's so many things that makes no sense to say about an American at a basic level. The idea that Black people hate white people is predicated on what is mostly nonsense, because most Black people in this current era and time act and live and eat and spend money in a way that is counter to the idea. Every single thing that a Black person does in this country is almost completely antithetical to the idea of them hating white people. Every single action, almost every single utterance, is in some sort of an attempt to kind of like get away from what it means to be white, but you are locked here. You are never leaving. The longer you stay here, the whiter you will get, because what it means to be white in this country is to be American.
Yeah.
And anybody, if you went to ROTC, the military, they will tell you the same shit. The difference is we don't say white, we just say American. When you say I hate white people, what you're kind of gesturing at is that I hate America, and I don't hate this country. What I hate is this culture war nonsense that has been proliferating ever since I was born, basically. Now, when a white person says they hate Black people, what I don't hear is somebody who says I hate fucking Tupac and fucking Lil Wayne. What I hear is the idea of I think that my Christianity is coming under fire. That is all I hear. That is what I hear is a dog whistle for anything that doesn't align with Christian values.
Yeah.
Last time I checked, though, however, the percentage of people who are like Christian in the Black community is higher than it is with white people. I might need to fact check that, but like for some reason, there's far too many Black Christians that are seemingly Christian for no reason. And I say no reason because technically there should be more Black Muslims than there should be Black Christians.
No, please.
Absolutely, it should have been the case, because it makes no sense to that's you got your religion from slavery. That's why I said that. Your belief system is a hand me down. It's not yours, big bro, little bro. It's something you borrowed. You that's why Malcolm X went back and he removed his last name. That's why his last name, not you. I'm just saying it makes no sense for a black person to pop out of a vagina and say I'm a Christian when your main religion should have been like something, I don't know, Ubuntu back in the African plains or whatever.
Bro,
It was inherited from your Christian slave master. So your belief system is predicated on an accident, geography.
Yeah, like
you didn't
always.
choose those values. And based off of that, how can you say they're yours beyond the fact that you just happen to just be born into it?
But
and I can really go back, and I can go back a lot because I'm more of a theologian than I am a politician or a political person who is like into all that kind of politics stuff, policies, blah, blah, blah. Generally, just as a kind of rule of thumb, if you were born into something, it doesn't mean you deserve it. It just kind of happens. It's infrastructure. People who are born into this AI realm are not going to see the AI. They're going to see it as a fucking wall. When I walk up to the kiosk in McDonald's and say, "Can I get a Big Mac?" and it spits out a Big Mac, I'm not thinking about, "Damn, this is so cool. We used to have this. We used to have this." I don't care because I'm fucking 10, and I didn't know anything about some guy named McDonald back in the day making burgers out of his asshole with his bare hands. I don't care about that. That's infrastructure now. It's in the system. Your religion is infrastructure. It's not actually a real stopping system. And the reason why you can tell it's not is because it's not predicated in people's actual actions.
Yeah,
this is why people love to say, and I love to say it too, as a tradition, as a cultural Christian, there's no such thing as any Christians in this country except for Jesus Christ. And last time I checked, he didn't die here. He died in fucking Jerusalem or some shit like that. So
it just so happens to be the better system.
what did you say?
Christianity. It just so
I don't make any
significant.
I don't make any significant differences between what it means to be a fucking Muslim or a Christian because they literally come down to a few differences that are literally not even that key. Literally, for a Christian, for Jesus to die on the cross is for it to be like some extreme. It's a scapegoat. That's literally what it means.
I would rather, as a woman, I would rather be in US than Iran.
you listen. This is why this is why you can't tell me that I like hate white people or Americans. So would I, brother. So would I. Just because I can look at the Muslims and be like, damn, them motherfuckers get down over there. They really believe that shit. That's crazy. They will kill you. They will fucking destroy you if you talk bad about their God. Meanwhile, you couldn't do that in America. Nobody cares over here like that. It's kind of like we wear it like makeup. It's cool to say you talk about God. Back in the day, you used to ask somebody, "You believe in Jesus?" And I'm like, I mean, I guess. I mean, yeah, Jesus is kind of cool. He's kind of, I like Jesus. He's all right.
Yeah,
it's so casual here. I like that though. That's my melting pot. That's my cultural homogeneity working as intended. The person who says they really like Jesus is probably not going to shoot up a school every single day because at some point, people who don't like Jesus will stop him or some shit like that. You get the point? Is that like?
But as school shooters are not Christian. Come on.
No, wait, listen. You
like
say that
neo-Nazis are not Christian. Like, come on.
You say that, but I'm pretty sure it was. You tell me that I need to decipher Trump's rhetoric every time that he speaks when he gets up on stage and talks to me about which new policy he's inventing. Hitler is dead, therefore he has no new policies enacting. And
I mean, Hitler was breathing.
Hitler
was breathing. Hitler drank water. You drink water. Are you a Nazi? Like,
no, my point is that the guy also said he was into Christianity. That's why that's where he got the entire idea of like the divine, the divinity of the German race, all that kind of stuff. Trump will say things that implies that his usage of Christianity is a way as a device to make America seem like it's the divine nation as well. It's the same type of rhetoric. I'm not saying that he's like Hitler for some sort of moral win. I'm saying that like we know what Hitler did, and it wasn't particularly hot. No pun intended.
He didn't use Christianity. He used the eugenics. He made it the superhuman.
Christianity can easily be construed, as you know from Groypers, as a eugenics-based claims. I don't know why you even went there. You know that you talked to people who use Christianity as a form of eugenics.
I haven't. I honestly haven't.
You haven't? You haven't heard the person talk about how the Jewish people have like poisonous blood and their only good Jew is Jesus?
I've heard
is being like against people like literally who were like of Jewish descent. Is that not like a form of eugenics as well?
I've heard anti-Semites, but I never saw like an anti-Semite who goes to church
And what do you think
daily.
of Mormonism coming from? You know a little bit about Mormonism, right?
Yeah, but you need to understand that in Italy it's only the Catholic Church, right? Like we don't even have Protestants
That's
much.
cool.
So
I
yeah.
like that. Like that's why I said when you get here, you get the reason why I say that is because you get stuff that is more closer to what we listen. America is Hollywood. America is a movie. It is a movie set. It is high theater, but like in this sort of Spielberg sense. It is a LARP in every sense of the word, and consistently.
I thought you meant it was ruled by Israel. No,
either way, and it's funny you say that because that's the idea of like a puppet creator installing a puppet so that the puppet itself can control the original creator, having the strings go in reverse. That's just weird. So the whole thing about the Mormonism is that you don't need to get very far from the Christian worldview. I'm not saying that Mormonism is Christianity, but it is literally an offshoot before you realize that even in Mormonism, they hate a particular race, and it's black people. They don't get into heaven. They don't get into heaven. Blacks don't get into heaven in Mormonism. A white Mormonism walks up to you and says, "Would you like to take a moment to talk about Jesus Christ?" And he's a Mormon, and you're black, and he walks up to you and smiles at you and say, "Wait a minute, don't Mormons not think that black people get into heaven?" And they sit there and smile at you and be like, "So what about Jesus?" They just keep talking. Like, you're not going to explain why I'm not going to heaven?
Oh, so the old Mormonism, okay, was a little racist. Again, that's why I don't like too much when the people go
and the Ku Klux Klan, they're Christians.
I mean, it's funded by Democrats nowadays. So
you say that, but listen, you keep the thing about this is the your boys thing. The Democrats are not my boys. Like, I don't claim where people to the left or the right. All I know is that, like, obviously, bottom line, Trump should have never tried to turn the Gulf of Mexico into Gulf America. He should have never tried to turn Greenland into, America Green or whatever. All this rhetoric is divisive and it's dangerous, and it has been for a very long time, and it has always been something you said it already. It's something that kind of came from the left. If you want to date back, not too far back, but before you had him, it was Ronald Reagan, and before Ronald Reagan, it was Nixon. So it was just never extreme as it is today.
Right.
And the reason why it was easier to kind of like let it go and let it get away back in the day during Nixon's time and Reagan's time is because we were just now getting hip to the idea that maybe these black people might be cool. We were getting over some long, egregious, grievous politics, and it was getting a little bit better. Then Bush came in, and then Obama came in, and Obama said, "I'm going to correct what Bush fucked up." And that was such an easy give because Bush was so fucking stupid. That was just, if you want to blame anybody for Obama, don't even blame Bush. Blame the people who put him into office. That's where you start every single time. How did you get duped by that dumbass? But still, 9 ways to Sunday, I'm pretty sure people will take Bush over Trump in a heartbeat to this day. Still, it's easy.
I don't know. There is a lot of physical proof of things that Trump has done. I'm not talking about rhetoric. Like, Venezuela is more important than you think.
No. You keep going back to the idea that, like, I already said Obama laid the groundwork for that whole plan. So if Trump acts on it, that's not the problem. The problem is how he acted on it. Because I know Republicans do not give a fuck about optics, but Democrats absolutely do. And that is where the contention actually is. It's not about the fact that Trump did what we all wanted him to do. It's that his ugly ass did it. And he did it in the way that he did it. It shouldn't have been that way. That's it. It's not about that we didn't want him to go into Venezuela. It's about the fact that he did it on the presidency he sets.
But you have traitors. You have traitors in the country who will stop him if it was not fast. He made a plan that made it quick because he knew he would have problems to
it ends up being the fucking ricochet over and over again. Whether this is where I half agree with you, a little more over half. I get what you're saying. It had to be done the way that he did it because if it weren't done that way, it wouldn't have been done any other way. I get that idea. My point. Go ahead.
No, that's exactly what I meant. I didn't really want to add anything, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that he took the bullet for it. And listen, Trump has already said, I'm pretty sure that like I'm not trying to be the president that everybody likes. I'm trying to be the president who's everything right or some shit like that. I get it. Therefore, he's not trying to win brownie points with the left. That's not the point. The left isn't just the only people you need to win brownie points with. If we want to maintain our position as a global hegemon, then I don't see how shitting on everybody who wants us to be like allied with NATO was a good idea. That's my only thing. Is that to appeal to Putin constantly and then to pretend not to is very weird. To bring that back to Christianity all those years ago, when a Bush said this about Putin, that's a good Christian man. That's a good man. We love Putin over here. He's just Trump is using the same talking points as Bush. They're all those years ago. The only difference is that Trump will tell you in your face that he actually likes Putin and then come behind your back and then tell you he doesn't. That's the big difference. Is that this man is snakish and two-faced as fuck, and then people pretend he isn't. That's insane to me.
When nobody's saying that Trump is intentionally misleading. That's what he does. He keeps lying and being provocative all the time, and the left gets triggered. Trump got elected because the left
I
don't understand the algorithm works on the internet. Okay, so he's like
hate this fucking point. I get what you're saying, but this is annoying because it's like the left isn't getting triggered at Trump is anywhere near as much as they're getting triggered at MAGA. This is not about Trump because Trump is a device in of itself. He's like a tornado, a force nature. You can't get mad at a hurricane coming in sleeping. What you get mad at is that there's supposed to be dikes in Illinois. What's that place? It's not Illinois. It's New Orleans.
Yeah, but Trump
and there's
made
supposed to be
MAGA.
ways to prevent the fucking the hurricane from destroying more than it actually should. There was no good prevention for Katrina, and there were supposed to be things in support for like whenever it did hit, it didn't do as much damage as it did. So this means that the money that was supposed to be used to prevent the disaster that is Katrina was embezzled. It was not used the way that it should have been used. Therefore, Kanye got up on the stage and said George Bush doesn't care about black people. Why did he say that? That's not true. Most likely, what ends up being the case is that George Bush does not care about New Orleaners or anybody in that particular region because it's a poor place, and who cares if a hurricane hits? We can just fix it later. That was probably his mentality, or generally he didn't care that people were embezzling money with the Katrina disaster to prevent it. How did this relate back to Trump? Because, like I said, over and over again, people always talk about how much Trump likes to reference Reagan or these other guys, but really he takes so much fucking permission from Bush over and over again, constantly. This guy, he made MAGA, but it is MAGA who holds the power because it is those people who put him into a position of power to begin with. Therefore, nobody's getting upset at Trump. It's that people, I mean, yes, that is true, but it is more so the fact that people believe what Trump says and they don't care about the rhetoric flourish that he uses when they should care about it. That's the actual, I know nobody wants to hear it, but we're not like Britain, we're not posh, but the Democrats think they are, and they don't like it when there's this ragtag group of people called MAGA who just sit there and let Trump just jerk off and then let them all just lap it up. That's not cool. It's like watching porn, but you don't actually get off to it. If you're a straight man and you're watching gay porn the whole time, you're going to be like, how am I supposed to get into this? This is kind of like, I don't like this. And you sit there and you just sit there and take it the whole time. That's what it's like watching MAGA get like destroyed by Trump constantly. Because he's saying things to them that they somehow like, and then it doesn't work in their favor consistently because he gets to get over on them. Because at the end of the day, Trump can always endlessly just back out and say, well, I meant to revise the plan like this. It should have went down like this. I didn't mean that when I said that because it wasn't going to work. There are people who actually got in my way of Democrats. Why do you keep blaming it on Democrats as if you don't have almost total authority over the fucking Senate right now or and the House and like you can't keep blaming it on these people who are like almost figments of your imagination because the power they hold.
That's not true. They have power. Like all the.
I'm not saying they don't have power. I'm saying that Trump is literally like when he's still incompetent. Let the record reflect that he is incompetent, and the only reason why he seems to be much more incompetent nowadays is because he has a bunch of fucking He has the fucking dream team behind him. He has the Marvel Avengers behind him sometimes. He has people who actually know what they're doing, and they feed him better talking points, and he has a fucking echo chamber of what he wants to get done, it gets done. But he himself will go out there and say things that is total opposite to what actually is happening behind the scenes. And somehow
but
people will lap
everyone
it up.
knows.
And then as long as he gets to, and not everybody knows that. Not all MAGA knows that. What you believe, listen, there's people who know that Trump will get up and say things that are inaccurate. And then they don't care because they know that the people behind him is smarter. And then there's the other half of MAGA who don't know that. Want to know why you can tell? Because they will defend things that Trump says instead of defending things that the fucking government says. If they just listen to the government, the people behind Trump, and they quote them instead of Trump, then I know that they're actually fucking sane. But if they quote Trump, I'm dealing with a fucking radical. I'm dealing with somebody who just listens to what Trump says and they don't hear anything else. And then you tell them things that contradicts what Trump says because you quote somebody in his coalition on his team, they tell you you're lying. I'm talking about one of your other boys, not Trump, but the boy below him. And you think I'm lying because I quote somebody on your team? That's insane. That means you don't listen to anything. It means you're just listening to whatever Trump says. But it doesn't matter to mention the disparate elements of the MAGA coalition because they're still all in lockstep at the end of the day. They still care about Trump at the end of the day. They still want, at the end of the day, leftist suppression. So as long as they get that, they don't give a fuck what Trump says. They don't give a fuck what Pam Bondi says. They don't give a fuck about anybody says. As long as leftists get suppressed, they don't care. And that is the same type of shit that happened and led up until Hitler. We do not have that issue on the left. Want to know why? Because people hated Kamala, people hated Obama, they hate him today, they hated Biden on the left. They don't have that kind of stuff like that on. Nick Fuentes didn't flip the script on Trump until January 6th, basically. But he floated the idea a little bit before that. I get it. But you know this. We already agreed to it. The right moves in lockstep, and the left moves like they have two left legs. In China, like I said when he talked to not the other Hassan, but the browner Hassan.
But let's be Brown it's Nico.
the guy who said
the brown cloud.
The other one who said something like Mehdi Hassan. Yeah, he said well, he talked to a Chinese man and he brought him in. He said the Chinaman said in America it's like a car with four wheels, but the wheels all move in one direction, in different directions. But in China, the car has wheels that all move in one direction. That's the left. Four wheels moving in four different directions. So the idea that like the divisiveness of thought, the division of thought, the diversity of thought on the right is more extreme than it is on the left is insane. That is insane to me. The only disparate elements that exist on the right look like fucking a Nick Fuentes and a gay conservative. Did I just say the same thing twice?
Yeah, you said this. No, but you don't. You're looking from you're looking at it from the point of view of somebody who is not tired. Like obviously white people who are above average intelligence who read to Trump, they're not actually injecting bleach into the veins for COVID or something.
I don't like that you said that. You said white people of above average intelligence. This goes right back to William Buckley all over again. The problem in Mississippi isn't that there's a lot of black voters. The problem is that there are too many white people voting. And the people in Mississippi are dumb as fuck, whether you're black or white.
No, I wasn't
ran off of the idea.
I didn't
as
say
a
no. Sorry,
Republican.
wait 1 second. I didn't say that white people are above average. I said the white people who are above.
I know what you're gonna say though. They're gonna be able to see past Trump's bullshit. I get that. You're talking about a vanishing minority of people though, because that's not what Trump ran off of. Trump didn't run off of, I want to become a Republican because I love smart white people. No, he said that because I love dumb white people. That's what he did. That's what that was for.
But we're fine.
He said that at least two or three times in different ways.
But like the average normal white person is fine with him loving dumb white people. It's fine.
Because these white people live in these nice fucking houses. They live in these nice houses. They have dogs that are like golden retrievers. They're like actual gold.
Yeah, like I don't know why you hate the Republicans being united under.
I don't hate Republicans being united. I'm telling you what happens if that gets out of control. In
Yeah.
reference to the idea of like, if you keep putting weird people like Trump in power, and it's just unity the whole time. We saw what happened when that kind of game was played out the last time. We
I
don't
don't.
have that kind of unity on the left because bureaucracy and bullshit and Hassan Pikers and Hassan Medis. Those aren't even two same guys. They don't agree on anything almost. How do we have two guys who have the same kind of skin tone damn near, who come
because
from the
they're
same
too
place damn
stupid.
near, with the same background, who actually have a higher intelligence? Hassan Piker and Hassan Mehdi easily have consistently higher IQs. People like them have higher IQs than people on the right
Please,
in that same place.
please.
It's not even, brother, your smartest Republican is Nick Fuentes. Let's not go there. Your smartest Republican died recently. Come on. Your other smartest Republican, your other smartest Republican pundit, Ben Shapiro, is not even really white, and he's not even for the white caucus. He's for the other caucus on the other side, the original white man, the Jewish white man. So I'm not sure what we're talking about here when it comes to the smartest white people that are for the Republican coalition do not even give a fuck about most white people. It's not even close. Nick Fuentes, every single time that somebody gives that little twink $100, it's probably a white guy, and then he's just the whole time saying, "I fucking hate you, dumb motherfuckers." He is the smartest monkey in his own monkey bag chamber or whatever.
Look, bro, even Joe Rogan is smarter than Hassan Piker. Come on, you cannot tell me Hassan Piker is smart. Come on, like,
Listen,
how can you?
listen. I'm not saying Hassan Piker is smart. I'm saying that on average, if you go straight down the fucking if you just move down the fucking Overton window, whatever, move outside of that position of the Overton window that he exists in, towards the right, you're gonna get a drop of education. And I'm just saying this from an empirical point of view. This isn't about like people like, I'm not making moral attributions. I'm not making like, oh, you voted for Trump, therefore you must be stupid. That's not what I'm saying. Because people vote against their interests all the fucking time. I'm speaking, and I may be too Nazi-ish in my interpretation of this, but if somebody went to college and graduated and they got this education, blah, 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 I don't care if they're indoctrinated in one way or the other. They've demonstrated high IQ in one dimension. It may not be the IQ that you care about, but it's an IQ in some regard. And that's a start. It's a problem that Marxists, to whatever degree that they've claimed to be invested into the education system, that they got in and they polluted people like Hassan Piker. That's a happy accident, I guess.
But
my point is that people literally, like Jordan Peterson, will tell you not to go to college because there are crazy white people there that will make you stupid if you go to college. And that's not a good precedent to set, because the issue isn't Marxist. The issue is America. It is our own investments into the education system that has caused it to become less than it was back in the day. And Trump isn't doing a good job whenever he tried to defund the education system. So if you want to say that,
you described the problem in your own sentence when you said that there is a problem of in the university. So you're implying that there is, in fact, a left-leaning politics in university. So it's unfair to criticize Republicans for not wanting to go in a place where they will most likely be persecuted unless the university is very engineering and very, like, obviously an American white man who was straight is not going to do poetry in American university that's hyper liberal. He's gonna be miserable all the time. So you cannot say, oh, they study less.
I'm not sure about that. Like I said,
yeah.
Elon is your smartest white person ever, and he was Democrat first. Basically, let's just go there. Let's just go straight to the heavy hitters that are white.
Everyone is Democrats first.
Exactly. That's my point. Is that they're Democrats first, and then when they act dumb, they turn into Republicans. That's what that looks like almost all the time. That's what it looks like. Every single time. Because how in the hell? I'm just saying, Elon was championed by everybody on both the left and the right, and as soon as that motherfucker went towards the left, he got thrown away by both the left and the right. There's anybody who is whatever is called for Elon. It's like MAGA, but like Laga, Elana. He
No,
has
it's
his
because
own personal coalition of people who are for him, and it's a bunch of 20-year-olds probably nowadays. But obviously, if you have a Tesla truck, you're for him as well. My point is that Elon has obviously, and you know this, he's burned so many bridges with people on the left and the right. He fought with Trump. He said that he held the
yeah.
receipts for Trump being on the fucking island on the list, and he didn't tell anybody until he got upset at Trump. That's your boy? I don't think so. I wouldn't
I
claim
mean,
that.
I'm just saying that Elon Musk, for example, I, I don't know. It's an unfair comparison because everyone is leftist when they're young. I was hyper leftist when I'm young. When you're young, you're super delusional and you think everyone
No,
should
no, no, no,
be
no, no.
in peace
I know where you're going with this. Everybody's leftist when
yeah,
they're
but
young because you have a liberal mind, and when you get older, you start to conserve more. If this were true, Bernie would be a conservative. This nigga is older than Trump, isn't he?
no, but
Isn't he older
he's
than
a
Trump by
retard.
like 2
He's a
years?
retarded. He's retarded.
You can't. That doesn't make any sense to say that Bernie is retarded when you compare him to his age group.
Like, no,
Bernie is stupid compared to Trump and Biden and Kamala.
I'm,
I said
but,
age group, so I need to discount Kamala. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I mean,
Bernie is a bit too sharp for his age, considering
he
to be
he
what he
tries
is.
to talk in an articulate manner, and so maybe
It's not
he's a
about articulation and
uh,
in a mannerism. It is the fact that he just does it. He does not trip over words. He gets to the point. He gets to his substance. You ask him questions. He tries to engage, and then it's not the sort of game that both Biden can play to some extent and Trump can play endlessly, where they never address anything and they play stupid the whole time.
he used to be centrist, but now it's getting radicalized as well. He's not the center leftist that he used to be. He's really going towards the Islam anti-Israel stance as well. Well, I don't know. I just feel that if I was American, I would consider Bernie Sanders a little of
The
a traitor as
Overton
well.
window is shifting. He has to be anti-Israel. What person who on the left isn't?
Like anyone who wants to be in favor of first world countries first. Like that's the point. If you are a globalist who wants to enslave people and you are cruel, obviously you want immigration and cheap labor and make everyone miserable for being richer. If you're a globalist,
Wait. If people immigrate over here,
yeah,
if the guy Chromium comes over here,
yeah.
he's making substantially more money compared to where he came from. And
But very little for the standard of living required to live comfortably in US, though.
he's living comfortably here compared to his state of decay in Jamaica constantly.
Because of welfare. Yeah, because of welfare. If they had to work with just the amount of money they would get with a cheap labor, like without paying taxes, they won't make money to feel comfortable.
No, Chromium can live in the South and be just fine. You're thinking about this sort of this theory of existence that exists up north somewhere where people or California. California and Texas aren't the only states that exist in this country. You can live anywhere in the South towards the Bible Belt and live like a fucking king compared to what you would have been doing in Jamaica. It's actually not even funny.
I don't know about Jamaica
you need to know a lot more because Jamaica is one of the worst places to live on this fucking planet.
Yeah. Well, for example, in Italy, you have agriculture, and that's organized by the mafia, and all the immigrants cannot escape the camps. So it's like slavery, and all the leftist people here want the immigration because they can pay €1, €2 immigrants.
And you said that like Elon didn't try to do that, like H-1B1 visas or whatever the fuck it's called. And then that's something that Trump almost backed to himself, I'm pretty sure. And then that was something that the Republican base didn't like that. They didn't like the idea of H-1B1 visas. Vivek Ramaswamy, they didn't like that. So it's not like it's this is what I said earlier. We cannot keep trying to attribute this one of the things that we do to one party as if both don't do it to their own varying degrees.
I agree, but there's definitely an incentive that is national for Elon and Trump that it isn't for left-leaning politicians who are mostly trade in global stocks. So I don't know. it always goes back to how much incentive you have to have a wealthy country. But I understand why you wouldn't like nationalism economically.
Under my
but
definition of nationalism, I do not
yeah.
like the idea because, like I said, there's a difference between being a patriot and being a nationalist. But that's the where the entire conversation jumped from. When Asmiko gets up on his stream and he says that I don't like these brown people coming to this country, that's not the
But
same
that's
thing
not
as
what he
saying.
says. Yeah, well, that's not
Okay,
what he
let
says.
me let me get the actual quote then, because what he said sounded worse technically.
You can get it. In what context?
They're not spamming the chat. It's the glitch in how my chat connects to TikTok. Obviously, the TikTok was gonna get shut down at some point because they don't like politics at all unless it's like a certain kind. So the TikTok live stream was restricted. Therefore, it just the chat spammed the last message over and over again.
Is it like temporarily restricted or?
Yep.
Oh.
It won't be for long though, because this was my second strike. So if I get another one, I'm pretty sure the whole account will go down, which will give me free range to just re-upload my videos to TikTok all over again and get bigger than last time. You can't. It's when you try to kill something and it comes back stronger. It's not a good idea. Anyways,
like
so
Trump.
that's not fair to say that about Trump because, like I said, he came back stronger. Like this is why I don't like Trump. This is the main reason to not like Trump.
Yeah.
Trump will only ever attribute success of somebody else that is in his particular camp if he likes them. And the only way that he has to like them is if he talked to them at some point and they had to have said at some point that they like him.
Yeah. But that's fair. You
That's
want every
sycophancy.
leverage. Huh?
That's sycophancy. And that's not fair when it means that basically you can never disagree with it. You're one of Trump's main tenets of his fucking existence is that he is actually a positive person. Despite all of the crazy shit that he says that is extremely divisive, this man is generally positive. And what that basically means is that you can never say anything about what Trump is doing wrong because he tries to manifest goodness all the time. Everything's great. He speaks in hyperbole. This is the best fucking Lake Ayahuasca we've ever seen. I'm going to have the biggest blah, blah, blah we've ever seen. You cannot be in Trump's cabinet and tell him that you're doing something wrong or that things are going bad because he does not want to hear it. He wants to hear about what we're doing good. And what that basically means is that
Oh, sorry.
what that basically means is that you can never actually have the head chief and officer in the same room when you're discussing actual policies and what to fucking do. You have to keep the child out of the fucking room. That's not politics. That is a daycare service. And that's not how this country should be ran. That sounds like Iran.
Trump is entertainment. He's like an entertainment first.
Listen, I'm not going to work. If I'm a politician, I'm not showing up to work to be entertained by fucking Trump. Especially since that if I entertain him the wrong way, he'd be like a king who cuts my fucking head off and I get fired the next day because I didn't entertain him well enough.
You have a lot of leftist talking points. For someone who's, you have a lot of leftist talking points for someone who is centrist.
That's what. Wait, the mark of a good centrist isn't somebody who doesn't take sides. I actually don't like that definition of a centrist. Somebody who is like against both sides equally. You can't be against both sides equally if you don't know the talking points.
Yeah,
I didn't vote for Biden when it was easy to vote for Biden if I were a leftist. So we can just dismiss that outright. I didn't vote in the past fucking like what 6, 8, fucking 12 years since Obama because I voted for Obama because I was a young black dude who thought it was cool to vote for Obama. Coming to find out, it wasn't actually so cool.
Yeah, I'm not voting anymore in Europe as well. They're always gonna bring immigrants no matter what. So
I'm sorry to cut you off, but
yeah,
this is Trump's time. Of course, they have all the talking points that shit on him constantly. Let Biden get back into office or another leftist, and I'll have myself armed to the teeth, anti my current president rhetoric, ready to go, because it's about ruling people in that are falling out of line, and if they're gonna fall the fuck out of line, and not appease as many people as possible and not just my neighbor who has a nice picket fence and a golden retriever made it of actual gold, then of course I'm going to have a lot to say about that. Because when a motherfucker gets up on stage and says, I'm going to benefit you and you and you and you and you, and all those yous look like a bunch of different people, and they're not getting benefited, somebody's not telling me the truth.
Yeah,
I want
to be
a
honest,
motherfucker to get up on stage and say, guess what? We're going to war today. I know you don't like it, but we gotta do it. People are gonna moan and groan, and somebody's gonna throw a shoe at Bush, just like they did last time. Whoever it is, the new version of Bush spelled backwards, Hush, Hub, I don't know. On the left, the next president is probably going to be Gavin Newsom. Not really. It won't be Mom Downey. It'll be Pete Buttigieg. I don't know. Gay president. And when that happens, you can be very sure that I'm going to have a lot to say about a gay president because I'm a black guy. And a black guy typically comes from hip hop culture. And what that basically means is that I have a strong tinge of homophobia embedded in my bloodstream. That doesn't mean that I actually dislike gay people. That's not what that means at all. As a bisexual man, I can't say that. But I have embedded in my ecosystem, my brain, my mentality to think that anything that is perceivably feminine and a man is doing it is to scoff at it. So I will have easily plenty of things to say about a woman running for president, Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, Pete Buttigieg, Gay Buttigieg. I got it locked and loaded. The same thing we said about Trump going to Epstein's Island to touch little kids, we said the same shit about Biden. Because he was doing that shit in the open. Not to say that he was actually on the island, but I saw Biden fucking grabbing those girls in those videos. I saw Biden when he said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. That's why I didn't vote for him, because I guess I ain't black.
yeah. You're finally white.
Like I said, when my ROTC teacher told me, I can't even talk. When my ROTC instructor told me that you're not black in this country, you're an American, I took that seriously. I took that to heart because that's how this country should be. The identity politics should be the politics of your identity as an American. You're not a man. You're not a woman. You're not a white person. You're not a Christian. You're an American.
Yeah.
It's one nation under God. And the fact that it is under God is only proof of the fact that the nation exists and I can see it. But I sure as fuck can't see God. So as far as I'm concerned, as far as I can see the heights in the sky, the furthest thing that I can see that extends towards the highest point in the fucking sky was at some point the Twin Towers. So as far as I'm concerned, this nation is my God. And there is nothing under it other than every other nation that exists outside of us.
Then you should be mad that white people get targeted as well, not just black people, because they are American.
Yeah, you're trying to typecast me. I love white people. What are you talking about? How many?
Yeah, well, you understand why white people love Trump then?
Just because I understand doesn't mean I like it.
Yeah, but
listen. I know why a pedophile. I know why a pedophile needs to consume copious amounts of child pornography. That's not going to be the reason why I tell him that it's good.
No, you cannot say that half of the population is pedophile. No.
That's not what I'm saying. My point is that number one, they put one in that is questionably probably one of them, but you don't sit there and be like, I don't care if he was one. As long as he's getting my bills paid, I don't care. Okay, now slow down, buddy. And I've heard people say that. So that's what I can't get behind is when you hear people, it's not many of them, but when a motherfucker walks to you and says, well, of course we need a couple of children to get sacrificed to the god of the underworld every now and then to make sure that America stays afloat. I'm going to be like, you're not wrong, but you shouldn't say that out loud. That's kind of insane to say. We need to get to a point where we don't have to say that anymore. I don't want you to say that as if it's normal. Say it as if it's like something that happens, but we shouldn't want it to happen. And we need to move away from it. We don't need people that are in power that will say, I need a kid every now and then. Otherwise, I'm going to freak out on you. Huh?
I think your centrism is failing you.
like I said, and this is how citizenship is supposed to work. It's not supposed to be. I don't have any harsh words for Biden or Trump. I think they're both great guys. No, it's actually I have harsh words for both of them, and I have the opposite of harsh words for both of them. Trump is obviously in league with like Napoleon Bonaparte and like fucking Marcus Aurelius and fucking all of his favorite people on the planet, people who have done crazy, insane things. He's in league with these folks, not the same way that like a Truman is, but like because he believes himself to be, and that's actually amazing in and of itself. This guy's Don Quixote, actually in the flesh. This is a fable. This guy's living a fable lifestyle, and that's crazy to see. Trump is a product of what I just called America earlier, a product of Hollywood. This is our second Hollywood president, and he's done way better of a job at making it seem like he's bigger than life itself than Reagan ever could.
I don't know.
I can say so much that is kind of like offhandedly positive about Trump, but at the end of the day, I see the effects of what it looks like to parade about how good Trump is when you're on the other end of the receiving end of his rhetoric. That's what that looks like. Is if it wasn't Kirk, then it was going to be somebody else instead, and it would have been somebody else based off of a creed of political affiliation, class, or who you donated to. It's just going to get more violent if we don't tone it down. And Democrats can come together to say we disavow what happened.
Well, the only way for you
Trump
to
on the other end will come in and tell you that I hate my political opponents during the wake of Charlie Kirk's death. That rhetoric is not just divisive. It is not predicating more violence. It is actually trying to absorb the violence in real time and make himself seem like he is bigger than everything. And you can say what you're getting ready to say, which is that he rallies the base. He gets the people hot and hard-blooded or whatever. I get that. But you have to, this is why you're not a centrist, because you can't give me a steel man for what it looks like to be on the receiving end of that rhetoric. I can tell you why it makes perfect sense for Trump to speak the way he speaks and to rally his base. Duh. It makes perfect sense. It's what I saw Hitler came to power. And just because I compare him to Hitler doesn't mean that I don't think that Hitler is a cool guy to the degree in which he is cool. I follow Nick Fuentes. I followed Kirk up until he is no longer followable. I love Jordan Peterson, but he's a retard. I follow Jordan Peterson. I follow Ben Shapiro. I follow these right-wing people. I follow them. And I bet, and guess what? Guess what? The only leftists that I follow is probably fucking Barack and Bernie. I don't follow Mamdani. I don't follow Gavin Newsom until he started making memes, I think. I might follow him now. I don't know. But I follow a bunch of right-wing people because I actually lean pretty fucking right. And the only reason why I would ever lean left to some real varying degree because of social factors, obviously. I'm a black man. I have no money. And I am not exactly the straightest fucking tool in the shed. So, like, I have pretty easy reasons to kind of, like, make pretty good concessions for the left. It's pretty easy to see where I come from on the left, but to be easily characterized, tokenized, because I am not a white, straight man. So, that's not fair on me. Like, when I...
sorry, but this is exactly the beginning of the conversation. I wanted you to recognize that there was a problem that white people were going through, even if it wasn't historically a problem. It was recently a problem of cancellation, losing jobs, and attacks and doxing and even attempted murder. And it's like it's a problem that that's why I was talking about self-defense, because for the people who are not extremely racist or weren't extremely racist, they're doing it exactly like you do it. Like it's your choice to be left-leaning is egocentric, and I perfectly understand it. And you should be able to perfectly understand why a white person will prefer something extremely radical rather than something that is extremely radical against them if they have not either choice. You know,
I kind of want to get more specific about what it means to be white, because again, whiteness is far more of a concept than blackness. And I hope we know what we mean when we say that. I hope we know what we mean, because people love to, for some reason, skate over this idea. When you're white, you don't know it. When you're black, you fucking know it. And the reason why is because nobody tells you you're white in a way that you can actually describe beyond material things. Like things that you can achieve, things that are destined for you, things that are like assured for you. Whereas when you're black, you are disposition, you are dispossessed. And this is a reality that is like buried itself out across the fucking globe. And only recently has it gotten better for black people. And this is obvious.
In America.
Obviously.
Yeah.
So my point is that you don't find out that you're like not white as a black person until a white person comes up to you and tells you that you're black. And you have to figure out, go to your mom and say, what does it mean to be black? And she will tell you with the whole list of things what it means to be black. And guess what it is? It's a list of things that make you not white. Not black, but not white. Because whiteness is a core concept of the idea that there's a special elite of people that deserve things and everybody else who isn't, doesn't.
No, that's not true. The way we're raised is not that my mother taught me that we're superior and we need to follow.
You are not an American. You do not live in a space that benefited from that idea of division. You didn't. I'm not sure, and I have to look into like how Italy fits into like the entire fucking Atlantic slave trade or some shit. But like,
but even Americans, white Americans, they don't get raised to be the superior people ethnically. If anything,
this doesn't make any sense, because if this were true, then we wouldn't have so much division between Jews and white people. They should be the same thing. And you said that earlier you described that to be the case, but I know plenty, and you know plenty of people. You can't mention Goipers and not acknowledge that this is the fucking reality.
But because it's culture. It's culture. They have a Christian culture.
You have made the mistake of conflating or giving people the benefit of the doubt that they will not play fast and loose with what it means to be culturally one thing or ethnically the other thing. You're being too nice and too charitable to these people.
It's just insane to think that there are parents who are neo-Nazi and they're growing their kids as neo-Nazi. The worst thing they can do, which is not even that bad, is that tell that part of the neighborhood is very criminal, which is true. And whether that's not
the worst thing to do. The worst thing to do is to disown your daughter for dating a black guy. That's one of the worst things. It gets worse than that. Another worst thing to do is to basically to own a business and to have it be like a business that is not predicated on whiteness, and then not hire any black people, and then admit to saying that you don't hire black people because they're black.
Yep. Like, I understand this was very common before the 50s and 60s.
It was not only common and very common, but it was common for a long time because that is our historical roots. I get where you're going with your next tangent. I'm not trying to say, I'm the one being tangential, but anyways, I get what you're saying, but you have to understand that there is an entire coalition of people on the black left that has no choice but to repeat ad infinitum the history of this nation, because that is all we know. We can't talk about Africa because we're not really African. We weren't born there. All we have is our American edifice that told us for so long that the reason why we can't be as good as we could be is because we live in these bad places, and they give us our sense of culture, and we repeat it ad infinitum with our music, and it's just reflective over and over again. Then it's funded by Jews, apparently, funding hip hop music to be more and more dangerous, and despite the fact that black people no longer live in dispositions the way they used to, and it's just a cycle. It's perpetuated infinitely.
Yeah, and
that's why people would tell you who are white that you shouldn't go to these neighborhoods because it's dangerous, and they're not wrong. But they don't just say it's dangerous because people may get shot. They say it's dangerous because that's just the way they are, and that doesn't sound like a statement where you say that doesn't sound like a statement where you say you're not being very you're not being charitable. You're not saying, well, they have to be that way because of the guns, and there's so many guns there, and then the dad isn't around. They what they say when they, even if they don't notice it, whether you're trying to be good racist or bad racist, what you're saying is that is in their genes. They don't know any other way to be. 9 times out of 10, that is the interpretation you will get. these black people, these brown people, these Pakistanis, these Chinese, they're not smart Asians because they fucking love books and they read to death. No, because their fucking Asian moms beat them over the head with a fucking book and they say, if you don't fucking get an A, you're gonna be a Bijan and you're gonna be out of my fucking house. They get that shit beat into them.
Absolutely amazed.
That's the Asian culture.
No, but yeah. No, but I don't know. It's the
It is not, you know this, hopefully, if you're not like a crazy racist, it is not in the black genetic structure to not want to go to fucking school. What's there is a narrative that going to school is white. That's how you know that there is a white identity being played itself out constantly, because it is represented in the bourgeois. And out of nowhere, just by mentioning that B word, I invoke the idea of, oh, so you're trying to quote a Marxian idea. I'm not saying you were saying this, but that's where it goes. It's so hard to talk to certain people because you have to tiptoe around certain trigger words because they just discount what you say and throw it all out in an instant. The minute you mention anything that implies that you're getting your fucking talking points from a crazy leftist from back in the day. As if everybody wasn't a crazy leftist and a crazy fucking right winger back in the day. As if politics wasn't so rampant back in the day, because the natural person who was the normal citizen, the everyday man, had no way to access legitimate policies because they were fucking stonewalled constantly by the politicians. If we had the internet now in Nazi Germany, Hitler would have been memed to death. He would have never. He would not have been able to have anything gotten done. The Holocaust would have been. We would have recorded from inside the Holocaust, and it would have been shut down within a few fucking days.
Yeah, that's why it's impossible to do.
But that's the reason why politics used to work far differently back then, because it was insular. You couldn't just get in, and anybody could just get in and talk about this shit. You'd kill reporters back then. You're not doing this shit. We still do, obviously. But the point is that we need a system set up so that you can criticize Trump. You need to be able to criticize Kamala Harris, and you don't need to do that because Kamala Harris followers will do that for her, and she can't win the election because of that. Therefore, so you can criticize Trump, he'll still win. Criticize Biden, criticize Kamala, and they blame both at the same time, and they both can't win because that's a diversity of thought on the left where they can't agree on fucking jack shit all, but guys can come together and circle jerk to death January 6th and come all over the fucking buildings and get Trump in power twice.
Time out. No, you cannot generalize racism the way you generalize it because you're just gonna.
I'm gonna give you the actual talking points of what it means to like understand whiteness as a concept and blackness as a concept that was created by white people. You think Africans woke up one day and said, "I'm black"? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. You have to understand that at some point somebody said, "This is a white person and this is a black person." And to think that it started in like America would be insane, because it's not white and black; it's Eurocentrism. That's the word.
It didn't start in America. Come on, it didn't start in America.
Exactly. So you have to understand where I'm coming from when I mentioned the idea of how whiteness is something that is precipitated out of Europe and was strengthened based off of the idea that there are people who are white and who deserve certain privileges, people who are vagabonds, people who are barbarians, who are over the mountains, who don't have the lay of the land, who don't have they speak in a different language. They eat with their hands, they eat with their feet, blah 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 blah. These are medicine men. They know they have so many spices. They smell crazy, like this.
Yeah, in the 1700 during Illuminism, it was Europe that was at the epicenter of civilization, and people were really posh back then because they didn't know how fucking uncool it was to be posh, and everyone was really anti-barbarians in general. Everyone has always been anti-barbarian even before in Europe, because you had like Rome being completely attacked by military power that was by civilization that were a lot weaker. So I don't know. It's just that blaming an entire group for for a mentality that's not that widespread. It just like you said, you prefer America. It was a lot less racist around 2000, and I agree with you. I was already using internet. I'm 33 years old, and I was
I need
already
to clarify
using it.
something. I don't
Huh?
think America was a lot less racist in 2005. I think it was racism in a way that was actually agreed upon. I think that it was like I said earlier, there's good racism and there's bad racism. There was a point in time where there was racism that you actually just understood to be like fine, and it was okay because it couldn't get any worse, and we were wrong. It could get worse because you can go either forward or backwards, and backwards is the slave era, and forward is Trump. And you want to go a little further because we all know that Trump isn't a real racist; he's a pretend racist.
Yeah.
It's not about JD Vance. It's not about Mike Pence. It's not about Trump. It's not really even about Rubio. It's about the people, the coalition around them that will sit there and when Trump says, I'm not racist, I'm orange. I'm a little brown. I'm not racist. That's not the one who has to say I'm not racist. It's every single person, basically to the left and the right of MAGA, on the right, not anywhere towards the left, on the right, to the left or right of MAGA has to say that as well and actually mean it and not actually perpetuate anything that would actually imply otherwise.
Yeah.
And it's not easy because guess what? I don't obviously, but it's not obvious. I have to say this to you. I have to disavow certain things so you can know who I am. Black people can definitely be racist because there's two definitions of racism that are operable. As a centrist, I can tell you them. See, if I weren't a centrist, I wouldn't be able to tell you why there's two definitions. One is working racism. Working racism is I go to a fucking job interview and I said, "Can I get the job?" And he looks at me and he says, "Jamal, I don't think so," and walks away. That's operative racism because he looks me up and down and says, "You can't work, motherfucker. You won't even show up the next day. If I turn my back, you might shoot me." That's operative racism because that affects me in a way where I can't get a job or keep one. And then there is this sort of colloquial racism where I tell you, if you say that you have blue eyes, right?
Yeah, I'm white.
You're white. To me,
I'm blonde.
To me, you sound like somebody who grew up in the Middle East though, and who learned Italian from like the way your accent doesn't sound like what I'm used to from like Italian speakers or like people who are like over there in France and blah blah blah. There's a certain sound that I typically hear from everywhere from the fucking Welsh territory all the way towards the UK. And whenever somebody says that I speak this language in this white nation, but they sound like they come from like where Hassan is from, both Hassans, I'm thinking this is somebody who's a little mixed or some shit like that. That's besides the point. The
No, I'm
main
from
point.
Tuscany. It's like the center of culture of Europe, so it's fine.
Okay, so you get it. You get the point. There's a lot of immigration over there, probably, right? So my whole thing is that the whole thing is that when black people say that black people can't be racist against white people, this is a legitimate claim because it's using a new version of racism. The new version is I can say a bunch of racist shit and it won't affect any change that affects white people. This is no longer true, obviously. There's a lot of things that white people can say to put white people out of power. It just doesn't make it so present and pressing it all the way up the ladder because if it were actually that powerful, Obama would have get elected a third time. We would have had Kamala Harris for sure. If that probably would have been it for me. I don't know. If Kamala would have ran, she did, and she would have won, then I would have thought to myself, damn, I think black people have gotten a little out of control. I think we could do anything now. This is getting a little crazy. It's getting out of hand because Kamala she was set up to fail from both ends. She was supposed to lose almost no matter what. It didn't make it any better that the Republican coalition was just so powerful in their messaging. They took a bunch of words that weren't said by her and words that were said by her and contorted the fuck out of it and shoved it down her fucking throat. Like the fucking like she was supposed to be like Condoleezza Rice back in the day with Bill Clinton and the secretary. Point being is that we don't have that issue anymore. We're getting ready to roll it back now. If like Biden said it, which is not good for him to say this, but if you vote for that guy, was it Biden or McCain? I think between the two of them, somebody said, I'm pretty sure Biden said if you let this guy win, he's gonna put y'all back in chains. Like,
yeah, it was Biden. That's right, I think.
so
Yeah.
that was a real sentiment that Biden probably himself didn't believe in, even though he probably should have believed in it because he saw it for himself. Technically, he was near that era where you would have seen a little Kamala Harris come off the bus, and she had to be in the back of the bus. He was alive for that time because he's old as fuck, like Trump too. These guys are older than the fucking establishment of India. But that's a new version of racism. It's this boring racism where I have to fucking not call a Jewish person like I can't make fun of Jews even though I'm not racist against Jews. I can't make fun of white people because nowadays it's actually really lame to do it because white people get upset when they didn't used to get upset. And
I
then
mean,
I'm a
because it
coon if
became
I make fun of black
operative.
people.
No, it became operative. White people actually lost
Well,
jobs
I
and
just
were
said that.
canceled.
I just said that.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah,
operative.
yeah,
It is
yeah,
now. It is come full swing. The reason why
yeah.
it's not as powerful as it could be is because, like I said, it didn't work well enough to get Kamala back into power or back into power. Technically back because she would have been Biden 2.0 to some extent. Anyways, point being is that George Floyd should have never went down the way that it went down. We know that that was a mistake. We saw that and we played it up. Shouldn't have been that way, but it was easy. That was an easy give. A cop with his knee on the back
too
of a
much.
guy's neck in the middle of the street. That was an easy win. We took that and we ran with it. So don't give us freebies. Don't give us freebies. I don't know what to tell you. That was too easy. And like you said, with your self-defense policy, Trump did the same shit across the board. Not even just Trump. Anybody in to the left or right of Proud Boys can do it. Anybody in the Kirk establishment, the Going Foundation, whatever it's called now, with his wife, the demon penance stare woman. Anybody can take these sorts of these policies, these tactics, and spin it in the other direction. It's tactics, and I'm not a big fan of them when they're at these extreme levels. I want us to be in the center. Like I said, Gamergate, which is easily in the year of like 2005 when it was cool to still be a little racist and be like it was fine. The Iron Man actor can do blackface. It's fine. Tropical Thunder was fine. It's fine. What's his name? Justin Trudeau can be blackface. He can be a black sultan. It's fine. It's not a problem. It's not. And then 20 years later, it's a problem all of a sudden. Why? Because it's tactics. The power has been transgressed, has been usurped, or whatever has been inverted, and it's gotten out of control. Anybody can admit to this who isn't a fucking Black Panther or like some sort of historical black college goer. And like Dr. Umar Johnson, a proud, almost black Pan-Africanist, as he calls himself, I think, can be seen with a snow bunny from time to time. A fat punani, whatever they call him, is fat white women or whatever they call them that black people love to chase after. We can do that from time to time because we don't actually believe that black people have it as bad as they do. We don't believe that anymore because the material conditions are not as reflective as what they used to be. So when a black person says that I need more money, but he can't get it from these organizations because they won't donate to his cause because they can't see the receipts for it on paper to reflect, that's not an issue of being anti-black. That's an issue of being anti-this. I don't think you have the capital for this. I'm not going to invest in you. I don't believe in your bullshit. Sorry, you're not Steve Jobs. I'm not funding you. Sorry, you're not fucking anybody that is like super famous nowadays. Peter Thiels and your all these rich white people who get to have all these investments from different companies all over the fucking planet because they had a good idea that wasn't predicated on race. It was predicated on technological advancements, predicated on economic prosperity, making sure America gets to be the most powerful nation into the future indefinitely. And if you're not about that, fuck you. If you're about something else that is on the social domain, you're boring, it's lame. I don't want to hear it anymore, and that's what happens. If you cannot make America seemingly better, then you're not for America. And I want to quote Beyonce, I think. I think I want to quote Beyonce because this dovetails it. She says, America is so racist that if you were to criticize the country, everybody thinks you're criticizing white people. That's how fucked up the system looks like. You can't criticize America without white people thinking that you're criticizing them. That's not how it should be. And they got pushed into that corner collectively, whites and blacks, because there has been some sort of intrinsic effort. And I don't have a problem saying this. Obama started this technically. When he ran off of the policy of trying to make things better for black people, he came in with the identity politics hammer and he just started hammering away at the idea of black people need more. He didn't need to do that. He could have just did it and didn't say shit about it. That would have been the easiest fuck. All he had to do was say, I'm going to make a better version of welfare or some shit. I'm going to make Obamacare. I'm going to make this. I'm going because what it does, it helps people who are like poor. He didn't need to say black people. He didn't need to say brown people. He didn't need to say, Mexicans. All he needed to say was people are poor. They have hepatitis B and they have AIDS, and we want to help cure that. So I have a system that is going to help get that understood. Instead, what he did was black people are getting affected in ways that shouldn't be happening. So I'm going to fix that. He gave the Republicans an easy win. They took that shit and they ran with it ever since.
Yeah, I understand with you, and the problem is that all your criticisms are based on the fact that it will almost surely become more intolerant for black people, and there will be necessarily something like Hitler. But
I don't think that we will have more harsher conditions for black people in an actual substantial way that is different for blacks than white trash, for example. I don't think that black people who are poor are going to be having a harder time than white people who are poor in any substantial way. My issue is that they will believe it and then they will do things to make it not the case in their minds. This is what I'm trying to talk about. Y'all only here talking about what is real, what is tangible, what is here, what is observable and empirical. That makes sense to talk about. I think that's cool, but that's not where most Americans live. They live in their fucking brains, and that's scary to me. And we gotta figure out how to get them out of there, because that is a mental asylum in their brains. The reason why people who are rich get to live longer lives on average, because they don't have mental issues the way that people have on the bottom rung of society. That's what people don't understand. If you do not figure out how to address these people who are basically insane or uneducated or both, you need to get rid of them. Because if you don't, they will figure out how to overthrow the nation and have a bloody revolution. You don't have a choice. One or the other. Give them money so they can shut the fuck up and complaining about these things that don't actually exist in a real way, or get rid of them. You only have about two options, basically. Because if they get crunk with it, if they get hip, if they get trendy, if they mobilize, if they stop fucking around and stop saying, I hate Biden, I hate Kamala, I hate Obama, and they all agree to act just like Republicans, and they don't have any money, it's going to be that fucking the French Revolution all over again.
Yeah.
Exactly. Only difference is they probably won't get there far. So we don't have a choice on the upper end of the fucking echelon to top down and just blow them fucking out. Just very quick and fast Holocaust.
Just kill the woke, honestly. Like
that's my problem. Is that there's a small woke right now. They're asleep. They're not woke. They're asleep. It's a sleep. They're slept. This is the nap. Not woke, but nap. They're taking a nap right now. All they need to do is go into more places where they're not getting paid a lot of money, or getting told they're not getting paid enough. As you said earlier to the Jamaican in the chat, in the VC, if he comes here to this country, he will make more money than he made where he was, but he will not make more money proportionally to where I am currently. As a long, grandstanding grandfather and American, Black American, of course I make more money than him, because I have American heritage here. I know the lay of the land. I know where the best jobs are. I have connections. White people love me. Most of my fans are white. They just don't talk to me that much. Black people who talk to me are talking to me because they relate, but white people can't, so they have to love me from a distance, unless they're kind of wiggerish, I guess, if that makes any sort of sense. Unless they're kind of like in the center, or like just kind of don't mind the occasional black slip up here and there. They're gonna love me at a distance. And that's fine. I get why that is. That is the current political climate that we're in, where we need to be kind of in our own camps, because we don't want to admit that we enjoy negromancy from time to time. So that's the current political sphere we live in right now. You cannot admit that if JD Vance could have done it, he would have kept his wife a secret for like as long as he could have. That's a kind of a joke. But the point is that that's where we are right now. Obama did that. And I don't think Obama did it because he wanted to in some sort of malicious way. He knew he'd win if he did that. He's a black guy, handsome man, smarter than any president we've had so far in a long time. And he said what he needed to say to win, just like Trump did, just like what Hillary tried to do. And it worked. It worked twice, back to back. Not like Trump, where he lost to a dumbass. Biden isn't that dumb, but
I just think that it will be more healthy if you focused on physical evidence, like for example,
I see
if
what
you
you're saying. Listen, you're preaching to the choir. That this is not fair to be like, as a centrist, you should be talking about substantial and real things to people who don't believe in real things. Come on now, this is not productive. You're telling me instead to lean further right. That's what you're doing.
Yeah. No, but I don't want to be nuked by Iran, so I will take into account the enrichment of
This
uranium of
nuke by
Iran.
Iran is a economic conversation. Let's go.
No,
Let's get rid of them. Let's take them out. We all agree that we can do it. So that
Yeah.
vocal minority people who say that we should not do that because, oh my God, the poor people in shut
Minority?
up.
It's not a minority,
Listen,
bro.
you know good and well that if we have an enemy nation that is actively trying to usurp all of our authority in the different regions of the Middle East, we need to do something about it. And we've always said this ever since fucking the black guy comedian Dave Chappelle made skits about it endlessly, and then the other black guy comedian who was an actual political commentator who made the Moondocks said it endlessly throughout the entire cartoon. So we all know that Iran is not good for business, and anybody who says otherwise is quite literally insane, and they're just saying it to basically stir the pot because Trump is doing it, so we might as well do it too. Hey, if he could fuck around and find out, then I guess we will too. That's what the game is. You see, that's why Trump can't just do a bunch of bullshit and get away with it, because what he's doing is he's setting a precedence. If Trump gets to get away with a bunch of crazy shit, then guess what? The next leftist bitch who gets in will do the same shit on the left. You do not want to see what that looks like because you haven't seen it yet. It wasn't Hillary. It's going to be something a little bit worse. It's actually probably something further to the left of AOC. You think Bernie is crazy? You think Bernie is repetitive? You think AOC's and wait until you get wait until you get an angry black woman in the office. Kamala was not black like that. Wait until you get a real round rotisserie chicken eating black woman in the office. You're not going to be having a fun time anymore. You will feel it in Italy. You will feel it in Venice.
We sadly do feel the American politics. I don't know. I was more talking about your health. Like you seem really stuck on thinking that there is a rise of Nazism.
Because I live with these people. You make it seem like I don't have to interact with them. This is the benefit of being like white and not living with the riffraffs. If you wake up every single day and you have somebody in your face saying, hey, they're trying to kill us. They're trying to kill us. It's going to get into your head. That's your neighbor. That's your mom. That's your dad. That's your cousin. You're surrounded. You're the sane person in the insane group. Therefore, you're not actually the one that they like. You're the black sheep. If you're the one speaking sense and everybody else isn't, you're not speaking sense. And you're going to die soon because you get thrown under the bus because you say that the sky is fucking blue and everybody else says it is fucking red. They're going to kill you because you're speaking sense, because you can prove that it's blue because based off of this book that says it's blue is actually fucking blue. But they don't read the book because they can't fucking understand English. So I'm dead. I'm gone. That's the state of affairs in this country. You cannot speak truth to power when they don't even agree on what it means to be true or powerful. That's why I said earlier, and you've heard this. I'm pretty sure you had to have heard it. We don't have a real left in this country. It's actually one big right and a LARPing left that pretends that they're left. That's the issue. We have this extreme division, this divisiveness that plays with people's minds so that they can't even tell up from down constantly. It's just, you don't know what to believe in because their entire apparatus is telling you one thing and the next thing constantly. The evolution cycle, the news cycle evolves so quickly, and the people with the most sincerest attempt to tell you what is and what isn't will tell you a half truth, either on purpose or on accident, and they themselves won't know which is the case. Am I lying to you intentionally or on accident because somebody who told me what I'm telling you lied to me and I didn't know, and I'm only repeating it because I need you to believe in me? So am I lying to you because it's just too much? You don't know when which came first, the chicken or the egg. How am I lying to you if I don't even know if it's a lie to begin with? Listen, I can repeat a lie and not know it's a lie and be called a liar for it. That's not a good thing to have in society, because what should be happening instead is somebody comes up and says, "Where'd you hear that from?" I'm not so sure that I think I've heard things to the contrary. So I want to know why you believe that. Instead, what we have is, oh, you believe that? Oh, you must believe that we should be eating babies and having them like get chopped up in blenders then, right? I didn't say that. I said I wanted healthcare for my child. That's what I want. Wicca. I want affordable baby food. I want nutrients so my child can develop properly. That's all I said. And because I didn't vote for this person who was against abortion, therefore I must be somebody who wants to have babies chopped in half. That at the 9-month cycle. That's insane. That's what we have currently. People will walk up to you and tell you what you believe in. They will tell you that you're a liar and that you mean to lie intentionally when you're just misinformed.
No, yeah. The Republican Party is increasingly framing things as you're evil, then you're not lying.
It's not just them. So that's again, I'm a centrist. It's not just Republicans. It's both ends of the fucking fence, and we play this game over and over again. And Trump, I couldn't ask Trump to be like, can you tone it down a bit? When Kirk died, what you should have said was that was terrible, and we need to settle down, people. I know you tried to kill me, but you need to be trying to kill me and not somebody else who is not really doing anything. I'm the one you want to shoot at. He should have. That would have been funny as fuck. That would have been funny. Instead, what he said was, "I hate all of you. I fucking hate you. You're my enemies." And if Kirk were still here, he would love what I just said, because you guys killed his wife. You guys killed him, and guess what? You better watch your fucking back. That's basically what he fucking said.
Which is based.
It's basically what he said.
Everyone agrees with it. Every single right winger agree with it. So
no, not every single one. And you know the ones that didn't.
The ones who are crazy.
You're gonna call them pussies. I get it. But the point is,
just, like the gripers are just going completely insane.
Because the gropers realize that it's not cool to fight on social issues. We should focus on the economic reality of what's going on, because that'll actually probably downstream affect. I bet you the gropers believe that if we focus on like trying to make America first and not like do rhetorical flourish constantly, then you will end up creating white people out of black people overnight. Easily. That's what the gropers believe. You can get rid of brown people simply by getting the brown people who exist in the country to be more white. And you can do that by giving them more money, by giving them more education, by giving them, and I don't mean like handouts, I mean like literally get rid of the entire edifice that creates the idea of the rap complex, the hip hop culture, violent culture complex. And you can get rid of any real sense of like multiculturalism, but that is actually undergirded by like homogeneity, that there is no actual like real black person, but it's actually a black white person that is kind of like a, I don't know, tall, deep voice and kind of cool.
You see, you're a white nationalist.
Sure, but I'm not. But see, what I don't do is say that, damn, Chromium, you live in Jamaica, bro. You a poor ass son of a bitch, bro. You a poor motherfucker. I can't believe you. It's crazy, bro. You need to come to America where it's good, bro.
I didn't know he was Jamaican. I was just making an example.
That's my example, though. My example is I'm the kind of nationalist that says I'm going to live here, nowhere else. Not the kind of nationalist that says if I lived in Jamaica, I'd fucking kill myself because you motherfuckers are dumb as fuck. That's a different kind of nationalism. That is the nationalism that is predicated on the idea that I can't see myself as cool and good unless I throw somebody else under the bus. That is not my idea of a good time when it comes to being like an egotist. If I'm going to be egotistical, it's because I believe I'm cool, irrespective of who is stupid or who is lame. Trump needs people. He is the perfect example of somebody who seems to not see himself as good enough unless he puts somebody else down.
I don't understand why you dislike so much people being that or quote unquote toxic masculinity.
Literally it's unproductive. That's why Nick doesn't like it either. It's not cool. That's what you do when you're like 80. Literally.
Let's be honest. Nick is a schizo.
And guess what? And so is JD, and so is J-Reg, a leftist, I'm pretty sure. So is J-Reg.
Yeah.
All of our favorite political commentators are all schizophrenic as fuck. I don't know what you're talking about. They're all schizos.
Yeah, but it's really hard to talk to a Groper or anti-Israel or anti-Semitic person trying to convince
because they flew too close to the sun. They really believed in what Trump had to say. And as a person who is somewhat like probably absorbing the literature.
Trump is not anti-Semitic.
Guess what? Gorpers get to have the special ability to have no job and still live somehow. And guess what that means? They get to absorb political commentary constantly. They get to be in the fucking machine right when this shit happens. That's why they showed up to January 6th. Some random motherfucker was not going to show up to January 6th. It was going to be a fucker who had time to do it and get shot and live to tell about it. That's who was going to show up to January 6th, and they did it. That's why it was such a big deal for them to get whiplash, because Trump did not actually pardon them in the way that it should have been pardoned. It should have been like some kind of pardon where, like, I assure you that once I come out of office, you will not get sent to prison by the Democrats. Trump cannot guarantee that. Trump cannot guarantee. JD Vance cannot guarantee. Nobody on the Republican side can guarantee that somehow they figure out how to get you back in prison once they get back into power. Because that I think the statute of limitations is only good for so many years. And when Trump ends his term in about 2 years, you are not outside of the blasting range for if they want to figure out how to wrangle your ass back up and put you back into prison for doing what they retroactively probably are going to define as a actual legitimate coup d'etat, and they will get you back in the fucking jail cells, and they will fester more generational grievance for the next set of people to come in and say, we didn't do it the first time when we put Trump in office. Let's get the real Pepe president this time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but the problem again is the Democrats, because they are the ones who completely took the bait, and they are the ones who had who
set the bait?
Trump set the bait, obviously.
So you can't just keep doing that. You can't just keep saying it's their fault. It's their fault. This is your mom, not you. This is me. This is my mom and my dad, and they fight each other constantly. And I have to sit here and pretend that one of them is better than the other one when the other one isn't around.
I mean,
that's your problem. That's your two-party system. No, it's my mom coming to me and saying, "Did you love me, son?" While she beats the fuck out of my dad in the background, and spanks me constantly because I did something wrong that my dad liked, but she didn't like because she doesn't like her husband anymore for some reason. The marriage is failing. I get punished constantly because I agree with the wrong parent. That's what it's like to be in this country. And if you fucking are a groper, you get the bruntest end of it because, like I just said, you're a disposition. You are the illegal alien. You are the new illegal alien. You are white, not cool. You are straight, not cool. You are fat, that's been not cool. And you don't have a job. Oh God. And you get no bitches. Why are you still alive? Why are you still alive? Not only you not get bitches, some of your best friends used to be men, now they're women. And they look better than the women you like. And you can't fuck them because you think you're still straight. But actually, the fact that you want to fuck them, despite the fact that they were used to be your male friends, proves that you're not straight. Everything is under attack. Of course they're going insane. What are you talking about? Everything is underpinning itself, and the issue is not Democrats. The issue is that you believed that you were straight to begin with. You believed that you were white to begin with. Your belief system, belief is one of the primary reasons that not transgenderism, but belief, predication on things that you think cannot change, that is how you turn somebody insane, is to flip somebody's worldview upside down. That's when you get schizophrenia. That is literally like how you describe schizophrenia. It is a person whose sense of reality is being warped constantly. And you don't need to try their hard to do that for somebody who believed that they were supposed to be granted certain authorities when they turned 25 or some shit. You're going to have a nice picket fence with your nice traditional Catholic wife. She was going to have blonde hair and blue eyes, and they weren't going to be dyed in any way. Her titties were going to be natural. And all that shit is gone, basically. Not really, but it's not. If you're a groper and you believe that to be true, that was your future, that was your predestined, that was your what do they call it, manifest destiny, and you didn't get it, then that's your problem. You believe shit that was never guaranteed. Of course they're going insane, and you can say the same thing about black people. Is they believe they should have had way more. They should have had way more. This isn't enough. Getting rid of slavery wasn't enough. We have gotten bits of concessions for Black people that are kind of like what's the thing called, reparations. We haven't gotten the full thing because you can't quantify that; it's not possible. But we've gotten adjacent reparations since that era, but it's not enough. It's the same shit. If you're not a white corporate, a Mexican corporate, you're a Black corporate. You think you need more, and your worldview is getting turned upside down. And the only time you feel good is when the president tells you that you should feel good.
I still believe that Trump, like any president of the United States, should have near absolute power in the years. There was never a precedent of a president that was like as stopped as Donald Trump. Like I don't know.
He
Like
was
they,
stopped
they
because
co-
because he wanted to do things that should have never been able to be done the way that he wanted
like
to do them.
ICE, like Obama, as you
The
said,
way that he wanted to do
deported.
them. The way that he wanted to do them. It's simply put, if Trump was actually a politician, it wouldn't have been an issue. If he was a politician the first time around, there wouldn't have been as many issues. People, Republicans, believed that the reason why he couldn't get anything done the first time is because he was stupid. It's not because people didn't like him. It's because he was stupid. He wanted to do things in ways that was not possible, and he could not actually verbalize what he wanted to actually do because he didn't have anybody around him who was actually willing to take some of his shit seriously and make it actually real. He got in. The first thing he wanted to do was build a fucking wall. Come on, dude.
Well, it's not like
we're not China, man. We can't do that. Not like that. Not like that. You want to build a wall? Go to Mexico and be like, can you help us? For real. That's how you do that. That's how that. I'm like 3, and I know this. Because, hey guys, can we build a wall? Hey, I think you have people who import drugs here illegally. Wouldn't it be cool if like you helped us build this fucking wall and we can like give you some like allowances to like I don't know like something. Anything would have been fucking, what's the word? Democratic. Anything would have been nice. Concessions. That would have been cool. Instead, he was like, you guys are gonna pay for it. What? Because you don't like them for like intentionally letting in illegal immigrants to poison the nation with drugs? The president did that. Mexico did that. He did that intentionally. Not Mark Rubio. Justin Trudeau intentionally let fucking amphetamine cross the border on purpose because he doesn't like his sister nation, America. Justin Trudeau just hated fucking Biden and Obama. He hated everybody that came after Bush.
No.
That's his story. That's his narrative. That's what his own coalition the first time in 2016 couldn't get behind. What are you doing? These are our friends. What are you talking about? We don't like them the way the Democrats do, but they're still kind of our counterparts. Let's not burn too many bridges, Trump. And he's like, I'll figure out how to do it next time. And that's what he did.
It did work, kind of. Like, there are not many people getting in the country right now, so it did work.
I don't know to what degree, because the numbers he reports are insane.
Yeah, no. Yeah, but there is not new people coming as much. Like
he says 0 though, so I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure what
0.
that even means.
I mean, it's kind of easy to say 0 when you're blowing up any boat that's coming next to the country. So when you I don't know. It's a little bit like Japan. If you blow up things, eventually people stop coming. So you blow up to a couple boats, and then people will stop trying to come. But I understand what he's saying. It's just that it really feels like you feel helpless when I don't think it will happen.
Like I said, I am a centrist. I need to go to work on the 7th, come Tuesday, for my orientation for this new job. 7 o'clock in the morning, 7 fucking minutes from where I live. 777. 3 days after our national holiday for the entire nation, our independence from the fucking motherlode that is our European sister, blah blah blah. I'm good. I don't know if you know me. But let me introduce myself. I literally got to exist for almost half my life as a person who made content and made a living off of it for a quarter of that time period. And
Yeah.
I got to live off of almost basically 20,000 every year and live in a way that is like astronomically better than anybody else could have outside of this nation. I do not look at the American edifice and be like, this shit is fucking trash, man. This is crazy, dude. I can't believe Trump's doing all this crazy shit to me. Trump isn't doing shit to me. Trump isn't doing shit to me. I don't give a fuck what he does for the most part because it's not going to affect me directly in a way that actually impacts how I live. Not really. Not really. Not seriously. But I have a motherfucker to the left and the right of me and in front of me and behind me, surrounding me in a Walmart somewhere in Kansas or South Carolina or California. It doesn't matter where I go. I can be surrounded at any point by people who probably want to make sure that the next time somebody shoots Trump, they don't miss. That is a different place to live because what that means is fundamentally you can never don't start a family because you're going to end up with somebody who will find out that you voted for Obama and kill you over the night. It will take you out. It will have some sort of you get the point. I'm being hyperbolic, but the point is that I'm living with people who will decide to just end me at a moment's notice because the Kellogg's Frosted Flakes was a bit too expensive this time around. That's all it takes is for cereal to be too expensive, a loaf of bread to be too expensive, and I walk into Walmart and I don't walk back out. You're talking about like Trump is affecting me. Trump is so bad. No. Trump is a president. He is just as crooked as the one who came before him to varying degrees, and all the way back to probably obviously Nixon. That's the territory. That's the job. I'm not a fucking idiot. I know what it takes to be a fucking public figure, having to figure out how to manipulate the minds of a bunch of stupid people. I understand. Doesn't mean I need to like it. Doesn't mean I support it with my moral convictions, but I can separate the moral reality of it away from the pragmatic. I'm a pragmatist. I understand why Trump does what he does. I understand why Obama did what he did. I understand why Biden did what he did. I understand Hillary. I understand these people. Because I had jobs. I'm gonna have a new one soon. These people operate just like your bosses. They don't give a fuck about you. They care about what you can produce. They care about what you can produce for the fucking country. And that's all that matters at the end of the day. Because if that doesn't matter, nothing else will. That's the reality of it. If you don't go to work, if you don't pay your fucking taxes, if you don't help fund this fucking nation, if you don't help fund these cops, you're gonna get raped tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're gonna get somebody's gonna rob you because you let people who shouldn't live in your neighborhood because they got too inexpensive. So now you have to live with riffraff people who don't know left from right because they didn't get a good education. They had to go to a school where the air conditioning was never there and it was hot. So they didn't learn properly. Their brains are fried because they went to school from age 1 to 6 with no conditioning. So they don't have a brain left. It's just water in their head now. They're going to shoot you when they see you because your neighborhood got so, what's it called? What's the opposite of gentrification? Basically, the property value tax went all the way down. People come into the neighborhood and suddenly there's guns and bullets whispering past your fucking your walls are like cheddar cheese now. It's Swiss cheese. It's just bullets whispering through your walls because you let in people who don't have the same values as you. I see it all. I understand it. That's how you know I'm a centrist because I have no problem talking smack about people who are at the lower rung of society. And I have absolutely, obviously, no problem talking about the Elons in the Epstein class. I can speak populism in both directions. My problem, simply put, is that I exist in the real world, just like everybody else, and in the postmodern world, just like everybody else. One is in your mind, and one is in reality. And from time to time, guess what? When you go to bed at night, you spend about 8 hours and not in reality. If you think you wake up from your dreams and you're still like somehow in reality all the time, you don't understand how your brain works. You don't understand how consciousness works. You don't understand how relationships between people work. You don't understand how identity works. All people get when they're like on the right, further to the right, all they care about is the material things they can grasp and touch. But somehow they don't have a problem with not grasping and touching God. That's the one thing they have no problem talking about, as if that actually exists in a physical sense. That's insane to me. They will give no concession to the ideas of philosophy, ideas of the feelings-based reality that we actually exist in, because feelings affect change. They don't care about that shit. And that's annoying, because we live in both realms, where the realm of the fictional and the true, because they're intertwined, they're interlinked. And if you pretend that one is way more important than the other one, you get this imbalance in reality.
Well, I hope that your boss, who only cares about what you bring into the country, will have national assets instead of international assets. So at least they will care about what you bring into the American country and not other countries. So my only suggestion for future presidents will be, if you want to take a suggestion, is check the capital of the person you're voting for, and if it's all in US or outside of US. Well, that's the only thing, I guess. I don't know. I'm a centrist too, but
literally most of what we've been talking about doesn't matter if, so long as we stop having our party systems pretend like this is a sport to win points with people constantly. If that weren't the thing, this is why like monarchies actually seem cool sometimes. It's because like monarchies and even fascism, because no, not even fascism, but just dictatorship. As long as the system, as long as the leader isn't like fucking insane and killing people constantly, you can get a lot done when people agree on everything for the most part. That's a cool place to be for the most part. When they argue, and it's like arguing at like basic stuff, and it's not anything getting too crazy where you need to riot and blow up buildings and hold people hostages. If it doesn't get to that point, we're fine. We need to be in the Senate like Seneca on the fucking in Greece somewhere, and having discussions and arguments and naked with naked men in loincloths. That's how our debates need to be, instead of like killing Charlie Kirk. That's insane that we got let it get to that point. Obviously, that's not the first time that we have political assassinations. It's not gonna be the last time. But talking about like who invested into what with USAID, is Qatar involved? Is Israel involved? This is all bread and circus. This is bread and circus. This is military complex funding. This is people wanting to get their money up because.
I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that about the foreign influence part of the thing. It's just that if you don't have national assets, you don't care about the economy of the country. So,
okay. Hold on. You assume.
Like
Trump, now I have to infer your value structure, because there's no way you think that just owning things in the country is enough to make a person feel like they have a stake in the country, right?
No. What I mean is that if I'm Trump, like I'm putting myself in the shoes of Trump with all my Trump properties, like estate and Trump Tower and stuff, and if the country goes to shit and the economy is failing, my business is failing because the value of the dollar is reduced and I make less money, as I might have like 100 billions, and those 100 billions are gonna be 90 because of my decision economically as a president. So I would rather have president that has direct stakes into the economics of the country than a president who doesn't. You know? But I'm not American, so.
Because the alternative is what?
The alternative is a globalist who literally can do anything for anyone's interest, but besides being influenced by Qatar or whatever, the point is that he literally can be as corrupt as he wants to, because he doesn't the country doesn't have an economical leverage to force him to be interested in the economics of the country. So I really want I want a politician who has high stakes on in my country. If he has to be a rich and corrupt politician, at least have property in the country. You know, I don't know if this makes sense, but I don't know. It makes sense to me.
It just sounds like you're saying that if you have to pick between two evil people, you hope the one that is evil that is going to win and raise over you, rule over you, has a reason to do it because he's going to support the country because you're in the country, versus
Yeah.
somebody who is going to support everybody and be corrupt because then I don't benefit as much.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
yeah.
So I'm not a centrist in that way then, because I believe in the idea that you could just have a reduction of corruption. How about no evil presidents?
No, I agree. If that's an option, sure. It just doesn't look like an option.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but doesn't mean we're not going to keep trying to move towards it instead of giving up, which is what you end up doing when you let Republicans win and try to create conditions so that Democrats, like, it's just like a monopoly. You don't want any one party to be able to win constantly. That's not a good idea. We want people to actually fight for the actual, and this is why like gutting like the education system is like trash, because what it means
Yeah,
is
but
you keep inheriting a population of people who are just stupid and they don't even know how to vote.
no, I agree
They
with
cannot hold their political constituents accountable because they're too stupid to do so. So therefore, wouldn't it be in the best interest of politicians to figure out how to make their public smarter instead of trying to make them dumber so they can just get away with things endlessly and then having their enemy party system come back and fuck them in the ass? You want
Yeah.
it? Are you otherwise? You're just saying I just love getting. I just love getting gaped every 8 years. I just love my gaping hole. I just want to walk around with a milky booty hole every time that I lose an election because I won short term and now Democrats are gonna come back around and fuck me the next term. This is annoying. Wow, you like this? This is sadism.
As long as like for example, if 3 or 4 months from now they prove that there is fraud in elections and Republicans were actually trying to prevent the fraud, because we've been talking past each other on this point. If it was not the Republicans who were trying to have a monopoly, but if it was actually Democrats who
I
were
don't
trying
think
to,
no. I don't think I finished my idea then.
yeah,
I don't want any monopolies, period. I've been
yeah,
taught since a very young age that they're bad. I don't want a monopoly at all.
yeah,
So
yeah,
whether you say that
yeah.
they're going to find out the Democrats, listen, there's no way that there's 50% of people in the population of America who believe that Democrats are evil, like full swing for no reason at all. They have to have some sort of iota of like truth to what they're trying to say. I'm not a retard. Like I can't sit here and wake up every day and say, damn, I can't believe that the Democrats are just good because the color blue is blue and blue looks good and red looks evil. That's insane. That's so cartoonish. I have to think to myself that there's some truth to what they're saying. Conservatives are true to some extent when they talk about whatever they talk about as a conservative, and liberals are true when they talk about certain things that need to be liberated to some extent, but they can go too far on both ends. That's why I want
Yeah.
my moderation, everything in moderation,
No, I
occasionally
agree.
even moderation.
It's just that if 4 months from now, or it's proven that they were trying to do fraud in, if it's proven that Democrats were trying to do fraud, and it is proven, then the issues you have with the corrections on the vote zones were not discriminating against black people, but were just amending what Democrats were doing. If it is a proof that it was the Democrats who were trying to have a monopoly, would you then change your mind? That would you then change your mind? Oh, okay, it was not Republicans who were trying to be to have kings. It was
Listen.
Democrats were
Listen.
trying to. Yeah, I'm asking if there is
no,
there is not
I could
evidence
answer
right
this
now,
question
but
easy as
yeah,
fuck. This is so easy. This is such an easy
yeah.
question. But the reason why I don't want to address it because the answer is so easy to me personally. But
Yeah.
I literally follow more right wing people than I follow left wing people.
Yeah.
The only leftist who can talk any sort of sense to me is Destiny, and every so often now and then, now again, I find out that he is wrong about certain things because he is too invested in like shitting on Republicans constantly to actually see when
Yeah.
they're right sometimes. And he will bring on right wing commentators to talk with them, but he can't do it all the time because they don't like him, and for good
Yeah.
reason. But my point is that, well, let me answer the question. If I can sit there and look at what Destiny says and believe that it's wrong many times because there's just no evidence that bears out some of these things, because it's actually just optics the whole time, and you can't say that optics is the same thing as reality, then I have no problem saying that like, oh, there's corruption on both ends or some shit like that because I already knew that. We just need to put to pen to paper for it, and that's not doing a whole lot for me, to be honest. For me to already know that, I need my neighbor to know that. Again, it just goes back to like me changing my mind is nothing because I like to think, and I think I like to think I like this a lot, even though it's not true. I like to think that I'm not fucking stupid. And that what that means to me is that I have to believe that I can change my mind at any moment, at point in time, constantly. It is a part of my better self, my ideal self, to have the capacity to change my mind when I am wrong. And you can ask anybody, for the most part, maybe not anybody. You can ask people who are close to me about how I have many instances where I will say something that is wrong in the moment and realize it way quicker than they realized it, and only come back, not only, but come back almost an hour later and say, I didn't mean to say that the way that I said that. So I don't have a problem with changing my mind. And that's the problem people have with me. That's the problem a lot of Republicans have with people like me. It's because a lot of conservatives, should I say that instead of Republicans, literally are trying to be conservative in every sense of the word. Being conservative means you can't change your mind. It means that you have to have the best ideals and values all the time. Because the minute you don't, you're LARPing. You can't change your mind in some cases with these conservative types because that's not what it means to be a conservative. And vice versa with liberals. It's so hard to do with liberals because they change their mind all the time. Too often, you don't know what they believe in. They have no belief system. It seems like they're just so fluid with their belief system. It's kind of weird. Are they really people? That's the criticisms of the conservatives and the criticism of the liberal. The liberal is too shisty. They shift around too much. They're shifty. They're weird. You don't know what they believe because they can just change their mind at the flip of a dime. And the conservative is going to throw you into a vat of fucking lava because you're caught with your pants down in a bathroom on accident and therefore you must have been like a gay person or whatever. So you need to be murdered. Like, no, actually, I was just peeing, sir. I wasn't trying to flash other men so that I can get like a free party after hours or whatever. I'm not actually somebody who needs to be stoned to death because the idea that Muslims are the only ones who want to kill gay people is insane.
You can be morally conservative, like not changing your mind too much morally. There are things that are based on faith necessarily, like why not to kill people, for example. So there is not really a philosophical reason not to kill people.
I like the liberal that is right leaning because that is somebody who is a liberal who gets their conservatism that isn't rooted in Christianity. I don't want somebody whose sense of unwillingness to change their mind to come from dogmatism. I want it to come from intellectuality. I don't want you to root your. I don't change my mind because I'm disagreeable based off of what you got from a book written 3,000 years ago. I want you to be like, well, the reason why I want you to change my mind because the science keeps updating and it's never wrong. It's the same thing each time. That's the kind of person that I want to be like, yeah, I can see why you wouldn't change your mind. We don't have enough evidence to suggest or give reasons for why you would change your mind on this particular topic. So, yeah, you're kind of, I guess you're right. I mean, evidence bears it out. Empirically, you have to be correct. But just because you're right doesn't mean you're. What's the Shiro quote from Shiro Emiya? Just because you're right doesn't mean just because you're telling the truth doesn't mean you're right or some shit like that.
Morality cannot be empiric, though. So
that's my point is that there is a big difference between somebody who says I'm not changing my mind because of what I heard 3,000 years ago that I didn't actually hear because nobody actually said it because I didn't have evidence for it, versus somebody who says it can't be. I'm not changing my mind until you give me evidence for it. There's people who don't care if you bring evidence to them. They're not gonna change their mind. That's the bad, unmindful changers. Like if you can prove, I'm glad I'm not on TikTok anymore. If you can prove that rape is good, then rape will be good. That's easy. Because if there's evidence for it, you change it. That's a shift in morality fundamentally. Want to know why? This is an easy thing to. I can give you an example of why rape could be good, and out of nowhere, as if I've had this idea the whole time. I haven't. I'm gonna make it up in real time. Rape can be good, quite literally, because the bitch says that she wants it, but she doesn't want you to. She wants to think to herself that she doesn't want it. This is sort of weird thing where like she says, I want you to sneak up on me, so that it feels like it. But I don't want it to actually. Don't actually rape me. I want you to pretend that you're doing it. That's how you can construe the idea of like it being a good thing. I don't know how you take that metaphor and make it make sense in other dimensions, but the point is that you can shift people's ideas on like what it means for like moral contrivances to shift across the board fluidly. You can't do that if your moral belief system is predicated on very old ideas that you got from people who've been dead for like years and years and years, and it's all based off of things you can't prove. That you can't work with those people.
No, but morality cannot be proven, like empirically.
It literally can. If I punch you in the face and you don't like it, it's immoral for me to punch you in the face. If I punch you in the face and you do like it, then it is either moral or amoral. I think pain is amoral. It is not an immorality that I fucking a bricklayer. He lays a brick in my head on accident. The system itself is predicated to give me some sort of judicial what?
Then Nazism is moral because everyone agreed to kill the.
Not everybody.
So, I mean, it was moral within the Nazi party.
By the way, that's dogmatism, and that is literally what I'm against. I just said that the reason why Nazism doesn't work is because it wasn't predicated off of anything empirical. It is not an empirical observation that Jews came out of the fucking depths of the fucking.
No, but your opinion of liking it is not empirical either. It's just your communication of liking it that's empirical.
My opinion of what?
Like if someone punches you in the face, it's not empirical.
It's not my opinion. If I literally look, no. Actually, it is empirical. This is why people like BDSM. What do you? No, you can actually observe the actual phenomena of. If I inflict pain on you and you get some sort of gratification from it, this is not a moral contrivance.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that the person saying I like it is empirical evidence. It's an opinion you have.
Something becomes empirical evidence when you can verify that there's systems that attach to the words that we're using. So if somebody says I like
it, that's what I'm saying. That Hitler was saying I like it when he was doing what he was doing, so it was moral for him to kill people based on your worldview.
Because he was in power. I don't think that
he liked it.
When I punch you in your face, I'm not in power. I have the ability to punch you in the face. Now, if I punch you in the face and I have a Megatron fist and I blow your face to smithereens and you're dead, that's a whole different game altogether. You don't get to live to say that you liked it.
So
you see the difference there. If Hitler can say I wanted to kill a bunch of fucking Jews in prison and have it mean absolutely fucking nothing, we don't take the guy seriously. He's in fucking jail. Hope you do. Okay, guy who failed art class 101.
Everyone who liked it was morally right for in their group, like in their own group, they were morally right.
But they liked it based off of their own huffing their farts. I'm not huffing my fart when I punch you in the face. And I say, listen, I didn't say that I like punching you. You told me that you liked getting punched. How many Jews do you know who said that they like getting exterminated? It doesn't work when it's like the person saying, listen, if I inflict something upon you and I like it, one of the best ways to tell something is probably somewhat moral is that we both agree to it. I said one of, by the way, that's again, you can determine a lot of empirical senses if you can go through a litany of different things and say,
no,
like,
but
check,
it's
check,
still
check,
it's
check,
still
check.
contradictory though.
That's life, bro. I don't know what to tell you. That's life.
You
That's
know, it's
life. The
like
reason
for
we
example,
say that
I could
war
be
is a moral good if it is in the best interest of the best people. So I'm
I
not
could
sure what you mean by that when you say that it's
no
contradictory. That is the
no, for
framework that we
example,
exist in.
I could be disliking your moral take, for example, and you will be immoral towards me.
Okay, I can just dress up whatever I have to say to appeal to you. I can literally just sit here and try to. I can just sit here and shift my position enough times so you can get to a point where you understand the morality and why you can agree to it. That would be the easiest thing in the world to do as a centrist.
What I mean is that it's contradictory if morality is based by what the person likes. It's contradictory even if the person is not the perpetrator of the action. For example, I could just simply dislike that you're doing BDSM, and it will be immoral because I'm
Where did you get the
disliking it.
idea from that it would be bad? How would you even know that you dislike it? How do you prove it? How can you prove to make you dislike it?
I'm just saying that I dislike it.
How?
It doesn't.
How do I know that?
You know it because I will tell you.
How do I know that you told me that in the best of faith? I don't have any ways to measure that.
Oh, then at that point, if anyone could be lying, everyone could be simply
When I punch you in the
anything
face,
can
when
be
you have,
anything.
if you have a
The-
BDSM kink and I punch you in the face and your dick gets hard, then I know that you like it. I don't need to
Yeah,
ask
and
you any
there
questions.
is another person who says I don't like that.
That means you're homophobic. You don't like the guys punching each other. You don't like seeing people's cocks get hard when they punch each other. That you're
It doesn't
homophobic.
matter.
That's a whole different thing altogether.
No, I'm addressing
When a person is homophobic,
your
that's not an
definition of
immorality,
love.
though.
Now I'm addressing your the way you're defining that something is moral. I'm not saying that it's necessarily
I think you're
wrong
not
to.
understanding the way that I'm saying it because I'm talking about emotivism. I'm not talking about the idea of like, number one, you have to understand like you don't have morality without emotions. Emotions come first. Literally, everything that we talk about when we talk about morality is predicated off of how we feel about something. And if feelings don't exist, then neither does morality. And you can't say that you can't speak to the contrary of that. You cannot speak to the contrary of that until you invoke dogmatism. You have to invoke the idea that there's an intrinsic moral structure in reality, that it just exists out there and it just floats around in space. If you want to call yourself a Christian right now, you probably should, so I can figure out where you're coming from. But because if you are,
No,
then the conversation ends immediately. Because there's nothing to talk about with Christians when it comes to morality.
no, I'm simply I'm not saying that I'm not a practicing Christian. I'm just think that subjectivity is of morality is completely mathematical contradiction. Like you cannot have
I think
a
that
more
this
a
is
moral subjectivity
again,
at all.
this goes straight back to the left and right ping ponging. They did it. We did it. We did it. Religion in its entirety, almost completely, from every corner of the fucking planet, is contradictory. So to talk about any other type of field of philosophy, which is what religion is, theology, whatever you want to call it, as like it's innately like everything else outside of religion is like too contradictory to like reconcile. It's ridiculous because the contradictions in religion is rife, and it's never changing, so it can't even amend itself.
Oh, what I meant by faith is not that and what I meant by believe is that the only thing it's exactly what I'm saying. There is nothing empirical in subject morality because the subject morality does not have a proof system that's consistent mathematically.
So
I'm not saying that Christians
I
have
don't
a
understand where
proof
you don't get my
system.
metaphor then.
Yeah,
The
uh,
Christian empirical ideas of morality are circular. They define themselves. They literally say
no.
the reason why. What's up?
No, but you have a claim to science. They don't. That's the point. What I was criticizing you about was not that you were
If morality
stupid
is
or
good and bad,
intelligent.
a conversation about what is good and bad, is it not?
Hmm?
I'm trying to get our definition straight. Is morality not
Oh,
a conversation about what is good and bad?
a morality. what should be done in a way that is either objectively morally good, or in your case, subjectively morally good. But I just think that subjectivism,
what is objective good?
objective good will be something that
Give me an
is
example of an objective
provably
good.
good. Provably good.
No, well,
That's
just
what I
give me an
mean.
example.
I cannot give you an example.
But it's subjective, so therefore you should be able to give me one. If it was
No,
subjective, you should have a
if,
harder
if
time with
no,
objectivity implies that it's
I
absolute.
cannot give you an objective example of objective good because I do not have a system of belief. So
You don't have a
it's
system of
like,
belief that so you're closer to me than you are to a Christian then for sure.
no, because I'm closer to the understanding what mathematical proof is than, and that's why I said immediately that faith was necessary for a shared morality, because
Okay, a shared
you
morality is not the same
yeah.
thing as morality in a vacuum. Just what it is. No, listen, I'm not gonna. This is not a big deal, but I want to point this out.
Yeah.
You technically, unless we aren't, maybe we were talking past each other, but you kind of shifted the goalpost just now. I was not talking about shared morality. Let me get something straight. I'm gonna quote somebody. I don't know who it is, but I have no problem being an atheist and having a slave who's a Christian, because as long as that motherfucker believes in God, I don't have any problem with him. Because what it means is that you believe in God and you will never try to stab me in the back, no matter how hard I beat you. That's like a quote. I don't know who I bashed it out the quote, but
Yeah.
I don't believe in God, but my fucking slave does. So we're all good. And that's the shared morality of it. As long as somebody believes out there, then we're gonna have a good little time. But I don't need to believe in the same thing you believe in order to have a sort of shared framework where we don't hurt each other or some shit like that. Because guess what? You want to know why that works the way that it works? Is because of feelings. It's because I know that if I take something from you and one of your kids starves to death, what you're left with is a sense of loss. And that's an empirical observation. You had 2 kids and now you don't.
Okay. So
you can observe that and note that. And when you react to that, when I ask you, why do you feel like you want to kill me all of a sudden? Well, because
but
you killed my kid. Why would that matter? You still have one more. Yeah, but you took one. That's not good. Well, why would it not be good that I killed one of your kids? Because I had 2 and you took 1. So you say that math is bad? Like, subtraction is bad now? Losing things is bad? How is it bad? Because I didn't give you permission to take my kid away. Yeah, I need permission to take things from you? Yes, because theft is bad. Well, who said that? Why is theft bad? Well, because I want something. Like what? I want food. Why? Because I need nutrients. Why? Because I want to live. Why? What do you mean why? I'm here, so I think I'm going to be here for a little while longer. Why? You see how this is so easy to go back into the point where like you can just turn every single little idea of what we believe in to be faith, as you called it. I have faith in the idea that I'm going to be here. I don't know that until the last moment, basically.
Yeah.
I don't know that. I don't know if when somebody puts a gun to my face and I'm feeling a certain type of way that day, I can just be like, you know what, go ahead and pull the trigger. I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah, life isn't actually that worth it. And I'm dead, and I don't get it. I don't get a second chance to guess. I'm already gone. There's no second guessing myself if life was worth it or not. Everybody else has to sit there and decide that after the fact, after I'm gone. We come together to tell a shared conversation, lie, truth, whatever you want to call it. And that's what we think about when it comes to objectivity. But that's not objectivity the way Christians believe it. That's the difference that I'm trying to draw. Christians believe in objectivity that is ordained, that is innate in divinity. It comes down from the sky and is all decided upon regardless of what people believe in or not. Regardless, it is irrespective. It is an other thing. It is outside of reality.
Yes, but it doesn't have a claim to science. So
what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean when you mention that? I already know that religion is not rooted in science. It runs side by side with it, but it's not rooted in science.
Like a priest is not going to go to a university and do a mathematical proof of why something is like
Isn't that
the
what
Bible
Pascal
says.
did? isn't that like there's like a bunch of fucking religious people back in the day who tried to use
Yeah,
math and
yeah,
geometry to prove
yeah.
religion
They
to be true.
they try all the time, but there is not much scientific. There is not much scientific claim to morality in their arguments. It's all
Yeah,
about the
because
Bible and
they
God.
don't think science is useful in that dimension. So that's not
Yeah,
really a good point to mention to like my listen,
yeah. I
my whole
think it's
thing.
it's extremely dangerous to think that something is morally
Correct if you can prove it on paper.
scientific in a way.
Don't I know it? Because that's what Hitler did. That's my point. Is that
Yeah,
that's why
exactly. That
the
was
example doesn't.
exactly the point I was doing.
But
If
the
you have
thing, but
subject,
you have to have faith in what actually can be proven, though. That's my thing. If you're gonna have faith in something, you should have faith in something that can be proven because that means you can advance. That's how we got here. We didn't get here because we believed in God the whole time. We got here because we believe in science, actually.
well, there are a lot
That's
of other.
that's what Friedrich Nietzsche talked about. What the fuck did you do after you kill God? Because that's a big hole to fill.
For example, it can be proven that there is in every part of the universe the potential for consciousness.
That depends on what you mean by consciousness.
If we mean by consciousness in the same way we mean intent in law, and in the same way we practice everything in our society, meaning that we are conscious. If you are
I'm
agree
sorry.
that
Let
we
me.
are conscious,
Right. Okay.
do you
So
agree whether we're conscious, for example?
the idea of being able to define consciousness in any productive way
No,
is
no, no.
circular.
Do you agree that you're conscious, for example? And humans are
Colloquially,
conscious. Yeah,
colloquially, but I don't think
colloquially.
it's not a functionally useful thing to say, to be honest, because it presupposes that there's an experience you can have that is not conscious.
Oh,
You wouldn't know
no,
what
no,
it's like
no,
to
no.
experience that thing, so how could you point out how to define
No,
it?
no. We can say that we are only conscious, and every single feeling that we feel because of pain of our body is not conscious. It's just a signal. So it doesn't matter how you define it. The point is that can you
Well, if that's
agree?
better, because if it's electricity, then AI is conscious then.
Well, I mean, if we're not conscious, if we're not conscious at all, or if we are not, then the argument of morality doesn't really matter. And so we can believe whatever we want. It doesn't really matter.
But things have put a cause and effect, and that is basically what the
Yeah.
basis of morality should be founded in. If
I mean,
you listen, it comes down to what you want, not about
but if there is no
morality.
intent, how do you have morality? If there is no intent, how do you have morality? Sorry, like
Because
I
it's
don't.
because it's less about. I don't. Okay, I don't know what you mean when you say there is no intent. I think that
Like,
I don't think that algae or fucking
like
single-celled organisms that split.
I kill you, and I say no, I didn't do anything wrong because I'm not conscious. It is just a consequence of everything I am.
When you kill me, you
Yeah.
did something wrong because the law said so.
Killed you by mistake.
You honestly think that like you think that morality comes before law as like a human phenomenon?
No, I'm just
I think
trying
that,
to.
I think that a literal structure came about that said, you know what, we need to stop having this crazy bitch in the background kill all of our cavemen, because anytime that it happens, we can't kill the woolly mammoth, and we want to eat. We can't kill the woolly mammoth if there's this crazy psychopathic caveman number 4 is killing every person that comes to the fucking mammoth meet up when we got to kill them. How are we supposed to take down the? It takes 10 woolly mammoth killers to kill the woolly mammoth, but Agatha, the caveman hunter, kills 2 out of the 10 people, and we end up getting slaughtered by the woolly mammoth.
I'm perfectly fine with your example, but if you define everything as deterministic, more or less, then what's your problem with having a person who will never change their mind? The most deterministic person ever. It's like a Christian. So, what's the problem of determinism if, or what's the problem of Christians? If they do not change their mind morally.
Because if that motherfucker comes out of nowhere and says we need to kill the woolly mammoth, and not eat it because God will feed us, and I don't get fed by God, then that motherfucker was wrong. I'll starve to death.
So it's just a mechanical, but in that sense, the morality as a consequence of everything, it's not really an argument that's worth having, to be honest, because
You
we
say
will
that,
be talking.
you say that, but literally, it is at the end of the day, it's why we have a right and a left. It is why we have Israel versus America or some shit. It's why we have the Muslims versus the Christians. It's all predicated on morality. So, and we're going to keep having this discussion over and over again until technology gets to a point where you can just put it all in a fucking vat, and we can stop having this conversation.
Yeah. But also, my point was never about criticizing you about anything. You were just making points about.
I have no problem saying that, like, I'm not a psychopath. I know why it's a good idea for people not to kill people. Like, as far as I'm concerned, my evolutionary structure has made it so that if I see somebody get stabbed to death, for some reason I have a knee-jerk response to that, and I fear for my own life and the others around me. And I can intellectualize all the way out and say that, like, even you as a killer shouldn't want to kill people, because, like, now you're going to be hunted by people who want you dead. You get desensitized to murdering people, so you got to kill more people. That's not good unless you're a psychopath. I guess if you're a psychopath and you like killing people, you're maximizing your existence, so that's kind of good for you, but it's not good for me. So maybe you should kill people like in a game, away from me, somewhere else. That's why we have games, I guess. So you can be a psychopath somewhere where it doesn't matter.
As long as this argument doesn't have what's it called, a claim for science. The thing is that you need provability for science. You cannot have feelings. First of all, neuroscience is extremely young science, so it's not very easily provable.
I feel like all of my examples are so easy and clean, though. If you can bring down,
yeah, but that's not science, though.
Let's use this one. Like, let's use this one, because it's like, maybe it's not science, but if we can decrease the amount of people who go out and shoot people in their face by pulling out the next GTA, and that's something we can empirically observe, then who cares if it doesn't, like, if it's not like exact science? We drop down. Maybe we don't know the real cause. We don't know what makes GTA, a psychopath magnet to decrease domestic violence. It just does the job for some reason. I don't think I need to know the reason if it's doing a good job. Maybe if I want to get smarter and more intelligent, I'll figure out how to make a better GTA that gives you way more reasons to not go out and rape and kill people. Just do it in a game. You're fine. You're hooked up. Literally, what it is we let these people who are insane or different or othered, we go off and let you have your neurodivergency in the neurodivergent world, where you diverge into a fucking different timeline where you can just be fucking retarded the whole time. Away from us who are not retarded.
That's
what the Holocaust was. You're not German, therefore I have the machine that's going to convert you to a person who is not here anymore. Hello, I don't want you here. So let's get this little. This is like a giant computer that's going to boot you into a different dimension where you don't exist at all. That's how you fix things for people. You just figure out how to reformat them. Well, that's you like this computer shit, right? You type on these keyboards and you put out this binary code. You're changing shit all the time. You're using your mandibles, I can't even spell MANI, manicure, mandible, manipulate. You're changing shit around you all the time because you don't like how things naturally exist. Because if you did, you would just sit there and fucking die. Just die. What's the point of you eating? So you can live? What's the point of that?
I just want to tell you a scientific thing that will probably annoy you. The argument I was making that the consciousness is potential everywhere is because DNA can replicate human brains anywhere in the universe, right? So it is a precondition of the law.
I forget what this is called, but I get what you're saying. But it's the idea.
It really sounds like omniscience.
No. I get that, because listen, you want to talk about anything but politics. You're basically like, I don't know the words, but this is my domain now. Like, I'm into the philosophy and the metaphysics and the neuroscience. I love that far. I don't like politics, but I love me some fucking brain shit. But anyways, yes, I understand. You're talking about like the difference between like fucking ontology and like and how that gets into um like what's the thing called where it's like they're not their thought but like is ought problems, is ought distinctions, and then like obviously you used a more hard thing like how the brain basically has to like replicate DNA, therefore it concludes this thing as a result. Again, because my ideas of understanding these things from a larger principle isn't predicated off of physical matter, I'm not presupposing that I understand what consciousness is based off of what a brain is. I have to understand, which I can't quite literally, what consciousness is at a fundamental level because there's no way to reverse engineer it. As it currently stands, there's no way to do it.
No, I'm perfectly fine with that agreement, but I just wanted to be annoying, saying that one of the elements of the Christian God is omniscience, obviously, and
listen,
yeah,
if I destroy your consciousness, I destroy God at the same time. They're intertwined.
Yeah.
If you believe that God exists, I could potentially reformat your brain to remove him completely, because your only tether to God is your consciousness, but your conscious ability to perceive him in your faith structure. So, if those things are linked, which they seem to be, that's as far as we can go in our intellect, apparently, at this point in time. Then it is easy to convert people from Christianity to not. Number one, obviously, the biggest way to do it, geographically speaking, is to exist in a nation where people are Christian. Number one. Number two, indoctrinate the child. Make sure that they are going to Christian school or whatever, have Christian friends, have Christian values, blah, blah, blah. This happens automatically. You don't have to work very hard at it. But if I want to undo this shit after like 80 years, I just take this, I just put you in a fucking room somewhere, and I put you underneath this machine that's going to like dissect your brain until I find the part of the brain that is a Christian and take it out. Or some shit like that.
No, but my argument wasn't really about consciousness being Christian. My argument was that the universe itself is made so that there is potential for awareness anywhere in the universe. So, if you could, let's say you're.
Let me say this really quickly. I'm so sorry. I'm getting too excited, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't like humanistic definitions for like what the universe is doing and its intentions, because that's pulling the cart before the horse or some shit like that, right? You're talking about it like the universe is doing things because it was designed to do that, and then you get right back to creationism. You can say that like the universe is made up in a way where like it's going to produce materials that create DNA, therefore it's inevitable. But that again, that presupposes that consciousness is a uniquely interesting thing in like the entire ecosystem of the entire fucking edifice of whatever we are floating in this big giant soup dish of. There could easily be something
necessarily
higher than consciousness.
No, I didn't say it was a special thing because otherwise it will be everywhere.
Well,
I just meant that the
potential.
The potential is everywhere. It just matters because because you really wanted to prove things scientifically. And I'm saying, okay, instead of proving things scientifically in as much as the Bible, which is completely impossible, and it's human made, you can attack the argument rather than
I think
the writing. So one of the arguments is one of the arguments of the Bible is that there is an omniscient God, and which is one of the most important things is that it is all-knowing, and so consciousness everywhere. And my criticism of your disregard for the scientific arguments of Christianity is like, well, actually, there is potential of consciousness as we define it everywhere. So that's the only thing I wanted to say, because I know it's a very annoying thing to say to a person who dislikes Christianity.
I'm a cultural Christian. I don't dislike Christian. I dislike dogmatism. I think I've said that. This is the third or fourth time I've said it. I dislike dogmatism. I have no idea what the idea of Jesus of Nazareth. That's why. Well, maybe you heard me say that like I think that like Islamism or whatever is cooler because like the people believe it. I don't know what the fuck is going on with it, but they believe that shit. That's cool. I like people who believe in things and they act on it. What I don't like is people who pretend to believe in things because it seems cool. So if I come off as not liking Christians because I don't like the Christians that I see every day, and that makes perfect sense that I would because they don't like them either. So I mean, like, there's no type of violence like the violence on Christian or Christian. You want to talk about black on black violence? How about talk about Christian on Christian violence because it's a thing too. But anyways, the main point is that it's about which book you believe in at the end of the day. If like I said, my point is that you cannot revise the Bible, basically not really, unless they have the third coming of Jesus or whatever, and they just redo the whole thing again with a newer testament. Then they're not revising anything. Whereas with science, we're changing things constantly, and that's what I care about. I care about evolution because that's what if you believe in anything, believe in time moving forward, and believe that things are changing and advancing because we have evidence for that. I don't see any evidence for the evolution of Christianity. So how can it be real? How can it be? How can it be real the way that? How can it be real the way that things have been real when we observe them in science?
Well, the point is that the book is written by people, so it's necessarily completely wrong, especially how illiterate those people were. But my attack.
So therefore, the root word of religion is religio, which is organization. I have a problem with the organization, the intent to organize and bring people together under a shared framework of belief that is predicated on things that we can't prove. I would prefer that people they believed in God in their own private manner, and it all led to the same thing. Because at the end of the day, if as long as you understand that when you kill somebody and they disappear, and we need people on this planet to help us make shit and help us get food and experience things that we can't experience before without each other, then that might be a bad thing. It might be a bad thing if like the two people who get together who originally have fun in ways that they couldn't before, that it may be a cool thing because something deep down in you is telling you, I think it would be cool to have sex. And that's biologically in you, right? So like maybe it's not a good idea to rape a woman to death because she can't be here the next day to, that's not a good thing. Now you got to go to the next woman and do it again, and then you keep doing this, and then you just die. This is what organism maximizes for death. So therefore, rape can't be good.
Yeah, well, Islam.
Yeah. So when it comes to death cult stuff, this is again. You see, this is not fair to do that to them because both of these people want to die. They want to go to heaven, don't they? The difference is that they both know it. They can't go on their own terms. They have to go on the terms, whatever that is. It's in the book. You read it. But no, you don't get to. Both of them believe that you go to heaven only if you go on the graces of God. So I don't know who's telling you to. I mean, both of these motherfuckers did it. I don't know how consensual spiritual impregnation is. So, if it's God, it's not rape, I guess. So, if you tell a bunch of people to go out and rape women to create more Islamists, that's a moral good in the book. If you use interpretation outside of it to define that it's immoral, then that's not a moral failing of the book. That is a moral. What's the word? Transition from you using one book to shit on another one.
And that's why subjectivism doesn't work.
That's fine to say that, and that's why I never really made the claim for it. If somebody exists in a way that says, "I believe in Yahweh," and you say you believe in Jehovah, and I say, "Well, wait a minute, isn't Yahweh just another way to pronounce Jehovah?" And I say, "No, because my guy is with Gabriel and your guy's with Jesus." That's how I know you're wrong. Well, it's okay. Jesus was he wasn't the son of God in my religion. He is with yours for some reason, and I don't know why that's important. It's an important distinction because Jesus died on the cross for my sins, and that's the only reason I get to be here. Well, how do you prove that?
I think having theological disagreements is a little different from having a scripture that literally tells you to do something that you shouldn't be doing. So,
how is that different if theological descriptions are rooted in scripture?
Because the arguments are just mostly
and
friendly. Sometimes it's a crusade, but right now it's mostly friendly. And a direct command to kill is a little different, I think.
it depends on how you're getting the command. If you believe that you were able to fucking destroy the Canaanites and God said to do so, and he said, you better not leave behind a single fucking ant and kill the women and kill the children and kill the fucking trees, then you did it because God said to do it. And you'd have to be against Christianity or against a Muslim who has the same exact faith structure, except for Gabriel says to do it instead, to be like, well, yeah, you guys are wrong because Gabriel isn't real. Okay, well, there you go. You have your disagreement theologically. You don't believe in Gabriel, so you don't think they should be able to destroy the Canaanites when they do it. When the Christians do it, it's cool and base. When Muslims do it, it's bad and wrong because fuck Gabriel.
It's also about every single other thing, and also about the way it's influencing them right now. Because I think there is a difference between some Christians
hold on.
Christians
Christians
looking.
get to have a pass because they're in power. Let them get under the let them go third wheel and see how fast they devolve into fucking throwing rocks at gay people. I don't think it'll take very long.
I think if Europeans and Americans went on an island, everyone will want to come to the island. Gonna be in 10 years. Gonna be honest, and it's not even about genetics, or it's just the.
It's not about the genetics. It's the idea that somehow the value systems are just astronomically different and makes them better when they're both Abrahamic faith systems. That the idea that they create two completely different types of believers is predicated on almost nothing.
I don't know. I mean,
it doesn't make any sense to me. This is not Confucianism versus Christianity. This is one guy who says that I talked to Moses versus another guy who says I talked to him on a Tuesday instead of a Monday. They both saw Moses.
All I care about is the consequence. Well, 30 minutes away from me, there was a terrorist attack.
As there would be, because
it wasn't a Christian. It wasn't a Christian.
Because they're theocrats. You let a blonde-haired, blue-eyed Kurt get up on stage with a gown on, that literally Trump already did this because he put the fucking Jesus robe on him and I thought it was a doctor. I thought I was a doctor in the robes. Like, you fucking freak. Let Kirk do that and be dead ass and say, I'm the second coming of Jesus, but not of Nazareth, but of Atlantis. And a bunch of white people with bluer eyes and green eyes walk behind him, and Hitler comes back to life, and his fucking blonde-haired Hitler this time. And then they say, we know the way, and they speak in this African language accent. And then you just the sky opens up, and then like it's a whole thing. Like, yeah, you're probably going to believe that shit. And
don't threaten me with a good time, right?
You're probably going to believe all that shit and let you say, okay, so this must be legit then, because this shit happened. That's what it comes down to. Who can you fuck up, suppress, get the fuck out of the way more, so you can put up this story instead that sounds way cooler, because the idea that like somebody died for all of my sins so I can be forgiven, so I can be absolved of all shame that I feel constantly on a daily basis is so much cooler than. Yeah, so basically you have to like work really, really hard all the time. You're a sinful creature, and by the way, you're gonna die, and probably not get to heaven 9 times out of 10 if you don't do X, Y, and Z. Whereas, just follow the cardinal virtues, which is like 2, and you probably are gonna get in heaven, most likely. You like that, right? That's a good deal. Yeah, that's why Pascal has the Pascal's wager, because the idea of not believing in God makes no sense on paper. If you just say I believe, there's a good chance that if he is real, then you're going to go to heaven, and if he's not real, then you don't lose anything.
Yeah, good.
But that's a con man's virtue.
I mean, I'm sure the Islam will turn around and will become the best culture ever.
They can't do that until they get rid of us, or the infidels. What are you talking about? They haven't accomplished their mission yet.
I'm gonna learn Arabic if Europe continues on this path. I will be instead of Japanese.
Yeah, the only reason why you would learn Arabic in some real sense is because they are the ones who made the better numeral system. I'm pretty sure, right? The Roman numerals are like ass or some shit. I don't know.
Oh,
because like the Arabics or some brown people made math first, and the white people were like, no, not on my watch.
what is the African deity with a gigantic brain? I forgot the name.
It's you something Y something. I forget his name. Euhulis? No, it's
You.
no, it's I forget. I know you're talking about, but it's like the guy who made white people.
Yeah.
He's the only black person allowed into Atlantis or some shit. When they make the Kurt memes and the white supremacist memes, he gets to show up because he made white people.
Yeah.
Him dying is the worst thing that happened to memes. Like, it's insane.
Yakub, right?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. It was a Y.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, it is a good talk. I really have to get.
Yep.
I hope you're. I hope.
I'm fine. Like I said, I have to live with people who are like crazy right wingers who will sit there and tell my anime brothers and sisters that somebody is coming to take your anime away and they want you to never have sex ever again and kill you in the middle of the night. And
just have you could just wear a MAGA hat, bro, and everything will be fine.
Yeah, so nobody will be able to tell if I got shot in the head or not because it's covered in blood already.
I don't think. Nah, come on.
Let my black ass wear a fucking MAGA hat and it's in a fucking it's not a red state, but still, it's just not. I don't know a bunch of white people. I know a bunch of black people, and when they see me with that hat on, I'm gonna be a lot blacker and blue.
Well, you have no friends,
and I would almost get nothing out of it either. I guess that's the crazy part too, is I wouldn't get anything out of that. I would just be like, yeah, so Trump wasn't that bad, and then like everybody I know doesn't like me anymore. Anybody who I do know now is people who didn't dislike me to begin with. So I just fucked off people that I had good relationship with just to do what? I already could have a relationship with people who are on the right, and it's not a problem. So I'm just killing a camp of people who I have signaled that I don't like anymore. It doesn't matter if wearing the red hat doesn't mean that. That's what they see. Again, it's about posturing. It's about optics. You can say a bunch of shit that makes perfect sense on paper all the time if you want to, but if the people don't believe it, then what's the problem with, like, if you allow Christians to believe in God, why don't you allow these lefties to believe that they're in trouble if Hitler comes to power in the form of Trump or whatever?
Because there's not physical evidence unlike uranium in Iran.
There's no physical evidence for God. A giant boat in the bottom of the sea. Well, for all you know, Noah could have just did that on his own because he fucking.
It depends what you mean by God. It depends what you mean by God, though. Like there is no physical evidence of. Like if you were to say there is
physical evidence for a bunch of people who believed in God, but that is not evidence of the God itself. That is a crucial distinction. God exists in a fictional setting where he exists because people believe that he exists. That is as true as God can get for any sort of human perception system, because it is predicated in its own doctrine that if you were to interpret God in his realness and his fullness, you would just explode.
What I meant to say is that the only thing there is evidence of is the potential for consciousness to.
Therefore, you are God then.
To be possible everywhere.
Therefore, you are God because you only have.
I'm not everywhere.
You basically are.
Yeah, but you're just making an argument in favor of Christianity because the idea of people is being an image of God that's a subset of his whole. So
I'm not arguing for Christianity. I'm arguing for God. Two completely different things. As I said earlier, religio, the root word
yeah,
of religion, to organize. Christianity is not the same thing as believing in
I'm
God.
not
One
I'm
can be
not
the other
arguing
way, but not the other way can be the other way. You see what
I'm
I'm
not
saying? I
arguing
can
for
believe in
God
God, but
though.
not believe in Christianity.
I'm not arguing for God. I'm just arguing for the potential of consciousness to be everywhere.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that since you don't really understand the fullness of what it means for the consciousness to be everywhere, not really. Like you can't the most your brain can extrapolate out to is that all you will ever know is that you exist, and you will have no way to know when you don't. Therefore, you are conscious all the time, in all places, as far as the eye can see. Because the proof for the Andromeda
No,
galaxy,
because I'm not the universe, obviously.
you wouldn't know if you were, or if you were.
It doesn't matter that my personal experience is not able to prove that the universe I perceive is not everything. I don't really mind the
That's
matrix problem
That's
because
yeah, exactly. What you care about in terms of what matters doesn't influence what is actually there. And what is there, as far as you're concerned, is the limitations of your own consciousness. Therefore, as far as you're concerned, you're talking to yourself right now.
no, but that's your opinion. My
That's not my
opinion is
opinion. That's just a description of what it means for a person to be at the limits of their knowledge. You cannot prove that I exist beyond the fact that I say that I do.
no, I can
And it,
prove. Like I can stab
you
you.
you can stab me, and that's just another form of evidence. But it's not. It's just endless. You have to go off of so many different things before. Well, we've already created a circular shared framework that says that once you stab me and I die and drop dead, that means that I did exist. But that's because you're using death as a definition of existence. Because you're predicating off of the binary that is alive and dead.
No. The thing I'm saying is that I have physical empirical evidence of your existence, and I can keep analyzing it up to a
Yeah, but if I
limit
remove your
with
consciousness, then
uncertainty.
if I remove your
Huh?
consciousness, then all that goes away. You cannot use instruments anymore to perceive anything if you can't even perceive the instrument itself.
Yeah, but
How do you
I'm
even know?
perfectly
How do you
fine.
even know to pick up a knife and stab me with it if you don't know that it kills people or not?
No, but
You're
I'm perfectly comfortable with the limitation of my consciousness, which is why uh, my trust in science is mainly on temporal things. Like the more I read about things, the more it's easily digestible, and it's a compounding knowledge. And I'm doing it with the assumption that I'm conscious and other people are conscious.
I don't
And
think you
if
need
it's a
to assume consciousness to move forward though. Like I said, the way humans understand consciousness in their human objectivity sense is like once you understand that you can do things, I guess, it's not important anymore. You have to move past this because it's like trying to prove if God exists or not. It's not an important discussion or debate anymore. We've moved so far past these almost elementary discussions. We need to be doing something else at this point because because otherwise we just get stuck in a circular loop and we can never move forward.
no, but I agree. That's why I wasn't really arguing against you because if you say there is
But if you invoke
matrix,
Christianity,
there
then
is
you're throwing a wrench in the machine. I can say very eloquently that like I cannot perceive in a world where like the infinite being that is the almighty God or whatever, it can be condensed in a fucking book. It doesn't make any sense to me.
No, but the thing that I really personally cared about it was not that your claim against the Christianity, and it wasn't your claim against the white people or anyone affiliated with Republicans might elect a Nazi. I don't really mind what you believe. My claim was simply a disagreement for morality being scientifically funded.
Right. So
So,
my claim is that if you think you can stab me because God said that it's morally good to do so, then this entire edifice falls apart. There was a point in time where you would do that. You would just do it. And he would tell you, whisper in your ear from the sky and say, kill your brother, bro.
yeah.
because I said
Yeah.
so. And
That's
now
perfectly fine.
you have many
Yeah.
Christians who will pop up to you nowadays and says, "I don't think he should have killed his brother," but that's just me. I mean, I know God is the man, but I'm not sure if I would have killed my mom. I don't know,
Yeah,
bro.
but not to insult you, but that's exactly what I mean when I say I respect your belief. Your belief is as valuable as the guy who's stabbing people. You can say your morality is subjective, and all I'm listening to is someone who is believing things in a way that a Christian won't, because I know for a
But I
fact that
don't. But I just
neuro
don't. But I
yeah.
don't think that a legitimate Christian is going to change their mind, though. That's my whole point. I think how can they? They're going to wake up one day and be like, Jesus is not the savior. If they do that, they're going to have to kill themselves because if they're not the savior, then guess who is?
No, I mean they could be something similar.
Apparently not,
Um,
because Islam is so similar to Christianity, and they just hate them. What do they do?
uh,
Worship the Buddha instead?
it's not similar though. It's a lot more violent. Gotta be honest, but
Well, they were
it's
okay.
like
So they weren't that violent during the
yeah.
Crusades.
But it doesn't matter. Like you cannot extrapolate a time frame and assume that it's the same as a modern time frame.
You sure can if you just pause time. See,
No.
this is the issue with like talking about Christianity in America or in Western hemispheres because time we get a benefit from time moving forward. These motherfuckers don't.
Hmm? Like because of
Be-
conservatism? I
Because
don't think
because
so.
they live in a theocracy. They're when Trump gets up and says, "I love God," he's pretending. When a motherfucker over there gets up and say he loves God, he's chanting a fucking phrase, quite literally. It's a whole mantra and everything. It's not him having a fun time saying "I love God." He's chanting a phrase. People are humming in the background. Somebody's crying on a mat somewhere next to him. This is some serious shit. This is a whole ritual. This is a real thing. It's baked into their entire edifice. This is not like anywhere else, like except for the
Like
Vatican, I guess. But
it's the race. I
if
mean,
you
I
want to
don't
say
know.
that, but like I said, when you're ahead, you don't care about like anybody behind you catching up because you're too far ahead to give a fuck about any potential lesser person or not as cool thing catching up because they just won't because you're gonna keep dropping a bomb on the head anytime you get too close.
I don't know. It's the same argument that Hitler was making about Jews. You're making a similar argument for white Christians, but I
You know,
really
we should
don't.
exterminate white Christians because they're going to eventually turn into Islam people.
No, because they have no agency over what they believe, and are naturally and genetically bound to believe what they believe. And
Yeah,
I
and
disagree.
Hitler said that the Jews believed in porn and spreading it so that you could become a decadent freak, and then eventually, like, we should just get rid of it because porn is bad. Versus me saying, I think that a Christian who believes in things that
Porn?
don't change. Hitler said a lot about them. I don't know if you checked into it.
Well,
The
no,
the the, the,
Vidas.
the entire
Like,
fucking like structure of like why they had to get out of here was like a whole essay. Apparently, I think it's in the book. I think Mein Kampf or whatever. But you can attribute the porn complex to the Jews. You can attribute like wealth disparities to the Jews. You can attribute basically all the world's problems to the Jews. That's what it means to be anti-Semitic. Is to basically blame all of society's problems on the Jews.
like
I'm
the
not doing
movies
that for
that
white
were.
people. I'm not saying white people are the reason why everything is bad. I'm saying that guess what? They happen to make up a good portion of like contemporary history. So if you want to attribute bad things to anybody, you can't look towards a minority of people who don't hold up a lot of fucking per capita. This isn't America exclusively where a bunch of black people can hold per capita for violence. This is the entirety of history which a white man named.
Well, that's fine, but if Somalia is so much better, then you can move to
Why would that
Somalia.
be an argument? Why would it be a counter argument to the fact that history was invented by a white person and not Somalians?
No, but yeah, it's a counter
Like,
argument. It's because it's a criticism of how things are because the white people made them,
no, no,
and
no, no.
I'm saying
It's a mathematical reality. If they make up the larger part of contemporary history, and we also happen to have travesties in that history, And anytime you look and see where the Chapasis are, it's either an Asian man or a white man or like a Spanish white man. Then it's kind of hard to say that it's the Somalians are at fault when
Well,
they're just in Africa somewhere rotting in a hut.
I don't want to sound racist, but the majority of history was written. So.
No, that's you can't see. You're shifting the goalposts. I said contemporary history.
Oh, contemporary history is
Contemporary history is basically as far as back into like in the Enlightenment era, and when you can read and write and fucking like throw a rock at somebody's with a catapult and shit.
Like in
Medieval,
Europe and a little bit Middle East.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Genghis Khan. Yeah, and going back further yet.
Like even in Africa during the Enlightenment era, there was not too much writing, to be quite honest. So.
Not over there, at least, for sure. Obviously.
Yeah. So the history you're reading of the books is all white and Chinese names. It's mostly because they were writing. It's just literacy. I don't it sounds like you raised
wait,
it.
This doesn't make any sense because Socrates quite literally says that he doesn't write anything down. That is literally a white Jesus.
Yeah, but he was around everyone who was writing. So like he was in academia and everyone was writing down everything he was saying. So he was just posing. He's just a poser.
And Marcus Aurelius didn't write what he wrote down in his fucking meditations to have somebody read it either.
But point is that you need people to write to have history.
The point is that you don't need to write shit down for people to get the culture. White people are the ones who say that a lot, by the way, is that when we started writing shit down, people got stupid. That's not a black person or a Somalian issue.
People got no.
It's funny because Republicans hate the Enlightenment too, because they think it's a Marxist thing. It's so hard to make some of these arguments sometimes because they just end up going in the wrong directions in an instant when you realize that one of your friends, if you're on the right, I'm not saying you are, will easily tell you that you're a piece of shit because you think that actually capitalism was invented by Marx and not Engels. Suddenly, you have to cut that guy the fuck off because he has no idea what history even is.
Well, I don't know what's the point here.
The point is that number one, just because it's not recorded in the way that you can decipher it doesn't mean that it wasn't recorded. That's number one. Number two, I'm not trying to call for the extermination of white people just because in every book that I read they talk about killing everybody. That's not my. I haven't read the Somalian book that says they kill a bunch of Somalians and white people. I've read the history in my American schooling and Western teaching. They teach about their escapades of destroying cultures that are not white, and that's not my problem. How am I to believe anything other than what they tell me that I should believe in?
Those schools are really propagandized. Gotta be honest.
Listen, it's not propagandized by non-whites. Okay, that is one of your
liberal
boys.
Woman. No, liberal woman. That's why earlier
George Washington is not a liberal woman. George Washington, our founding fathers are not liberals in the same respects as people would be today. I'm telling you that when we talk about, listen, it doesn't make sense for a liberal woman to sit down and say that George Washington, or Amerigo Vespucci, or Christopher Columbus, actually stole land from the Indians, and that was cool for the time. And she changed her mind and said, actually, it was Amerigo Vespucci. No, actually, it was fucking Leif Erikson who found it first, and another white person stole it from him.
The normal humane thing to say is that there is war all the time, and it's not really about race.
You wouldn't say that if you need your people to be nationalists, though, because it's a nationalist thing to think that America deserved to take this fucking land because we're exceptional. They should have just realized that when you called the land, or what would it go, Manhattan? Crazy white man is what they called it back in the day for Indians. When Indians said that they named it after white people who thought they could buy land, so they had to change the name or some shit because they sold it to them and they didn't realize they could sell land until white people came over and told them they could buy land or
You
some shit
do
like that.
realize that the natives of America were not like a faction of natives, right? They were at war all the time, and they were killing each other all the time.
This is
So
the defensive talking point that supports the idea of like saying we should have done that. I don't give a fuck about Native
no,
Americans.
I'm not saying that we should have done it. I'm just saying that the game is the war, like the war, the history. The reason why you always read about
the reason why I
war
said
is
what I said
because
is because I'm just literally telling you that about a period in history where like they thought that it was weird that you could sell and buy land. That means that when people came in from a different nation and changed the way that the system works to benefit us. That's all that means. I'm not saying anything more about it than
they didn't
you can't
change
tell me
the
that
system.
you can't tell me that I'm
They
propaganda about liberal teachings when this has been the teachings for like the past like 70 or so, way longer than that. This is not a recent liberal phenomenon of letting people know that you
the
should worship
framing is
George Washington as
propaganda.
the best president. Otherwise, there would be more liberal presidents in the top 10 when it's not. It's actually like a bunch of fucking Republicans, and George Washington is like number one, and he wasn't a fucking Republican or liberal. So like Thomas Jefferson is up there somewhere, and he was a racist. He was a super racist. Or not Jefferson, but like yeah, I think it was Jefferson. I forget, but no, our founding fathers are all racist.
You
And
cannot watch history without the lens of the time. Well, like with the current lens, you have to watch
I
history
don't.
through the lens of
I don't. You're
the
like I
time.
said. This is why most. How old are you, by the way? Like 26,
I'm
right?
33.
Okay, fuck. Whatever. No, you're speaking too contemporarily. I am literally talking about the days that I was like 13, 20 years ago, whatever, in school
Yeah.
learning about this shit. And I thought it was like, okay, whatever. Yeah, we had slaves. I was a slave. My mom was a slave or some shit. Blah blah blah. Whatever. It's kind of crazy. Let's get on with it. And then 20 years later, we get all this bullshit. This is not the same time periods. I was not in school getting indoctrinated by liberal people who told me to grow up one day and vote blue, no matter who. That's not what you get from the books. That's what you get from the TVs. Those are not the same things. What's on TV is a postmodernist weird phenomena of whatever is in that book is getting turned around by what you hear on TV from a Democrat in like the year 2007 or whatever.
But
That's a whole different thing. The
but
book
why would
is a pre-modern a pre-modern revolution. The Gutenberg revolution. The printing press was something used to create more education and literacy amongst whoever. I don't know if you would say that it was done to help dumb people read when they couldn't read when they were poor or whatever. But the TV is a whole different beast altogether. And downstream of the TV is the internet. That's a liberal invention if there was ever one. Because what those things are designed to do is to usurp conservative values. Anything that we knew to be true before anybody can get on the fucking Teletubby tube and tell you whatever they want to tell you, there was no sort of transgression up until that point. If anybody can talk to you about anything that they want to talk to you about at any point at all and move against the greater grain of society, that means we have a fractaling of the homogeneity of a society. Therefore, we have multiculturalism in a new and fresh way that we never had before, because when you come to this country, we tell you nowadays, you don't need to learn English, just whatever, just do what you want to do. Back then, it would have been like, you weren't going to be able to get shit done if you didn't know English. So you had to integrate faster. If there's no reason, if there's no fast track to get integrated into the country, then you can just do whatever you want to do when you get here, and it's all fine and dandy based off of whoever the fuck you ask is it cool with, and nobody checks you or anything. Nobody tries to get you. It's different now. I feel like you're talking about an America that exists today as opposed to where we came from.
No, but it's not that different actually. The schools in general, especially the middle and high schools, were always extremely left leaning. So the framework of instead of being just a war and settlers who were exploring for gold rush and related, is a lot more aggressor, like predator type. It has always been like this. It became a lot worse now, but the it's not like the history actually happened as like it's very unprofessional to give moral description to historical events. Even if for Nazism is very unprofessional, to be honest. You made a lot of laws that makes it completely impossible to criticize Jews in Europe, or you get completely you get arrested, and there is almost no freedom of speech in relationship to criticism, and it just makes people even more hateful, and then people just started saying Israel. It completely gets out of hand. I just like, why nobody cares about Genghis Khan as much as Germany or Stalin. It's just
The better thing
I
to
don't
say is,
understand.
why don't people care about Mao as much as they care about Germany? And the answer is obvious, because Hitler lost his war. When you win, you get to have people talk about your achievements. When you lose, you get called a loser. Let America lose, the fucking World War II. I feel like this is revisionist. We don't even get to be here having this discussion, and we lost the World War II.
Yeah, but it's not just talking; it's just reframing every single person with the worst possible moral history ever. It's
But
just
we all agree
framing.
to it. Literally, we all agree to it. I don't know what right wing people that think that like Hitler is like not as bad as Mao. Leftists might believe that like Mao is better than like Hitler, but they're all bad guys because they ended up having a lot of people just get killed for no reason, no
Yeah,
real
but
reason at least.
you don't see liberal or institutions or university making a lot of or even politicians making a lot of points of how Mao could be happening because to our Chinese population. It sounds so insane just to say, but when I hear people arguing about
Because
Nazism.
it just sounds like bureaucracy going wrong. For 10 years I started my population on accident. Oopsies. That doesn't sound as crazy as for 10 years I put people into a fucking oven and I baked them to death.
But okay,
Like
but
it's pretty easy to see like, oh, read this book. Guess what? Your great great grandma was a fucking slave. And the reason why she was a slave because she was black. There's no way to you don't need to have a more description of that to feel some type of way about that. Oh, so you're saying that basically I should have been a slave. So basically when Tommy walks out of his house with his white mom and sister and father, I should get on my knees and kiss their feet because that would be the moral thing to do. That is not the thing you would have
yeah,
naturally
but
arrived to.
as okay, as soon as I give morality to history, then everyone can do it. Then Europeans can say, okay, we were one of the strongest civilization ever, and the more and one of the most civilized for a long period of time, while Africa was completely uncivilized for in comparison,
This is literally true
and
though.
therefore, yeah, huh?
This is literally
Like,
true though.
yeah, it's literally true, but
And therefore
if
what?
you and therefore it's morally wrong to use this as a moral historical moral ground standing. Like, if I'm a person who says, oh, then I'm better, then I'm morally wrong to say I'm better, because any historical moral take
Okay.
on a population that hasn't done,
We seem
like,
to be
I didn't know Hitler, I didn't know I didn't know Mussolini, but I am Italian. So if me being Italian relates me to me being Mussolini, then me being Italian also relates me to civilization,
because we were
illuminism.
against the axis of power. We want you to know that we won the war and we defeat the axis of evil. I
But
don't
it's not.
wait. How? What kind of leftists would write about us winning and becoming like really cool? How many kids come out of because it wasn't me, what my nigga to the left or my nigga to the right, who came out of fucking 2011 and said, "Damn, I want to vote for a black guy because he's gonna help me be like Mao one day." There's no way.
uh,
I don't know which version of like leftism you're talking about, but it's not. You're talking about the newer version. These new
no,
people.
no. There is people who are framing like in a similar way you're framing the Republican Party to be getting close to Nazism,
Because any authority that tries to usurp like our system that is predicated on checks and balances, just listen. It's a basic observation. Hitler took a bunch of things and then he made it into one thing and made it into the inferior position. In America, we have three structures called legislative, judicial, and executive. And Trump has basically taken all three and put it under executive. That's the only comparison that you need to be like, that kind of looks weird to me.
Okay.
And then for you to be like, so what is the equivalent of the Jew in America? Literally, it's anybody who doesn't like fucking Trump. Is anybody who doesn't who is like trying to put transgender surgeries in prison or whatever or some shit like that. It's anything that doesn't align with what he wants to be seen as valuable. And the only reason why there isn't a gas chamber sitting in this country right now is because nobody would go for it, including himself. There's no reason to go that far. You don't need a gas chamber. That's too ghetto. That's too ghetto.
But
That's too.
It's not really that complicated though. Like you
Again, yes. We don't need a complicated gas chamber. That's too unnecessary. You don't need to do all these Hitler things. You just need to fucking get a bunch of people who are going to agree with what you have to say, and then pack the courts with this, so that when they rule on anything, you can't go to prison because you can't arrest presidents anyways, and then you just end up having a limited authority in ways that no other president has ever had ever. And no, why should the president have
it doesn't
unlimited authority in this particular case in ways that, or not be maybe you're not saying that Trump should have had limited authority in ways that nobody else has ever had. That it should have always been this way. I don't know why you would even say that.
But yeah, it's not about that. It's like, I don't know. It's the even like trans people saying you're trying to kill me. Nazism, you're becoming all Nazis. It's the same argument. The point is that a person who is a Nazi is trying to kill all other people is a threat you have to necessarily kill, like in self-defense. So what you're just messaging is that I'm feeling a threat level where I will kill you because I feel you're gonna kill me. And the natural response is, well, you're saying that I am a Nazi, so you think I'm gonna kill you, so you're gonna kill me for self-defense, so I have to kill you in self-defense. That's the only issue I am raising, is that the argumentation that the polarization is on one side mostly will push that side to side with whoever, because if rather
We're
than
talking
being
about two different kinds of Nazis. Then I'm talking about a literal structure in which you create conditions for a president, political figure who has authority in which nobody else has ever had, and the reason why he is in power is not because he actually is smart or cool. It's because he has the ability to have fucking money and the ability to fucking have a bunch of coalitions around him that just bind into itself, and it's not predicated on anything that is actually American.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm not talking about Trump. I'm talking about the framing on the voter base. It's the same typical quiz. Do you prefer to be known by everyone of being a pedo and not being a pedo, or do you prefer not being a pedo but everyone thinks you're a pedo? that's the thing is, like, you cannot call everybody a Nazi and then expect them not to join Nazism when it's the only other option. You know?
I don't think it's a problem for you to be called a Nazi and then to do Nazi things, but can't because you don't have the edifice for it. That's who cares? Who cares if they call you a Nazi when you don't have any power structure to allow you to be a Nazi? You're just a fucking KKK person. It's not a Nazi.
Yeah,
A Nazi, somebody who has the vested interest of the government behind him, who says, "Stand by and stand ready." When the Nazis do the Nazi things, nobody cares that a Nazi does Nazi things in a vacuum. They care if they can do it in Nazi Germany.
Yeah, but you want to lower the temperature. You shouldn't be trying to call for Nazism. You should be trying to call for people to stop calling them Nazi.
I don't think you can lower the temperature if the other side isn't willing to lower it, because then it's just you fanning flames the entire time. When you try to put out any sort of water, they just fucking put it on gasoline. So it's just no point. You might as well just go all in. It's accelerationism in a nutshell.
I don't know. I think the majority of Republicans are doing it on self-defense. I'm gonna be honest. So
that's fine, but
yeah,
they just either way we get to Germany. If that's the direction we're gonna move in, that's just where we're gonna end up. Then the intentions don't matter as much as the fucking solution, which is we just end up getting a bunch of people
the final
round up, and then maybe I don't know. We seem to be. I don't know if we're as dumb as making a giant gas chamber and doing that bullshit constantly, but maybe we'll find some way to make it even greater. Maybe we're gonna bring them all to Greenland and bomb it to death, and then put Greenland under the water or some shit.
Maybe we will do a super Nazi party that only one person gets to leave, and we need everyone to elect the person.
Basically.
Only one Adamo and Eve gets to leave. I don't know, and it's just I don't know. And it's since the beginning of the conversation that I'm trying to say that the framing is very dangerous. Not because I'm not taking into account what you're saying. It's just that because people are extremely egoistical. So they will never vote for a party that will frame them potentially as Nazi if they don't vote for them. They will vote for the party who doesn't frame them potentially as a Nazi, even if they don't vote for them. So
I go what you're saying, but it's too late. Anytime that we get to a point where we say, well, we should course correct, it's already too late. That's not how. That's just how we move as a populace, except for the Republicans. Apparently, they move fast as fuck, so it doesn't matter for them. They can just course correct in an instant, and they actually can fix things and backtrack for themselves instantaneously because they have no problems. Because the wheels move all in one direction. When they turn left, the car actually goes left. Whereas it takes fucking years for the car to move forward because the car is constantly moving in 4 different directions, which basically means it's not moving anywhere because the wheels move in 4 different directions. Therefore, the car is stationary the entire time, and that's the car on the left. Only reason why Obama made headway and having himself be elected twice is because he appealed towards Republicans. I don't know how he was able to get in off of the idea that I'm going to make things better for black people when that was his first initial campaign, and then he turned around and he made things better for gay people twice. How did he get away with that? I can tell you how, because he was strong on border. He deported so many fucking people, and he worked with so many Republicans because he was a smart fucking man. When are we going to get back to that?
Yeah.
Where,
well,
at the very least, not because Obama had vested interest with the Democratic Party institution or whatever, but because we just want somebody who actually just knows what they're doing, so that when he says they're going to fix something, he can actually try to address actual core issues and not just try to address populist sentiments. Core issues, not populist sentiments.
No. Well, I'm gonna end on this point. Iran was proven to have 4,000 kilometers of range because it attacked about 4,000 kilometers away, which is in range of Italy. And if Trump manages to stop them having nuclear weapons, I will be pro-Trump for the rest of my life. That's the no matter what happens, I would rather whatever happens.
Now, what if I told you that? What if I told you that the reason why Iran would even have missiles to begin with is because somebody in the Trump coalition actually funded the ability for them to get missiles in the first place. So the reason why you're scared of Iran is because Trump made them scary for you. So he is benefiting off of that. I'm not saying that's true, but it doesn't sound far-fetched.
They were no,
I'm
they
pretty
were.
sure is the industrial military complex's main purpose is to create fear and then to sell it, and then
I
to
don't know,
profit off of
but
it.
I agree. I agree with you, but they had a nuclear plan even before Trump. So
Yeah.
Unless he was planning all along since 30 years ago. At that point, well played.
That's an easy. You don't even know which way it is, left or right. If it's, can I? Let me see. Do I want Italy to be wiped off the fucking map by these Iranians so we can have like Iran like in Italy and then Iran in Iran, so I can profit off of a new version of Italy that is Iranian Italy, or whatever? Or do I want like Italy to be cool because they have nice, crazy, baguettes or whatever, and therefore I'm going to defend Italy from Iran and get their best interest. Either way, I'm going to have an interested party. So like whether I say, you know what, let me figure out how to get Iran on board with Israel. Huh, how do I do that? Well, I know. Let's get Bibi Netanyahu the fuck out of here so we can replace him with somebody who is like pro-Iran and I can have a new Israel since Iran is more powerful than these guys and blah, blah, blah. It's just moving chess pieces on the board. Who do you like? Who's going to be for you? Where we are geographically, politically, on the spectrum.
I'm pretty sure that if any Middle Eastern country nuclearized Italy, the Americans would be so triggered because it's their number one vacation spot. So maybe we can also the LARP as Roman all the time.
Yeah, so we can go over there and fucking be like, oh my god, that bomb's going off in the distance. And he puts up the fucking camera and says, this is crazy. I can't believe I'm so close to this. And they go back home and they fucking pretend it never fucking happened. They have a cool Facebook story to put on their fucking Facebook reels.
You seem a little disappointed with your country. I don't know.
I'm disappointed by mentioning what white women do when they go to these countries. Like they don't care about what's going on in Italy or fucking or Paraguay or whatever.
White man, I feel you're a little racist.
Because white people don't travel. What are they gonna do? Travel to fucking Italy and be like, oh my god, I can't believe this war is happening over here. This is great. They're gonna be like, oh my god, how did I get here? I couldn't afford this yesterday. How did I get here? I must be a fucking plant for the democratic institution to speak anti this regime regimen. Like, no, just because I describe a situation does not mean that I am like speaking on it in a political. I described to you literally that when a white person, which is what they do, they move places, they travel because they can afford to, show up in some sort of war-torn society, but not the actual war-torn part of it, but like the resort part of it, and they report back on it, and all they have to say is, this is so sad, as they wipe their ears with their $3,000 hamster. Like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening over here. This is so crazy. I gotta know what to do. And what they do is, in about 30 minutes, they cook up a baguette that they got from Italy that they had stolen away, and then they pretend it never fucking happened because we live in America and we don't give a fuck about what's going on anywhere else. We don't care.
I wish I was American.
It is so weird for people to be like, yeah, I'm half Italian, and have it mean nothing. Because like you don't care about Italians as a white Italian in this country of heritage. Yeah, I'm part German. Bitch, you haven't been German for like 20 years. Nobody in your immediate family is German. They don't speak German. You just mentioned that as a party trick at a dinner table. My great grandfather talked to Hitler. Okay, why don't you go back to Germany then? The fuck are you talking about?
Oh, yeah. You're just jealous.
I'm jealous that they know their roots and they don't care about their roots at all, unless they need to mention it to like one up their other white friends who are like not as cool as German, so they have to say, you're French. Ha ha ha. LOL. I'm German, by the way. I'm jealous of that. I'm jealous of the weird infighting that white people do when they're like, I don't like these kind of white people because they have bigger noses and whatever, and they have a lot of money in corporate spaces or whatever.
You're jealous they're so chill.
They're so chill about wanting to bomb other white people. No. They want to bomb. If the Iranians and Israelites or whatever were white, they bomb them all the same. The difference is that it looks cool. This is just bread and circus. It's been the same shit over and over again since Rome.
Can you make a Patreon tier for the NPAS?
The who?
Huh?
The who?
The NPAS.
The N-pass, the N-word pass.
Yeah, no, the N-word pass.
That's too conish for me. There's too mad dogs for that, basically. So I'm not gonna follow in those footsteps. That is the natural progression of like where you end up when you start handing out. Listen, 2 people in the popular black nerd space gave out the N-word pass, and they're both fucking dead.
Well, I'm pretty sure for 1 million, you would give the N-word pass.
I'm pretty sure I would too, but I'm pretty sure that I better fucking race to the finish line to make sure that I don't need to be in a position to ever take that money. Not because I care about the N word, but because of optics. Again, I know that there is a way to position to make sure that people don't think that you're a threat, and that is optimal. That is substantially optimal. The economic realities are real, but so are the social contagions in people's brains. And if I can try to square both, I'm going to try to do that. I'm not going to be like, well, I live in reality, so I'm going to vote Republican all the time. Versus, no, people have feelings and they care about things and they want to have nice things happen to everybody around the world, so I'm going to vote left all the time. Like I don't think one side is right all the time. So that's why we have two-party systems, because sometimes one of you motherfuckers is wrong, so we're gonna decide on it through a vote.
When is the last time you voted Republican?
I would have been too young.
Well,
And when
so
I mean, I can't say, because the first time I voted was when I was old enough to vote. I was 18 when I think I was 18 when I had the chance to vote for Obama. So there was no chance to vote for fucking Dick Cheney and Bush.
No.
Or
Oh,
Clinton.
right. Notorious. Started to go say interrupt, but about the whole thing that you mentioned few hours ago before I fell asleep. OLED monitors are worth it, but you don't spend a lot of money to buy it. Just so that you know, there are $350 OLED monitors available, and you can go ahead and buy those. But those because the reason why it costs is so cheap, because current OLED monitors for PCs have generations, so we're on generation 5. So the ones that's for cheap right now, those are generation 2. If you don't mind the text for engine and just okay with it, and it doesn't bother you that much, then go ahead and buy it. There's Amazon right now, HP sells them, Dell sells them. So go ahead.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, so they have those.
yeah. My argument is just it was more about American culture than really what's optimal to buy. I was just saying that the Americans care more about their time than they care about spending money.
I know. I learned that when I was in the call center. When I just the recent call center I was at right now, I'm just working at. Luckily I went into production. They told me that a secret that usually like Americans are like this on the phone because they have a little time. So I learned that. But yeah, I know you're talking about money, but so if you are interested to buy one, then you can go ahead and don't spend so much money. Because don't let me believe that all the monitors are worth it. They are. If like for example, if you want to see something
Let me say this really quickly, because if I don't, it's never gonna get better.
Huh?
When you ask me the question, why do people start avoiding me when they used to be cool with me? What you're doing right now is pretty much adjacent to the reason. You cannot hijack a conversation about a topic that had nothing to do with the initial conversation. That is rude. I'm not saying I have a problem with it, but that is 9 times out of 10, most people are going to have a problem with that. That is an autistic thing to do. I'm pretty sure.
I don't have a problem.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know you don't.
No.
But I'm just saying this is something Chromium does a lot, and I'm not speaking out of my ass when I say that I've seen people literally crash out on him because he does it so often.
But it's fine. It's actually a good
segue.
It's definitely a good segue, because I actually wanted to go like 10 minutes ago, because I have to do some stuff. But anyway, like, I'm not leaving because of you, Chromium. You just gave me an excuse to end the conversation.
I was meant to speak that and then go away. You can go ahead and go ahead and continue your conversation about politics.
I think me and Kurosai are more or less politically similar. Just on
the more we talk, the more you realize. Yeah, the more you realize that we share the same things, but you don't realize how right you are. Like politically right you are to the left, which is fine. But
I realized I prefer radical right over centrism right now, because the politics is polarized. But if there
But you have
was
to understand that that's called reactionary politics. Therefore, if your entire premise for your political alignment is based off of what you're trying to fight against, then your position is only held because of what you're trying to fight against.
I'm a neutral person in the
no,
politics.
but no, but my politics very shortly is a pure science. So if there was
for
a
maximizing your
party,
own personal gain, correct?
yeah, not necessarily. Even maximizing the society. If like for example, if everyone there was a voter, there was a politician was saying, "I will 100% focus only on nuclear energy," I will probably vote the politician. You know.
Would you vote for them if you weren't actually in society, basically? Because that would basically mean that you don't actually you can't even afford nuclear energy. You can't even afford. I mean, like, let's say this is a better example. What does it matter what a politician says about what he can benefit the country and the society? Is literally you don't get to enjoy any of those benefits because you live on the lower rung of society.
It's very hard for science to not be benefited by everybody. Maybe I will not benefit from the nuclear plants in 5 years, but I will benefit from them in 20. So
yeah, nuclear is a pretty I don't know, bipartisan issue. I'm pretty sure, but like when you're poor, science making the water supply better is not going to do a whole lot for you.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously, if I was in Africa, I wouldn't want 10 billion spent in a nuclear plant. But I'm in Italy, so nobody is starving. I wouldn't mind a little less extra money if the country went in debt because of nuclear plantations so all over the place.
I mean, look at it this way, right? So I draw, but for Australia, for example, they have all countries have solar power. They're because they got rid of their coal plants. A lot of them.
I don't think solar panels really works that much unless they will be optimized. But nuclear is the only option right now for green energy.
Solar is moving fast, bro. It's moving fast.
It's fine.
We've had solar in America for a long time, so it's not really a talking point anymore. Trump is the one who doesn't like solar because
it's a luxury. It's a luxury thing.
But
it's not like liver plants.
Hear me out on this one. So solar power in Austria, though, you get 3 hours, free energy, and to the point where even then, when you're even paying for electricity in Australia, it's almost zero. It's so freaking cheap. It's so cheap.
Yeah, there's conditions where it's possible, but
that's Australia.
Yeah,
they live in some weird spot of like where a bunch of like wind and shit is over there or whatever. I don't know. You have to take in geography into a point.
Yeah. Because it's a desert, so the sun is very strong there. Anyway, I'm gonna go. It was a very good conversation, and we can have a science conversation another day. But yeah, if I was black in America, probably I would be very left leaning, even though I will hate everybody in the party.
Well, that's what we have.
I don't.
That's what we have currently. Hassan is arguably a black guy who pretends to be white sometimes and who's actually Turkish, who constantly talks about how he hates black people, white people, people who have money, people who don't have money, all the time.
Yeah, it's perfect. But yeah, I'm only conditionally right wing. I would rather be radical centrist than hard science. That's what I will prefer. Well, whatever. GG's. Bye.
See you later.
See you later. Oh, Kurosai, it was. I understand you were saying I was hijacking stuff, right? I was responding to what he was saying earlier.
That you did it. When you ask me the question, I'm gonna say it one more time. You just need to understand English, I guess. You cannot ask me the question, how can people stop talking to me when they used to be my friends out of nowhere? And I tell you the reason why, and then you circle back on it. I just told you why. If that were my problem, I would have blocked you too. So don't. In your mind, Square that for me. Figure out why you would apologize to somebody who doesn't have a problem with it. I told you that because that is your problem. You're the one who asked me about it. Therefore, it must be your problem. Otherwise, you wouldn't care. So when I mention you doing it, I'm not doing it. I'm not mentioning that to you to make you feel some type of way. I'm pointing it out so you can realize when you say to me in cold breath, in the dead of night, I really need to figure this out so I can stop being this way. Okay. Maybe it might help you if I told you you were doing it when you do it. So if you say sorry for doing it, it's like a child who is like so for some reason apologizing for something that he is doing wrong when he said he wanted to get better at it. So his parent is asking him or telling him that he's doing it so he can point it out so you can correct it whenever you notice it. If you don't notice it or learn to notice it, it cannot be corrected for. So in some real sense, when you say I'm sorry, you're like getting me to like not correct you anymore, basically. You're trying to kind of like subliminally message to me that like, yeah, I'll get used to it. Therefore, I'm never going to tell you when you're doing it ever again. Instead of I'm going to get used to it because you're going to always do it. Therefore, I should just never mention it. That's what it sounds like when you say I'm sorry for doing it. Don't apologize to me. I'm not who you should be trying to correct for. I'm not the one that's the problem with it. When a guy shows up to you one day and says, you know, you're really fucking annoying because you constantly can't stay on topic or whatever, and you just linger on like points of a conversation that have nothing to do with the larger part of the conversation, and you can't move forward. That's the guy you need to be trying to fucking appeal to or whatever. And if you don't want to, then that's on you. That's fine.
You know, speaking of random segues, I came in here to ask, Kuro, have you ever played like tabletop board games, like groups of people?
Like who?
Like, for example, I'm playing Twilight Imperium with people in like a couple of hours online. It's apparently it's like really famous for being quite high quality, but I just never realized that people like did this a lot. You know, it's stuff like you know, for example, like Warhammer 40K. I've never played it, but I'm just thinking like I get it. I get it. Is basically what it is.
Yeah, I don't get past fucking Magic the Gathering.
Monopoly.
Like I never even played poker.
Really?
Or blackjack made or whatever the fuck the bullshit.
Not
is
even
called.
like casually with like friends.
I don't know how to play the game.
Dang.
That's what I mean. I haven't played it before because I don't know how to play it.
I feel like you're actually speaking. Now that I think about it, I don't really know what like kind of games you play because
exactly. I'm not a game player. I did when I played
games. You don't play no games, you know.
Yeah, I played video games when I was young because it was accessible and interesting. But like, there's nothing particularly interesting about playing cards unless you're trying to like be in good company with people. The way I see card
good
games
company
is that
or like money, I guess, right? So
well, back in the sure, but I don't know. I wasn't watching adults gamble their money away playing blackjack or whatever. They just played cards, and if they were gambling, I didn't know it. And it was interesting that they knew the rules, but I had no interest in learning the rules, so I stick to checkers.
Fair enough. Huh.
That shit looks so boring. That gambling shit just looks so
Okay, well, I'm not talking. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm not talking about like on kick. Well, you're just like betting on CS:GO skins. Okay, I'm talking about like
I'm not either
actual like gameplay.
Right, so. Again, you have to stick to the subject matter. What we're talking about right now is tabletop games. That is the entire thing that anchors what he was talking about. And for you to jump to like you stuck to the gambling part, and that was mentioned for all of like 2 seconds out of the entire like 10 minutes we've been talking about tabletop stuff. Technically, you hijacked the conversation even then because you made it about something it wasn't about. Gambling is not.
I mean, it wasn't that egregious. It was kind of related, to be fair, but
not in the context, technically speaking. Especially when you realize the reason why he said gambling looks boring. When you say something looks boring, you don't say ugh, ill. You don't scoff and look down on it with your nose high. That doesn't sound like somebody who's bored or something. It sounds like somebody who's disgusted. I mean, he's not making
kind of feel like we were having a conversation about like like, you know, board gaming, ward gaming, whatever, right? But then to criticize about something that was only slightly mentioned is kind of like,
That's a
you
trigger.
know, what you say "fuck me" for, kind of, you know, it's kind
Right.
of like, you know,
That's what
yeah.
that's why I mentioned it. That's something you do when you like are not able to read into social cues. I'm just saying because the point of the conversation was about like Warhammer and fucking like I was supposed to literally put Warhammer in this video that I'm working on right now because there's like a mining faction in the world of Warhammer.
Yo,
And
the dwarves.
yeah,
Oh yeah,
so
yeah. I just saw what you're working on. Yeah.
mhm. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing that by the way because I'm in one of those modes where I'm extremely pedantic and I can hone in on like things like not matching up or whatever. But yeah, you asked for it, so I'm gonna point it out each time you do it. We were not number one, gambling does not look boring at all. I'm not sure why you fucking said that shit. Does it look like wrong and bad and like stupid? Sure. Does it look boring? Fuck no. If it looked boring, people wouldn't fucking do it. Or if it was boring, I should say. The
Reason why
the gains for like getting a lot of money out of gambling is astronomical. It can't be boring. It literally taps into the dopaminergic system.
the reason why I said that shit because you look like old as boomers are forcing that shit on us when we're playing video games and we don't like. I'm like, okay, we're annoyed. I don't like when you're forcing that shit on us to say, hey, you should be wasting your money and trying to mess with it. Might be because I'm raising into Christian home and all that shit, but that thing looks so deranged.
Yeah, that's why the gotcha games are so popular right now, huh?
I mean, sure, if you
And
want to
loot
be a
boxes.
fool and waste your money there on gacha games,
I've
sure.
only spent $40 on Uma Musume, and I've played it for 900 hours. So I think that's a good return on investment. To be fair,
Sure.
If I play a
You're-
gacha game, I am not going to
You
waste my
don't
money,
have money
spend
to
my money.
spend money on.
But even then, if I did, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to
That's
remind
not
myself
true.
of those old
I mean, but the thing
white
is,
ass
like,
boomers.
let's say like Elden Ring, right? Like, you'd obviously pay a decent amount because it's a good game, right? And you're going to spend a
Exactly.
lot of
Like
hours
you're
on it, right?
right. You're being disingenuous when you say I would do that. It's like, of course you wouldn't do it because you don't have the means to do it. But give the person the right fucking setup to do it, and they will fucking do it. That's why they do it. That's the science of it.
Do I play games to play games? I play the game one time, and then I'm just playing it all the way. If I don't get certain things, then it's okay. Yes, I might still be saying that to you, right? Is I don't have the power to do it, but even if I have the power to, I'm not going to do it. I remember years ago I had money
I
to
know you're not
spend
going to
pick up
do
my
it because
games.
you're Jamaican. You don't have reason to do it. You keep pretending like you cannot do something because like there's some sort of edifice that will make you do it otherwise. Of course you wouldn't do it. You you've already been trained to think that you shouldn't do it because it's an immorality to it or some shit like that. But like no American would agree to this. They spend their money the same exact way that any gotcha player does. They just do it differently. If it's not a gotcha game, it's the actual casino. If it's not a casino, it's a woman.
But casinos still feel immoral to my ass. It still feels immoral, evil, and just. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's
by
evil
the way,
everywhere.
Kuro,
The casino
speaking
was
of
not uniquely
Jamaica,
evil.
how hot is it there right now?
I'm
Like,
not Jamaican.
I'm asking, like,
You said chromium. Okay.
chromy. I meant, yeah, okay, it's like the same syllables.
Our hot is it's 70, 80, 90. It fluctuates, but it's very fucking hot.
Like Fahrenheit, right? Because you'd be burning alive, right? So okay, yeah, Fahrenheit. Wait, do you guys use the imperial system in Jamaica?
It's because of all things look so fucky here. We sometimes say it's Fahrenheit or Celsius. But
In your sales, you said?
most of the time we will say Fahrenheit or Celsius because people are fucking dunce here and they don't know the difference. But for exaggeration, we'll say Celsius because we're fucking burning up. So they will say Celsius.
I guess if you talk to someone in Europe, right, you would say I should this makes sense. Different words for different audiences. I mean, it's like it
Yeah,
tracks actually.
literally what it is that like because the entire Western edifice is, like I said, the U.S. is the main culture exporter of the entire fucking planet. If anybody ever uses terminology from the U.S., it's because they're dealing with the U.S. people. They're dealing with Canadians and they're dealing with North Americans, so they have to use our systems when they have to interact with us. Otherwise, we're not just not gonna respond to you properly. We're gonna probably think that you're like inferior or whatever.
Yeah,
It's pretty
I get
funny
that.
actually.
So it's hard. It's hard, but people come up their house to go on go into like food cafes, like coffee cafes to use free AC because it doesn't make sense. You're going to shower and then next thing you know, your balls are sweating. You're you feel horrible after the shower. So yeah, we run off the house. If we don't have AC, run outside of the house and go.
Now that I think about it, it kind of does make sense that Crow doesn't. I meant okay. Sorry. Sorry. It makes sense that you don't really like delve into like game playing at all because if you, I guess, quote unquote, wasted time or spent your time, you focus. I can tell you like I've always been able to tell that you focus on your work like quite like well, but it's like it tracks is what I'm basically trying to say. God.
No, what I was trying to say before Chromium cut me off, I guess. Or I don't know, maybe you did. I forget. It doesn't matter. What I was trying to say is that number one, you cannot spend more than 24 hours in a day. So if you end up doing something that takes up more than like a few hours in a day, you don't get to jump between all these disparate things that like take up so much time. So if you used to play games for like 8 hours a day, and then now you edit for 8 hours a day, you don't have a lot of time to do both anymore. You just don't. It's not possible. And if you get more out of editing or whatever your main thing is than you get out of gaming, then you have no reason to play games. This is why most people who are like adults and who have like big responsibilities and like passion projects, they do not play games. If they do, they play it for like 2 hours of the fucking day or week, because it's not the reward loop on a video game is inferior to anything else that you could put like a lot more into. Unless you're like a professional gamer, that's the only time you can close the loop and have it be like a bigger reward because you get to do what is the main predication, which is gaming is a phenomenon that should be enjoyed in groups. And if you can't figure out how to make the group bigger, then it's not gonna pan itself out. You're not gonna do this thing constantly. That's like a main thing.
Right, the social aspect.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
that's the
social
only way
aspect
that
of it.
can be viable as an adult, right? So, but
Nobody I know like to play fucking cards. Nobody I know like to play fucking Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards. Nobody I know likes to fucking do any of these tabletop things. They want a gun or a ball.
Normie gamers.
huh?
And
Normie
anybody who is
gamers.
into that kind of stuff, they're just gonna be into the better games that do it. Like, why play blackjack? Why play the Warhammer of the olden times when you can play the newest Warhammer that came out that the Superman actor was fucking playing and spotlighting?
Henry Cavill? Is that what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
LARPers, fakers, fake gamers, tourists.
I guess, Kuro, my question is like, do you ever find yourself like, idly scrolling or like ever wasting time? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, I'm not a fucking robot.
right. Or I guess, do you schedule relaxation at all? Like, is that
Nope, I just do it. I just say, you know what, this is some crazy looking porn. Let me start
right?
cranking it out.
Okay.
What the fuck do I look like saying? Yep, this is from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. I'm gonna beat my meat furiously.
That's
Yeah, someone asks you to hang out. It's like, I can't during that time. I gotta, it's on my schedule. I gotta do it. It's gotta fucking destroy my penis during this time, dude. Sorry.
People do that though, so just putting that out there.
Have you met them?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have.
Okay,
And
yeah, that's
and the logic is pretty concise. Is that the reward circuitry for like orgasm is like infinitely higher than a social gathering. It's not even close. It is like the easiest accessibility to something that is like cocaine in some real sense. Whereas like a social gathering can go wrong like so many different ways. There's no way to ruin your orgasm. It's just no way to do that. A girl
Well, I
having
mean,
or a significant other somebody else being involved, and that's also a reason why you would just spend way more time solo masturbating is because you can have bad sex, but you can't have a bad beat off. It's just not possible.
True.
because you're in control the whole time, right?
Yeah,
But
you're in control the whole time. It's not another factor. There's no social cues of anybody being able to be like, your penis isn't big enough. You didn't come fast. Oh, you came too fast. Blah 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 blah. There's none of that. It's just one slot in the fucking PS1, and it's no player two controller, and it's just fun by yourself until it's not. But the alternative is to go out and fucking figure out what to do with people in life. But since you're addicted to playing that one player game, you anytime that you feel bad for playing a two-player game, you're just gonna go back to playing the one-player game and it's gonna reset all over again. The
right.
reason why you don't get tired of being alone is because anytime you go out and try to be with somebody else, you get a hard, quote unquote, hard reality check when people say, you're disgusting, you're lame, you're nasty. And then all of a sudden you feel bad, and just the trick to fix that. It's a loop.
The thing is, yeah, I was thinking with the one player and like just like the group or solo thing. I do try like even with the Umasume, right? It's I have 900 hours, but it is a solo game. But I do have like groups that I talk about it with. It's like a community like function. So
Mhm.
I guess it's I mean, you're right about how as an adult like you can really justify doing something if it's either social or like makes you money or it's like actually like really really good for like Elden Ring for example, right?
Yeah,
So but
you can
yeah.
easily like the quality of a product is like not anywhere near as like useful as like the utility of it. If you can figure out how to make something that people just like to do together, but it's shit, they're gonna do it together. Like drinking. Drinking is shit. It mostly tastes like shit, smells like shit, looks like shit. A lot of people do this. It's because there's a social element to it. It's been hard baked into society that you should drink, and if you don't drink, you're a pussy.
But I don't understand why they are calling my generation pussy because we're not drinking. I'm like,
I just told you.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, we have different vices. We have lots of different vices than drinking. Like, it's it's not any better. Is basically what I'm thinking. But no, wait, Kura, real quick. I think Friend Slop is a really great example of how a game doesn't have to be good if it's like be able to play with friends,
Yeah,
right? It's like,
literally. It is. That's
yeah,
why they call it French slop. Is that somehow it's this weird backwards criticism where like it's not even really a real critique. I'm not sure who came up with that term. That's not important, but it's pretty spiteful, but nowhere near as spiteful as calling anything just literal slop. Because what the singular adjective of slop implies is that the thing is just bad outright. But the word
right.
friend prefacing slop implies that like it's actually a slop that you tolerate because nobody has friends that they don't like. That wouldn't be a friend otherwise. So as long as
It
I
is
can,
like the term is low key descriptive. Like people probably don't really understand. They don't grasp the whole meaning behind it, but it is pretty descriptive now that I think about it.
there's no point in playing slop with somebody unless you have friends. So therefore, it's friend slop and it's fine because you have friends. Nobody would call AI slop if everybody weren't into it. If everybody were into it, it would just be AI slop, which would be a fun thing instead of like. Well, I guess the better they do have the term AI slop, but the point is that if more people were into it and it didn't cost people their jobs or whatever,
It
we
would be
wouldn't
less
have.
derogatory. It would be
Yeah.
less derogatory. Yeah.
instead we have people like other guy who wanted to throw a Molotov a cocktail bomb at Sam Altman at his home.
Or did you just what did you say from a Molotov cocktail at a data center is basically what you're trying to like what?
A person wanted to throw a Molotov cocktail at Sam Altman at his home the other month, the other day, and he got caught because the idiot he announced the world is going to do it. I'm like, I showed speed spile. bro.
Yeah, don't show your crimes on social media. It's pretty obvious for people who are not stupid, right? But
Yep. He
yeah,
didn't try to throw that cocktail. He did.
Oh my god, bro.
And he was he got hit by a drive-by as well. 2 days after the last event.
wait. Like at the same day, at the same, or like this was a
2 days
before
later.
incident.
This is 2
Okay,
days
okay.
later, April 10th and April 12th.
Wait, how did I not hear anything of? Is this in the U.S.? Like,
Yep, Altman is U.S. based.
wait, did you say Altman? Like Sam Altman? He did this? He threw the firebomb, or someone threw it at his house? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Someone threw it at his house.
The reason why you didn't hear about it is because he didn't do it.
If he did it, I would have definitely.
You would have heard about it. But since it's Altman, is warranted, I guess.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm not sure what the ramifications of that whole like FPX thing was. Like, just how bad, right? Like,
what do you mean?
I'm not sure exactly how much it really did, because the only like touchstone I have with it is that Sam Altman, like a lot of North American League of Legends organizations invested a lot into that, and when Sam, when it, crashed and burned, they also like took a really big hit, and a lot of like long-standing organizations like died basically because of it. But I don't really know the wider ramifications of all that stuff, because that's like I can extrapolate, I guess, because if a big tech company, I guess, causes it, like now I think about it, when I think about how many people invested into it, it probably was pretty big. But I mean, it's like I never hear about it anymore, so it's just
Because he's fucking losing.
He's what? He's losing.
He was already predicted to lose a lot to begin with, so he's actually just on the downward out now at this point. I don't know how much he's trying to recoup things and to see what he can do to recover, but he made a mistake when he put out Sora 2.
Oh, that was him.
He can't quantify all that. It was a big gamble.
Oh my god, bro! I'm like, he gave people that power, right? And bro, it was a crazy time last year when he did that. The crazy shit people do with it, like. Oh my god, bro! Waste of money.
Are you doing anything for the big 250th tomorrow?
Fuck no.
Really?
I mean,
like not.
If you mean like content wise, hell no. If you mean like in person,
like personal, yeah,
it has to, because my family got off. So
right.
I'd imagine so. I don't know for sure though.
I mean, happy 4th of July, Kuro and Pearson.
I'm not that kind of American, but thanks, I guess.
I mean, I'm not
Wait,
American.
did you say you're not a real American?
I'm not that kind of American, so I guess by anybody hearing me say that will obviously assume that. But I don't like holidays.
I mean,
right.
I'm not worldly like that.
I mean, I know what you mean. Actually, no, I don't. Actually, what exactly did you mean by that? Like, because I can guess, but
I'm
yeah,
not
what
into
exactly?
festivities. I don't times of day. Oh my god, Happy Women's Month. Oh, hey, Happy Gay People Month. Okay, all right.
Wait,
all
you
right,
don't like
guys.
Christmas either, Kuro?
When I was a child.
Come on, bro.
But like, not even for the
grown man. You
not even for the big 250. Like,
you like the idea of people. What is 250?
America's turning 250 years old.
Okay. No, fuck no. What does that mean to me? Like, he's not gonna die soon. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Not in my lifetime.
Well.
Not in my lifetime.
Nah. But like Christmas of all places gone cruel. Like it's just to celebrate your time. Like everybody's happy and all that shit, you know?
I don't give a fuck. I want them to be happy, like on their own time, not because a holiday told them to be. It's just weird. It's anything that like makes you turn into a different person just because society says so. It just sounds insane.
I mean, sure, if you can say that, but like I used to think that too, but I stopped thinking that because that's kind of negative in a sense, bro. That's negative. Like,
It's not negative,
yeah,
it's neutral. If I literally say as a response to you should be happy whenever you want to be happy, that is not me saying like I fucking hate Christmas because I can't believe that it's a one place,
Okay, fair
one
enough.
time a day that people are happy and every other day is not. Therefore, Christmas robbed me of having people around me who are happy when they should be. That's not what I said. What I said is that people should not be waiting for a random holiday to be like, I'm going to give you a gift. We got to just give you a fucking
I know
gift.
what you mean, but also at the same time, I think it's more about the fact that you can have the sentiment for, other times during the holiday, but during the holiday is just an agreed upon time to express it. So,
yeah.
I mean, like, I don't like, yeah, like,
I'm not, like I said, this is why I don't play board games with people. I'm not into all that kind of stuff.
I mean,
you're not into scheduled events.
I'm not a very social person. If you haven't noticed.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. Fair enough. Actually, now I think about it, it's like
That doesn't mean that I dislike people. It means that I don't have any interest in social things. There's a huge difference between the things. There's a definitionally you have to explain this to people because if they don't have you explain it, they think you hate people. And that's the reason why I would be kind of antisocial because I have to be around people that I have to be put in positions constantly where I have to explain things that actually make perfect sense when you think about it. But since you don't think, then you just never really realize what's going on. But when a person says I'm like kind of like not very social, they immediately jump to the conclusion that they hate people. No, what is going on is that they don't like the idea of organizing for the express purpose of like having some sort of effect on people's minds because it's supposed to be like this sort of thing we agreed upon. Therefore, we should do it, and we should do it, because it's something we all agreed upon. It's a sort of circular fucking pact that like reinforces like group think instead of individual think, and I don't like when things are group think as opposed to individual think. I would prefer if like Jamal called me up on Tuesday and then Jennifer called me up on a Thursday and we all got together and then we said, hey, I'm doing something on a fucking Wednesday. Does anybody want to come? And I say no and nobody gets upset about it. And then next week she asks again and she says, what about on a fucking Tuesday? And I say, you know what? I got that. It's fine. It's natural. Nobody makes it a big deal that I didn't want to show up on a fucking a Wednesday when I had something to do. I wanted to beat off for the entire 24-hour period of Wednesday. So let me do that in peace, please. And then when I tell you that I want to beat off for 24 hours, you don't look at me like I'm fucking insane. You just say, that's crazy. 24 hours is crazy. You must have a big cock. That's insane. I'm going to leave you to it. They just can't do that. Instead, the social fabric of society says, oh, wow, 24 hours? Beating off by yourself? You must be a fucking loser. Make sure that by Wednesday you kill yourself. That's what you get from your social fabric, is you get this shame culture. So there's this negative element to it. Whereas
I think there was two different, like, so you don't want people to be lazy and like hear what you say and then immediately put you in a box, right? And like go with that because they don't want to like really think about it. But also with the social gathering thing, like just in general, it's not really feasible with like a magnitude of like a whole country, right? You can't.
Then why do it then?
Because it's like I mean, I think the occasion calls for it, to be honest, but
it's the occasion calls for it again. If you believe that's thank Nicholas died for your sins or some shit like that. What is the occasion? Like it's not actually Santa Claus. Maybe if he came down, maybe I would actually celebrate Christmas in a way that is like festivity. Maybe if they were actually a motherfucker literally flying around the fucking sky with fucking deers and shit.
Well,
yeah, the occasion that would be actually magnanimous.
Well, but this isn't Christmas, is it? This is America's 250th, like the founding.
Oh, for sure. Like, oh, no, this for sure. Like, it's nothing. Like, 250 years of what? Just we randomly happen upon a continent that we just happened upon, and we happen to have more arms.
I mean,
like
they did not randomly come upon it. They explicitly looked for it. like explorers like specifically looked for something, right? And they
It's not
happened
like
to
you
find
knew
it.
it was there though.
I mean, well, that's the nature of exploration, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, so therefore it is random.
but okay, well, I guess you
I
gotta
don't have
elaborate on
anything.
random a bit.
I don't have anything against it. I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna get excited for anything I wasn't involved in. I wasn't there. I wasn't on the fucking ship.
Well, okay, but that's like saying, like, should we never? Like, what do you think
Listen,
about 9/11?
I'm just. I was there for that. Actually, I wasn't
Right?
on the
Yeah,
fucking.
okay, yeah. This is my point, right? I wasn't there for 9/11, like,
So I don't
but
expect
you
you to
were
give a
there,
fuck
right?
about it. I'm not gonna get upset
So
at you when you say
you
fuck
think
9/11
I
people.
shouldn't give a fuck about it?
I don't care if you do one way or the other.
Okay, well, okay, fair. Okay, fair. Okay, that's true. But also, like, I don't really understand your whole thing of like, if it literally didn't happen in my lifetime, I don't give a shit about it, because that's kind of
That's
crazy.
so easy because so many people do this all the time. Get over slavery. It happened like so long ago. Come on now. Come on. Get over the Holocaust. It probably wasn't even real. what are you doing?
Well, okay, that's straw man as fuck. Okay,
That's
but
not
like
straw man. These are real examples.
okay, I know
You
they're
don't know
real
people like that?
examples, but like I guess it's real straw man. Okay, but like I'm saying generally, right?
No, this is a fair comparison. People selling. Oh my god, gay pride. I'm not gay. Why should I care? Come on. Hello.
I think that's more about the fact that they're kind of just opposed to it, right? But I mean,
Okay,
well,
so
okay,
I guess
but
I'm opposed to fucking celebrating a guy who did not actually fly in the fucking air with reindeers. I'm opposed to the idea of celebrating a land that I was born into, so I don't have a reason to
it's a
perceive.
cultural thing, right? It's about the like what people do on it.
Listen, my culture is going to work and living until I die. I don't know what they have to do with discovering a piece of land randomly, other than the fact that like we were lucky, and that's all it was is luck. There was no conscious effort to be like, damn, one day, and I mean like 1,000 years into the future, when Jesus rises out of the tomb, I hope he gives us America, like 2,000 years into the future. And then Jesus is like, yeah, I got you, dog. Y'all better work hard for it though. It's like, no, this is maybe if that whole thing was planned, but like this is just like I'm not involved in this like that. Like I don't know what you mean. I don't. Maybe if I were like a fucking army vet or some shit, maybe I'd be into that. But like I don't have a reason to be invested. I like my army vets though. They go out there and they get their shit tossed by the enemy nations or whatever. Like celebrate Veterans Day. I know what was lost. I can get behind these type of things, but I can't get behind. Look at this big thing we found in the ocean, kind of out of nowhere, and we didn't really because we just sailed around, and then these Indians were like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And they said that, and we couldn't understand what they said because they said, "Hey, what are you doing?" in English. They said, "Hello, buffalo back bullshit" or something, and then here we are now reading books about how Christopher Columbus didn't actually discover America first.
Wait. Let's go let's go 50 years, like 100 years after Christopher Columbus, right? Because Christopher Columbus that should happen in like the 1500s. Like I think it's like 1492. That's like 300 years before the actual founding of America and what we're celebrating, right? So I think it's more about just how like tenacity, how brave it was that they told the biggest empire in the world to like fuck off, right? Like, I think it's more about that, than just randomly finding a fuck ass like continent. Like I think the framing's a bit off here. But I mean,
what I'm going to say in response to this is it's just such an easy give. How much do you care about what's going on in Palestine? This is happening today. That wasn't 250 years ago. This is happening right now. You just have to admit that you're like a cool patriot and just leave it at that. But like that's like this. I get it. You like this country and all the cool stuff that it's done, and that's cool. But like, it's a bit kind of like out of touch to be like, oh my god, barbecues, man, and then like there's a half dead body person coming up to you and saying, oh, I just escaped from Ukraine. Please say, can I have refuge in your house, please? And you just shoot them dead in the head and be like, 4th of July, bitch. I'm about to have this barbecue.
I mean, I guess just like a touchstone thing. Like, I mean, I mean, do you like living here, right? Like,
absolutely. I don't want to be in
absolutely,
Ukraine.
right? Like,
I don't want to be in fucking Palestine or whatever. I want to be in Israel getting fucking Molotovs that are like missile size thrown at me constantly. Bibi
but like, you
Netanyahu gets up on
appreciate
stage
the
and
stuff
speaks.
that led you to be able to live here, right? Like,
I appreciate the stuff that I can directly touch upon. I appreciate my boss giving me a paycheck. I'm not gonna fucking like have my brain extrapolate all the way upwards and being like, there's the only reason why my boss gave me a paycheck is because Christopher Columbus had the first jerk off in America. That's cool to be like to do that like when you're lulling yourself to sleep at night. You're like, damn, this is really what we got, huh? This is crazy.
I mean,
But
the
like,
extrapolation of that would be to trace it all the way back to like when like the Big Bang or when God created the world, right? So
and
it's like,
that is far more interesting.
right. But I mean,
It's like when it's about scale. Once you start to think about things at the like maximum large levels, some of these events that we celebrate every single time around, it doesn't get interesting anymore. It's like, especially when you think about the political climate, it's just like maybe I would celebrate America in some real sense if I felt more American, but right now I have a president who doesn't even think that I would be an American under certain conditions. So I'm not so sure about all that.
you know so do you know what it looked like in America's 200th birthday, like 50 years ago? Like, my point is that like I think it was like about as like divided back then too, but I think it's just like an opportunity for like, I don't know, just to everyone like, this is gonna sound fucking okay. I know how this
I
sounds,
get
but
what
it's
you're
like it is
saying,
an
but
opportunity for people to come together and like celebrate something. You know what I mean? Like, I mean,
I get what you're saying, but me doing it with my mom and dad at my house is not going to change shit for like what you know about. Like if I told you that I did it and I lied to you about it, it wouldn't have changed anything. I would
it
you would
wouldn't.
have
It wouldn't.
you would have came away with the yeah, Kurosai. One of my favorite anime YouTubers is really for this country. And I could have just lied to you about it just to make you feel good about yourself. And that's the easiest thing for a YouTuber to do is to constantly just say everything his fan base wants him to hear, and he'll be the best person forever. But I'm a
Yeah,
real motherfucker.
there's a song by John Bellion. It's like called like Internet. It is like there's this one lyric that's just like it doesn't matter what you do as long as you say it, right? As long as you like, it's like yeah, I know what you mean. And I guess I do appreciate this I guess quote unquote honesty, where it's like, you know, where it's like, yeah, you could have just said like 30 minutes ago, yeah, I'm celebrating it, yeah, then just move on. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just this is why I say like there's just so many things that are unproductive, and lying is one of them because lying is so difficult to maintain for a long period of time. It is very difficult. If you have to be like really psychotic and insane to like be successful in your ability to lie consistently because that means that you actually believe in the lies and you can keep it consistent the entire time. So you just
Yeah,
aren't
that's why
really
so many
mentally
people
sound in
get
the head.
caught, right? Because it's like it's just not natural to like do that for
Yeah.
a consistent amount of time. And the only people that do it actually are like the psychopath serial killers that like are actually like fucked up in the head, right? But
Yeah, they can convince themselves of things that don't actually exist or whatever because they don't have any sort of moral attachment to the things that are happening. So they can easily shift between one idea to the next and have it be fluid as fuck. Because, yeah, why do I need to believe in this lie to make it to tell it goodly when it really in reality I just need to say it because I don't have any way to actually color my speech when I say things because I don't really demonstrate emotions like that or whatever. And when I do, it's all for effect so that I affect the people that are listening to me talk, and therefore this is my outcome that I get, and I rationalize all that in an instant.
okay,
If I'm a psychopath,
I think I
but I
do have to
can't.
start getting ready for my game though, right? So, but I guess that all being said, have a happy 4th,
You
Curtis.
too.
Okay, all right.
Absolutely, I claim. Yes, without any problem. Yes, yes. And there are even, how to put it, authentic cinema for me is almost a machine to provoke anxiety. For example, that there is another. If we
What?
That DBZ Scouter sound.
That is the Yu-Gi-Oh battle points, life points popping up.
Oh.
This one's so much better. whatever. I don't think I can fix it from here, right? Nope.
Can call it emotion,
Yeah,
enthusiasm.
we've been watching that anime called If You Have the Time. Did the girl overdose, girl?
Nope.
Go ahead and check it out. It's that.
I saw
when you
the
have
first
time.
episode and the second one.
Okay. And it wasn't for you? Too real?
It sure as fuck isn't too real. It's very pedestrian with his critiques. That should have, which it did. That should have been an anime, fucking 10 years ago. And all this stuff has been set by a character in the class of the elite, or Mushoku Tensei's protagonist, or this is not new for anime. So it's not like I haven't heard all this stuff before. In reality, in an American cartoon instead. Literally, Ocean no Ko said it did first as an anime, but no, we had a whole conversation about how I just don't keep up with anything unless it's work, because my whole life has been me trying to fucking make money so I can live, because I don't earn a lot of money and I'm trying to get things done. That is not just me. See, when you make money for you and you only, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. When you try to make money for 5, 6, 7 people, you don't have a lot of time to enjoy yourself.
Sure.
Enthusiasm. Anxiety and enthusiasm also don't cheat. They both, as it
You're
were,
right, because
touch.
when I was doing that book review thing a few weeks ago, a month ago, I'm going to do that again, and that's what I'm doing until I spend money on Amazon. But when I did, I felt free. I still have to do a day job, but I still felt free in a sense, because, well, I was putting a neck, putting something in my back. I'm gonna be on my back.
Okay.
I still want to work for myself to make more money, apart from the book reviews thing. It's just that I don't know how I'm going to do it, because the market is so rampant. The thing that I want to do, I need to provide something that's something valuable or something new to the table, where people can be convinced and say, "Hey, I can come to you. Do this for me, please."
Yeah. I'm not sure how to respond to that because it didn't really relate to what I said. I said I'd make money for 6 or 7 people. I didn't make them up with my family. And that's just something you get pushed into when you have a family. And there's no sense of freedom beyond the fact that, like, I just happen to get lucky to do money making the way that I want it to do. But it's still a trap. I don't make money the way that I really want to, because if I did, I wouldn't be forced to make content that I don't actually give a fuck about.
The real. So is cinema able to do it? Yes, absolutely, I claim. Yes, without any problem. Yes, yes. And there are even...
What do you think about electroconclusive therapy, or ACT, Kuro? Do you think it help people, in your opinion?
What?
Do you think ECT helps people, like electrocution therapy helps people?
Is this like
In your,
a trick question?
no, in your opinion, what do you think about people being electrocuted.
I
to
don't have any
benefit.
opinions on electrocution therapy. I tend not to have opinions on things that are like immoral because it's just what it sounds like. It doesn't sound like something that is there protective. That's why I said this must be a trick question.
It's that ECT crew. It's not really immoral. People using it and they feel better. So if it was immoral, it wouldn't be in the medical field.
Electrocution therapy for what?
Depression, autism, all several disorders.
Yeah, I don't know this as being defined as electrocution therapy. That sounds insane. I don't like that word electrocution. That is almost a word that you literally when Americans hear the word electrocution, it implies death.
Let me put it called by the right name: electroconclusive therapy, or ECT.
Yeah, you say electrocution.
Oh yeah, your brain's getting
Yes, but electrocution is a death penalty in America, so you should not be saying electrocution therapy when the last person who talked about it being used to convert people from not gay to straight people, and who's Mike Pence, Trump's former vice president.
That's
it
weird.
really does help to get these words right. You could have just said ECT.
ECT. I'll say an alter opinion on ECT.
And I don't have any opinion on medical things because they're medical things. My opinion is to read off what it is and then leave it at that. This is not like saying, what is your opinion on gene, or not gene therapy, but like this is not like a controversial conversation to get opinions on. Unless you're trying to ask me, should you get it? I was like, okay. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I definitely wouldn't want to give my opinions on medical things as a non-medically trained person. So
I've been thinking of getting it, like for my autism.
well, make sure you don't talk to anybody who is not an actual practicing doctor about it, because to get anybody's opinion on it would be kind of insane when they are not trained in the profession. Unless I fucking like have gone through it myself, I wouldn't think to ask anybody about it unless they have experienced it. I should take it as a compliment that you think I should be able to weigh in on if you should get a particular medical procedure or not. But I'm not so arrogant that I would be like, yeah, based on my expertise, I think you should get electrocuted. Oops.
Google says electroconclusive therapy does not cure or reverse autism. However, it is used as a last resort to treat severe treatment-resistant psychiatric conditions in autistic individuals. And 2 a.m. Or you're in a different time zone now, Kuro.
What?
I say you're in a different time zone.
Again, what?
No, because it shows 9:32 a.m. I'm sure it's showing 9 to 8. It's showing 8 8:34 a.m. where I am.
Maybe because of daylight savings times.
Oh.
Authentic cinema for me is almost a machine to provoke anxiety. For example, what happens, you see, this is the beauty of Vertigo, another ambiguity. You know, the very last shot of Vertigo, after Madeleine jumps down, Scotty overcomes his vertigo, fear, and is able to stand on the edge of the tower looking down. Okay, I ask you a simple question. Is this a happy ending or unhappy ending? 50-50. It's incredible how undecided theorists are. Some people claim it's happy ending. Now, he is cured of her and of vertigo. He can stand there on the blah, blah. Other people claim, more convincingly, I claim, that he's a totally ruined man. Why more convincing? Because you know what really happened with him? And many theorists, starting with Robin Wood, I think, got this point, is that first, by first, I mean Madeleine's suicide, he loses the object of his love. But then what happened at the end, when he discovers that Judy is Madeleine, that he loses the lost object itself, in a way. It's something much more horrible. He not only loses the love object, but he learns that retroactively the love object never even existed, as it were. You know, it's something much more terrifying, because you can lose an object in a way that you remain even more attached to it. Like, you know, you lose your, like, that's the basic romantic shit, you know. Like, you need a lady, this is the romantic male chauvinism. You need a lady to sing poems to her, no? But that lady can be annoying if she's alive around you. So it's good that the lady dies, so that then, this is the best, it was proposed by Klaus Teweleit, the German theorist, way back in the 70s, he proposed, this is his reading of Orpheus, and I totally agree with it. That what really happened in Orpheus, you know the story. Orpheus with Eurydice is going up there to the ground, and desperate, he isn't sure if he looks back, no? And that was the condition. He shouldn't have looked at her. She has to return to hell down there. Teweleit's cynical reading is that no, he did it on purpose. While he was going up with her, he started to think, okay, it's nice to have her, but we will have to have babies, all the worries. My God, who will have time to write great poetry and so on and so on. So it's better for me as a poet to get rid of her, so that then I can dedicate my life writing beautiful poems about, so let's look back, bye-bye, nice to know you, now I can write my poems. And then there is even a third. I once met Teweleit, and he agreed with me that there is an even nastier reading. This would be the Wagnerian dream. That this is the worst male chauvinism. What if he, Orpheus, was stupid enough to think it can work? I want to have her. But what if, and that's supposed to be the sublime, ultimate feminine sacrifice, what if she, Eurydice, asked her, okay, he loves me, but if he gets me, I will ruin his career as a poet. Do I have the right to do it? So she started to cough to provoke him to turn around, to sacrifice herself so that, you know, she didn't care for herself. And I mean, this bullshit, you find it all around. For example, basically, this is what Heidegger is telling Hannah Arendt when he dropped her. He's telling her, now I have to write side on side, being and time, at such a point.
People with mental health problems should have parts of your brain replaced by computer parts, because the organ.
Can you start from the beginning in a completely different language?
I'm mumbling. That's why. I think that people, me and other people are both agree that we should replace the human brain with robotic parts, because there's so much you can do. There's so much you can do for the organic brain when the person starts to lose their sense of self, starts to go crazy, and you prescribe meds to them, and you know, and they just lose their self over time. So we're gonna say, we're just fuck it. We're just going to replace. We're going to replace the part of the brain with computer parts, because you know, computers don't do that shit. They don't go crazy. They just do the work. So if we replace a part of the human brain with something with, well, cybernetic, then let's just go ahead. I don't, at this point we should not be going to this thing about spirituality or soul and all that bullshit, because it's holding us back. I think we should go ahead and do it. Replace part of the brain that's causing mental health issues. Because as we're seeing right now, the mental health issues is a circuit problem, psychological problem. electrical and chemical problem, but it's mostly electrical. Because if the human brain communicates mostly on electrical domain. So we should replace it.
Who's gonna pay for that?
Well, it would have to be the person, yes, and insurance. But hopefully in the future, when the time comes, we can, like, you know, have some subsidies or some shit to help the person get that shit done.
These conversations are never interesting because they don't talk about like the actual things that need to be done in order to get these things to happen.
I mean, yes, they need money and all that shit. I want
to know about all that shit. I don't want to know about the anime description of what it's like to live in a world where like half your brain is fucking making you Major Kusanagi from Ghost in the Shell. I want to actually get to the actual substance of the conversation. Otherwise, it's just the same shit we've been talking about for the past 50 years.
The reason as to why a person will get that, or the reason as to why, or the things we can in which we can be.
I don't want to hear about reasons. I want to hear about how it's possible.
Funding.
Not funding. You have to say from who, from where, how much, when, who do we fund?
Elon Musk.
Yeah, Elon Musk. Yeah, okay. This is not a serious conversation.
Why? Because of Elon Musk?
No, because Elon Musk is not the quintessential person who's gonna solve the world's fucking problems. Like this is insane to like think that like, oh yeah, he's gonna solve a free internet. He's gonna fucking go to the White House and lead the country with Trump. Now he's gonna build the first smart vehicle, the smart droid. He's gonna turn you into a droid. No, this is not a serious conversation.
I mean, he's the only one person doing this shit. So,
all right, so let's not talk about it. He'll figure it out.
Only thing that when man is supposed to confront heroically the ultimate existential anxiety, the woman has to withdraw graciously and so on. If you know history, you know that Heidegger was slightly cheating here, no? That immediately after dropping Hannah Arendt, he got another student mistress. And what's even nicer, here you can see that Heidegger was qualified to do to talk about technology. This is really depressing, what I learned from a biography of Heidegger now, that he was copying the same love letters to this new student, just changing the name. So you can already see Heidegger thinking technologically, like in computer, like replace Hannah with Christina print, you know, like he did it fast.
Okay. So I think on that note, we're going to open up to discussion question from...
We now pretend that we are in democracy.
We're going to pretend we're in democracy. Okay, so I think, are there microphones set up? Okay. So I think there's hands at the... Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get a chance to see Purpose Guide to Ideology, but you keep tending towards this. To what extent do you see film as a means of social control? The circus is part of bread and circuses. It takes us to the edge. It allows us to be extreme, and then we go back to our normal, boring lives and do what the powers that be want us to do.
It's a nice question. I agree with you. The only thing is that we should not understand this in a too direct paranoiac way. You know, like there is some hidden Hollywood committee which makes a plan how to control the people or whatever. It's not, you know, it's a cinema version of that wonderful Marxist Stalinist myth from the 30s that once a year somewhere between Wall Street and Washington, the real power, 10 people meet and decide everything, you know, like, but I agree with it, yes. And even more specifically what you said, that the real power of Hollywood is, for me, that it controls us precisely by controlling and regulating our transgressions, our allegedly subversive dreams, and so on and so on. Did I already use it here? Did we use it in Ideology? That clip from Casablanca that I always like.
It wasn't in the film, but...
It wasn't.
The one with the tower.
Yeah, that I already mentioned, I think. No. You know, to what extent, how did classical Hollywood function? It was not just that things were prohibited, no sex and so on. It was prohibited, but at the same time, in a coded way, it was signaled. It was possible to say everything. And these codes were sometimes very ridiculous. For example, in Hays Code, Hollywood, you know how did you homosexuality and prostitution were prohibited as explicit topics. You know what were the codes? For prostitution it's very stupid. If you say this woman comes from New Orleans, it meant, don't ask me why. It meant she's a prostitute. For homosexuality, you find a typical example. For example, how is called that actor who played the murderer in You remember in Maltese Falcon, no? somebody says, oh, what perfume do you wear? And so on. If man uses perfume, it was in Hays Code, the signal. So what I'm trying to tell you is that this is the power of Hollywood. It's not so much, we shouldn't be too fascinated by these explicit prohibitions and so on, but how in an encoded way, Hollywood also have this subterranean domain of all possible perverse dreams and so on and so on. You know, it's true ideology always needs this obscene supplement. And this is what I'm trying to analyze everywhere. For example, I don't know when, this is why I was deeply educated, I claim, by in the mid-70s, serving the military, the army. I mean, I'm privately a kind of a fascist. I like order, discipline. And I went very glad to serve the army. I thought, finally, there will be order. I can tell you it's not order. It's beneath the surface of order. You have all these obscene rituals combined in the most disgusting way you can imagine. For example, the army was brutally homophobic. If a soldier was discovered to be gay, he was sent home, but before he was sent home, he was usually beaten every night. You know, all these disgusting rituals. Fellow soldiers gather around him in the evening, somebody covers his face, and then others are beating him with a belt. But at the same time, I never was in a community which was to such an extent totally penetrated by homosexual innuendos. For example, in my unit, we didn't say one soldier to another, good morning. We said, I'll smoke yours, meaning fellatio. And we didn't even laugh. It was just the ordinary way, totally codified for saying good morning or whatever. Now, the perversion is, again, how these false homosexual innuendos were sustained by the most brutal gay hatred. And my claim, now we come to my point. It's not that we have military discipline and then there are the subversive underground sexualized games. No, they are not subversive. They are absolutely needed for the military institution to function. It's something of the same order as I'm always fascinated with all those fraternities, sororities, and so on. Sorry, not sororities, sororities. Yeah. Isn't this something like the option?
Slip.
Yeah. And all that stuff wasn't even, for example, you remember, how was it called, that camp? I forgot the name in Iraq, not Guantanamo. Yeah, Abu Ghraib. You remember the photos, no? Yeah. When I first saw the photos, I said, wait a minute, is this some kind of off-Broadway theater play and so on? I think what the American soldiers who guarded the prison staged there was a kind of this obscene underground of American military life itself. You know, I'm always fascinated by these stories. What does it mean to be in the army or any other institution? How you always have some secret obscene rituals. And I read in the same way, for example, although I have deep respect for Christianity, my God, I wrote 3 books praising it in a materialist way, of course, for emancipatory potential. But, for example, pedophilia, Catholic Church. I claim it's strictly part of the church's identity. It's not, as the church tries to say in my country, in most of Europe, well, it's not church, it's just you have everywhere pedophiliacs. It has nothing to do with us as institution. No, it's exactly, let's call it, the unconscious of the institution itself. And here it's the importance of Hollywood, I claim. Again, Hollywood is most conformist precisely when it appears to be subversive in this way of staging some wild dreams and so on and so on.
Yep. So I think we have time for one more question.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah.
So that then I will be able to say hypocritically, I'm so sad that we cannot stay all the night.
And I'm the bad guy. So I think
please. Okay. But why are you privileging the right? Why not the left?
It's not me.
It's not you. That's what all opportunists say. No, it's not me. You did.
Be quiet, because then I'm going to have the Stalinist executor come over to your house tomorrow night.
Okay, sorry, please.
I have a question. You made a comment on Quentin Melasieu's book, The Necessity of Contingency.
No, the book is After Finitude, no?
It's an essay on the necessity
that's true. Sorry, this is the subtitle, yes.
And it's a positive comment. But so my question is, it's a question of the relation between, or the question of, is there a relation, and if there is, what is it, between what you do in cinema studies of localizing the real as this sort of kernel, this real, beyond real, almost physical maybe, but manifest in a measurable way, and materialist, speculative materialists' approach to ancestrality and the sort of physical, mathematizable real.
Now, okay, I will try to answer you. Yeah. The only problem is that I hope this means something to most of you. Because nonetheless, it should mean something to you. Because I think, although I don't agree basically with him, I think that Quentin Melasieu's After Finitude, it's one of the few really great, freshly written books, kind of against transcendental tradition, return to realist ontology. But precisely with this ancestrality and so on, I have problems with him. To tell you, if you're interested in Melasieu, do you know the latest news about him? I mean, it's not a joke, it's real. I know it personally. He renounced now his position and claimed he is now what he calls a correlationist. He changed his position radically now. He claims that he identifies with late Fichte. Not Fichte of absolute ego, absolute I, positing reality, but Fichte of an absolute which joins subject, object, and so on. Now, I will try to give you a more precise answer. it's true, necessity of contingency, but as a Hegelian, and here I had a debate privately with him some time ago, very brief one, where he agreed with me that a much more subversive notion is not the notion of necessity of contingency, that is that contingency is necessary, but contingency of necessity, the opposite one. How? This weird retroactive mechanism of how things are contingent, and then at a certain point, and it's a contingent process, a certain feature establishes itself as universal necessary. You know, to give you an intersubjective example, isn't something like this at work in love? You are not in love, you walk around, blah, blah, then quite by accident, let's say a stupid example, it's winter here, it's ice, you slip down on the street, you twist your leg, you go to emergency, up. There is a lady there, a nurse, another customer, it's love of your lifetime, and automatically, although you rationally know, it's all contingency. You structure all your life as that's what I was waiting for, this, you know. These kind of things which, as it were, retroactively become necessary. Things happen, and once they happen, if they happen, we perceive them as necessary. They become retroactively necessary. This is, for example, how we construct history. Once October Revolution happened, it was perceived as necessary. Now it's again rendered contingent or whatever, and so on and so on. So here, I don't quite buy his version of contingency, but this will be too much a detailed debate. Much more interesting is when you said that ancestrality, that is to say, the problem of so-called fossils. You know, maybe this will be of interest to you. I'm trying to make it palpable to most of you. By he I mean Meyasu, even ironically refers to a wonderful answer of a Darwinian theologist. You must know the story. It's reported also by Stephen Jay Gould in one of his wonderful essays. Namely, already in Darwin's time, there were some theologists who were deeply religious, but at the same time honest enough to admit, wait a minute, Darwin is right. Like, okay, so that was their problem. How to bring together the fact that fossils and all that demonstrates that the earth is millions years old, blah, blah, all this, with the fact that if you read literally the Bible, and their idea is you have to read it literally, because God tells the truth literally, our universe was created, the usual number is a little bit over 4,000 years BC. You know, there even is a well-known English joke, which wasn't even meant originally as a joke. Some English priest says that it's clear that God created the world 4,000 and something years BC at 9 in the morning, something like this. So, okay, and this guy proposed a wonderful solution. Of course, it's, I think at least, wrong as a biological theory. But I think it describes wonderfully a basic ideological mechanism. The idea is, first, of course, God created the world 4,000 and something years BC. It says in the Bible it has to be true. So how then to explain fossils? The idea is God directly created fossils to give us a false opening. You know, like we are back to cinema, like a studio set, where you paint the background to, you know, even if it's in the studio, like, what about the movie which was, I think, shot even here in Canada, in a studio 300? Oh, yeah. No? You know, like it's all in the studio. But you have this false, so that again, God directly created fossils. Okay, everyone knows that this is how ideology works all the time. Each epoch is creating its own fossils, reconstructing its past and so on. But my problem now, I would like to return to what I begin with, answering your question about perversion, about the hysterical questioning of what I am. I claim that Meyasu in that book is still too much caught in this typical modern Kantian dilemma. Are we caught in our representations, or do we have access to the way things are out there in themselves independently of our mind, outside transcendental correlation subject-object? I think that the lesson, philosophical lesson, of a hysterical subject is here that the true fossil is not reality out there, like but it's I, myself, as an object. As a subject, you are inaccessible to yourself as an object. And that's what a hysterical subject knows. A hysterical subject accepts this basic, I cannot know who I am. Whenever I am identified as something, it's never that. You know, this questioning. So I would, again, my answer to Meyasu would have been that the fossil is here. The fossil is what I am as an impossible object. What others see. You encounter this fossil in love. What is the fundamental, it goes for men and women, fundamental strategy or enigma of love? And this can be very annoying when your partner is asking you this, you know. Tell me, why do you love me? What do you see in me? The basic anxiety even of love is that you know that the other, your lover, sees something in you, but you never can know what is it in you more than yourself, which causes love. So again, it's a much more complex debate that I would have to enter here to answer you fully. And the only thing that I can do now, it's a very cheap it will sound even commercial move, in my big fat book, which weighs a lot, and ironically, the title of this book is Less Than Nothing. It certainly doesn't weigh less than nothing. There is a long chapter precisely on Meillassoux engaging. But what I want to tell you is that it's an ongoing debate between Meillassoux, Alain Badiou, and others. Even the school, the followers of Meillassoux, are now going its own way. Ray Brassier, Graham Harman, and so on. It's an extremely interesting debate. I'm tempted to say it's almost, as far as I can say, the only really interesting philosophical debate emerging maybe in the last 10 years.
Okay. So to end on philosophy, on cinema, but I think we're out of time now. So
unfortunately,
I'm the big bad guy.
Yeah.
But I want to thank Slavoj very much for coming and sitting and for talking to us.
No, I'm grateful to you. I just hope that I will be able to come back here. I already talked with some people here and do a kind of a seminar, a couple of what I mentioned in the brief introduction, a couple of these Hollywood rarities, rare movies. It would be wonderful to do a kind of a seminar, like for a couple of days, every evening, a film, and then the debate about a film. It would be, I hope
we'll be happy to have you
able to do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
This is grift on a very explicit scale, and also like, yeah, that's right. I'm taking it. I'm cheating. Hi, everyone. This is Pivot from New York Magazine and the Vox Media Podcast Network. I'm Kara Swisher.
And I'm Scott Galloway.
We should get to the news, actually. There's a big piece of
Why
news.
not?
Yeah. First, let me just tell you, Donald Trump's embrace of crypto is paving off in a big way. Trump earned about $1.4 billion over the past year from crypto, according to a new financial disclosure, which I think is undercounting all the grift he's doing. A big chunk of that came from sales of his Trump meme coin and digital tokens for the Trump family crypto company, which he gets paid no matter what, and everyone who's invested in it is losing. Just so you know, he got all this money. It's not just crypto. Trump pulled in at least $2.2 billion in total income for the year, up from $622 million in 2024 before he returned to the presidency. That includes more than $620 million in real estate, hotel, and golf-related income, which is almost nothing, plus $86.5 million from legal settlements from ABC, CBS, YouTube, Meta, and X. This grift is just, and it turns out we're paying for the East Wing, we're paying for the Kennedy Center, we're paying for all manner of things that he is up to, which he said the public wasn't paying for. So this is astonishing. I think they're undercounted. Nobody's surprised, but the grift is really quite astonishing.
Well, there's the grift and there's the micro, and that is $2.2 billion in personal income, while sitting as you're occupying the Oval Office, and $1.4 billion of it from crypto, a financial system that he now supposedly regulates. It's not a conflict of interest. It's a business model.
Yeah.
And essentially what you have in America is slowly but surely we're monetizing everything. We monetize healthcare. We monetize education. We monetize enragement online. And now the president is monetizing the full faith and credit and power of the White House.
Yeah.
He went from $622 million a year in net worth before taking office to $2.2 billion after. He's essentially set up a toll booth for the American government. And the meme coin would have been a 5-alarm scandal for anyone else but
Absolutely.
him. It's a financial instrument with no underlying value that goes up when the president tweets about it. And that's securities manipulation with a big red hat. And the fact that he did it the Friday night before his inauguration under the cover of dark, that he called people and said, thanks for giving me $10, $20, $100 million for my campaign. FYI, the coin gets announced tonight.
What?
I was happy editing.
Okay.
It'll go up, and then if you dump it, you dump it. But on a larger level, I was thinking about our 250-year anniversary, and this is a reality that since 1991, childhood poverty has gone way down. Crime has been cut in half.
Yep.
We have the number of people gotten educations has gone up. We have a healthier, better educated populace than ever before. Crime is at its lowest rate ever in New York, right? But happiness, as Jimmy Carr says, or satisfaction, isn't a function of what you have. It's the delta between what you have and your expectations. And what's happened in America, because there's now a normalization, an algorithmically normalized 0.1% in terms of your expectations. I'll give you an example. From 22 to 42, I did nothing but work. And I think my first vacation, the only vacations I took with my mom, we went to Niagara Falls once. We used to go to Magic Mountain because we couldn't afford to go to Disneyland. And I remember going to Club Med in Mazatlan when I was in my late 20s.
Oh, wow.
And I thought it was fucking, it couldn't have been any tackier. Bad daiquiris, not a very nice beach, all you can eat, but that you wouldn't want to eat all of it. And I thought it was amazing.
Yeah.
I just thought it was the most, I brought back Club Med shirts. I had a Club Med hat.
Oh my God.
I just thought Club Med was the most amazing thing. And I was talking about—
Did you pay by beads? Didn't you have beads?
Yeah, you get beads for bars, for drinks.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because here's the thing.
That's a tell.
I had never been to, nor was I being reminded 105 times a day as people vomited their experience at St. Bart's and Mykonos. My expectations were dramatically lower. And then you combine that with the following. The people who are supposedly in charge are exhibiting a level of corruption and depravity that just makes us feel bad about institutions.
Right, exactly.
So you have a coarsening of our discourse where, quite frankly, there's an economic incentive to shitpost everything. It's happened a lot during the Biden presidency. It's also, to a certain extent, happening now. You have social media vomiting everybody's wealth in your face and giving you the impression that if you haven't made $3 million on Ethereum and your boyfriend doesn't have a six-pack, you're failing. And also the people in charge seem to be genuinely like low-character people.
Right,
and
grabbing everything. All the good
yeah,
things.
and people don't trust the CDC. They don't trust the Supreme Court. It's like what William Gibson said. The future's here. It's just not evenly distributed. Prosperity is here. They see it everywhere. But people don't feel like it's evenly distributed. So people, now a quarter of the people under the age of 25 feel good about America. It's 3/4 of people our age. So it's definitely, like Kyla Scanlon coined the term vibe session, but the 250th anniversary, well, you're down there. What's the vibe like?
Well, I think people feel like this guy grabs everything. Like, and my worry is that it goes, we all hate everything because of these people, right? We think everything's on the take. And it sort of makes you feel like nothing works or that there's no payoff or anything. And, I was really struck by a really interesting exchange this week between, Elon Musk attacked Ro Khanna for saying he's killed children with the cuts of USAID that he bragged about, putting it to wood chipper, et cetera, without any care for the impact. And then he said, show me one person who's been killed. And then Nick Kristof, who does amazing reporting in the New York Times,
Name
like,
names.
oh, here's some names.
And
by the way, there's
and I saw them.
thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands more. And then instead of like actually engaging him, which he did exactly what Elon asked for, because that's his thing. It's like, name one person who's hurt. That's their little stupid trick. And he does. And then he's like, Nick Kristof is evil. I was like, you fucker. Like, what? It made me think. It sounds really, including this crypto stuff, it's like, what is wrong? I wanted to fight the feeling of everything sucks. And it was really hard for the first time. I was like, these people have no care. The same thing with Stephen Miller spouting off about they won all these Supreme Court cases, but they lost the one that they really care about, which was birthright citizenship, right? And so they just can't stop the hate. They just have endless pools of hatred and grift. And I wonder how you survive that. And especially if you're a young person looking at it, like, what is your reaction? I mean, that to me was like, I even feel exhausted by their enthusiastic villaining and stealing. Like, I find them exhausting. And I just don't know what I would do if I was a young person looking at all this.
Yeah, look, there's a lot of issues. I mean, the number of people in the middle has gone away, and young people have a rational reason to be upset. The traditional means of building a life, finding a mate, developing economic security, advancing up the ladder, which is typically some sort of certification, either vocational programming or a college degree, and then buying a house. The incumbents have weaponized scarcity to make it more expensive for them to get those things, such that the people who already own them, a college degree and housing, can see the value of those things go up. And also our tax policy, which continues to transfer wealth from them to the incumbents, right? Loosely speaking, our tax policy over the last 50 years has taken $50 trillion and transferred it from the bottom 90% to the top 10%.
Rich old people, yeah.
Yeah, so they justifiably can be very, very upset. Having said that, if you actually look at the data, things aren't as bad as you would believe in terms of the vibe. But again, and this is the great Jimmy Carr, your happiness and your purpose isn't a function of what you have. It's the delta between what you have and your expectations. And the downside of a meritocracy, and especially when social media speedballs it, is everyone believes if they're not in the top 1%, they're failing.
Except when they're looking at the president just stealing.
Agreed,
stealing.
100%.
Like, that's really it. Like, there's just no even look, grift has been
It's
around.
not fair. The
grift
game
has
is
been
rigged.
around forever, from the beginning, right? From every country, every historical thing. But this is grift on a very explicit scale, and also like, yeah,
shameless.
That's right. I'm taking it. That's right. I'm cheating.
Yeah, agreed.
And let me tell you, let me put out another story that came out. Politico is calling this week's Democratic primaries in Colorado an anti-establishment avalanche. Obviously, it was happening in New York, which is no surprise with Mamdani getting, backing a bunch of people, one of whom is really problematic. Colorado Attorney General Phil Weiser, though, upset longtime Senator Michael Bennet, who you and I both have a lot of regard for, who looked like a lock for the nomination a year ago. We thought he'd be governor of Colorado. And then 29-year-old Democratic Socialist Maylot Quiros unseated a 15-term congresswoman, and Manny Rutinel, a progressive state representative, defeated a moderate Democrat. The results added to a growing string of progressive anti-incumbent. I think actually Steve Bannon was very canny on this stuff. Victories, notably would happen in New York, and there are a number of primaries still to come over the next few months. All this, as a New York Times Siena poll showed, Democrats within striking distance of putting the Senate majority back in play. I want you to not go negative yet, because I want you to understand. Let's talk about these victories and what they are. And let me read something that Robert Reich wrote on Substack about these elections. Pundits eager to declare a new movement or sound the alarm about socialism are having a field day, but they're wrong. Voters who have supported these candidates haven't done so because they've been particularly attracted to the idea of democratic socialism. Most even don't know what democratic socialism is. In reality, voters have been attracted to vigorous young people who are committed to getting stuff done. Steve Bannon said nearly the same thing, which was really interesting. And I would agree, talking to like Louis, like he's just sick of people not getting stuff done, like, and looking for something else, which is interesting. What are your thoughts on this? I think Reich, and I hate to say it, Bannon are correct.
I think that's exactly right. The establishment didn't lose on policy here, Kara. They lost on energy.
No.
And look, I've been calling for disruption in the Democratic Party. I think Leader Jeffries and Minority Leader Schumer are absolutely the wrong people to provide the kind of robust, energetic pushback that the Trump administration warrants. But here's the thing about disruption, is you don't get to pick the exact calibration of your disruption. So for example, I consider myself a moderate, and I'm convinced that the true litmus test of someone who's truly a moderate is everybody hates you. So think about the senators who are moderates, like Fetterman and Manchin. Everybody hates them. So people claim they want a moderate, but when someone actually shows up and occasionally agrees with the other side, they become an apostate. At the same time, guys like me claim we want disruption. We need to disrupt the Democratic Party. And then when it happens, we freak out about it.
Yeah.
But here's the bottom line. There's a lot to like here. And I say this full disclosure. I have given money to Senator Michael Bennet for everything he has run for the last 10 years. I hosted a fundraiser for him for president. You know, by the way, if you get money from me, it's not a good sign. But I think the world of Senator Bennet, former school superintendent, one of the most credentialed people in the Senate,
qualified.
Lost to a state AG nobody had ever heard of a year ago. But here's the bottom line. If you want disruption, you don't get to pick your form of disruption. And these candidates, there's a lot to like about these candidates. They're young, they're energetic, they're unafraid. They don't have a bunch of blather about how you would go about universal health care. They're just like Medicare for all. So there's a lot to like about them. But the reality is, for those of us in the center, we don't get to pick our flavor of disruption. What I would say that bothers me is that democratic socialists effectively want socialism through democratic means. The reality is, if you really look at history, socialism just doesn't work, folks. And they will always point to, well, what about Northern Europe? Northern Europe is actually more capitalist than we are right now. They just have a social safety net, and they spend.
Right. They call themselves that, though, don't they? I mean, you always thread about Sweden, for example, or the Netherlands.
Here's the system that's worked: democracy, individual rights, and capitalism. Call it what you want. When you start believing that you should have government-sponsored grocery stores, or that you shouldn't have border, I mean, that shit, quite frankly, it just not only doesn't make sense, it threatens our ability to win the midterms. Rahm Emanuel had a fantastic statement in the thread we were on, and he said it publicly. We have to stop arguing and atomizing ourselves between blue and cobalt blue. So I'm more focused on my energy on, you know, the grift and corruption and just stupid decision making of the Trump administration. The thing, there's a lot I like about this disruption. You don't get to pick your flavor of disruption, and you know what? Young people just want change.
Interestingly, I was just on Scaramucci's podcast, and he said he actually has been impressed by Mamdani, and he was very against him. He's sort of where you are, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And he's like, I have to say, he's effective. And I do think they're not looking for necessarily just upsetting the incumbents. They want
people
effective.
Who do shit.
And
Yeah.
One of the things about Weiser, and I was watching this thing, is he was just a more energetic campaigner. He wanted your vote more, and he wasn't necessarily much more liberal. It wasn't that, because Michael's pretty liberal, relatively speaking, right? Especially in Colorado. He just looked like he could he just was energetic, and not just fake. And it's not just fake energy. Maybe like what Kennedy felt like back in the 60s. It was like, I literally just want you to do your job. Like I want, and I think you're right about capitalism. I agree with that, but it needs to have everyone gets healthcare. That is not, I think that's a really good message of the democratic socialists and everyone else. Everyone should get good healthcare. Everyone should get a good minimum wage. You know, and what's incredible, I'll tell you, what really absolutely struck me, and I finally realized that the Republican Party is fucked in 7 ways to Sunday. What's coming next, post-Trump, was Mamdani said, can everyone, like, we have an electrical grid problem probably coming up with this heat, because there's a huge heat warning all over the East Coast, including in New York. And he said, if you could put, your air conditioning to 78 versus 74, that would be great. That's all he said. Immediately, Ted Cruz and Nikki Haley, I told you she can't help herself, said communism, right? Or this is what socialism is. Immediately, there were tweets from years ago when she was governor of South Carolina. And the same thing in Texas, where they asked people to put their air conditioning down, surfaced. What is wrong with them? Like, he was asking a normal thing that they themselves had asked for. The minute they jumped on it, they were trying to do socialism. They look like idiots, and everyone can see it. And that's why I told you Nikki Haley is impossible. She's never going to win anything, because she's such a suck up in so many ways. It was so not sensible. He was saying something sensible, and everyone sees it, and did not immediately think communism about the air conditioning, even though I love air conditioning. And so that, to me, is they're vigorous young people who want to be effective. That is what I think is attractive.
I don't disagree with any of that. And the thing that Mamdani and some of these people are doing, the most admirable thing about Donald Trump, President Trump, is action orientation. It's ready, fire, aim. It's like, no, I'm going to do this. We're doing it. And the courts might challenge it. We might have to roll it back, but Americans really respect that. And Mamdani, to his credit, immediately imposed certain taxes, certain policies. And I think young people think, well, at least he's fucking doing something. Now, the glass half empty for me is the following. Whenever the far left and the far right agree on anything, it's a really bad idea. They are both anti-vax. I believe the far left and the far right come together on what I believe are anti-Semitic themes. They both come together on an isolationist foreign policy. And what I see here is they both come together on socialism as an economic policy. Donald Trump is investing in Intel. Donald Trump is entertaining the idea of investing in OpenAI. Donald Trump believes that the government should have a golden share in U.S. steel. All that happens when you do that is you end up with warehouses in Ireland full of DeLoreans and Air France. And you see a lot of that rhetoric from the far left. We absolutely need a more progressive tax structure. But here's how you get to a progressive tax structure. The thing we spend the most money on is not the military. It's not our debt. It's not even Social Security. The thing the American government spends the most money on, we spent $2.2 trillion on givebacks from the tax code in the form of loopholes to corporations and the wealthy. We need to reduce spending on tax loopholes and givebacks to the wealthy and corporations. And if you look at Northern Europe, they're very capitalist. They let companies go out of business. They don't take stakes in Spotify. Their tax rates are either the same or a touch higher than ours, but what they do is they enforce them. And they say, Spotify, you don't get to write off your jets, your plant property and equipment. And the richest people don't get to have donor-advised funds where they get to write off donations they haven't made yet. So quite frankly, there's some things that really bothered me about the wins in New York, because I felt like being anti-Israel was a litmus test. Obviously, as a Jew, that concerns me.
There was one. The Outlander is not.
Chevalier.
Yeah, Chevalier is the problem, yeah.
By the way, she's going to be the poster child. She's about to become the poster child for Republicans.
She's problematic, no question.
Anyways, let me circle out to where I started. I don't get to pick the calibration and the color and the flavor of disruption. Disruption, they're youthful, they're energetic, they're unafraid. And that for me is 70 or 80% good. Do I worry that they're embracing a form of socialism that has never worked throughout history? Yeah, I trust there'll be modulating forces from the center on both sides on that. But the reality is the Democratic Party needs to shed its skin. And I got to be honest, Leader Jeffries and Schumer are getting clear signals.
Yeah.
No one gives a fuck what you think.
Right.
You have become... Institutional endorsements have become a liability.
Yeah,
just as we thought U.S. bases in Gulf states would provide a veil of protection, they become bullseyes. You're going to start to see Democratic candidates say, Senator Schumer, please do not come to my rally.
They are actually. They're like all talking about whether they vote for him. He's got to go. I told him that to his face. He thought I was kidding. I was like, no, you need to step down. It was like, he's like, oh, Kara. I was like, no, time to go. Time to move along. I mean, we don't want a Mitch McConnell situation.
Power like an African dictator.
Yeah, I was like, we don't want a Mitch McConnell situation here. We want to move along. Anyway, we need to go on a quick. I agree with you. It's exciting. I find it exciting.
We need a disruption. Good for them. Youth energy, have at it. I think it's a good thing too.
I like non-cautious people. I do. I think the Democrats have played it too cautious. Anyway, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the Supreme Court finishes its term with some major rulings. That was something.
Support for the show comes from Framer. If your team wants a website that looks and feels handcrafted but is still fast to ship, Framer is built for that. You design on a visual canvas with responsive layouts, hosting, and a CMS built in, so the work is production ready from day one. Agents work alongside you to draft pages and polish sections, then you review and publish what goes live. Framer is the pro site builder for creators, teams, and businesses that want a professional site and care enough to get every detail right. Agents solve the gap between AI-generated ideas and production-ready website work. The agent works in the same place where the real site is designed, managed, reviewed, and published. It lands on the canvas, stays editable, and can be published when the team is ready. Agents and Framer work alongside teams to streamline collaboration on the same canvas, build custom code components, create and manage CMS content, optimize SEO settings, and ship everything all in one place. Learn how you can get more out of your site from a Framer specialist or get started building for free today at framer.com/pivot for 30% off a Framer Pro annual plan. That's framer.com/pivot for 30% off. Framer.com/pivot. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Scott, we're back with more news. It's been a big week for the Supreme Court as it wrapped up its term. Let's go through a roundup of some of the cases the court ruled on. The court struck down a federal law that bars the president from firing members of the FTC, so no more independent agencies, essentially. They lifted limits on how much political parties can spend on advertising and other expenses with candidates, a problem, and more Citizens United. Upheld 2 state laws barring the participation of transgender female athletes from girls and women's sports team, and upheld birthright citizenship, striking down an executive order. Let's hear some thoughts from Leah Littman, who co-hosts the podcast Strict Scrutiny, which breaks down all things Supreme Court.
Hey, Kara and Scott, here's some quick thoughts on the most recent Supreme Court term. We came within a single vote, one vote, of saying the Constitution doesn't mean what it says on birthright citizenship and nullifying a constitutional amendment that is the foundation of our constitutional order of multiracial democracy after the Civil War. They have also been systematically undermining our democracy, killing the Voting Rights Act, enabling partisan and racial gerrymandering. They've also just killed campaign finance regulations that were designed to prevent political corruption. As a result, the super rich will be able to effectively funnel more than $500,000 directly to candidates in the upcoming election. And they have been killing Congress's capacity to govern and expanding presidential power against a backdrop of a president who has been engaged in corruption and pay to play. And that is just the start of it.
Yes, I think she sort of articulated it. One of the ones that really upset me, and the birthright citizenship was far too close.
Agreed.
That was disturbing. And by the way, a lot of the Trump people have to go back home wherever they come from. The two that really upset me is the Voting Rights Act, Voting Rights Act, absolutely. But the finance, to me, it's all the money. The finance regulations designed to prevent political corruption. That was more Citizens United was the last thing we need. And then secondly, the ability of no independent agencies on things that deserve independence, like the FTC. And you've seen what Brandon Carr has done, although one of the justices did say Brandon Carr is a moron. And part of his essentially said that in his ruling. I think it was Kavanaugh. Could have been Gorsuch, whatever. They look the same to me. So those two were like giving more power to the president in general, which I think will be just as bad with a Democrat and is terrible with Trump, was two problems. But the money, to me, was the focus I had. What about you?
Yeah, Citizens United is arguably one of the worst things that's happened in recent history to the U.S. because of the 900 billionaires, they make up a third of political giving. It's probably more than half of influence because they can be much more targeted. Unions just give money to whoever's the union candidate, but a private equity firm can give $700,000 to Senator Sinema and say, just be the holdout for the infrastructure bill and ask that they strip out the carried interest loophole. And that costs $20 or $30 billion, which is the most ridiculous loophole in history. See above $2.2 trillion spent on loopholes where private equity owners get their commission on investment gains in the form of long-term capital gains. It's totally indefensible. So that's bad. The silver lining, the dotted silver lining on this out of control spend is that what we're finding is it's gone past its utility. And that is, it used to be 20 years ago, like 97% of the time who raised the most money won. Yeah, it's no longer happening. Like Tom Steyer spent $250 million and didn't win. It's almost like the full local news station employment act. The amount of money they're spending, on the whole, it's really bad. But what you are seeing is it's no longer the key fulcrum for who, or the key lever for who wins. The thing that upset me the most, that was just so frightening that it was even this close, was birthright citizenship. I mean, this is the Constitution,
right?
Just straightforward. The Constitution says if you're born here, you're a
14th
citizen.
Amendment, it's right there.
And I'm going to give you a couple anchor babies. Balogun, who got a red card unfairly, the premier striker for the World Cup team. His parents were here. I forget, she couldn't go home.
She was too pregnant.
She was too pregnant. I think the airline said you're too.
Yeah.
Good for us, right?
Yeah.
And also, it's a fairly small number. It's only 7%. It's a fairly small number of babies.
It is.
And I would argue,
the whole word anchor baby is so fucking ridiculous.
But to a certain extent, this is what we don't like to talk about. immigration is not only the secret sauce, it's the most illegal immigration is probably the most profitable form of immigration because they're risk takers and they generally fold back across the border when the crops are picked or there's not enough demand for them, and they pay taxes and they usually don't stick around to collect Social Security, and they usually don't call the fire. They commit crimes at a lower rate than citizens. The reality is we didn't just wake up and find, oops, there's 15 million undocumented workers here. Republicans and Democrats have looked at each other and gone, wink, wink, it's nice having cheap housing being built in Phoenix, Arizona.
Right. Or rates picked for cheap or whatever.
How are we going to get all these people to wipe grandma's ass for $11 an hour? I mean,
Haitian immigrants are the biggest nurses' aides.
I mean, so it's not, this has been an economic decision. Has it gone too far? Absolutely. But be clear, folks, we didn't just wake up and let this happen. So Balogun is one anchor baby. You know who else is an anchor baby, Kara?
Melania. No, the Trump, Baron Trump.
You could say she's a mail-order bride. She's not an anchor baby. She wasn't born
That's
here.
true. Sorry. Oh.
Your co-host, Kara.
Oh, right. You're an anchor baby.
My parents,
I don't like
at the
that
ages
term.
of 19
Yeah.
and 24, got on steamships from Glasgow and London, respectively, and they landed in Canada, where my mom was a stenographer and my dad was a candle salesman. They met at a dance. They fell in love.
They had sex there, so the conception was Canada.
In Toronto. They claim they got married and had me. I'm not sure if that's true. I'm not going to argue it. I don't care. But they decided they could not.
Also.
No, I'm a bastard. No, as my dad said.
Anchor
My
baby.
dad said, a few inches wee short to the blanket, whatever that means. And by the way, he was a bastard. He was born in Australia unwed to an unwed woman who was a nanny at the McVigar family.
The entire family is really...
Yeah, literally, we're bastards all the way through. I'm the Jon Snow of Jon Snows.
Mm-hmm.
And anyways, my father's mother freaked out, said to her boyfriend, we got to get out of here. I've already sold the baby to this wealthy family. And they literally went to the dock and got a ship to Glasgow, Scotland. Anyway, my mom's 7.5 months pregnant. They said that we cannot endure another winter here in Toronto. And they read an article in the Toronto Globe and Mail saying that the best weather in North America was in this town called San Diego.
San Diego.
So they loaded up my mom's Austin Mini Metro, which is basically a lawnmower with doors. Like if you've ever seen Mr. Bean, that's the car. And 7.5 months pregnant.
No idea you
My mom and my dad drove to San Diego. And something like 37 days later, I was born at La Jolla County
citizens?
Hospital.
They were just visiting.
And let me make a flex.
What?
I'm a U.S. citizen.
Why didn't I know this about you?
I am a U.S. citizen. I've had to pay U.S. taxes.
Yeah.
Me and my companies have paid well over $100 million in taxes over the last 30 years.
Yeah.
It seems like it's worked out for everybody.
Oh
and I just want to notify the IRS and the Trump administration. My mother, I am an illegal anchor baby. I think my citizen should be revoked. And by the way, when I sell my next company, I'm going to be in Dubai and I'm not going to be subject to U.S. taxes. I am down for you to revoke my U.S. citizenship and also absolve me of all and refund me of all the tax payments I have made because my parents decided to come to the U.S. and, drop a 9-pound stone called Scott in San Diego instead of Toronto.
Wow.
Anyway, I would imagine that there is more of Balogun and Galloway than there are people eating cats and dogs.
Right, or just running across the border to be pregnant. The screed from Stephen Miller, who I cannot wait till he gets his reckoning, is astonishing. It's so hateful and ridiculous and full of lies that it's so full of their whole. And let's not use the term anchor baby because it's so gross. It's such a gross way and hateful way of looking at it. I had no Scott. You could have been sent back wherever. Where would you? Canada? Where would you have been sent to?
Did you hear that fucking weirdo talking about eugenics, that people should be sterilized before they get here?
Yes, I know. Right, or they're not allowed in if they're pregnant.
1939 Germany's calling and wants you back.
I know. Wait a second. Where would you go? What country would you go to?
Now?
That's the other thing. Where do we send them back to? Right? Because would you go to Canada? If this passed, you would...
Send them. People are leaving. Last year was the first time since World War II we had negative immigration in the U.S.
If this lost at the Supreme Court, which it could have, right? Where would they send Scott Galloway back to? Was it Canada or is it England or is it Scotland? What country are you from?
Through.
What country are you from?
Well, my parents, my dad was a Scottish or British citizen. My mom became a citizen of the U.S., but I guess back to the U.K. I don't know.
God, I had no idea. Well, okay. Well, I'm glad you're safe.
I'm opening a bar in St. Bart's, so I'm a French citizen.
Okay.
But then I have to root for Team France, and I just can't do that.
Oh, yeah.
I just can't do that.
All right. Well, this is some news I didn't know about Scott Galloway.
After seeing Team Japan, has there ever been a product that's been better for the umbrella brand than Team Japan? Did you see what they did after they lost in a heartbreaking loss to Brazil? They all walked over to the Japanese side and they bowed to apologize to their fans.
Oh, they did. Oh.
I think I want to move to Japan. Anyways, yeah. I would love to spend more time in Japan.
I lived there for a couple of months. I loved it. All right, other Supreme Court news. Wow, Scott, I need to calculate the situation now.
You need to get me kicked out.
I need to get you kicked out. All right, so in this week, I'm going to ask everyone for their ID when they come and be a guest host. In other Supreme Court news, by the way, NPR retracted an article saying that Samuel Alito, another piece of shit, sorry, Samuel, but you are, had retired. Reporter Nina Totenberg has said she heard retirement announcements were coming and mistakenly assumed it was Alito, prompting her team to publish a pre-written story. That seemed odd. It seemed like that. I think he's probably leaving, right? He's going to have to. They're going to have to. He's got 2 years left to put in, younger versions of Alito and Thomas, I guess. Correct.
Why would you think these people are any less narcissistic than Ruth Bader Ginsburg? They all think they're going to live forever.
Oh, they may not leave. Oh, interesting. You don't think they'll do it take one for the team kind of thing?
Well, that's what Souter did. I think it depends on the individual, and I just don't know him well enough.
Yeah, he seems like
RBG. RBG and Senator Feinstein, both lovely, important women who really
forged paths,
who really put a unfortunate punctuation mark at the end of the sentence of their career by not believing they would ever die.
Yeah. Oh, you think Alito will just stick around because he loves himself?
I have no idea what he's like.
All his
No
like
idea.
things. And by the way, in Thomas's whatever his anti-whatever, he like mentioned Dred Scott an awful lot. He's like, which of course was a terrible thing. 14th Amendment is here to protect all of us, so it's glad
That's right.
it's there. They're going to try to take it out, but they're going to be successful.
Protect podcasting and erectile dysfunction drug sales.
Exactly. Anyway, let's go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about SpaceX donating to Trump accounts. Scott, we're back with more news. The Trump administration has talked with SpaceX about donating stock to the administration's Trump Accounts Child Savings Program. It's unclear whether Elon Musk has agreed to that or how it would be structured. Trump accounts are set to launch on July 4th with over 6 million children enrolled. Other big donors include billionaire Michael Dell and his wife and companies like BlackRock and Bank of America, which have agreed to match donations made by employees. The OpenAI is reportedly also discussing giving Trump administration a 5% stake in the company. Proposal reportedly involved other U.S. AI companies also giving governments similar stakes. To me, it was really interesting. Paul Graham had a really interesting point. The reason that OpenAI was doing that is because they don't get asked for 10%. Like, I thought that was true. This all feels like a shakedown, or you get something in return for doing this kind of stuff. I don't hate the idea of accounts. I wish hope we will be renaming them from Trump accounts to something else, USA accounts. But it seems a little socialist to me. I don't know. What do you think?
Again, it's where the far right and the far left meet with just different objectives and different claims. OpenAI offering the government a 5% equity stake is essentially to buy protection, neutralize regulation, lock in a government anchor client. It's not patriotism. It's protection money. It's a moat. And you don't think they're going to be the first to get government contracts versus other AI startups? It's also the beginning of what I think is going to be one of the biggest bailouts in recent history, and that is we're starting to see cracks in the wall where there's fewer companies that have actually figured out a way to create demand. There's only two now, OpenAI and Anthropic, consistently. And their spend and CapEx commitments are so out of control that I think Sam Altman says, I like the idea of the full faith and backing and maybe even government-backed debt from the president.
Bailout.
And here's the bottom line. The government should not be taking equity stakes in companies. They just shouldn't. I mean, there are some exceptions occasionally when I do think you can make an argument in the Great Financial Recession that it made sense for the government to bail out the automobile industry because it was a huge employer, but they didn't start saying you can only buy Fords or
Tesla.
Occasionally
they saved Tesla's ass back when
these companies have gotten trillions of dollars in market cap. Let them run. I mean, this is just straight up cronyism. Privatize the gains, socialize the losses.
Yeah, can I ask you a question? One of the things, Alice Karp seems insane every time he opens his mouth and hopped up on something. But he was going on sort of
very cogent. I thought he was very cogent.
I do too, and I had to listen for a second because he's so nuts. He always throws in some nutball thing on the side in his manners. But what he was saying is something that Mark Cuban had said to me previously: is this token maxing is going to come back to bite people, and that when people find people are cheaper than the tokens, it's going to sort of collapse. Mark Cuban said this absolutely first to me months and months and months ago, and Karp was articulating this idea of these open systems, mostly from China, as you predicted, Scott, taking the place of, with regular corporations. And two things he was saying is, one, keeping your data yours and not giving them to OpenAIs and Anthropics. And secondly, the cost of these tokens is really untenable. And as nutty as he is, and he took a number of slaps at competitors because he can't help himself, he made a lot of sense. I can't believe I'm saying this too, but he did. I had to listen to it twice, and I was trying to think if I could put it in someone else's voice, because every time I hear him, he says nutty things. But this is the kind of thing I was like, this is gonna collapse. And a bunch of economists, all of these world economists, are all worried about these cracks that you've talked about. So talk a little bit about this, because this idea, you had the idea of China, these open systems from China replacing and sort of knocking the stuffing. You have these economists saying this, you have Karp saying this. Again, I want to give credit to Mark Cuban for being the first to mention it to me. Talk a little bit about this, because all this government intervention seems really problematic going forward.
The government intervention is bailout cosplaying growth. And Karp is right. Cheap models are eating the expensive ones. The token consumption of Chinese models has surpassed the token consumption of frontier models in the US. Because all of a sudden the CFO of Uber goes, our entire AI budget was burned through in 8 weeks. And I don't see any consumer talking about the improvement in ride-hailing service. I don't.
Or it's not improving it. It's not improving it.
Well, it's sort of like experimentation is over. This can no longer be a magic trick. You either have to incorporate this in the deployment and show me ROI, or we're going to reduce our budgets here. And AI is following kind of the same curve as cloud computing, and that is margins compress. This reminded me of 99, and tell me if you think this analogy is apt. Okay, so the internet comes and we think everyone's going to buy their dog food and their cars, and Pepsi's going to buy their sugar online on the internet, and we're all going to buy not just CDs and books, but we're going to buy everything online. And there's the front layer. So everyone invests in Amazon and eToys and pets.com. And it ends up that they're just not nearly creating enough demand, and not enough commerce is going through e-commerce to justify anything resembling the valuations these companies are getting. So they go, oh, wait, we're not sure which part of the application layer, which LLM, if you will, is going to win. So let's all invest in the infrastructure layer. And everyone invested safely, and I can't pick the winner, so I'm going to invest in Cisco or in telco infrastructure. And Cisco hit an all-time high, lost 93% of its value from 99 to 2001. And I see kind of the same thing here, where everyone's saying, all right, let's invest in the demand side. XAI, Llama, Grok, Anthropic, Claude, ChatGPT. And all of a sudden, it looks like the demand may not be as exponential as we thought.
Or it's too costly. Or it's too
expensive. Yeah, right. Which lowers demand. And some of the players who thought they were going to need infrastructure for their own demand, specifically Meta and XAI, have said, we overestimated the demand of our own LLM, so we're renting out our infrastructure.
Right.
In a matter of 30 days, it looks like we've gone from a supply crisis to a demand crisis.
Yeah.
And what you'll see, I think, is just as in 99, the first companies to crash were the B2C Then it went to B2B. Oh, wait, not pets.com. Let's go to, remember, Internet Capital Group. Oh, they're selling sugar in between, from farmers, right?
I totally forgot about that. I wrote so many stories about
it. It had a valuation greater than General Electric. And everyone figured out no one was buying fucking anything. And it was easier to fax your orders than it was to go on the Internet Capital Group website. And then everyone went B2C, then B2B. B2C gets creamed. B2B then gets creamed. And then the infrastructure guys got creamed. I think we're sort of going through a similar cycle right now.
Overbuilding.
And we're starting to see the beginning of the cracks at the application layer saying, people are questioning the amount of money they're spending on Anthropic and OpenAI. What's evidence of that? OpenAI and Anthropic are considering delaying their IPOs.
I agree. And I do think one of the things I think will recover would be computing demand, because there's only going to be more computing demand eventually. And I think that's what happened with all those internet companies. Like, look, there were I forgot about ICG. Oh my God, you just brought me back. Everyone remembers pets.com, but eventually there'll be a Google, right? Eventually there'll be a Facebook.
The technology will survive. These companies will survive.
I would bet computing is an area you would want to eventually, like once it crashes, buying it up would be a smart thing, right? Computing apps would be an important thing, like understanding where it's going. But you're right. A lot of these companies aren't ready to buy these things, and prices have to come down. And then that'll have a knock-on effects of Oracle and all the others who have, a lot of other companies will be affected in the blast radius of this. I agree. I think these economists, I was reading the report from this thing, and usually I don't pay that much attention to like predictions, but I was like, this makes perfect sense of where it's going. And it does have a feel, you're absolutely right, of 1999.
Amazon's an amazing company. From 99 to 2001, it lost 92% of its value.
Yeah. Then you buy it.
Meta's an amazing company. 4 years ago in 2022, it lost 72% of its value. These companies, the natural curve of these companies is very volatile. And the technology and these companies will survive, and they will be great companies. Or can they go down 90% in value? The answer is yes. It just feels so 99 to me.
It's like, and then the government meddling makes it worse. The government.
Oh yeah, propping them up, because Trump is like, my entire administration is America's a giant bet. Whether it's the GDP growth, capex spending, earnings growth, and the S&P is all a big bet on AI.
Money. His political money.
If these guys go down, it's going to be really rough for me. I'm telling you, a bailout is coming.
Yeah, one would assume. Yeah, because they're the future of America. Yeah, you're right, 100%. All right, Scott. One more quick break. We'll be back for predictions. Okay, Scott. Before we get into this week's predictions, I want to play a prediction you made last week at Cannes.
My prediction is the biggest IPO in terms of first day pop is going to be a European, the Berkshire Hathaway Forgotten Internet Brands. And that's this company called Bending Spoons that I had not heard of until 2 weeks ago. I'm kind of fascinated with it.
Well, Scott, take a victory lap. Bending Spoons surged 40% after the company's IPO this week. What's next? Before you get to your prediction.
Well, so first off, the company was up. So SpaceX was up, I think, 22 or 23%. We predicted it would be up 20. Bending Spoons was up close up, I think, 42% yesterday. They're going to have to show that they can scale a model of buying stuff at, X EBITDA.
Orphans.
And then these orphans, and then substantially reducing costs, which is Latin for hire younger people and replace the expensive 40-year-olds. And to their credit, they have some of the highest revenue per employee of any digital company right now, or any internet company. But they're going to have to show that they can consistently make these accretive acquisitions. What this really is like, Martin Sorrell kind of pioneered this model. He went and bought all the big agencies. I don't even remember them now. Ogilvy Mather. He could go in and buy these companies at 7 times EBITDA or 8, and he'd take their earnings, and the market would reward them with 12 times. They're going to have to show that this model, this private equity-like model of acquiring companies, they don't get them cheap. They get them for a good price, you would argue, that their ability to reduce costs, continue to see growth, add some growth, organic, and then the market will give them a markup. They're going to have to show they can continue to do that.
They're slightly down right now today. They're going down today.
Well, to be clear, the valuation last year, it was about $7 billion. It came out at $19 billion. It's trading at about 23 now. The stock's not expensive, but you would argue that they're going to have to show sooner rather than later their ability to continue to scale these types of accretive acquisitions. So, but I thought when I looked around and I said, okay, all of the oxygen had been sucked out of the air for SpaceX. And when these guys came out at 7 or 8 times earnings and all of those brands, and the fact they were only raising $1.5 billion, I thought this thing's going to get, this is the sad part about IPOs. This is what I believe JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs are doing. And that is they use AI and their incredible market insight and their incredible marketing machine. They are the new engineers. They engineer a 20+% pop on day one, because the reality is that is the ultimate branding event. Everywhere in the news today is that Italian company Bending Spoons is up 20%. And personally, I wanted to see the company go up. And the reason I brought some sunlight to it was because I'm so sick of talking about American AI companies. I love the idea of a European company that's not AI.
And also a cleanup company. What's interesting is that I'm just looking at the Meta thing. They're at 20, the PE ratio is 20, which seems healthy. And that SpaceX is valued at $500 billion more than them is insane. I don't care how good they are at robots. It's just nutty. What he'll do is he'll fold Tesla into this, but as I've said many times.
Which is another anchor. Two anchors
down they go. Each other. But there are some real values here, right? Like Meta seems to be. I don't even usually make stuff.
Meta on a price earnings basis, I don't think has ever been this cheap. And the cheapest of them all, and was my big tech stock pick for 26, Amazon has never had a price earnings ratio this low.
Yeah, what is theirs? Wow. Google Alphabet is 27, Meta is 21. Amazon, you're right, is low, 29.
Yeah, and its average over the last 20 years has been 55. And anyways, industrialized robots all going forever. But so my prediction is that essentially, and I said this, we're starting to see cracks in the wall around evidence. And I think it's nuanced, not definitive. It's not cracking because AI doesn't work. It's cracking because investors are starting to ask much more pointed questions, specifically, can we actually earn a return on the trillions of dollars being spent here? And the evidence, there's evidence that the narrative around AI is changing, and that is CapEx is outrunning monetization. The largest cloud companies are on pace to spend $600 to $700 billion on AI infrastructure just this year. Yet many enterprise customers are struggling to demonstrate measurable ROI. And that is the narrative's moved from can AI work to can AI pay? And it used to be spend more money. This is the future, infinite demand. And it's like, well, hold on. CFOs are starting to tap the brakes here. And the market is splitting. JP Morgan noted the divergence. AI infrastructure suppliers continue to outperform. And the companies writing the biggest AI checks, the hyperscalers, have begun to lag. And that's reminiscent again of late-stage infrastructure booms where the suppliers prosper before the customers earn adequate returns. And also Wall Street, as it does, eventually focuses on ROI. And the debate has shifted from 12 months ago. The debate was who can build the biggest model. Now it's who can make money.
Right. Yeah.
And one of my role models here are this fantastic chief economist, Paulus Torsten Slock. He puts out these fantastic emails every day with a chart. And he argues that the markets may be pricing in productivity gains that will take years, not quarters, to materialize. We're starting to see central bankers issue warnings.
Yeah, they are. They're all over the place.
And here's the thing, Kara, if the AI trade unwinds, the most vulnerable names are generally the ones whose valuations depend most valuable on continued AI infrastructure spending. The tier 1 risk level is NVIDIA, Astera Labs, and Marvel Technology. These companies are extraordinary businesses, don't get me wrong, but they're the most exposed to a slowdown in GPU and networking demand.
Yeah, they're the Cisco. NVIDIA's the Cisco.
And then the tier 2, Vertiv, Supermicro CoreWeave. These are effectively picks and shovels for the AI gold rush. And then you go to the third level, the Microsofts, the Alphabets, the Amazons, and there would be nowhere to hide here. And that is the technology story is intact. It's just that the valuation story is beginning to get stress tested. And I don't think it's going to survive that stress test. So what's the prediction? All 8 or 10 of those companies, a basket of them, down 20 to 40% in the next 12 months. And by the way, still great companies. The technology will survive. I believe that the better AI players are going to be juggernauts in 5 to 10 years. But we are entering, these guys are just way out in front of their skis.
Yep, I would agree. I'm going to make a short prediction too. The thing that we've started beginning with the Trumps. I just noticed this New York Post on Trump family corruption, which was interesting. I think it's not Trump that's going to pay for this because I think he's going to die before we can get to him. But I think his children and the children of the Lutniks and the rest are going to get it. I do think they're going to
get it. You mean be prosecuted?
Yes, here's why. This is the New York Post. The Trump sons, meanwhile, are part owners or investors in companies neck deep in key defense contracts to mine tungsten reserves in Central Asia. It stinks to high heaven. If the president's family making bank from obscure resource companies in the former Soviet Union sound familiar, maybe it's because Hunter Biden's lucrative connection Burisma, Ukrainian gas company, was a major scandal in the 2020 election and beyond. Republicans, including Donald Trump, were justifiably outraged at the obvious influence peddling. These kids are going to pay a price. That's my prediction.
You don't think they'll get pardons?
I think he'll try, but I think there's all manner of ways to get to them. I just think they're in for a lot. Anyway, that's my prediction. Anyway, but I think it's all part of the same thing, like you're talking about. We cannot save these internet companies. We cannot keep intervening for friends of Donald Trump or family members. Anyway, it's gross. It's socialism is really what it is. Anyway, communism, really. Anyway, we want to hear from you. Send us your questions about business tech or whatever's on your mind. Go to nymag.com/pivot to submit a question for the show or call 855-51-PIVOT. Okay, that's the show. Thanks for listening to Pivot. Be sure to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We'll be back next week.
There are few topics as important as logic and logical thinking. So today, we're going to go through the 7 levels of logic, starting with its humble beginnings, through what you would learn as a student, and eventually seeing a little bit of what professional logicians are working on today. Before we get started, just a quick disclaimer. Some of this video is going to be intuitive ways of explaining concepts that really only have formal definitions. Because the concepts in question can't be fully described accurately without logical symbolism, these explanations will be technically wrong or technically incomplete, but they're just intended to give you a feel for the relevant formal concept, so don't take them as gospel. But with that caveat, let's get started. My name is Joe Foley, and this is Unsolicited Advice. 1. Pre-logic. This is where most of us start out. Like almost anyone, we'll have a vague sense that some arguments are good and other arguments are bad. We may have heard someone say something like, "You're a bad person, therefore you're wrong," or try to generalize from a small set of cases to infer over a massive group of people, and have this kind of rough sense that something was amiss. But we don't yet know exactly what it is that separates those bad arguments from good arguments that we've heard in the past. It's important also not to confuse logic with critical thinking here. This person might still be incredibly intelligent, but the precise science of logic itself remains a mystery. If someone were to be in this stage and they were to Google words like logic or how to tell if an argument is good to try and learn more, then they would probably move to stage 2. 2. The fallacy monger. I love a good logical fallacy as much as the next insufferable internet philosophy guy. And in my experience, this is also a lot of people's first encounter with logic in a slightly more regimented sense. And it was also how I took my first steps in this area, so it has a special place in my heart. The term logical fallacy is derived from the work of Aristotle, and effectively, it's a type of argument that is always or almost always bad. Aristotle wanted to identify such arguments because oftentimes even technically bad arguments can appear rather persuasive to the untrained eye, even though strictly speaking, because they're bad arguments, they shouldn't persuade anyone. So there is a lot of utility in identifying justifying such surfacely seeming good but ultimately poor argumentation. Take the example we used earlier, where someone said, "You're a bad person, therefore you must be wrong." I'm sure that many of you will recognize this as an ad hominem fallacy. This is where we infer from an irrelevant feature of someone's character to the conclusion that their argument is incorrect. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why this inference doesn't follow. There are awful people throughout history who have still been factually correct about some things, and there are incredibly moral people who have been factually incorrect about some things. If a mass murderer reproduced Euclid's proof that there are infinitely many primes on the spot, well, they would be just as correct as if St. Maximilian Kolbe had done it, who is undeniably a much more moral person. And if St. Maximilian Kolbe had tried to reproduce the proof and got it wrong, it would still be wrong, and no amount of his moral upstandingness would compensate for that. This is where most people will probably end their study of logic, because it does give them a lot of what they want, which is a rough guide to telling good arguments from bad arguments. However, if we do reflect for a little bit, we can demonstrate the limits of this approach. Take the following situation. You are listening to a Nobel Prize-winning physicist and a layman discuss quantum mechanics. They have a disagreement over the details of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. You listen to each side, but you don't know much about quantum physics yourself, so eventually you defer to the experience and authority of the physicist over the layman. Somebody well-trained in logical fallacies will spot this as an appeal to authority. It's an attempt to use someone's authority to justify a point they have made, or infer from that authority that the point is true or more likely to be true. But it also doesn't seem like you've done anything particularly unreasonable here. Surely, if the physicist and the layman are having a disagreement, the physicist is more likely to be correct because of their years of experience, all else being equal. They've studied the subject at a high mathematical level. So yes, they do have authority, but that authority seems like it's been earned in the relevant sense. Should we really think that it's unjustified to appeal to that authority if we can't resolve the answer to the question ourselves? Of course, if we can resolve the answer to the question ourselves, then we don't need to look to that authority. But I'm just saying it doesn't seem like this is a totally misguided way of reasoning with limited information. I think these limits are why those who are ready to label an argument a logical fallacy have acquired such an odious reputation online. There are many arguments that look a lot like fallacies, but are in fact reasonable ways of, well, reasoning under uncertain conditions where you cannot find out an answer directly yourself. Whether something that looks like a fallacy actually is a fallacy is often going to depend on context and the very specific proposition a speaker is trying to demonstrate. Not every appeal to authority is fallacious, and someone's personal character is sometimes very relevant to a debate. Say if someone is running for mayor, you might use character information to infer about whether they're going to be a corrupt mayor or an incorruptible mayor. Most of the things we call logical fallacies aren't actually full-blown errors in formal logical reasoning, but are instead what's called informal fallacies. That is, you cannot tell merely from their structure that they are fallacious. They either break an argumentative rule or are unreliable reasoning within a particular context, but they're not formal errors. Many logicians would actually consider this beyond the boundaries of logic proper, but there is an area of philosophy called informal logic, which does attempt to study everyday argumentation as rigorously as possible and tries to work out exactly how you can tell when a natural language argument is fallacious. And I made a video roughly about that and about logical fallacies in general right here, where I'll go over some of the same stuff that I go through in this video, but it is a substantively new video as well. As I said, this is where most people will probably end their studies in logic, but I think that's a real shame because, in my view, this is where things really start to get good. Because now we can begin to talk about formal logic. But ultimately, logic is a formal field, and if formal fields are the kind of thing that you struggle with, then you should check out today's sponsor, Brilliant. We all know that studying STEM subjects like maths and science and programming can be difficult and unintuitive. It's exactly where many people might benefit from a tutor. But this is where Brilliant comes in. Recently, Brilliant has added a virtual tutor on their site, so you can ask it questions if you're stuck on a particular exercise. I've tested it out, and it was actually pretty good at explaining why a given answer was correct or incorrect. So when you're taking their courses on things like classical mechanics or probability theory, you'll have something that can guide you through when you're struggling. Of course, this video is all about logic, and there are some introductory logic courses on Brilliant, which are worth checking out because with even a bit of logic, the world is a whole lot clearer. Additionally, a friend of mine wanted to recommend Brilliant's calculus games, as he said they're really fun and he's really enjoyed them. Click the link below or scan the QR code to try out Brilliant for free now and test out their virtual tutor. You can also upgrade to Premium to unlock all of their courses. And right now, my viewers can save 20% off an annual subscription at brilliant.org/unsolicited advice. But anyway, back to the video. 3. Basic formal logic. In the first few months of an undergraduate philosophy degree, you will learn the very basics of formal logic, and this will almost certainly be propositional logic. This is, strictly speaking, a mathematical system with a set of axioms and a set of inference rules, and those axioms and rules define what kinds of statements follow from what other statements. And it'll become clear what I mean by that as this section goes on. As I said, the first formal logic that most students will encounter is called propositional logic, and that's because it is the most basic kind of formal logic. The basic objects of propositional logic are propositions, as the name suggests, and they tend to be represented by letters of the alphabet, like P or Q or R or S, and so on. Propositional logic also contains a set of logical connectives that stand in for, roughly speaking, certain natural language words, like and or if then or not, that are meant to connect different propositions together and thus allow you to facilitate inferences. So a very basic argument in propositional logic would run as follows. If P then Q, P therefore Q. This is called a modus ponens inference. The precise definitions of the logical connectives are defined by what's called truth tables, and we'll go through one now. We'll take the truth table for and, since that one is just the most intuitive. A statement like P and Q is true if and only if P is true and Q is true. In just the same way that in natural language, the statement John is Jane's brother and her friend is only true if John is both Jane's brother and Jane's friend. This might sound like it's obvious and pedantic because at its most basic, formal logic is trying to create precise and mathematical conditions for everyday reasoning, or at least it's trying to do that at this level when you're in your kind of first term or so of an undergraduate philosophy degree. As we'll see, it gets far beyond that eventually. Some connectives are a little less intuitive, like the conditional connective if then. A statement, if P then Q, is false, if and only if P is true and Q is false. This means, rather bizarrely, that if P is false, then if P then Q is actually true. Some people mark out this peculiar kind of truth by saying that it is trivially true. At first, this might strike you as strange because things tend to work slightly differently in ordinary language. If I said, if cats can fly, then 1 + 1 = 2, it would seem really strange to call what I've just said true. It seems like here, the antecedent, the first bit of the conditional, and the consequent, the second bit of the conditional, are not connected by any kind of relevant factor, and so the conditional looks really odd. This is actually a very old problem in the philosophy of logic that dates at least as far back as the ancient Greek Stoics, who are actually some of the most innovative logicians of the ancient world, as well as, creating Stoicism. Some philosophers argue that we should redefine the conditional to only be true if there was a further relevant connection between the antecedent and the consequent, such that the antecedent would make the consequent true. The reason why formal logic mostly sticks with the definition that we've already outlined, as weird as it seems, is because translating this idea of a relevant connection between the antecedent and the consequent is very difficult to express mathematically, right? What we have without it is what's called a truth functional definition, which means that we can fully define the usage and inference conditions of the conditional merely by saying what is true and false about the stuff either side of the conditional. Adding in an additional constraint regarding relevance or the antecedent making the consequent true would indeed make it resemble natural language more closely, but it would also make it much harder to work with mathematically. And as formal logic tends to, on average, be of more interest as a mathematical system, especially at more kind of advanced levels, that tends to be the one that people go with. There are still people that argue for a redefinition of the conditional, but the truth functional definition, the weird-looking one, is still the mainstream view. We cannot go over all the rules of propositional logic now, because there are quite a few of them. But to give an example of what a very basic proof in propositional logic looks like, here's one from the open-source logic textbook For All X. What this is essentially showing is that we can prove in propositional logic that if P is true, then P and D, or P and not D, is also true. The labels down the side are naming the particular rules used at each point in the overall proof. At this level, students will also learn basic logical concepts like validity and soundness. A valid argument is one where, if all its premises are true, then its conclusion cannot be false. For instance, if all cats can fly, then cats have wings. Cats fly, therefore cats have wings. This is a valid argument because if all its premises are true, the conclusion must also be true. It can't be false. Its conclusion is false, so it's still unpersuasive, but that's because the premises themselves are not true. A sound argument is a valid argument where, in addition to that validity, all of the premises are in fact true. So something like all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal, is a sound argument. These terms are very helpful for evaluating precisely what is wrong with an argument, whether it is structural and therefore the argument is invalid, or whether it is a problem with the premises. If you're not into philosophy or maths or computer science, I personally think this level of logic probably fulfills like 99% of your needs. It will help you formalize a lot of arguments that you encounter in the wild, and it remains very closely connected to everyday life. Additionally, you can probably get there with around 5 hours of focused work, so it's kind of the best bang for your buck part of logic for everyday life, at least in my opinion. But even philosophy students who don't choose to make logic their focus do tend to learn a little bit more logic than this, and we'll go through some of that now. 4. First order logic and friends. The next step for most students after learning propositional logic is to learn first-order logic. Whereas propositional logic deals in full propositions, first-order logic can deal with more fine-grained statements like all men are mortal or all cakes are delicious. That second sentence would look like this in first-order logic. This means for all x, if x is a cake, then x is delicious, where cx means is a cake and dx means is delicious. On the other hand, if you wanted to say something like some cakes are delicious, you would write it like this, which in natural language means there exists an x such that x is a cake and x is delicious. First-order logic retains all of the symbols from propositional logic, but can assign properties to objects as well. In fact, it quantifies over these objects. That's what the little for all x symbol means. That little upside down a is called a quantifier, and x is a variable quantifying over objects. This means that you can do more with the logic, essentially. We can also express relations in first-order logic, which are properties that involve more than one object. So again, let's use a kind of natural language example. We might formalize the phrase every person has a father like this. And in natural language, this would mean for all x, if x is a person, then there exists a y such that y is the father of x. It sounds really clunky to say out loud, but this kind of precision becomes helpful in a formal mathematical context. To take a very basic mathematical example, we think that a prime number, well, we know that a prime number is a number that only divides by 1 and itself, but we could express this precisely in logic with the following sentence. In natural language, this roughly means for any y, if x divided by y is a natural number, then y is the same number as x, or y is 1. That is, x only divides by 1 and itself. We've drifted slightly beyond the bounds of strict first-order logic to define this, but it just is an illustration of the kind of things that basic logic can do. As a student gets used to these symbols, they tend to stop translating them into natural language in their head, like I've been doing, and instead just read the symbols as you would any language. It's like learning French. At some point, you stop translating French sentences into English, and you begin simply reading French. Alongside this, at this level, students tend to learn things like basic probability theory and basic set theory, which I'll just kind of skim over briefly now. Set theory is an abstract mathematical framework that consists of sets and objects which belong to those sets. They're called members of those sets. So we might talk about the set of all people, or the set of all prime numbers, and then perform various operations with these sets. At the basic level, like the very basic level, we can think of these sets like Venn diagrams. So say we have two sets, then the intersection between those sets is what's in both sets, while the union of the sets are what is in either set A or set B, or both. And the complement of a set is everything outside of the set. This is a very handy tool both in mathematics and philosophy, though obviously it tends to come in more fleshed out versions than this. You'll also notice that each of those set theoretical operations maps quite neatly onto a logical operation. So the intersection is very much like and, because it's only the stuff that's in both sets. The union is very much like or, because it's the stuff that is in either set or both sets. And the complement is very much like not, because it's everything that's not in the set. Probability theory, as I'm sure many of you will already know, is the area of maths concerned with evaluating probabilities, or the likelihood that certain things hold given certain other things holding. In a philosophical context, it is often used to make sense of reasoning under uncertainty, as well as in the philosophy of inductive reasoning. That is, the kind of reasoning that uses previous experience to make uncertain inferences about the future. Take the example from earlier, where we appealed to the authority of the physicist over the layman. Well, why was that justified? I suspect that the answer many of you would have instinctively given is that the physicist is more likely to have true beliefs about quantum physics than the layman, and thus his testimony is stronger evidence than the layman's. Even very basic probability theory can give philosophers a framework through which to make these claims precise. This is often done through Bayes' theorem, but that's kind of a topic all on its own, and I have beef with how many philosophers use Bayes' theorem, so I'm just going to park that for now. The aim of learning logic at this level is not necessarily to become like total masters of these symbolic systems. Most of the students who learn these on a philosophy course will then branch off into various non-formal interests across like epistemology and moral philosophy and political philosophy and loads of other fields. The main reasons that we teach logical systems to undergraduates at this level is that in engaging with these frameworks, it forces you to think in very precise ways. There's no room for error or ambiguity, and this can be helpful just for practicing thinking carefully about any area, and not just philosophy and not just maths. So I know that was a lot of symbols, and as we go on, there'll be far fewer of them, because we're now going to move into explaining various